She had survived the apocalypse, earned the rank of general, and saved the world. All she wanted now was a quiet retirement. Instead, she woke up in 1960s China. One moment, Xia Li was accepting her honors at the founding ceremony of the New World, dual elemental powerhouse, commander of the Sky System, the woman who held the lightning and space in her hands. The next moment, she was standing in a sun-scorched military compound, listening to a handsome soldier named Zhao Haining sneer at her like she was something unworthy of his boots. Wrong body. Wrong era. No good news whatsoever. The girl whose soul she now inhabited was Xia Li, spoiled daughter of a brigade commander, willful, capricious, and deeply unloved by her arranged fiancé. Her father was about to be politically disgraced. Famine gnawed at the countryside, and Zhao Haining had the audacity to stand there laying down rules. General Xia did not lay down rules. She broke them, elegantly, efficiently, and with a grin. She sent Zhao Haining packing with 3 words and never looked back. What followed was survival by ingenuity, inventing generators from copper wire and magnets, building sugarcane cutting machines when her arms threatened to fall off, rigging engines, decoding self-destruct briefcases with her lightning-sensing ability, and slowly, quietly, becoming indispensable to the military world around her. Especially to one man, the cold, impossibly composed Major Lu Dingyuan, who watched Xia Li with unreadable dark eyes and told his superiors with absolute conviction, she can change the future of China's machinery industry. Coming from a man who never exaggerated anything, that was practically a love letter. She outwitted foreign spies. She rescued hostages. She blew up a fishing boat at 380 meters and dared anyone to prove it. She argued with generals, outran her father's shoe, and smuggled secrets across the South Sea, all while wondering, in quieter moments, whether the woman who looked exactly like her dead mother was a gift or a wound. The last video ends mid-mission. 3 enemy warships on the horizon, her small gunboat outnumbered, Lu Dingyuan somewhere ahead. Bang! With a loud bang, the ammunition hit the ground. Xia Li looked in the direction where she had been standing and saw 2 disheveled men covered in dust lying not far from the crater. Who else could it be but Lu Dingyuan and MOC? Both of them lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. If it weren't for the slight undulation of their bodies, Xia Li would have thought they were dead. Xia Li gritted her teeth. With her life hanging by a thread, it wasn't time to worry about whether her superpowers would be exposed. She had to get everyone away first. Although the 2 men hit her and her lungs still hurt, they meant well after all, and she couldn't just watch them die here. Just as Xia Li was about to go and rescue the person, several vehicles drove up from not far away, carrying long-barreled anti-aircraft guns. The car didn't stop, but the anti-aircraft guns had already begun firing at the planes in the sky. The sounds of bang 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 were incessant. When planes drop bombs, they cannot fly too high due to accuracy requirements. They're usually around 700 meters high. Anti-aircraft guns could indeed restrict aircraft from flying low to drop bombs, and seeing that they could no longer carry out accurate bombing, the bombers in the sky quickly left. He left, but Xia Li only felt it was a joke. They come into your airspace and drop bombs. It's one thing if you don't have air defense radar to detect the enemy attack, but don't you also have fighter jets and air defense missiles? They drove all the way here to bring several anti-aircraft guns. How could the rescue be delayed? Do you think enemy planes would just stand by and watch your anti-aircraft guns fail to take them away? Your defensive measures are so outdated that it's like you're joking with the enemy. As the car approached, several soldiers quickly jumped off and ran towards the crowd, rapidly lifting those lying on the ground onto stretchers and evacuating those who had not yet been evacuated. When Commander Bai arrived, his heart was in his throat. Only when he saw that Xia Li and the others were still alive did he feel relieved. He never expected that recruiting soldiers would lead to such a thing. Seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Xia Li's mouth, he gasped in shock. She quickly handed the group of children to someone and said, "Give the children to me. We'll handle the rest. You and Xiaolu should go to the hospital for a thorough checkup." Xia Li didn't delay, nodded, and quickly left with the others. The impact just now, she slammed her back against the wall to protect the children, should have damaged her lungs. Now every breath is burning with pain, so she definitely needs to go to the hospital. I wonder which bastard threw the bomb today. I hope she doesn't catch me, or I'll smash as many eggshells as there are bastards. Hospital, inpatient ward. Only 3 people were lying in a 6-person ward, lying neatly in the same row of beds. Xia Liping lay on the bed on the far left by the window, surrounded by Xia Jiangwo and his wife. Lu Dingyuan, with his arm in a cast, lay in the middle with his eyes closed, resting. On the far right was Mukajin, whose foot was hanging up, and Xin Jiao was wiping the dust off his face. With a pained expression, Li Xioli touched her daughter's forehead, blew on the chicken soup she had just served to cool it down, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and carefully fed it to her daughter. "Lily, drink some more soup." It's nutritious and will help you recover faster. Xia Li turned her head to the side, her face showing the same disgust as a wrinkled old man. I don't want to drink it. Put some salt in it. I just had a ruptured alveolus. It's not like I'm in postpartum confinement. Why would I need to omit the salt? Besides, isn't the point of drinking chicken soup to drink the layer of oil on top? If all the oil is skimmed off, it won't be fragrant at all, and I wouldn't want to drink it. Seeing that his daughter was already lying down and still picking and choosing what to eat, Xia Jiangwo felt sorry for her, but still said in a bad mood, "The doctor said you can't eat anything too stimulating. It's best to eat liquid food for the next 2 days. You're injured. Why aren't you taking better care of yourself?" He never imagined that his daughter, who had worked for less than a month in total, would be injured on duty. And it was all to save the children's group she hated. He thought that if his daughter encountered an air raid, her first reaction wouldn't be to save others, but rather to run away first. This incident has left Xia Jiangwo with very mixed feelings. He feels both proud and heartbroken, and for a moment he even feels a sense of reproach, as if he were being accused of, "You saw the air raid, why didn't you run away?" While both were serving in the military, this as a poor awareness that he had never had in his eldest son before. Xia Li is usually quite troublesome and has never given in to Xia Jiangwo. Now that she sees Xia Jiangwo looking at her with such heartache, how could she let him gain the upper hand? She immediately looked at Xia Li with a pitiful expression, pleading for protection, and said in a whiny voice, "Mom, look at Dad. I'm already like this, and he's still criticizing me." Her delicate and frail appearance immediately broke Xia Li's heart. She glared at Xia Jiangwo and said, "Lily is in the hospital. Can't you say less? Didn't you see your daughter is in so much pain she doesn't even want to eat? Their daughter usually loves food more than anything else. She never refuses to eat. She must be feeling terrible right now. Can't they at least try to be considerate of her feelings?" Xia Jiangwo glanced at his wife and turned to look at her, but when he couldn't see his daughter, he saw her darting eyes and smug expression, and the veins on his forehead bulged. If it weren't for the fact that this brat was lying in a hospital bed, he would definitely have taken off his shoes and given her a good beating. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I won't say anything. I'll go home and cook her some millet porridge, okay?" After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, this unfilial daughter would drive him crazy. Despite saying that, after leaving the ward, Xia Jiangwo did not go home first. Instead, he went to the doctor's office to inquire carefully about his child's condition and dietary restrictions, especially repeatedly asking if he could add seasonings to her food. "It's infuriating, but she's still my child. I can't really not let her eat anything, can I? She's still injured. What if she gets starving?" After seeing that the person had left, Xia Li coaxed Xia Li gently for a while and made her drink 2 bowls of soup before letting her go. She reached out and tidied the stray hairs on her daughter's forehead and said softly, "Lily, sleep here for a while. The doctor said you'll have to stay here for a while. Mom will go home and get you some clothes and toiletries. I'll be back in a bit." Xia Li nodded obediently, "Okay." Xia Li patted her beloved daughter's head, then turned around and saw Lu Dingyuan lying on the bed with his eyes closed, resting alone. She felt a pang of sympathy for the sick child who had to be cared for all by himself. "Xiaolu, is there anything you'd like to eat tonight? I'll bring it over for you in a bit." Lu Dingyuan. However, there were nurses in the hospital and orderly soldiers who came to take care of him, so it wasn't too inconvenient. The room was full of people, their daughters were being pampered by the 2 of them, and the others had wives, leaving Lu Dingyuan all alone. Whether it was out of heartache at the thought of her own child getting hurt and having no one to take care of her, or because he was her daughter's boss and she couldn't just ignore him, Xia Li didn't take his refusal to heart. "How can the food you buy at the cafeteria downstairs be the same as what you make at home? Then I'll just do what I think is best. Since we're going to be cooking meals for patients anyway, whatever I make for Lily, I'll bring you a portion. It won't be a hassle." Lu Dingyuan could tell that Xia Li genuinely cared for him and wasn't just being polite. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he didn't refuse again, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Xin Jiao also needed to get clothes for Mukajin, so she left with Xia Li. After all the caregivers in the room had left, a soft hiss came from the direction of the rightmost bed. Mukajin had an ice pack on his head. Because of a concussion, he lay on the bed, afraid to move his head. The look of disgust on his face was genuine. "Xia Li, you're disgusting. I never expected you to be like this at home." He had been lying there enduring it for a long time, but the other party's parents were there the whole time, so he couldn't say anything. Now he can finally speak his mind. Mukajin considered himself to be a good fighter, even a skilled one in the army. But this female warrior who could ride on his back and beat him to death was showing such affected expressions, which disgusted him. This is just like seeing a silverback gorilla in a zoo awkwardly embroidering with a needle. It can directly cause physical and mental discomfort. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan was already used to Xia Li's dramatic antics, her occasional bouts of unreasonable nagging. Although I felt a little uncomfortable, it wasn't to the point that mooks were unacceptable. Knowing that another heated debate was about to begin, I decisively closed my eyes to rest and chose not to participate. As expected, Xia Li was immediately enraged upon hearing such personal attacks. She turned slightly away, enduring the slight pain in her lungs, and casually threw the apple next to her at Mukajin. He said irritably, "You're just jealous of me. If you're so capable, why don't you try acting cute with your wife too? Do you dare?" Lu Dingyuan. Thinking of Mook's 193 centimeters and 90 kilograms muscular physique, Lu Dingyuan felt that he hadn't done anything, but his mind and body were inexplicably attacked again. Moreover, this attack was even more severe than the one before. Upon hearing Xia Li's rebuttal, Mo Kajin became somewhat embarrassed and angry, and casually threw the apple he was carrying back. A soldier should act like a soldier. How could I be as pretentious as you? If you're so capable, show me some real toughness. Don't give me that effeminate act, it's disgusting. He suffered a concussion from the aftershocks of the bomb, and as he spoke, his head was buzzing, blue light flashed before his eyes, and he felt nauseous. But you can't lose face, especially when facing that hateful woman Xia Li. You have to fight back. Xia Li was not only scolded, but also had her things smashed for no reason. How could she swallow this insult? Despite the hissing pain in his lungs, he smashed whatever was at hand, throwing it at Mo Kajin again and again. Mo Kajin was also enraged by the blows. Ignoring his headache, nausea, and the throbbing pain in his fractured leg, he picked up the object that had hit him and started hitting Xia Li again. With Lu Dingyuan between them, the two men never stopped hitting each other and throwing things. Lu Dingyuan lay between the two men, getting hit by oranges, apples, and even knives, his brows furrowing more and more tightly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he suppressed his anger and roared, "Enough. If you two fight again, I'm changing your bed. What's it to you? Shut up." The three men got into a heated argument, and things in the room flew everywhere. Relying on their strong will as soldiers, they endured the physical pain and started throwing things around in a chaotic melee. After dealing with the air raid, Commander Bai rushed over and was met with this scene. 3 people lay there, 1 clutching his lungs, 2 clutching their heads. Toilet paper, fruit, and towels were scattered haphazardly around the room, flying through the air. They were hitting each other repeatedly. Commander Bai was so angry at the 3 of them that he laughed. All his previous worries about the 3 people, his frantic efforts to handle those matters, and his hurried rush over were all for naught. When they came in, they were greeted by these 3 men, looking fierce and ready for a fierce battle. What sins did he commit in his past life to deserve raising such a troublesome group of soldiers? Commander Bai stood in the corridor, angrily rebuking the 3 people in the room. He took a deep breath, focused his energy, and roared furiously, "Stop it, all of you." Xia Li and the others were playing around in the house, but because of their physical condition, they didn't dare to shout too loudly. They just threw small things around and didn't make much noise. But Commander Bai was different. He stood in the hospital corridor and let out a howl that echoed throughout the entire corridor. A woman's shout immediately came from the end of the corridor, "Family members of room 402, no noise allowed in the corridor. This is a hospital, don't disturb the other patients." Commander Bai. Lu Dingyuan. "Mooks are coming in." Xia Li. "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter immediately erupted from inside the room. Immediately following was Xia Li clutching her chest, hissing as she gasped for breath, and the sounds of 2 other people with concussions vomiting while clutching spittoons. Commander Bai looked at the 3 unlucky fellows in the room, feeling both annoyed and amused. He casually closed the ward door, and after struggling for a long time, he could only manage to utter one word. "Should." The 3 people in the room. Commander Bai handed out water and found a doctor. It took a long time for the 3 people in the room to recover. They were all like salted fish without any ideals, lying The casualties have been verified. A total of 139 people died in this airstrike on this other island, and many others were injured. The evacuation work of your 4th Brigade was done quite well. Only 9 people died. None of the 3 people in the room felt particularly fortunate about this only situation. The fact that fewer people died than other brigades did not mean that no one died. These casualties should not have happened. Lu Dingyuan frowned, fought off the dizziness in his head, and asked in a cold voice, "The U.S. military?" Commander Bai sighed and gave an affirmative answer, "Yes. Our railway troops sent to Vietnam have begun laying railways. It is estimated that the United States wants to further intimidate us and does not want us to help Vietnam, which is why they launched the airstrike. Not only our southern island, but also the eastern and western provinces were hit by airstrikes." Xia Li lay obediently on her back, covering her lungs with both hands, not daring to speak too loudly. "Don't we have air defense radar?" Why did it take so long to react? Xia Li has obediently learned not to ask about hard combat capabilities like fighter jets, but only about soft countermeasures. Just looking at the warships possessed by the South Island Legion, a specialized naval corps, Xia Li had already given up hope for China's military strength. But this is a key area of the military. Is there really no precaution at all? Commander sighed, his voice filled with worry for the future. Our organization is currently in the exploratory stage of everything. Radar troops were only trained in 1950. Although many talents have been trained to date, the technology is still not up to par. Air defense radars weren't deployed across the entire area, and even if they were, our air defense capabilities weren't very strong. Their main function is still evacuating people. Xia Li, did you used to drive all this way carrying anti-aircraft guns? Commander said helplessly, this is the best solution we can currently offer. Xia Li didn't want to chat with Commander anymore. She was beginning to despair about the current counterterrorism capabilities. She used to think that once she joined the army, she would be basically safe, at most dealing with spies. But she never expected that one day she would have to worry about air raids. And with delayed warnings, her escape depended entirely on spontaneous air raids. Hasn't the country already been established? How could there still be such an outrageous thing as an air raid? With mooks available, Xia Li couldn't very well tell Commander Bai and the others that she would try to get an air defense radar after she was discharged from the hospital, so that they wouldn't continue to be so passive. But in her heart, she had already secretly decided that, putting everything else aside, she had to arm the South Island to the teeth first. She can't just stay here so leisurely while her hometown gets robbed. Commander Bai briefly explained the situation to the group, then told them to rest well and return to work once they recovered. He then rushed back to his unit to continue handling the aftermath. But as it turns out, there's no limit to how infuriating it can get. The 3 people in the ward were all participants in the air raid, so they were naturally more concerned about the aftermath. Because of this airstrike, many ordinary Chinese civilians and members of the People's Liberation Army died, and China issued several questions and protests against the United States. The United States, however, ignored this and eventually went so far as to tell China to stop supporting Vietnam's resistance against the U.S. military. Xia Li listened to the back-and-forth verbal sparring between the two sides every day, and the anger in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She didn't foolishly ask why. If they weren't attacking China, they had to help you. Leaving aside those statements that claim to showcase China's strength and enhance friendly relations with the U Kingdom, they are just nice-sounding words that are as useless as ozone. The U.S. wants to control East Asia and build the first island chain. Vietnam and the South China Sea are separated by the Gulf of Tonkin and have a history of enmity from the Korean War. If they take over Vietnam, the South China Sea will not be at peace. But the other side is invading others, aiming to form the first island chain to surround China and trap it in the Pacific Ocean, and they won't even let China help them. This domineering attitude is really infuriating. Xia Li's anger simmered for 3 days, and on the 4th day she insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Xia Jiangwo and his wife were at their wits' end with their daughter, so they had to call a doctor to examine her. The doctor took Xia Li for a thorough examination, and the look in his eyes was not just surprise, but shock. A vet. An elderly doctor with over 40 years of medical experience, dressed in a white coat, made a special trip to Xia Li's ward and humbly asked her, "Comrade Xia, could you tell me how you've been taking care of yourself these past few days? I'd like to learn a little from you. Based on your condition upon admission, you would normally need to stay in the hospital for at least a month before showing improvement. You've fully recovered in just 3 days. Did you eat something special?" Aside from miraculous cures, the old doctor couldn't think of any other reason why a patient who should have taken a month to recover could be completely cured and lively again in just 3 days. Xia Li, what are some good solutions? Is physical condition a factor? If the old doctor asks her how to improve her physical condition, what will she say? Tell him that as her superpower level increases, her physical condition will naturally improve as well? If the old doctor continues to ask her what her special ability is, what should she say? Should she say, "I can let you perform a live zombie virus infection, with a chance to win a big prize, unlock superpowers, and stage a live version of Live and Die"? Just as Xia Li was wondering how to answer, Mu Kejin, lying on the far right bed, chuckled and said, "Director Huang, you don't need to ask her anymore. Her quick recovery is all thanks to her constitution, which is as strong as a donkey's. These past 2 days, she and Lu Dingyuan have been eating the same things. Every day when she gets angry, she yells at him, and she occasionally sneaks off to eat some meat. She hasn't followed the doctor's orders at all. A normal person who did that would probably be dead by now." Old doctor. The accompanying doctors. Xia Li. Xia Li turned her head, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Mu Kejin. "Why are you everywhere? Believe it or not, I'll let you stay in the hospital for another 3 months for free. Yesterday, because Xia Li had recovered, Mukujin, who was being retaliated against from time to time but couldn't move, had said, "Fine." When the doctors heard what Mukujin said, they knew that Xia Li's quick recovery was definitely due to her own physical condition and had nothing to do with her experience, so they didn't ask any more questions. They approved Xia Li's discharge from the hospital, not daring to apply her self-destructive behavior to other patients. As soon as Xia Li left the hospital, she took a few days off under the pretext of continuing to recuperate and plunged into the shipyard to carry out her research. We must improve our defensive and offensive capabilities. Moreover, combat strength must also be improved. What about being polite? What about friendly diplomacy? What about having the upper hand in public opinion? None of this can truly protect a country from harm. The only way to protect the country from harm and the people from being bullied is to completely subdue those who dare to provoke us. Offense is the best defense. Improving our hard power is imperative. When Xia Li went to the research institute, she was immediately surrounded by a group of uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers. Xiaoyu looked at Xia Li with a worried expression, her brows furrowed slightly, and asked with concern, "Xia, are you feeling better? We were so worried when we heard that you were hospitalized due to an air raid. Weren't you supposed to rest for more than a month? How come you're here so soon?" Lu Xiaoying pulled Xia Li and pressed her down to sit, saying, "Xia, don't be stubborn. You're young now, so you don't think minor illnesses and injuries are a big deal. If you don't take good care of yourself when you're young, you'll find that all sorts of illnesses will come knocking on your door when you get old, and by then it will be too late to regret it. You can't neglect your health." Everyone expressed their concern, wishing they could send Xia Li back to the hospital to continue her stay. After all, children who suffer so many hardships are not something you usually encounter. He had only been in their research lab for a short time when he was suspended for almost a month. Not only that, but he was also hospitalized as soon as he was reinstated. The extent of his misfortune was truly heartbreaking. Could this be a case of heaven being jealous of talent? Xia Li quickly shook her head and refused, reassuring everyone, "I'm already better. I was discharged from the hospital only after the doctor approved it, so don't worry." "What stage is our research at now?" "I've had some ideas about modifying the warship while I was at the hospital these past few days, and I'd like to discuss them with everyone." No one really believed Xia Li's claim that she was fine. Commander Lu said it would take more than a month to recover, but she was out in just 3 days. How could she possibly be completely recovered? But we are all veteran researchers, and we know how frustrating it is for researchers to stop halfway through their research on something. We decided not to disturb his enthusiasm and to send him to the hospital as soon as we could see that Xia's body couldn't take it anymore. Lu Xiaoying said, "That's perfect. Our research has made some progress these past few days, and we'd like to discuss it with you. Let's talk about it together." Neither side mentioned the hospital again, and they began happily to discuss the matter. Xia Li negotiated with them for a while before realizing that the problem ultimately boiled down to the warship's load-bearing capacity. Xiaoyu showed Xia Li the design drawings of the warship, pointing to the direction below the hull, and said, "You said before that you wanted to enhance the combat capabilities of the warship. Our initial plan was to add torpedoes to it. But just like the Type 62 battleship, the main purpose of removing the torpedoes was to reduce the weight of the hull itself, thereby increasing speed. According to our calculations, installing a torpedo system on this warship, which is even smaller than the Type 62 battleship, would directly lead to a further decrease in the warship's speed. Moreover, small boats cannot be equipped with torpedoes like the Poseidon, which can destroy an island with a single shot, like those on large Russian warships. With a relatively simple trajectory after launch, they are very easy to avoid if the enemy notices them. This reduces our speed and makes it uncertain whether we can accurately strike the enemy, rendering the deployment of torpedoes on small warships rather impractical." As he spoke, he looked at Xia Li, who was frowning, and said, "Perhaps we should do what the Type 62 warship did and reduce the weight of the warship? Poseidon is a torpedo manufactured by Russia using nuclear power. Given China's current situation, although it has atomic bombs, it is impossible for it to use nuclear energy to build any torpedoes for Russia. If the power is too weak to hit anything, it's useless. Pressing it will only get in the way." As Xia Li listened to Xiaoyu's words, his brows furrowed even more deeply. She is indeed very skilled at modifying weapons, vehicles, and even electrical circuits, things that can be used at any time in the apocalypse. However, when it comes to calculating the relationship between draft and the hull load and speed, she does lack experience. Xiaoyu's words make sense. Reducing weight is necessary to run faster, and if torpedoes can't fire accurately, they are indeed somewhat useless. But her main goal in setting the ship out was to clear away all obstacles, and she was absolutely unwilling to reduce the ship's combat capabilities. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Regarding the speed issue, we can think of another solution for the engine. As long as the engine speed can be increased, the problem of slow running speed due to excessive load can be completely compensated. As long as it doesn't run aground, everything is fine. As for the inability to strike precisely, if this were a later period when a nation was powerful, using naval drones to detect the location of enemy submarines would undoubtedly be the best option. But nowadays, China can't even produce fighter jets, let alone naval drones. Whether it even has drones is a completely different story. What if it were made into a sonar-detecting missile? Sonar is used to identify sounds and track locations, enabling missiles to carry out further strikes. In addition, guidance systems, redirection systems, emergency collision avoidance devices, and communication equipment can be added and improved to achieve accurate strikes and leave enemy ships nowhere to hide. I think a ship is missing something if it lacks weapons of mass destruction. There are always more solutions than problems. Later aircraft carriers could supply electricity to an entire province, demonstrating the immense power of nuclear power. Even if their research institute has only one person researching nuclear energy, it's impossible for them to build a nuclear reactor, but they can work on other energy sources. If there are conditions, we should make use of them. If there are no conditions, we should create them. We cannot simply give in because of various constraints. The researchers in the room fell into a brief silence upon hearing Xia Li's words, especially Lu Xiaoying, who worked on weapons. She discovered the difference between Xia Li and the older generation of researchers. When faced with a problem, older generations of researchers, when trying to achieve the same goal, would first, when Xia Li encountered a problem, her first thought was to solve it. If she couldn't solve it, she would find the core reasons behind the problem and tackle them one by one, in order to achieve the results she wanted most. That headstrong, reckless drive, the kind determined to knock down any obstacle in its path, was completely out of step with the current environment. However, it must be said that this innovative thinking was precisely what the older generation of researchers lacked. No one rejected Xia Li's idea, and an expert in the relevant field immediately said, "Let me think of a way to see if it can be loaded." As he spoke, his brows furrowed involuntarily. But developing such precision-guided torpedoes is too expensive. We probably don't have that much funding. With only 100,000 in funding, they might not even be able to develop torpedoes, let alone improve other parts of the warship. He had been engaged in research for so many years and had never had such a difficult time in his field. Xia Li looked up at the man, smiled mischievously, and winked. Didn't Commander Lu say he would provide us with whatever the captain has? We are a naval force, so we must have ordinary torpedoes in our ammunition depot. We can just take a few, disassemble them, and reassemble them. I'm sure Commander Lu will support our scientific research. Everyone present. This was a way of saving money that no one had ever thought of before, and everyone present simultaneously wondered, you can actually do this? You're always trying to take advantage of everything. You've practically made Commander Lu bald. Then everyone discovered that Xia Li had a strong tendency to be a resourceful opportunist when it came to research. Not only with torpedoes, but when improving and utilizing other things, her first reaction was not to develop them herself, but to modify old items. She would never spend her own money on anything she could get by using other people's resources, whether it was weapons or other machinery. Everyone watched as they discussed the matter, only to find that Xia Li had managed to scrape together the 100,000 yuan budget by borrowing resources from other places, without actually touching a single penny. When Xia Li pressed Wen Shuyu, who was researching energy, about the feasibility of using solar energy, he felt a little numb. He looked helplessly at Xia Li. Although solar cells exist abroad, they haven't been able to manufacture solar generators. If we conduct our own research, we would need to use large quantities of materials for experiments, which is clearly unsuitable for our current conditions. Xia Li knew the general operating principle of solar generators, but solar panels made of silicon required highly developed industrial support. It wasn't that she could create silicon layer by brushing it onto a metal plate just because she had two hands. Feeling a little regretful, she clicked her tongue and said, I was thinking that if we could develop a solar generator, we could find a machinery factory on shore and cooperate with them, let them buy our patent, and incidentally get some funding to spend. What a pity. Wen Shuyu. What on earth was this child thinking? Looking at Xia Li with a complicated expression, he said speechlessly, have you never thought that our country is currently facing a power shortage? Even if you really manage to manufacture a solar generator, it's impossible for you to just find a factory to manufacture it and sell it. If the US can't even manufacture something, it's already a favor if the country doesn't take it back and impose a technology embargo. How could it possibly allow such a thing to circulate in the market? This thing probably couldn't even get out of the South Island Legion. Xia Li. Xia Li's previous regret completely disappeared, and she nodded with a look of relief. Tisk, thank goodness we can't make them, otherwise it would be so frustrating not being able to exchange them for money. A market where there's no free buying and selling is really boring. They're lucky if they can offer a few thousand in bonuses. They can't even attract investment. Pretending not to hear anything, when Xiu took a sip from his teacup, if the boss heard this, he'd probably drag you into his office and yell at you for half an hour. Seeing that the two had almost finished discussing energy, Lu Xiaoying walked over with a piece of paper, frowned, and said to Xia Li, "Our modified small close-in weapon system is basically complete, and the speed is not much different from what we predicted. But I see you wrote that you want to use armor-piercing shells? Why not use regular shells? If a real battle breaks out with 600 rounds per minute, it would be a huge waste of money for us to produce them ourselves. We should be able to use regular shells. The southern islands should have plenty in stock. That's how zero-yuan shopping works. You don't realize it until you try it, and then you become incredibly addicted." After this period of research, the people in Research Lab number 2 no longer think about what they are researching on this modified ship. They just take advantage of whatever they can and absolutely do not use a single penny of funding. This also led to Lu Xiaoying, who initially thought there was no problem, being extremely surprised when she saw Xia Li wrote that the close-in weapon system should use armor-piercing shells. Because so far, the South Island does not have armor-piercing shells with such a small muzzle caliber as theirs, and the ammunition drawn by Xia Li is obviously different from the current armor-piercing shells. This thing will cost them their own money. Xia Li shook his head and decisively refused. The biggest military advantage of this ship is these two close-in weapon systems. If we can't make them as effective as possible, the modification of this ship will be meaningless. Neither range nor ammunition can be taken lightly. Ordinary munitions produce fragments after detonation. If two ships are too close, our ship will be damaged by the aftershocks of the explosion, which would be counterproductive. Armor-piercing rounds have strong penetrating power, making it easier to destroy the enemy's armor. This allows them to destroy enemy ships while also ensuring our own safety. Lu Xiaoying thought Xia Li's words made sense, but she also felt that it was a bit of an overreaction. If you're worried about being hit, you can fire from a slightly farther distance. There's no need to use expensive armor-piercing shells. As if sensing her thoughts, Xia Li continued, "This new type of armor-piercing projectile is different from the previous ones. In the past, when armor-piercing shells were fired, the shells spun along the rifling under the action of the propellant gases to achieve a stable effect, relying on their powerful kinetic energy to penetrate the armor head-on. However, this form has a fatal weakness. It is prone to ricocheting. The vibrating egg refers to the point where the target was hit, but then it shattered and disappeared. The armor penetration was unsuccessful, only creating a crater." Xia Li pointed to the new armor-piercing projectile and showed Lu Xiaoying its structure. After the subcaliber armor-piercing projectile leaves the barrel, it uses centrifugal force to throw off the sabot, leaving only the core to fly towards the target, concentrating all the kinetic energy on the sharp core, which greatly improves the armor-piercing power. Lu Xiaoying was, after all, an expert in weapons research. She hadn't paid much attention before, thinking it wasn't worth the trouble. But after hearing about the changes that the improved armor-piercing projectile would bring, her expression immediately became serious. Theoretically speaking, it is indeed more practical and powerful than the old-fashioned armor-piercing projectiles. In this case, however, a much higher requirement is placed on the hardness of the projectile core. A copper core or ordinary alloy would not be suitable. Xia Li thought to herself, as expected of someone who specializes in this industry, the questions they asked were all precise and to the point. She decisively agreed, that really won't work. This projectile is shaped like a dart and relies on its tail fins for stability in the air. As for future ammunition reserves, Xia Li smiled, looking slyly and confidently at Lu Xiaoying, whose face was still filled with shock. "Once our ship has fought a battle in Shanghai, I believe our country will be able to mass-produce this kind of ammunition in the future. Actually, the most powerful weapon is not tungsten alloy, but the armor-piercing oil-penetrating projectile manufactured by the U.S. military. Flattening oil is a waste product of nuclear reactions. It has high strength and high hardness, making it an excellent material for armor-piercing projectiles. Because of its low melting point, when the projectile hits, it easily causes friction and heat, which disperses the material and creates a burning effect of 3,000 degrees Celsius, which can burn the entire tank body recognition beyond. It can be called a tank can opener. However, Pinghua Oil has two fatal weaknesses in their current clandestine research. One is that they cannot obtain this stuff, and, even if they do, they cannot. Another issue is that nuclear reactions produce large amounts of radioactive dust. When the U.S. attacked Iraq, many civilians contracted leukemia and cancer due to radioactive contamination, and a large number of children were born with birth defects. It was extremely inhumane. But tungsten alloys are different. The provinces of Jiangxi, Hebei, and Hubei in China account for 67% of the world's tungsten mines. China has no shortage of tungsten and large-scale manufacturing can also reduce prices, so the country is unlikely to be too stingy. However, the ammunition she started with certainly wouldn't be cheap. Xia Li had planned everything meticulously, even outlining the aftermath, leaving Lu Xiaoying speechless. She put the documents on the table, smiled at Xia Li with a mix of relief and amusement, and said, "Okay, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Go find your beloved Uncle Lu and ask him to get you some tungsten or... Even with the funds, we can't acquire mineral resources." Xia Li grinned, a smile that was both dazzling and irritating. "Fine. The people in the room who were lighting candles for Commander Lu. What kind of sins have we committed?" Having encountered such a junior, Commander Lu's hair must have turned white by now. Xia Li wanted to freeload, but she knew she couldn't just freeload for no reason, otherwise the chances of getting anything were extremely slim. After thinking about it, he happily ran to the mess hall and asked them for 2 large iron pots. Over the next few days, Xia Li shuttled back and forth between the shipyard and her home, sometimes wishing she could live at the shipyard. Although the Xia couple were somewhat worried about their daughter's health, seeing how hard she was working, they could only silently support her and try their best to cook more delicious food for her every day so that she could nourish her body. After enduring 3 more days, Xia Li, carrying 2 large pots, knocked on Commander Lu's office door. At that moment, Commander Lu was discussing combat with several of his subordinates when he heard the police officer's report. He immediately called out, "Let her in." Thinking that the girl had been spending the past few days on sick leave at the shipyard doing research, just like a real researcher, without doing anything unexpected to him, Commander Lu was quite pleased. Guessing that she might want some help, which is why she came to him specifically, he waved to the others, "Let's stop here for now. We can think about the rest later and make a final decision at the next meeting." No one had any objections, and since the meeting was already nearly over, they all left. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Xia Li walking towards him, carrying a pot in each hand. Everyone. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Xia Li carried 2 pots into Commander Lu's office, casually closing the door behind her with her foot. Upon seeing the 2 pots, Commander Lu was like... The group of people who had just walked out said, "Young man, aren't you being a little disrespectful to your superiors?" Any one of these people has a higher rank than her, yet this girl not only didn't greet them when she saw them, but also slammed the door shut. She really doesn't take them seriously at all. The door was closed, blocking all view, and the people inside had no idea what the people outside were thinking. When Commander Lu saw the 2 pots Xia Li was carrying, his scalp tingled. The logistics department did report that Xia Li wanted to take 2 pots, and at the time he thought they might be used on the ship, so he approved it. But he never expected that Xia Li would actually come over with these 2 pots today. His gaze fell on the 2 pots, which were haphazardly welded together with metal strips, and underneath them was a base that was also haphazardly welded together with some unknown metal. It was truly an eyesore. He asked speechlessly, "What is this?" Xia Li placed the 2 pots on the table and said calmly, "Anti-air defense radar." "Commander Lu? Are you kidding me?" Commander Lu's brain seemed to have gone completely blank, and he blurted out, "An air defense radar made from a pot?" Xia Li nodded calmly. "The principle is just that. The materials are not important. Anyway, the South Island is so poor now that it doesn't even have an air defense radar. Going from nothing to something doesn't require anything fancy, just something that can issue an air raid siren will suffice." "Commander Lu, that's true, but for you to say it so blatantly feels so shabby. Is that polite?" When Commander Lu heard Xia Li say that it was an air defense radar, although he still looked a little disgusted, he had long since abandoned his dislike for the culprit and was only filled with joy and excitement. He strode over in 2 quick steps and carefully examined the dish, with various metal strips and antennas welded on it. He didn't understand this thing, but he knew that Xia Li was never one to talk nonsense when it came to research. Everything she created before was of great use. There were no failures at all. With a slightly trembling voice, he asked, "How's the performance of this thing? What is its detection accuracy in meters? What is its detection range?" It's not fair to blame Commander Lu for being so excited. He simply couldn't help but be. Apart from the 100 radars that Japan paid as reparations after its defeat in World War II, China's radar production is basically based on radars from the United States, Japan, and Russia, as well as through imitation. In 1960, Russian researchers withdrew from China, which immediately put China's radar manufacturing process on hold. Although China already has the 314 radar, to be honest, its detection accuracy is only 800 meters and its maximum detection distance is only 125 meters. Its performance is indeed incomparable to that of foreign radars. This time, when the South Island was attacked by air, the higher-ups personally promised to install air defense equipment on their side. I just don't know what kind of equipment they will install. If there are good ones, who would want to use bad ones? If the radar produced by these 2 devices really does outperform the 314, wouldn't that be amazing? Xia Li was here to get something for nothing, so naturally she wouldn't hide anything. He immediately said, "The detection accuracy of these two units is 2,500 meters, and the maximum detection distance is about 1,200 meters. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu abruptly turned to look at Xia Li, his eyes widening as he loudly demanded, "How much?" Commander Lu was so shocked that his expression was downright ferocious. "You should know that these two broken iron pots are more than 3 times more accurate than the air defense radar they have been researching for so long, not to mention that the maximum detection range is almost 10 times greater. This is not just a technological leap, but is now comparable to radars developed independently by island nations with a detection range of about 1,000 meters. Apart from the United States and Russia, this is basically at the world's leading level. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a symbol of national strength." Commander Lu's reaction was too strong, and Xia Li, who was not familiar with the current radar situation, was successfully misled. At the time, she was just thinking that since there was no radar on the South Island, she could make 2 and give them to Commander Lu. It was better than nothing, and she was sure she could get something in return. Now it seems Commander Lu isn't so happy. He even looks a bit fierce. After thinking for a moment, he added, "This pot is relatively small. If we use a pot with a larger diameter, we can basically improve the performance by 2 to 3 times. Upon hearing Xia Li's words, Commander Lu took a deep breath, said nothing, grabbed Xia Li's arm, and strode out aggressively. "Come with me to the capital. We need to have a serious talk with the higher-ups about this. The best radar in the United States has a detection range of only 3,000 meters. If Xia Li could make these 2 broken pots bigger, it would increase the range by 3 times, which would be enough to surpass the United States." But just as he took 2 steps out with Xia Li in his arms, Commander Lu seemed to remember something. His expression turned pale and then purple, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he instantly calmed down. "This thing is indeed good, but it's impossible to openly take Xia Li to the capital like this, as it would expose Xia Li's identity. Not long ago, a researcher was sent to a lower-level post. With her future uncertain, no one knew whether she would face further persecution if her identity was exposed. The situation outside is getting increasingly serious, and China is not at peace at this time." After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at Xia Li and reached out to pat her shoulder. His eyes held admiration, regret, and even a touch of sorrow, while his voice conveyed reassurance and determination. "This thing is great. If it can really be as you say, these two radar detectors will definitely be a major leap forward in China's technological field. I will report this to my superiors. Have your research, Findi. The contents have been included in your confidential file, and you will be awarded recognition. Although we cannot disclose this information at this time to ensure your safety, the party and the country will remember your contributions." "Xia Li, that scared me to death. I thought this thing of mine was no good, and that my bargaining chips for today were all gone. If it's so useful, why are you being so fierce? It would be best if she could be exchanged for a position. The more important she is, the less the conservatives will want to abandon her. When the opportunity arises to reinstate her father, they will definitely think of her first. However, what she is most concerned about right now is not this, but whether she can get the materials." He said nonchalantly, "I know the organization won't treat me unfairly." Commander Lu looked pleased, secretly marveling at how quickly his child had grown up, becoming so understanding in just a few days. It seems that one must go through hardships to grow, and this air raid can be considered the only benefit it brought them. "You're doing very well." Xia Li nodded, her expression very serious. "However, I know that the original purpose of these 2 detectors was not for the country, but for our South Island, to prevent a repeat of the air raid that occurred without warning, resulting in casualties." Commander Lu nodded in agreement, his face full of satisfaction. His gaze towards Xia Li was so gentle it couldn't be more tender, as if he were looking at something extremely fragile, someone whose gaze could easily break her if he were even slightly colder. Indeed, such a human tragedy must never happen again. "You have a good heart. It is because of patriotic and ambitious young people like you that our China is becoming more and more prosperous and powerful. This is also what he most wants to see." Xia Li nodded in agreement. "Isn't that right? Because it was originally made for our South Island, I specifically customized its structure to suit the current conditions of our South Island." Commander Lu was a little curious. Was there something different about their South Island compared to other places? He looked eager to hear more and gestured for the other person to continue. Xia Li was very calm and spoke in a particularly steady tone, but the words she uttered were slightly inhuman. "We don't have much else on the South Island, but we have a lot of spies and a lot of other random factions." Commander Lu, who initially took it as a compliment but then felt the tone of the conversation gradually shift. Xia Li didn't even glance at Commander Lu, whose expression kept changing, and continued, "So, in order to guard against these people, I specially created a security system for the radio. A forced demolition would trigger an explosion that would destroy the structure, killing everyone within a 1-meter radius. After saying that, she turned to look at Commander Lu. If we want to mass produce it, I guess we'll need to draw another design. Whether it's merit or not doesn't matter. What matters is the sentiment. The country will certainly not let me down. Aren't we all working for the development of national strength? We've reached a bottleneck in our warship refitting process. With so little funding, even with passion, we can't keep going without the financial support. What a worry. Commander Lu. Having said all that, how could Commander Lu not understand what Xia Li meant in her words? So, their real intention wasn't to advance the country's radar research, but to secure funding. If it were someone else, they might be able to swallow their pride and do something shameless, but this little girl is absolutely capable of refusing to give you the design drawings if you don't agree to her conditions. Xia Li watched as Commander Lu's expression shifted from gentle to increasingly fierce, but she showed no sign of backing down and continued to chatter on and on for her goal. I know there are difficulties. I'm saving China a lot of money. Where can you find radars this cheap? Xia Li dared to bring this thing over, so he wasn't worried at all that anyone would try to dismantle and dispose of the radar. Putting aside the fact that there is a detonation system inside, just the fact that someone was able to shield the detonation system by defusing the bomb is enough to confuse people in this era when most engineers in China don't even know what integrated circuits are. Moreover, as a pragmatist, she simply doesn't have the good habits of organizing circuits. Even if she were to reassemble the circuits herself, she might not be able to understand them, let alone others. If they had the capability to understand this machine, they would have already manufactured their own radar. There would be no need to wait until today. Xia Li demonstrated remarkable composure and technical skill during the negotiations. Commander Lu's mood soured upon hearing Xia Li's words, and he almost lost his composure. She asks for money so confidently, yet he just can't refuse her offers. What kind of lovable yet hateful thing is she? I took a deep breath, feeling utterly helpless, and I didn't even want to argue anymore. Now that you've figured it out, you'll be rewarded with honors and prizes. That's what we agreed on before. But as you know our current situation, getting a large amount of funding is indeed quite difficult. I can only do my best to apply for it for you. Commander Lu had never felt so heartbroken and powerless as he did now. Previously, he lacked research capabilities, but he worried about the future of China. They have the research capabilities, but the problem is that they lack funds, so they can only watch helplessly as technology fails to develop. I felt self-blame and helplessness. He even planned to add his savings from all these years to this fund to contribute to scientific research. However, the talent he recruited did not give him the opportunity to spend his salary. Seeing that he had relented, Xia Li smiled and said, "Talking about money is too hurtful. Do we want to make things difficult for the people in the organization? I don't want funding." Commander Lu. To be honest, I'm even more panicked now. Commander Lu, then what do you want? Xia Li, I want some ore to research new weapons, the more the better. As he spoke, he handed the note he had prepared to Commander Lu. If it's difficult to get money directly, then let's provide supplies directly. I believe they can't touch the finances, but they should have a way to stockpile supplies. That's true. In this environment where everyone is afraid to move, it's really not easy to get money from the government, but it's much easier to get supplies by pulling strings. Commander Lu immediately took the slip of paper, carefully glanced at the materials on it, and his brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. These are not common raw materials for manufacturing weapons, but fortunately they are not precious metals. Okay, I'll try my best to apply for it for you. It shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Li, the more the better. That afternoon, Xia Li gave the completed design drawings to Commander Lu. Commander Lu's expression was very complicated, but he didn't say anything. Just 2 days later, the things Xia Li wanted arrived, and he said that if needed, more could be dispatched. With everything fully equipped, the people in Research Lab Number 2 began a daily, intense transformation. Some people researched the ammunition, while others helped with its modification. With the help of a group of experienced craftsmen at the shipyard, the warship that Xia Li and his team modified was finally completed after more than a month of work. Shipyard, abandoned dock in the backyard. Today the weather is fine and sunny, the sky is a clear blue without a cloud in sight, and the sunshine is unbelievably bright. A brand new white warship was moored in the very center. This warship was a new type of warship that Xia Li and his team had spent several months modifying. The entire ship was pure white, with only 2 rings of blue paint around the waterline. It stood out like a little girl in a brand new sailor uniform among a group of old warships that were gray, peeling, and indistinguishable from ghost ships. After working tirelessly for several months, the team from Research Lab Number 2 stood on the shore, looking at the newly modified warship before them, and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as they prepared to set sail and enter the battlefield. Looking at everyone's hard work, Si Qiuyu exclaimed, although this ship is not an aircraft carrier, it is no less impressive than one in terms of details. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a small aircraft carrier. I'm sure that after going into business, he will make great contributions to China. Lu Xiaoying looked at the pure white warship in front of her with a look of satisfaction and melancholy. This must be a great step forward for our Chinese warships. I truly hope that China can soon be able to build its own warships from scratch and also possess its own aircraft carrier like the United States. For those who have built ships, aircraft carriers are simply the ultimate dream. Si Qiuyu, who works in this field, said wistfully, that day will come. 6 months ago, who could have imagined that a budget of 100,000 yuan could be used to renovate an old ship and create a warship that surpasses China's current military capabilities in every aspect? Those present were moved by these words and sincerely hoped that China could become prosperous and strong as soon as possible. When Xiu turned to look at Xia Li and said with a gentle smile, now that the warship has been built, why don't you give it a name, Xia? Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard him say this. That's right. Although the warships will need to be named by the country after mass production, they will be your own ships from now on, so they should naturally be given a name. When everyone brought this up, they all thought Xia Li would come up with some kind of domineering name like Sea God, Sea King, or Sea Emperor. As a result, Xia Li stroked his chin with one hand, looked at the newly built warship turret, thought for a moment, and said, let's call it Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Everyone present. Si Qiuyu was speechless. What kind of ship name is this? It's not like it's a ship related to religion. Even someone terrible at naming things couldn't come up with a name like this, right? Xia Li recalled a meme from her past life online and answered confidently, I named it based on its character. After months of hard work, she finally finished building the ship. She was determined to go to sea as soon as possible to avenge the attacks and the forced submission she had suffered. Everyone present. The crowd couldn't understand her naming skills, but that didn't stop them from trying to dissuade Xia Li from her idea. Old Wu reached out and touched his whole body. Why did you give it such a weird name when you were just painting it white? Besides, they're currently destroying the 4 olds outside. If outsiders find out you have this name, they'll never let you off the hook. This product is the most advanced waterproof and stretchable paint in China, which he researched for more than a month. Xia Li suddenly gave it this name, and he always felt that the ship shouldn't be painted white, but yellow. His name doesn't suit his appearance at all. Everyone else agreed with this view. Lu Xiaoying, it's really not suitable now. Not to mention those big cities. Even in our southern island, many temples have been smashed and monks have been forced to return to secular life. There's no need to create that kind of trouble for yourself. Xia Li just said it casually, thinking that the rhyme was a perfect match for her boat, so she used it as a name, completely in a state of indifference where she was willing to give up if it didn't work out. He said in a very easygoing manner, oh, then let's call him Xiao Bai. Everyone present. Naming such a steel behemoth Little White is seriously a joke. Everyone was speechless for a while, but Xia Li, as the captain, firmly secured the naming rights and stopped thinking about it after the name was chosen. Discussion. Throughout history, what is the first reaction when you receive something you particularly like and are proud to show off? A. Of course, I'll take it out to show off. As the saying goes, to return home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. After testing the waters briefly at the small dock, Xia Li was eager to launch the boat. But here's the problem. Even though Xia Li is usually a bit stubborn and does things her own way, she's not someone who can't think things through. Knowing what happened at sea last time, the chances of him going to Lu Dingyuan and saying, my new ship is finished, let me go to sea, are rather low. So, Xia Li happily cancelled her vacation and set her sights on Ping Yijun, who knew nothing of her secret identity, as her hopes for entering the adult entertainment industry. With the intention of deceiving as much as possible and hoping to get involved, Xia Li went to find Ping Yijun early in the morning and told him her purpose. On the parade ground, Xia Li found Ping Yijun, who was about to lead his troops out. He gave him a very obedient salute and asked, good morning, company commander. Where are you going for training? A careful scan of the crowd revealed that the communications company had 4 platoons, and 3 of them were moving out. No one was calling them to platoons. Was this kind of isolation acceptable? Ping Yijun was fairly satisfied with his subordinate, who had been injured while saving ordinary people, in terms of ideological awareness. He nodded slightly and said, conduct maritime combat training. Are your injuries all healed? Xia Li was shocked. They're actually going to go to sea already? What a coincidence. Feeling a little excited inside, she maintained a very serious expression and asked subtly, is it done? Are we going to set sail? Ping Yijun didn't think there was anything wrong with the question and answered quite readily, yes, we are the Marine Corps. Although we also have army missions, we are more amphibious. They conduct maritime training at regular intervals, combining it with patrols, sometimes lasting several months and sometimes as short as 15 days. Xia Li sensed something was off. She was supposed to go out to sea for training every now and then, but although she was often given leave, she had been in the army for several months, but had never gone out to sea for training. No one called them at all, so much so that she didn't even know that they had to go to sea for training from time to time. Even a fool would know that Commander Lu and Lu Dingyuan were up to no good because they didn't want her to go out. Xia Li could guess what was going on, but she couldn't say it out loud, otherwise she wouldn't be able to fool anyone anymore. He quickly pretended to know nothing, trying to take advantage of the situation. Really? That's such a coincidence. Commander Lu has specially approved a warship for us, which is perfect for us to go out and test the waters. I'll take my men and go with you now. He turned and ran away as soon as he finished speaking, afraid that the other party would refuse. Ping Yingjun was startled by Xia Li's sudden turn and run, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He quickly shouted, "Come back. Your 4th platoon has nothing to do in today's training." Xia Li, who failed to fish in troubled waters. Knowing that this matter couldn't be easily resolved, Xia Li stopped pretending to be clueless and tried to slip away to set sail. He turned around and strode back, his face serious, and said, "Reporting, company commander. I think that as soldiers who are committed to being proficient in both land and water operations, we should also conduct maritime training. You can't resort to workplace bullying. Why can the other 3 platoons go, but our platoon can't?" Ping Yingjun, who was inexplicably labeled with a huge accusation. Ping Yingjun was a down-to-earth, hard-working, and somewhat stubborn person, and he was immediately unhappy about being unfairly blamed. With a cold expression, he said to Xia Li, "This is an order from above. The 4th platoon is a new platoon and needs to undergo some basic training before it can conduct maritime combat training. Platoon leader Xia, please follow the organization's arrangements." Xia Li wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Otherwise, once they left, he didn't know when he would be able to go to sea again, so he naturally couldn't back down easily. "I think our basic training has reached the standard, and we can proceed to the next stage of training. If the company commander doesn't believe it, he can have the men from other platoons compete with the men from our 4th platoon. Whether in individual combat or group combat, our 4th platoon is probably no worse than any other platoon." Over the past few months, she has never stopped training her soldiers, and even when she has no time, she will still find 2 hours to beat them. Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group brawl, Xia Li is very confident in the combat strength of the soldiers under his command. Ping Yingjun's lips twitched. Isn't it possible for an individual soldier to be weaker than any platoon? This troublemaker beats his men to death every day, training like this every day. It would be strange if his combat skills weren't strong. But he still couldn't back down, so Ping Yingjun resolutely refused. To put it bluntly, it's definitely not a viable option to go through him. Xia Li argued with Ping Yingjun for a long time, but ultimately did not get the results she wanted. After wandering around for a while, he went to find Commander Lu, only to be passed around by Commander Lu with the excuse that a local official is more powerful than a distant one, and the Marine Corps is an independent regiment, not under his command. Commander Bai said, "Your battalion's training schedule was all drawn up by Xiao Lu. If you need anything, just go directly to Xiao Lu. He's being discharged from the hospital today." He then used this as an excuse to slip away. After Commander Lu refused, saying that she could find someone else to test the boat for her, she refused. After much deliberation, Xia Li decided to find the source of the problem, the dog battalion commander. Since those 2 people were blaming him for everything, she didn't care about the truth and had no choice but to beg him to do it for her. What else can we do? A perfectly good ship has been modified for several months. Surely it can't stay at sea forever? After applying for a vehicle from the military, Xia Li decisively went to pick up her respectable, lovable, and annoyingly cheeky battalion commander from the hospital. But unexpectedly, this trip led her to meet someone who was both surprising and not so surprising. At this moment, in Lu Dingyuan's ward, Mu Kejin, with one leg hanging on the bed, was eating a newly wrapped orange while watching the commotion with great interest. Xia Li drove hurriedly to the hospital, secretly plotting how to get Lu Dingyuan to agree to let her go to sea. After much thought, I still couldn't come up with a good solution, given my past record. But you can't hit someone who's smiling, so it's always good to be nice, right? Didn't you see that she knew he was being discharged from the hospital today, so she specially brought a car to pick him up as a patient? How sincere. In the hospital, in the ward where Lu Dingyuan was located. Whether it was intentional or because there haven't been many people visiting the hospital lately, the number of people in this ward hasn't increased since Xia Li left. At this moment, only Lu Dingyuan and Mu Kejin remained in the ward. Today is the day Lu Dingyuan is discharged from the hospital, and Zheng Shui came over early to help. When she saw Lu Dingyuan packing his clothes, she smiled gently, put her hands in the two large pockets of her white coat, and strode over in her high heels. Little Lu is being discharged from the hospital today. I was away on an exchange program these past few days, and only when I came back did I learn that you were hospitalized. I heard you fractured a bone while rescuing someone. How are you feeling now? Lu Dingyuan stopped what he was doing, turned around to look at the person who had come, and nodded politely. The recovery is going well, and the doctor said I can be discharged. Cheng Shui was a little annoyed. She never expected that Lu Dingyuan would be hospitalized while she was on an exchange program, otherwise, she would have definitely postponed the date. Since they're all in the same hospital, there are so many things that can be done. What tough guy could resist the tender and thoughtful care of serving tea and water every day? The most irresistible kind of affection is the kind that grows silently and subtly. You never know when you'll turn around and find traces of another person all around you, and you can't leave even if you want to. What a pity. With that thought in mind, she walked confidently to the table, reached out and picked up the strange, large cup on the table without any sense of incongruity, and headed towards Lu Dingyuan. He looked at Lu Dingyuan with concern, his tone somewhat worried. I heard your arm still needs some time to recover, so please don't move it. Is there anything else that needs packing? I'll help you pack. When Lu Dingyuan saw Cheng Shui casually take the things over as if it were commonplace, he frowned slightly. I didn't think there was anything wrong with being offered tea in the counseling room. After all, there's nothing wrong with sharing a cup of water or helping each other, whether between doctors and patients or comrades. But ever since Xia Li brought up their relationship last time, he realized something was wrong and began to intentionally avoid it. Now, hearing MOC Jean sitting next to him, eating an orange while trying to suppress his laughter like he was spitting out air, made him feel even more awkward. He reached out and took it, refusing with a serious expression. No need, I can do it myself. Dr. Ching, you can go ahead and take care of your work. I can handle it myself. As he spoke, he quickened his pace in packing his things. Cheng Shui's expression stiffened. She did want to casually get closer to Lu Dingyuan and try to please him, but she didn't expect Lu Dingyuan to reject her so obviously, even though it was just about taking something. There are other people in this room. They didn't even give them the slightest bit of respect. She didn't show it on her face, composed herself, leaned against the bedside table, looked at Lu Dingyuan with understanding, and gave a helpless smile. I thought that after so many years of doctor-patient relationship, even if you don't need my treatment now, we would still be friends. She spoke quite casually, and before Lu Dingyuan could say anything, Mukajin, who was lying on the bed next to her, spat out a mouthful of orange juice, followed by a violent cough. Lu Dingyuan frowned at him and said coldly, "What's wrong with you?" Emoka's eyes were red from coughing. He took a deep breath, suppressed the itch in his throat, and smiled with amusement. It's nothing. I just choked on my food. You can continue. Lu Dingyuan. Cheng Shui's expression was rather unpleasant. She didn't know what was wrong with this Mukajin, causing so much trouble. She and Lu Dingyuan were never in the same unit. She usually had no legitimate reason to go see Lu Dingyuan, and now that she finally had a chance, this person was making trouble. It was simply detestable. Her hands, tucked into her pockets, clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her palms. She secretly resented this person for ruining things and even decided to make things difficult for the still hospitalized Mukajin in the coming days. However, she dared not show her dark side in front of Lu Dingyuan. It's all right. I'll have my friend from the gastroenterology department come over to examine Battalion Commander Mu in a bit. Don't worry. As she spoke, she stepped forward to take the large bag that Lu Dingyuan had already quickly packed from his hands and said considerately, "The doctor said your arm is still in the recovery stage and you shouldn't use too much force yet. Let me help you carry it." Lu Dingyuan, after all, was a seasoned soldier. Not wanting Cheng Shui to bump into him, he made it so Cheng Shui couldn't even get close. Seeing the other person reach out to take the bag from his hand, he slightly raised the hand holding the bag and subtly bypassed Cheng Shui's hand, saying, "Thank you for your concern. My other hand is fine. Besides, I'm a grown man. I don't need a woman to help me carry things." Seeing Lu Dingyuan's attitude, Cheng Shui felt a bit gloomy, but she still wore a helpless expression. "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Dingyuan frowned. "Male. Lu Dingyuan. I heard you were discharged from the hospital today. I came especially to pick you up." Everyone in the room looked toward the door at the same time. After lying in bed watching the excitement for a long time, Mukajin's smile suddenly turned particularly sly. Yo, Xiaolu, your good friend has come to pick you up again. She's so popular." As soon as Xia Li entered the door, she was met with a sarcastic remark from the newbie and immediately glared at him fiercely. "Why are you everywhere? You might as well stay in your own hospital, or I'll make sure you get an extended stay." Although Lu Dingyuan must have known her purpose in coming wasn't pure, is being exposed the same as not being exposed? If this bastard ruins her plans, she'll put a sack over his head after he's discharged in a couple of days. After he finished arguing with them, he discovered there was another person in the room besides those two bastards. Who else could it be but Cheng Shui, who shared the burden with her before? Wow, this is going to be interesting. Xia Li's first reaction was to watch the show, and she could tolerate it even if her companions were the annoying Mukujin. But remembering she had come to ask for a favor, she couldn't anger Lu Dingyuan too much. Filled with sorrow, she cruelly suppressed her natural inclination to watch the spectacle. Lu Dingyuan frowned, instinctively sensing that Xia Li was about to cause trouble, and a faint sense of defensiveness rose within him. But he also knew that Xia Li wouldn't go so far as to request a car to pick him up just for a prank. The only reason that could make her a little enthusiastic was probably their superior-subordinate relationship. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want? Xia Li smiled and decided that to make things easier to discuss later, she could put aside her dissatisfaction for the time being and try to win the person over first. She darted over to Lu Dingyuan with great speed, looking very concerned. Is your injury healed? How could you carry such a heavy thing by yourself? Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Let's go back to the unit first. We'll talk about the rest later. Lu Dingyuan tried to dodge Xia Li's hand from snatching the bag, but Xia Li was not as weak as Cheng Shui. As soon as Lu Dingyuan moved his arm holding the bag to the side, Xia Li, who had anticipated his fighting instincts, grabbed the bag's strap. Because of the great force, Lu Dingyuan, who was holding the bag by the strap, leaned his body slightly towards Xia Li. Lu Dingyuan felt the force in her hand, which was so strong it could dislocate an ordinary person's arm, and even suspected that her purpose in coming here was to take revenge on him and make him stay in the hospital. When Cheng Shui saw that Lu Dingyuan was so determined to help carry her bag, while Xia Li only dodged lightly when she tried to help carry her bag, making it easy for him to touch the bag strap, Cheng Shui was immediately filled with anger and hated Xia Li to death. He smiled, took a few silent steps forward, and patted Xia Li's hand that was holding Lu Dingyuan's bag strap. Speaking with the tone of a hostess, she said, "Our Xiaolu has a strong sense of self-respect and doesn't like women carrying things for him. Is Comrade Xia also here to pick up Xiaolu? Why didn't your company commander come?" Xia Li. She wasn't even planning to cause trouble for Cheng Shui and Lu Dingyuan, so why was this woman still provoking her? The implication was that she was not respecting boundaries, too low in status, shouldn't have come, and meddling in others' affairs. If she hadn't needed Lu Dingyuan's help today, even if he knelt before her, she might not have carried his bag. What's wrong with this woman? Is her mouth so tightly shut that you have to pry it open to get her to relax? Xia Li scoffed inwardly, then grinned, her smile utterly infuriating. We're all soldiers from the same battalion. How could we not get along after spending so much time together? Dr. Cheng, it's been so long since you've seen little Lu. Did you come specifically to visit? Ignoring Cheng Shui's displeased expression, she grabbed the bag strap and dragged her out like a pet, saying, "Come on, let's go home, buddy. We can talk about this later." Xia Li's actions were so blatant, and with Mukujin stirring the pot, even if Lu Dingyuan was slow to catch on, he should have understood by now. Though her expression wasn't great, she didn't want to make too much of a scene in public, so she followed Xia Li out while still trying to pull her bag strap back. "Let go, I'll carry it myself." Xia Li noticed Cheng Shui standing not far behind Lu Dingyuan, looking at her with a mocking expression, as if saying, "What's the difference whether you carry it or not?" Xia Li grinned mischievously, her eyes crinkling, but filled with provoking intent. Even if it was just to spite someone, she wasn't going to let go. She took half a step back to Lu Dingyuan's side, adjusting her position so his tall frame shielded her from view. Lowering her voice to a tone only the two of them could hear, she said, "Either carry the bag, or I'll carry you, choose one." Lu Dingyuan. If any other woman had said this, the idea of carrying a grown man away would have been utterly ridiculous. Especially for someone like them, who had trained for years, with low body fat and heavy muscles all over. But Xia Li. Lu Dingyuan didn't want to get into a full-blown fight with Xia Li in the hospital and end up being thrown out by the doctors and nurses, so he let go without a second thought. Xia Li smiled and took the bag, which wasn't heavy to begin with, carrying it casually at her side without another word, only giving Cheng Shui a slight smile. "Why am I so charming? Even the heavens are jealous of my talent. I'm jealous of myself." As she spoke, she casually picked up the only bag of oranges from the bedside table. Mukujin. Furious at Xia Li's brisk departure, Mukujin roared, "Xia Li, you even stole oranges from a patient. Do you have any humanity? Bring those back right now. That's my only bag of oranges." "Xia Li, I'll try them when I get back. If they're no good, I'll have Xin Jiao return them to you tomorrow." Mukujin, furious to the point of nearly having a stroke, yelled, "Xia Li." Lu Dingyuan, already accustomed to their bickering. Why did you have to provoke her? Cheng Shui watched as Xia Li and Lu Dingyuan left together. Although it was clear the two weren't in that kind of relationship, the inexplicable atmosphere, on what grounds? She was the one who met Lu Dingyuan first, and they used to be so close. It was all because Xia Li showed up and ruined everything. Mu Kejin lay in bed, watching Cheng Shui, whose eyes were slightly red and trembling with anger, and clicked his tongue. He kindly and earnestly reminded her, although Lu Dingyuan isn't the most refined person, he's still quite straightforward. If you're really interested, just tell him directly. If it works out, great. If not, forget it. He doesn't understand roundabout ways of thinking, and he might even think you're always hovering around him for no reason, which annoys him. As for Xia Li, Mu Kejin showed a disgusted yet resentful expression. That woman isn't human. If you don't want her to cause trouble, just avoid her. She won't deliberately cause trouble for others unless they provoke her first. He said what he could, but whether the other person listened or not was another matter. Cheng Shui gritted her teeth, didn't even glance at Mu Kejin, and followed them out. As a psychologist, doesn't she know? Now that going straight for a man like Lu Dingyuan is the fastest way to get results? But she also knew that for a man like Lu Dingyuan, liking someone was simply liking them, and disliking someone was simply disliking them, so her confession would most likely be rejected. Otherwise, how could she have taken such a roundabout and subtle approach, which took her 7 years to accomplish? He speaks so eloquently, yet he still insists on provoking Xia Li. Men all share the same inherent flaws. They are both shameless and attracted to good looks. Xia Li is so violent, has no femininity whatsoever, and has an annoying personality. What makes her better than Xia Li? Why are they all telling her to give way? Impossible. If she can't have it, no one else can. After Xia Li left the ward, Lu Dingyuan went to the doctor to get the discharge papers, while Xia Li waited outside the office. She had one hand in her pocket and the other casually holding her bag, leaning lazily against the wall, lost in thought. With her stunningly beautiful and spirited face and her roguish yet charming appearance, she attracted the attention of many of the nurses around her. Seeing her like this, Cheng Shui became increasingly confused as to why Lu Dingyuan would be closer to this tomboy than to the gentle and tender her. Feeling depressed and unable to get over it, she strode forward and said to Xia Li with a smile, "Are comrades Xia and Xiaolu dating? Even between friends, there should be a certain distance. Don't you think your clingy behavior is damaging Xiaolu's reputation?" Xia Li was leaning against the wall in a daze, dreaming of taking his newly built ship out for a spin, hoping to encounter a few enemy warships and make them lose everything. It would be even better if we could run into the US military. They dared to bomb her, so how could we not tear a few pieces of flesh off them to make up for all the trouble she's been up to for so long? As she was lost in thought, she heard a voice from beside her that didn't quite please her. Her gaze focused, and she turned her head to look at the woman standing not far from her, wearing a white coat and with a look of jealousy and resentment on her face. It's quite amusing when someone annoys you once or twice, but when they keep bothering you, she starts to get annoyed. She bluntly stated in a flat tone, "Can't you see that people don't like you? Don't you have any self-awareness? I don't understand what's wrong with you guys who can't win someone over, yet always try to eliminate other people of the opposite sex around the person you admire. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Why are you so young and so pessimistic?" Her thoughts were laid bare, torn to shreds, leaving her bleeding. Cheng Shui felt as if she were standing in front of thousands of people, her clothes ripped off, and everyone looked at her with disdain. Everyone was asking her, "You? Do you even deserve it? You're just a burden brought along by a servant." The string of reason in Cheng Shui's mind snapped instantly. She stared wide-eyed at Xia Li fiercely. "Comrade Xia Li, I think you should have the most basic respect for others. This is the most basic human decency. Instead of making people think you're someone who was born without a mother." Lu Dingyuan had good hearing, and while he was processing the paperwork, he heard a commotion outside. He urged the doctor to finish the paperwork as soon as possible and immediately came out. As soon as he came out, he saw Cheng Shui staring at Xia Li with bloodshot eyes, shouting out something in a somewhat frantic manner. He immediately felt uneasy. Without thinking, he went straight up to stop Xia Li. "Xia Li, calm down. This is a hospital. If something really happens, like a platoon leader in a certain unit dismembered a doctor from a military hospital in full view of everyone, they won't be able to cover it up no matter what. Xia Li is a tough nut to crack. She doesn't care how others insult her. At worst, she can either beat them to death or make them furious. But talking about her parents is a different story." Upon seeing Lu Dingyuan blocking her way, Xia Li didn't linger in the fight. She dodged his blockade and headed straight for her target. Slap. The crisp, loud slap echoed throughout the corridor, drawing everyone's attention. Cheng Shui stared wide-eyed, covering her swollen face in disbelief, tasting the metallic sweetness in her mouth, her mind buzzing. Xia Li narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at her with a sinister gaze, her tone full of sarcasm. "You dare to slander my parents? I'm curious what kind of parents could raise such a scoundrel as you, a doctor, huh? Using your medical status to harass your patients and try to take advantage of them. Where is your medical ethics? A doctor, in an attempt to woo a man, v. He rudely abused the parents of the woman he admired. The ethical standards of military hospitals are truly worrying. When Cheng Shui heard Xia Li bring everything up in the open, her first thought was that Xia Li was finished. Her mind was buzzing, and she could only feel everyone around her pointing and whispering about her, just like when she first arrived at her stepfather's house as a child, and everyone pointed and whispered things about looking down on her and mocking her. Just now in the ward, Lu Dingyuan had some suspicions that Cheng Shui had other feelings for him. Now that Xia Li has brought it up in the open, Cheng Shui still reacts the same way. What else doesn't he know? He originally felt that since they had a doctor-patient relationship and Dr. Cheng had helped him a lot with his mental health issues, he shouldn't be too harsh and should just gradually distance himself from her. But now it seems that if we don't explain things clearly, something big might happen. Given Xia Li's temper, there's no way she would tolerate Cheng Shui ever being by her. Turning to look at Lu Dingyuan, she sneered, "Your wife told me to stay away from you, so what? Why don't you change your workplace? I remember the airstrike hit your arm. How did it get to your eye too?" Caught in the crossfire of anger, Lu Dingyuan. With a cold expression, he said, "Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with her." Xia Li sneered, "I'm talking nonsense? If it weren't for you, would she always be causing me trouble? If you like someone, date them. If you don't, reject them early. A grown woman is always around you. How can you not see anything without male virtue?" Okay. As Lu Dingyuan watched Xia Li's words become increasingly outrageous and nonsensical, his face turned completely black. Without wasting any words with her, he covered her mouth with his other arm, half-hugging her and dragging her out like a kidnapper. Xia Li naturally couldn't let herself be dragged out. She twisted her body and struggled desperately, occasionally taking advantage of her height to jump upwards, trying to bump her head against Lu Dingyuan's chin in order to break free. Xia Li was strong, but Lu Dingyuan only wanted to drag her away. He didn't really want to fight her or hurt her, so he simply used his strength to his advantage and didn't try to fight her head-on. The two of them wrestled and twisted like a pretzel all the way from the third floor to the parking lot. Zhao Cheng was sitting in his car waiting for his two bosses, but as he waited, he saw them hugging and embracing. "Zhao Cheng?" Zhao Cheng gasped. He had long suspected that his battalion commander had feelings for his platoon leader, but he hadn't expected the two to progress so quickly and act so boldly. In broad daylight, don't you two care about your reputations? Even if you don't care about your reputations, aren't you afraid of being reported? But when the two got a little closer, Zhao Cheng realized that something was wrong with them. That wasn't hugging or cuddling. Those were a grappling move and a counter-grappling move. The counter-grappler seemed determined to beat the grappler to death once he was free, and would occasionally elbow the person behind him, only to have that person twist his body to dissipate his strength. Zhao Cheng. Panic image. He quickly got out of the car and ran over anxiously. "Battalion commander, platoon leader, you two, talk things out, don't fight." Xia Li, caught up in the fight, and Lu Dingyuan, who dared not let go, had no time to talk. They continued wrestling until they reached the car. Lu Dingyuan shoved Xia Li into the car and took a kick in return before he finally had a chance to speak. Taking a step back to avoid Xia Li opening the window, she stretched out her claws like a feline and hissed, "Calm down. Cheng Shui is a doctor with a military rank. If you really hit her, a demerit would be the least of your worries. Is it worth it? Wait for me in the car. I need to talk to Comrade Cheng. She won't appear in front of you again." Xia Li and Lu Dingyuan had been fighting all the way and were a little tired. Xia Li turned her head and looked at Lu Dingyuan coldly, then sneered. Xia Li showed no sign of backing down, her eyes fixed coldly on Lu Dingyuan, and said sarcastically, "You think it's over just because you can't see my parents anymore after they insulted me?" Those who had previously clashed with her parents were all brought down after Fu Cheng investigated them. This person directly insulted her parents in tea. She even insulted their ancestors and dragged their parents into the afterlife. If she didn't secretly get rid of her, it would be considered merciful. Lu Dingyuan also felt that Cheng Shui's state at that time was somewhat off, completely different from usual. If you want to argue, then argue. Why drag their parents into it? He pondered for a moment and said, "This matter has caused quite a stir today. I estimate the higher-ups will definitely send someone to investigate. I will report the truth then. With her character, she probably won't be able to stay at the military hospital anymore." Nowadays, personal character is highly valued, especially since Cheng Shui's work is quite special. She specializes in providing psychological counseling to some soldiers. If it were true that she deliberately guided the soldiers or harbored improper thoughts, the military district would not dare to entrust the soldiers defending the country to such a psychologist. As for those outside the military district, they are no longer within their jurisdiction, but I'm afraid things won't be easy for them either. Xia Li listened to Lu Dingyuan's words without changing her expression, absently tapping the car window with her index finger. She could tell that Lu Dingyuan had an underlying meaning. By daring to say this to her, he was essentially guaranteeing that Cheng Shui would no longer work within the military system. Would other public hospitals really dare to take in someone whose correct ideology had been rejected by the military? There are hardly any private enterprises now, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this cuts off Cheng Shui's path to continuing as a psychologist in China. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. She adapts to local customs and hasn't committed any crimes so far. She also doesn't want to dirty her hands over a few words of argument. You said it. If I had known she was still serving in the military, I would have been wrong. Heh, no need to say more. Xia Li let Lu Dingyuan imagine the rest himself. She still couldn't believe that Lu Dingyuan, the grandson of a general, couldn't understand such a simple matter. Lu Dingyuan sighed, "Wait for me in the car. I'll be back in a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a military briefcase was shoved into her chest. Xia Li said coldly, "Take your own things. What kind of flattery is it to make your boss go to the trouble sooner? That bastard doesn't deserve it." Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan expressionlessly took the bag that Xia Li had shoved out of the passenger window, opened the back door, threw it inside, and turned to leave. Seeing the two arguing, Zhao Chang, too scared to move, thought, "So, platoon leader, you had already gotten into the car with your bag. Why did you insist on giving it to the battalion commander so he could put it back in the car? What are you two doing?" The hospital, in the office of a psychological counselor. Cheng Shui sat alone in the chair in front of her desk, hands on her knees, her whole body trembling slightly uncontrollably. After Lu Dingyuan dragged Xia Li away, she had a bad feeling. Xia Li's insults reminded her. Unfortunately, Lu Dingyuan also witnessed her harsh side. This had never happened in the past 7 years. What should she do? Knock, knock. Just as Cheng Shui was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Cheng Shui looked up and saw Lu Dingyuan standing at the office door. Her expression immediately softened, revealing her usual gentle demeanor. She stood up and walked over, rubbing her head as if she had a headache. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I've been too busy these past few days and haven't slept well for several nights in a row. I've been a bit irritable and didn't control my emotions well. Please forgive me. Could you help me apologize to your team members?" Cheng Shui had been slapped by Xia Li, who didn't hold back much force. Even though she started icing her face as soon as she returned, it was already so swollen it was unsightly, looking like a thick slice of steak stuck to half her face. It was somewhat comical to speak to others with that gentle and dignified manner now. Lu Dingyuan had no intention of mocking her. He glanced at her swollen cheek and said calmly, "Dr. Cheng, is it convenient for us to talk?" Cheng Shui felt her bad premonition was about to come true, but she couldn't think of a perfect solution. She could only smile and say, "Come in and talk." What Lu Dingyuan was about to say might be harsh for a woman, and to protect her reputation, he couldn't say it in public. He didn't know Cheng Shui had feelings for him before. So he just went into her office. Doctors and patients don't usually get involved in those messy things. Now that I know, it's impossible for me to share a room with her anymore. "Dr. Cheng, is it convenient for us to talk outside?" Cheng Shui's gentle smile changed, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, oblivious to the cuts her palms were made by her nails. To avoid ruining her image, she smiled and said, "Okay, I'm going to the cafeteria anyway, let's talk as we walk." Lu Dingyuan nodded, and the two of them, standing 2 meters apart, quickly left the hospital building amidst the occasional glances from the crowd. The two stopped at a corner of the hospital compound. Although there weren't many people around, the area was open, a place where others could neither hear what they were saying nor see that anything was happening between the two of them. Lu Dingyuan stopped 1.5 meters away from Cheng Shui and said in a very serious tone, "Comrade Cheng, I have no plans to resolve my personal issues at the moment, and I hope you will not waste your time and energy on me." Cheng Shui hadn't expected Lu Dingyuan to be so blunt. Looking at his face, which seemed to say, "I hope you don't have any unrealistic ideas about me," her heart clenched. Her bad feeling finally came. "I felt so upset I could hardly breathe, but I still tried my best to stay calm. Like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, she asked, "Is it because of my identity?" From childhood to adulthood, she never felt that she was inferior to anyone, except for her background. Upon hearing her words, Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly. "We are all equal revolutionary fighters who have dedicated our lives to socialism. There is no distinction between high and low status. We're just not compatible." Cheng Shui looked at Lu Dingyuan, twitched the corners of her mouth, but seemed to have entered a dead end, and continued to ask, "Did you reject me because of Xia Li?" Although she used to be the child of a cadre, she is now the child of a person who has been sent to the countryside. Her status is not even as good as mine. Why did you reject me, yet get so close to her? Despite being someone who dislikes getting close to others and is indifferent to women, he was able to interact with Xia Li without any reservations, and even made concessions for her. We are all the same people. We all say that there is no distinction between high and low status, so why treat us differently? She was the one who met him first, wasn't she? Does that mean that because he is the nanny's daughter, he will always have a lowly bloodline flowing in his veins, while people like Xia Li, who come from good families, are still more noble than her even if they become enemies of the poor and lower-middle peasants? On what grounds? Seeing her somewhat frantic appearance, Lu Dingyuan frowned even more deeply. Comrade Cheng, please don't tarnish the pure superior-subordinate relationship between me and Comrade Xia. I rejected you simply because we are not a good match, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. I also hope you will stop doing things that could cause misunderstandings, or even involve innocent people around me, and bring trouble to each other. That's all I have to say. I hope we won't have too much contact in the future to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying that, he nodded to Cheng Shui, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Upon hearing those words, Cheng Shui felt her ears ringing and her mind reeling. Her gaze followed Lu Dingyuan as he walked away into the distance, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. It's always a back view. Why is it always a back view? At first, when she was young, she could only watch from afar as Qin Jinjin ran behind Lu Dingyuan, calling out Brother Yuan again and again, hoping that the brother she admired in her youth would notice her. At that time, Lu Dingyuan didn't even know who she was. But she felt that if she could make the person Qin Jinjin liked fall in love with her, then Qin Jinjin would never have the face to swagger in front of her for the rest of her life. He's strong, outstanding, and doesn't even have any messy romantic relationships. What girl who dreams of love wouldn't like that? Later, through her own efforts, she became a psychologist who had returned from studying abroad. Qin Jinjin, still like a young girl in love, always followed Lu Dingyuan around, and she still had no interaction with Lu Dingyuan. However, Lu Dingyuan developed psychological problems after that mission. At the time, she was fortunate because she was one of the top psychologists in the country. Without any hesitation, while many hospitals were vying for him, she directly applied to the South Island Corps, wanting to get closer to Lu Dingyuan. As it turned out, all of this was useful. Qin Jinjin remained stagnant, only able to chase after Lu Dingyuan's retreating figure from afar each time, hoping that the person in front of her would turn around and glance at her. There was still no progress in her relationship. But she was different. She became his therapist, and their relationship grew closer and closer, to the point where they could even be called friends. Qin Jinjin's jealousy of her fueled her even greater efforts, and before she knew it, she began to secretly look forward to it. She longs for the stern, unsmiling man who has never been involved with any woman to step down from his pedestal for her. Why should Xia Li's meddling destroy all her years of hard work? She was unwilling to accept it. What she can have, no one else can have. Neither Qin Jinjin nor Xia Li can have Lu Dingyuan. Inside a car in the hospital courtyard, Xia Li rested her chin on her hand, watching Lu Dingyuan lead Cheng Shui to the grove of trees. She didn't know what they said, but then Lu Dingyuan strode back. Cheng Shui, who was left behind, stood there for a long time before dragging herself out of the hospital like a walking corpse. To be honest, that ghost-like posture was indeed quite chilling. Lu Dingyuan walked to the car, opened the door, got in, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. He said in a flat tone, "Let's go." Upon hearing the order, Zhao Chang immediately started the car and headed towards the military base. Xia Li clicked her tongue twice at Lu Dingyuan's cold and aloof demeanor, and said in a light tone as if she were watching a good show, "Your Dr. Cheng is not someone who backs down easily. This matter is probably not over yet." Putting everything else aside, just her tenacity in the face of repeated defeats, her ability to keep fighting despite never gaining an advantage over her and always causing trouble for her, proves that this woman will not give up easily. Lu Dingyuan frowned upon hearing this form of address. "I have no relation to her whatsoever. And now that things have been made clear, I won't let her do whatever she wants anymore." He would save face for both of them because the other person was a lesbian and had once been his attending physician. But if the other party does something excessive, he doesn't need to show them any leniency. Xia Li pursed her lips noncommittally. He thought to himself, if a woman gets into a little trickery, especially a smart woman, even a straight man like Lu Dingyuan couldn't outsmart her even if there were 800 of them. However, given that the other party keeps sending him flirtatious glances while he himself is out of service, he might actually be leaving people with nothing to do and nowhere to brew tea. However, she had something on her mind right now, so she didn't want to offend people too much, nor did she want to dwell on this gossip. Seeing that the car was about to drive back to the unit, Xia Li thought for a moment, then turned to Lu Dingyuan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, and said, "My boat is finished, and I want to go to sea." Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan opened his eyes and looked at Xia Li, answering decisively, "Okay." Xia Li? Xia Li was somewhat shocked to hear such a clean and decisive approval, and her expression as she looked at Lu Dingyuan was full of disbelief. She thought he was going to block her, but he agreed so easily. Did Cheng Shui make him stupid? Or did she beat him stupid today? Regardless of the reason, achieving the goal is a good thing. Xia Li immediately seized the opportunity and excitedly moved to the back of the row, putting all the unpleasantness from before behind and asking with unprecedented positivity, when Lu Dingyuan, with a cold and stern face, replied in a serious tone, "You are a researcher and safety is of utmost importance. A ship that hasn't undergone sea trials is dangerous. Once we've completed the trials and ensured the ship's safety, you can board and set sail." Ever since his argument with Xia Li and discovering that she was a clear-headed scoundrel, Lu Dingyuan had been carefully considering his behavior and finally decided to try a different approach to Xia Li. As long as we follow her code of conduct and stay within each other's safety boundaries, there is a lot of room for maneuver. To put it bluntly, we should avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary, but we must meet his conditions. Xia Li was indeed quite susceptible to Lu Dingyuan's tactic. The other party's attitude was compliant, so her attitude was not so aggressive, but that did not mean she could accept someone making empty promises to her that she might never be able to keep. He resolutely refused, saying, "No, I must be the first to sail the ship I built. What if we don't let her board the ship after these people have finished their test voyage?" Moreover, she sailed out to seek revenge, and almost all of the 100,000 yuan budget, plus the 60,000 yuan from selling the ship as scrap metal, was used to make armor-piercing shells. She carried over 100,000 worth of ammunition on her first trip. Who can guarantee she'll have enough ammunition for the next trip? Although Lu Dingyuan already had a plan in mind, he still pretended to disagree and refused. He frowned slightly and said calmly, "Your safety is the top priority. If you don't agree, the test voyage can be postponed indefinitely." Xia Li shrugged nonchalantly, "If you don't want to take me, next time I can audit their MOC course and go to sea. He doesn't know what I do for a living. If I just tell him I'll take me on a trip, and I'll get them a warship just like mine, he'll definitely take me." She discovered during her hospital stay that although Mu Kejin was a chatty newbie, he was a military enthusiast. He's obsessed with guns, ammunition, warships, and fighter jets. Once he sees the capabilities of her warships, he's not someone who wouldn't secretly do bad things. Lu Dingyuan. I knew she would refuse, but I never imagined she would refuse in this way. This really shows that people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. With a stern face, he remained silent for a long time before saying, "Commander, I won't allow it, so our ships can't even leave the harbor. Mu Kejin wouldn't dare to risk his future with you. However, you can go to sea if you want, but we need to agree to 3 conditions. You can go to sea if you agree." Xia Li was not intimidated by Lu Dingyuan's iron-fisted expression that said, "If you don't agree, you'll be stuck in the army for me." She tried to bargain in return. "You can make your own conditions, but they have to be ones I can accept. If you insist on imposing any harsh conditions, then you can expect to be supporting a researcher who's just eating for free." Lu Dingyuan. Having achieved his goal, Lu Dingyuan readily agreed. "Okay, I will discuss it with Commander Lu." The conversation between the two ended so easily, but Zhao Cheng, who was driving, seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Hearing the message that saying this out loud might get him shot, he hunched his neck and drove like a dumb parrot staring straight ahead. What did he hear? Wasn't their platoon leader their platoon leader? Why did he suddenly become a researcher? Upon arriving at the military compound, Xia Li went straight home. Lu Dingyuan got out of the car with his bag, and before leaving, he reached out and patted Zhao Cheng on the shoulder. "As her deputy, and possibly even her future bodyguard, you'll have to know these things sooner or later. But you also need to be able to distinguish between what you should say and what you shouldn't say." After saying that, Lu Dingyuan picked up his bag and walked towards the single dormitory. Security personnel are not a job for just anyone. The strict requirements include strong combat capabilities, high psychological resilience, and strong adaptability, among other things. The most important thing is to keep the mission, orders, and conversations absolutely confidential and never tell anyone. Zhao Cheng was the bodyguard he had carefully selected for Xia Li after a long period of observation, and he believed that Zhao Cheng had a basic understanding of the issues. Lu Dingyuan calmly left after throwing down a grenade, leaving Zhao Cheng standing there dumbfounded, looking somewhat dazed. He thought he would be forced to leave the military at the end of the year after completing his service, but he never expected to become a bodyguard for his superior. Only officers at the regimental level or above in the military have bodyguards. What kind of ability does their platoon leader need to convince the battalion commander that she will definitely be promoted to regimental level or above? Zhao Cheng was incredibly excited and suddenly felt a surge of pride. He has earned the organization's trust and has a bright future ahead of him. He must work tirelessly to protect his platoon leader. Thinking this way, Zhao Cheng didn't even think about resting in the afternoon. He returned the car and rushed into the 4th training team, working up a high with the others as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The soldiers in the 4th rank? Has their platoon leader taken the wrong medicine? Why is he so excited today? They're absolutely insane. After putting his things away, Lu Dingyuan went directly to find Commander Lu. At this moment, Commander Lu sat at his desk, tapping the surface impatiently with his hands and drinking water from his large tea mug one sip after another. When he went to drink water again, he found that the water in the teacup was gone, so he got up to refill it. Before he could even get some water, his guard came in and said, "Report. Battalion Commander Lu needs to speak with you." Commander Lu immediately perked up, casually placing his teacup on the table and saying somewhat nervously, "Quickly, let him in." Lu Dingyuan entered and gave Commander Lu a very standard military salute. Reporting, Lu Dingyuan, the battalion commander of the 1st Marine Battalion, has returned to the unit. Commander Lu nodded quickly, forcing himself to maintain the composure expected of a superior, and asked with a frown, "So, did Xia come to see you? Does she agree to let us conduct a test voyage first?" Lu Dingyuan had long guessed that Xia Li wouldn't so easily hand over the ship he had finished building to them for trial use without participating, so he wasn't too disappointed by Xia Li's refusal. He simply said she refused. She insisted on participating in the first trial herself. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu frowned, turned his head away, and said with some annoyance, "Was the stimulation too harsh? Xia Li and his team have had the ship built for 3 days, but they've only done a few test laps in the backyard and have no intention of testing it on the open sea." He wanted to test sail the ship, but he was afraid that if he brought it up, it would seem too hasty, and the little girl would cause trouble again, insisting that he was in a hurry and refused to agree to anything. The only thing to do is deliberately send their men out to sea today, and make sure they appear in front of Xia Li to remind her that they are going out to sea. If he had known she wouldn't compromise so easily, he would have waited 2 more days before trying to remind her. Thinking this, he looked up at Lu Dingyuan and asked, "You two have a good relationship. Could you talk to her about it again?" Lu Dingyuan. Having just been beaten, Lu Dingyuan selectively ignored Commander Lu's comment that the two of you have a good relationship and directly dispelled Commander Lu's somewhat naive fantasy. Given her temperament, that's impossible. Her initial motivation for building this boat was probably because she felt unhappy about her last voyage and wanted to get revenge, which is why she put so much effort into it. We can only impose a few restrictions at most, and we also have to be wary of her not cooperating after agreeing. Moreover, as the researcher who knows the ship best, she is indeed more suitable to participate in the sea trials. Seeing that Commander Lu was still somewhat regretful, Lu Dingyuan comforted him. "Compared to us leaving the boat behind and leaving her in the army, we would be more at ease if we took her with us. We would worry that she would cause trouble, sneak away from our surveillance personnel, swim to the scene, sneak into the boat's cargo hold, or steal some parts from the boat, forcing you to turn back halfway to find her to fix it." Commander Lu. "Actually, if you're not good at comforting people, you don't have to." Commander Lu, stung by each of his words, could only rub the back of his head, which was throbbing with blood, and sigh, "Then go and make arrangements with your regimental commander. Make sure to ensure Comrade Xia Li's safety to the greatest extent possible." Lu Dingyuan saluted, his face serious as he accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Lu Dingyuan knew that Xia Li was anxiously waiting at home, so he didn't play any of those psychological games that would make her wait longer and make her more anxious so that she would agree more easily. He simply went to her door. The two stood in a corner of the playground. Lu Dingyuan got straight to the point. "The higher-ups have agreed to let you go to sea, but there are a few things I hope you can abide by." Xia Li was not surprised that they would make demands. After this period of contact, she already knew just how closely these people kept an eye on researchers. Although it wasn't pleasant to be looked at by others, Xia Li felt she could endure it in order to be able to sail the big ship. She looked up at Lu Dingyuan, crossed her arms, and asked lazily, "What are the conditions?" Lu Dingyuan. "First, several leaders, including Commander Lu, will be going with you to participate in the trial voyage. Second, you cannot fire the cannon without orders. Third, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, you must obey orders unconditionally. These requirements, which are extremely simple for ordinary soldiers, are all unstable factors for Xia Li." Since he was going to take her out, Lu Dingyuan had no choice but to make a 3-point agreement with her. To avoid a repeat of the last incident where a firefight occurred in the economic zone, and the crew was mysteriously chased by sharks to a deserted... She's always the one provoking others. When did it become her turn to be provoked? Lu Dingyuan refused to fall into Xia Li's fallacious argument, and said in a serious tone, "All the resources of the military belong to the country, and the warships you modified still belong to the military. Even if you are a researcher, specifically a researcher within the military region, a soldier's primary duty is to obey orders." Xia Li sneered. "Does obeying orders mean you have to be bullied and bullied?" If I encounter provocation at sea and cannot even retaliate, then what is the point of the warship? Let's just skip the ship trial and let it gather dust in the shipyard. You can also take this opportunity to sell those hundreds of ships as scrap metal as soon as possible, saving yourself the trouble of being bullied. Xia Li had been eager to sail out and about, hoping to redeem himself, which is why he racked his brains to find a way to get his boat out to sea. To some extent, she and Commander Lu shared the same goal, to get the ship out to sea. The ship would go out to sea sooner or later. It couldn't just be left sitting in the shipyard. The only difference is that herself, in terms of their motivations, Commander Lu and Lu Dingyuan were acting for the country, while she was acting for herself. She couldn't actually take the big boat out for a spin. At most, she'd sulk and secretly try to find another way to get revenge for the time someone threw a bomb at her last time. But Lu Dingyuan and his group were completely different. Whether it was the Cultural Revolution or the Great Leap Forward, the root cause was ultimately resource scarcity and weak national strength. Perhaps, people like Lu Dingyuan, who are wholeheartedly devoted to the country and want to make it strong as soon as possible, are even more anxious for the country to become more powerful than she is. Now it all comes down to who has more patience. Not to mention that there are more than 100 warships of the same type that have been decommissioned. There are more than 30 decommissioned Russian warships sitting in the backyard of the South Island shipyard alone. The leaders above are indeed more anxious than Xia Li. With war raging in the West and U.S. planes frequently patrolling the Chinese border, China urgently needs to give the U.S. a military deterrent. If the ship that Xia Li modified is truly powerful and can be put into use, its significance to China will be far more than just adding 100 or so warships. It will serve as a deterrent to other countries. Lu Dingyuan pursed his lips, knowing that Xia Li, that scoundrel, had grasped the current predicament of China and would not back down any further. His face was extremely serious. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "If anyone provokes us, we can fight back. However, this is contingent on the fact that it takes place within our territorial waters and that the other party initiates the provocation. If the other side does not engage in any provocative actions, the most that can be done is to expel them, not to open fire directly." Xia Li tapped her arm twice with her index finger, as if weighing the pros and cons, and agreed readily. "It's possible, but this ship was assigned to us by the higher-ups. I am the captain of the ship, and I am the highest-ranking officer on this ship. Everything must be done according to my orders. Even if you hold higher positions than me, you cannot point fingers at me, question my orders, or even issue orders to me. If she takes the boat out and those people, relying on their high official positions, start nagging her again, then this trial voyage will no longer be a purely happy parade. If you really want someone to keep an eye on her, why don't you just go home and provoke old Xia? At least teasing old Xia adds some fun to parent-child interactions. Why argue with other old men? It's so unexciting." Lu Dingyuan, okay. If you stay on the designated course, obey evacuation orders, and refrain from firing indiscriminately outside territorial waters, others will not interfere with you excessively. Xia Li, okay. The two quickly reached an agreement. One was satisfied that he had proposed the conditions he wanted, and the other was satisfied that he could go out for a. He spun the big ship without any restrictions. Both were in high spirits and made preparations. As dusk fell, fiery red clouds ignited on the horizon, shrouding the entire sky as if it were veiled in a thin, orange-yellow gauze, creating a gentle and tranquil scene. In the military compound, smoke curled from the chimneys of every household, and the aroma of food wafted out from time to time. Xia Lixing used his chopsticks to carefully pick up a piece of chicken from the braised fish dish on the table, and then happily took a bite. He said lazily, "My ship is finished. I'm going to go on a test voyage tomorrow." The Xia family had known for a long time that Xia Li was researching ships. Although he knew, he never asked due to the principle of confidentiality. Now that he heard that his daughter had finished building the boat, Xia Jiangwo was a little excited. "Really? What's the new ship's firepower like?" Xia Jiangwo used to be an army soldier, so he didn't know much about judging warships. The only thing he could compare them to was the army's strongest weapon, the tank, and the only way to judge the strength of a weapon was whether it could provide fire coverage. Xia Li burst into laughter upon hearing Xia Jiangwo's words. As expected of her biological father, his perspective is different from those other women. He comes in focused on firepower, just like her. She immediately smiled and gave Xia Jiangwo a thumbs up. "Great job. Want to go see it?" Xia Jiangwo wanted to go, but he knew he couldn't. His identity is special, so it's best if he stays in the military compound. Otherwise, he's very likely to be exposed. He waved his hand and said, "I won't go. Before everything is over, your mother and I will try our best not to leave the military compound. Furthermore, the warship you modified is currently a military secret, and the country has not released any data about it. It should be kept confidential. Don't talk too much to others when you're out." Xia Li naturally understood this principle. She only said a few words to the three people in front of her, as they were her family. A strong China is not only Commander Lu's wish, but also Xia Zhengwo's wish. Anyone who goes out and grabs someone while swaying and shouting, "I built a ship. I built a ship. The ship's firepower is so great I can't even fight it," is mentally ill. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell everyone about this. Xia Debao ate his rice quietly from beginning to end, his eyes shining as he looked at Xia Li, but he didn't say a word. After the adults finished their conversation, he obediently continued eating, even starting to review the content of the military evening class that his aunt had skipped the previous night. One day, he too will become a spirited and invincible soldier, just like his aunt. He just stood there talking about the most ordinary things, and it was as if he was radiating light. Xia Li naturally noticed the child's condition, but continued eating as if she hadn't seen anything. The family finished their meal hastily, each with their own thoughts. The next morning, the Xia couple got up in the morning and cooked as usual. Li Xiuli stir-fried, stewed, and cooked rice, while Xia Zhengwo took a small stool and sat at the door to peel scallions. Seeing that it was almost time for Xia Li to get up for work, Xia Zhengwo got up, dusted off his hands, and went to knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Li, get up. It'll be too late if you don't get up now. Aren't you going to the test voyage today? It's not that he knocks on the door loudly, it's that if he doesn't knock loudly enough, his daughter really won't get up. His daughter has been a sleep-deprived child for 20 years, and her father is truly at a loss. Normally, knocking on the door for 2 or 3 minutes should make the person inside come out, but today Xia Zhengwo knocked for more than 3 minutes, and there was still no response from inside. Not only was there no sound from his own daughter's room, but his eldest grandson, who usually got up to help with chores, was nowhere to be seen today. Xia Zhengwo immediately had a bad feeling, and his face turned completely black. He knocked on the door twice, bang bang. Xia Li, if you don't get up, I'm coming in. He kept shouting, but when there was no response from inside, he had to pinch his nose and turn to Li Xiuli in the kitchen, saying, "Old Li, go check if our brat is home." "I'll go check on Debao. Those two brats better not let me catch them causing trouble, or I'll definitely make them pay." Seeing her husband's dark complexion, Li Xiuli wiped her hands with her apron and strode to Xia Li's room, asking in bewilderment, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" As she spoke, she quickly knocked on. "Lily, Mom's coming in." He then pressed down the door lever and pushed the door open. However, the room was empty. There was no one there. Only the blankets scattered haphazardly on the bed proved that someone had slept there the night before. The same was true in Xia Debao's room next door, the only difference being that Xia Debao folded his own blanket. Li Xiuli. Xia Zhengwo. Enraged, Xia Zhengwo roared. That brat actually took her nephew away. Doesn't she know the secrecy rules? How could she just take someone to see the ship like that? He's going on a cruise for at least 15 days. Does that mean he doesn't have to go to class for 15 days? He didn't even ask for leave. None of them are easy to deal with. She'll lead Debao astray sooner or later. Li Xiuli. Even if you lead them astray, isn't that something you tacitly approved of? The eldest grandson has always been well behaved, so it's impossible that he would run away on his own without telling them. The only possibility is that his unreliable daughter snatched him away early in the morning. It's rare for a daughter to get up early, but to keep her own father away, she steals her nephew first thing in the morning. Is that even acceptable? The whole family, young and old, is practically engaged in a war of attrition. He sighed and said helplessly, "Forget it, they've already been taken out, and there's no way to get them back now. I'll go to Debao's school and ask for leave for him." Xia Zhengwo. What can you do? It's your own daughter you raised. Even if she's being unreasonable, you have to accept it even if you have to hold your nose. When she gets back, I'll have to give her a good beating. In order to escape his father's obstruction, Xia Li jumped out of the window early in the morning, grabbed his nephew and ran away, successfully becoming the first crew member to arrive on the ship. Xia Li led Xia Debao to a place where they could sit, took a steamed bun from the brown paper bag in her arms, and handed it to him. "Let's make do with something for breakfast. The only thing we can eat in the cafeteria is steamed buns, which we can take out for lunch. We'll have seafood for lunch." Xia Debao. He had no doubt that his aunt's "will have seafood for lunch" meant relying on the sea fishing boats to catch seafood at noon. They were clearly out testing the boat, or more broadly, patrolling the border coastline, but his aunt described it as if they were fishermen going out to fish anytime and catching fish. Is that really appropriate? She squeezed her right wrist with her left hand, silently reached out and took the steaming bun, and asked in a very calm tone, "Are you going to be angry if we just leave like this? Today is not Sunday, and normally he would be going to class. Although he had already previewed the courses for this semester, skipping class is still not a good idea, is it?" Xia Li found a place to sit down, took out a steamed bun, took a bite, and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. He's angrier when he finds out we're missing. By the time we return from our cruise, his anger will have subsided." There's nothing wrong with making good use of the cooling off period. Xia Li, even though I still don't quite understand what my grandfather did, I can't help but feel heartbroken that he has such a daughter. To be honest, he didn't want a daughter like that at all. As a father, just thinking about it gave him a headache. She slightly and obediently continued eating her steamed bun. We're already here, what else can we do? Xia Li raised his eyes and looked out the window. He could clearly see the pure wood planks, the pure white hull, and the particularly conspicuous, hexagonal-shaped cannon at the bow. He thought to himself, it would be worth it to see a warship, even if I get scolded. Because of the neglect Xia Li had experienced, she ate quickly and finished her breakfast in no time. She then told Xia Li, you stay here for now, and I'll come find you after the ship leaves. Once the boats have all sailed away, people won't be forced off the boats. Xia Li frowned slightly, worried that his aunt would be scolded, and asked anxiously, is it really okay to take me with you? I can go back by myself now. Xia Li waved his hand dismissively and said, don't worry, no one will come to the kitchen when the ship sets sail, so no one will notice you. Children need to broaden their horizons, so they won't be so easily surprised when they go out in the future. Enjoy your experience this time, and I'll take you out again next time. If you don't have the means, fine, but if you do, why mistreat your own? Xia Li. Although he was very touched, he was worried about whether anyone would find out before the boat set sail. What he was really worried about was his aunt being scolded by her superiors. A gentle sea breeze was blowing on the deck. Xia Li leaned against the ship's wall, waiting for the others to arrive. Her hair was gently ruffled by the sea breeze, and she felt somewhat weary. Before long, you could see several small green dots walking towards you from the shipyard yard. The number of people was so large that it didn't seem like there was only one platoon. There was at least half a platoon more. Xia Li. If each person weighs 150 pounds, 8 people would weigh almost a ton. Didn't they consider that the boat she built wouldn't be able to run fast after being loaded with so much weight? When Commander Lu saw Xia Li, he nodded slightly, thinking that Xia Li was nervous about the trial voyage of the ship he had modified, which was why she came to the ship so early. He nodded slightly to her and comforted her. The organization trusts you a lot, so don't worry too much. Xia Li. She is only worried about her eldest nephew being kicked off the ship and her old father coming all the way here. Commander Lu told her not to worry too much, but which one is she not worried about? But Xia Li always felt that for older people, nodding after listening to what they said was enough. Whether they actually understood it or not was unimportant. He didn't pay any attention to the 7 or 8 extra people and nodded, saying, is everyone here? Let's set sail. Commander Lu hadn't expected her to be so anxious. Once everyone was on board, he nodded and said, okay. Upon receiving the reply, Xia Li immediately instructed his men to take their positions. He turned to Zhao Chang and said, you take the leaders to rest first, and we'll set off now. Zhao Chang stood at attention and saluted solemnly, yes, sir. The corners of the mouths of the several military region leaders who came with Division Commander Lu twitched. Just like Commander Lu said, this girl only focuses on what she wants and what she cares about, and doesn't care about anything else. With so many people who could be high-ranking officers in ordinary military regions standing here, she really didn't even glance at a single one of them. Xia Bai set sail before the group of visitors even reached the lounge. The group didn't even have time to pass by the kitchen, let alone see Xia Li hiding under the kitchen cabinets. The warship sailed out of the shipyard and soon met up with more than a dozen other ships on the sea, heading together to deeper waters. When Xia Li saw the dozen or so ships, he knew they were there to provide protection, and he hissed in pain, feeling a bit of a toothache. Seeing the boats sailing further and further away, she simply stopped paying attention to them and strolled leisurely towards the kitchen, wanting to take her own child out to see the Azure Sea. Both Liaoqing and the Northeast are inland areas, and this child is still a complete landlubber, probably never having seen the sea so far from the inland. As she walked toward the kitchen, she saw that the people who should have gone to the lounge were not there. Instead, they all stood upright on the deck with their heads tilted back, as if they were rooted to the ground with ease. Xia Li followed their gaze and saw the huge, white pot placed on the cabin. He walked over and readily explained, this is the radar equipped on the ship. The military leaders present had all seen Xia Li's 2 large cauldrons and had even tested them. They naturally knew that although the cauldron placed on the ship's cabin looked better than those air defense radars, it should still be a radar. The problem is, under normal circumstances, would a scientist hand over the bad stuff to their superiors while keeping the good stuff for themselves, using their position for personal gain? Commander Lu looked at Xia Li with a strange expression, his tone carrying a sarcastic tone that he himself didn't realize. Why do I feel like this pot of yours is bigger than the 2 I gave you? At least 4 or 5 times bigger, right? Xia Li answered quite confidently, my pot was specially made by the shipyard, so naturally it's bigger than your 2. With such a small amount of funding, where am I supposed to get the money to build such a large radar for you? Although the shipyard can build her pots for free, many parts that the shipyard doesn't have are paid for by their research lab themselves. You're beholden to those who give you money. You're obligated to eat what you eat. Command. Lu remembered the funds he had given out and was speechless for a moment. He gestured with his chin towards the large pot and asked, "How's your performance?" Xia Li. The accurate range can reach 3,000 meters, which is comparable to the most powerful air defense radar in the United States. Last time she went back, she was more careful. In order not to make a fool of herself, she had already inquired with others about the current level of radar in various countries around the world. Now I feel much more confident casting the fishing rod. Upon hearing this number, the leaders present could not hide their excitement. Someone whispered excitedly, "Can it really reach 3,000? Doesn't that mean our technology is even more advanced than that of the island nation?" There's a long-standing feud between China and the island nation. Everyone present was excited when they heard that China's technology was more advanced than that of the island nation. Xia Li subtly began to make demands. "If you want better equipment, find me some people who can research and manufacture chips. Ordinary circuit boards are no longer sufficient to meet today's demands for intelligence." She has a lot of things she wants to create now. Even if she doesn't want to spread cell phone signal stations all over China, she at least needs a computer, right? Even though he has a phone and computer in his personal space, he can't go online without internet access, and he lives like a native every day. After learning what a chip actually is, Commander Lu, though unaware of Xia Li's ultimate motives, strongly agreed with Xia Li's explanation. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll keep an eye out for you." Since he already had such a good researcher, he couldn't let her have to be held back by personnel, in addition to funding. He would do whatever it took to get one for her. An officer next to him who knew researchers well shook his head, saying, "Although China is currently researching chips, it does not have the ability to produce them independently. The chips it uses are mainly imported from European and American countries. Unless the United States or Russia are willing to provide support, it is virtually impossible to find such researchers in China." Everyone present knew that these words were just for show. After all, China and the United States were currently at odds, and their relationship with Russia was also deteriorating. Russia has long since withdrawn its support from China. How could it possibly bring such important talents over to them for use? Isn't it all because of poverty? Commander Bai coughed lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere caused by money, the root of all evil. "Xia, these are all leaders from our military region. Let me introduce them to you briefly." After speaking, just like taking one's own child out to pay New Year's visits, he introduced the identities of these military region leaders to Li Wan. As Commander Bai introduced them, he greeted them one by one and memorized their appearances and responsibilities. Those who were brought to the ship were definitely loyal supporters of Commander Lu. If Commander Lu were ever away from the Corps, they could ask him for help. After introducing everyone to each other, Commander Bai continued to Xia Li, "Take us to visit the ship and let us know just how outstanding it is." Xia Li nodded and led everyone on a tour of the little white ship. When Xia Li introduced the ship's weapons and performance, everyone's expressions were extremely excited, and they couldn't wait to fire a few shots and try it out on the spot. But as Xia Li introduced them one by one, the expressions on everyone's faces began to become increasingly strange. Inside the cabin, everyone observed the purpose of each cabin, including the cabins for driving and accommodation, but their expressions became somewhat strange when they stopped at the kitchen door. How should I put it? To reduce weight, all the rooms on the Warship were extremely simple. Even the sleeping room had lightweight bunk beds and folding beds. Apart from a few tables, the thick mattress was probably the heaviest thing, and there was nothing else that added weight. But this kitchen is outrageously luxurious. Luxury doesn't mean the kitchen is decorated with carved beams and painted rafters or filled with golden Nanmu wood utensils. Rather, the kitchen's furnishings are simple yet sophisticated. The kitchen was fully equipped with everything needed for cooking, including all the seasonings. There were 6 stoves in total, 7 or 8 pots, and the stools looked very comfortable, even with cotton cushions. The facilities far surpassed those of state-run hotels. Commander Lu asked with a strange expression, "Didn't why? You said you wanted to lose weight? Is it okay to have so much stuff in the kitchen? With so many miscellaneous components here, why bother with load-bearing capacity in the first place? Even the cab looks incredibly rudimentary. How obsessed is this with food?" Xia Li answered quite calmly, "The weight of the kitchen has not increased, and we did not bring any fresh water this time." Everyone present. Someone asked incredulously, "We didn't bring any fresh water. What are we going to do for the next few days? Don't they drink water while cruising?" Even if it's a sea trial, the ship should at least be sailed far away from the mainland before firing cannons and testing weapons. It will take at least a day or 2. Does that mean they don't need to drink water at all? Xia Li shrugged indifferently, walked directly towards the cabinet, opened the top door, and revealed a rectangular piece of equipment. "This is the water purification system installed on our ship. It can filter seawater 100% and break it down into distilled water, salt, minerals, and other residues. This other residue is not just a residue, but a type of fuel. In special circumstances where a ship runs out of fuel and cannot sail, this fuel can be burned to generate kinetic energy for the ship's movement. As she spoke, she turned to look at everyone. In other words, as long as there is enough seawater, this ship will not be at a standstill. Hiss. Someone among the group of old men gasped, but no one around him seemed to think there was anything wrong with his action. They were all overwhelmed with shock. One of the old men stared intently at Xia Li, his voice trembling slightly, and said, "So, this ship can power itself and doesn't need fuel or electricity at all?" Xia Li nodded, giving an affirmative answer. "It's definitely not necessary. The conversion rate is currently quite slow, and without sufficient reserves, it's easy to find yourself in danger during pursuit and escape. To increase the conversion rate, superior materials are needed." As she spoke, she shrugged and smiled. Of course, with good chips, efficiency can be greatly improved. This is a water purification system that she and the people in Research Lab Number 2, who spent a long time developing research energy. If placed in a later era, the most remarkable aspect of this system would be its environmental protection, but in the present day, when even food is scarce, no one has considered this issue at all. For her, purifying water is easy, but to fully utilize the materials, she needs the assistance of other researchers. What are the biggest fears when sailing at sea? Not enough fresh water, not enough fuel, and being attacked by large fish. Now that she has started building the ship, she naturally wants to do her best within the limited resources. Is it unreasonable to create a system that solves two problems at the same time? Just as everyone was still in shock, Xia Li reached out and opened the cabinet under the water purifier, pulling out the child who was curled up like a ball. Smiling, he introduced to everyone, "This is my eldest nephew, Xia Hongbin. He aspires to be an outstanding soldier. I brought him here to see the best warships in China." As he spoke, he patted his child on the shoulder, "Quickly greet the uncles and grandfathers." Suddenly being dragged out like this, Xia Debao felt a chill run down his spine, his face stiff. He said in a dry, broken voice, "Hello, grandpa and uncles. The members of the entire army." The reply was equally dry and uninspired, "Hello to you too." Since the child had already been brought along, even if everyone was considering Xia Li's feelings, they couldn't possibly send the child back. From a human perspective, it was even less likely that they would throw the child overboard. Xia Debao was fortunate enough to join a group of high-ranking Chinese military officers in visiting what is currently China's most powerful warship. After touring the area, everyone felt a little numb. This warship is indeed powerful in terms of military strength. Whether it is the defensive gun that can be divided into 2 speeds and has a maximum speed of 3,600 rounds per minute, or the torpedoes that can strike with precision, or even the various machine systems that they have never seen before, they are all hardcore strengths that they never dared to imagine before. But can anyone tell them why there are over 630 kinds of board and card games in the empty lounge of the warship? Is this really a warship, or some kind of yacht developed for eating, drinking, and having fun? Despite its simple decorations, the ship exudes an atmosphere that suggests one could live comfortably and have a lot of fun. That inexplicable, poor man's version of extravagance and debauchery is simply indescribable. Several leaders W. They were secretly thinking to themselves that if this ship could really be put into practical use, no other ship should be comparable to it, and those things that could lead people to lose their ambition should absolutely not be equipped. Otherwise, if everyone— Although Xia Li thought that no one in the Navy should be allergic to seafood, she still asked out of respect for the old men. What if someone is someone who was brought in from their family to gain experience? These days, while some people rely on personal connections, there are those who go to extreme lengths or are utterly fearless in doing so. Naturally, those who can become naval officers are not allergic to seafood. Everyone readily agreed to the suggestion of eating seafood. Xia Li nodded to Zhao Cheng, and after Zhao Cheng left, she continued chatting with Commander Liu and the others. While answering questions about the ship, he secretly wondered when they would finally encounter the enemy forces. Zhao Cheng returned shortly afterwards. He stood at the door of the lounge and saluted the people inside. "Report. The seafood has all been caught." "So fast?" Commander Bai asked, somewhat puzzled. All of them have experience in sea patrols, and naturally, they all have experience in fishing at sea. The country is so poor that people are starving. These patrol boats even have to do fishing to provide some protein for the military and even the supply and marketing cooperatives. But less than 20 minutes have passed, right? What kind of net catches fish so quickly? Zhao Cheng's expression was somewhat complicated when he heard what Commander Bai said, but considering his identity as a bodyguard, he felt that he should not say what he shouldn't say. He immediately replied, "They've all been put on the deck." Xia Li stood up. "Now that we've fished it out, let's go straight to the deck to eat." "Everyone?" So why did you build such a nice kitchen with 6 stoves and 8 or 9 pots? Commander Lu stood up. It's been many years since I've eaten freshly caught seafood directly from the sea. Since it's been caught, let's go take a look. He then led the way outside, and the others followed. As soon as they got onto the deck, everyone was stunned. Various kinds of fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish were piled up like small mountains on a layer of plastic sheeting on the deck. The largest fish looked to weigh about 30 or 40 pounds. This is still near the coast, not yet in the deep sea. If we were in the deep sea, we could probably catch several tuna right away. The people present weren't stupid. When they saw so many fish, they immediately realized that this boat not only had a water purification system and all sorts of miscellaneous equipment, but its fishing gear was also definitely extraordinary. Commander Lu turned to Xia Li and asked in a serious tone, "Can your fishing net be used on ordinary fishing boats?" Without a second thought, Xia Li answered frankly, "It should be possible on military ships, but probably not on ordinary ships. People even find it too expensive to buy nylon rope to make nets. They would never use nets containing metal for fishing, the cost is too high." If she didn't have a shipyard to exploit, she would never have gone to such lengths to develop this automated fishing system. It's easy to use and very durable, but it's not suitable for people's daily lives nowadays. Commander Lu looked somewhat regretful, but he didn't say anything more about the fishing nets. After all, it's a fact that the country is poor. Without making the country prosperous, no amount of talking will make a difference. However, some of the warships could be equipped with these fishing nets first, which would improve the food for the crew and also improve the quality of life for ordinary employees. Just as Commander Lu was in a daze, Xia Li took out a large iron pot that was polished very smoothly and even had a self-sparkling sheen and placed it in the middle of the clamp. The other people in the 4th row brought over several stands, each with a huge adjustable magnifying glass attached to it. After 4 rows of people adjusted the direction, all the magnifying glasses were focused on the large iron pot, and then the shellfish that had been slightly cleaned were placed one by one. Immediately afterwards, Commander Lu and his men watched as the people in the 4th platoon managed to cook all the fish, shrimp, and shellfish without using any fire. The shellfish crackled and popped as they opened, full. A unique aroma of seafood wafted through the air. Xia Li squatted by the large pot. Seeing the seafood was cooked, she turned to Commander Lu and the others and called out, "The seafood is ready. Come and eat." Not long after she finished speaking, a soldier from the 4th platoon came over carrying a small jar. He ladled the brown sauce from the jar into bowls and placed them beside the makeshift stove. He said to Commander Lu and the others, "Commander, the dipping sauce is ready. You eat first, we'll make our own. Just call if you need more." With that, he left his things and walked away. Just as Commander Lu and his men were utterly bewildered and in a daze, they watched as Xia Li led the 4th platoon to set up a large reflective pot right next to them. Similarly, a set of magnifying lenses was arranged beside it, and without using any heating equipment, all the seafood was cooked. These people didn't use a stove at all throughout the entire meal. Xia Li took a bite of a crab leg, blinked twice, and looked at the large reflective pot. She said disdainfully, "We should still improve this thing when we get back. It's good that we don't need to light a fire and waste fuel, letting nature do the roasting. But this thing is just too dazzling. Staring at it for too long would probably make you go blind." Lan Xiaoxing picked up a piece of fish, savoring the tender flesh perfectly roasted by the sun, and said lightly, "Actually, it's fine. It's all delicious. Just close your eyes and eat whatever you pick up." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed upon hearing his words. It was indeed dazzling, but none of them had ever eaten grilled seafood like this before. They were all young and full of curiosity, and the fun and novelty far outweighed any practical concerns. Under these circumstances, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the seafood meal. Xia Li also enjoyed the meal very much, but she resolved in her heart that she must have a proper dinner that evening. Let's show the solar cooker to Commander Lu and his men, so they know such a thing exists. As long as you can still catch fish, you don't need to turn on the stove. You can eat under the sunlight. As for practicality, Xia Li thought that even if there was a stove, no sensible person would use that thing to cook every meal. This would really make you go blind. After the meal, Commander Lu and his men returned to the lounge to slowly process everything they had seen on the ship. But based on what I've seen so far, it seems to me that the equipment on Xia's ship is even more advanced than that on American warships. He was certain that even the US's newly built aircraft carrier was far less advanced than Xia Li's so-called 100% water purification system. Was this really something China could manufacture? From whom did Xia learn all these skills? Division Commander Lu was also astonished by the eclectic equipment on Xia Li's ship, but he thought a bit more deeply than Brigade Commander Chao. "I think Xia is more adept at civilian industries than military ones." Commander Lu frowned, leaned back, and rested his elbow on the arm of the chair. His tone was half thoughtful and half contemplative as he said, "It's not that Xia's military manufacturing capabilities are lacking. Whether it's the previous vehicles, radar, or this improved warship, we have all witnessed her achievements. However, in the details of building this ship, she seemed less concerned with the crew's comfort and more with survival and convenience, providing a final guarantee for life. Just like that water circulation system, it can ensure our crew won't die at sea from lack of fresh water, further guaranteeing their survival. Another advantage is that it can completely treat wastewater. If this system were placed in a water treatment plant, it would be more than just water purification. China's 400 million people use tens of millions of units of water and paper every day. How much fuel could be produced daily with that much water? Then, could we save on coal and fuel costs in all areas that require fuel, such as our military, chemical industries, and even people's daily lives? Upon hearing Commander Lu's words, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. Commander Bai nodded and said, "That's right. Not only water purification systems, but also the thing we use today called a solar cooker could be effectively used in sunny desert areas with sparse vegetation. Most importantly, it saves fuel. Whether it's trees or coal, the cumulative effect over the years is a significant expense." Everyone nodded in agreement and began discussing the various instruments on the ship that could be transplanted. The discussion went on until late into the night, and it wasn't until almost dawn that everyone reluctantly went to sleep. They slept until past 10 in the morning, which made these old revolutionaries despise their own sleep schedule. Who sleeps until 10 a.m. when they actually do a normal job? People would laugh at you if they told anyone. However, these people who stayed up all night discovered that the captain who held absolute power on the ship had gotten up even later than them. Commander Lu and other leaders. This girl is somewhat lacking in ambition. While it's called a coastline cruise, it's impossible to monitor the coastline constantly once you're on board. If you keep them watching the coastline all the time, there's really nothing to do after a while. Xia Li slept in without any psychological pressure. As long as no one called from outside, she could sleep indefinitely. Of course, she would be even happier if someone called from outside. I slept until noon, just in time to go out for lunch. As Xia Li sat at the dinner table eating, she always felt that the way Commander Lu and the others were looking at her was a little strange. The gaze held condemnation, heartache, and a hint of unspoken unease, ultimately leading to a reluctant decision to give up. Xia Li glanced at him briefly, then calmly looked away. There are plenty of people who can't stand her sleeping in late, with old Xia at home being the first to complain. They're all just jealous. Only in poor places do people think about going to bed early and getting up early to work more, from morning till night. The wealthy in Dubai consider themselves incredibly dedicated, practically model workers, even if they finish work at 2 a.m. every day. In conclusion, there's nothing wrong with sleeping in late. What's wrong is being poor. When Commander Lu saw that Xia Li had gotten up, he showed no remorse for sleeping until noon and wanting to sleep nonstop. He cursed inwardly once again. How did old Xia raise his child? How could he have taught his child to have such a lazy habit? He got up and walked over, sitting down opposite Xia Li. He said in a condescending tone, "Xia, we've pretty much seen the whole ship, and the trial run went smoothly for a day. Shouldn't we test its firepower?" Upon hearing his words, everyone, from the high-ranking officers of the military region to the men of the 4th platoon, turned their gazes to Xia Li, their ears perked up as they eavesdropped. They heard Xia Li say that the hexagonal cannon could fire 3,600 rounds per minute. Imagine the spectacle and grandeur of firing cannons at sea. What man wouldn't yearn for such a powerful weapon? Everyone in the cabin was incredibly excited, but Xia Li was like a signal jammer, completely ignoring their signals. She put down her cup and looked at Commander Lu, saying, "There's no rush. Good steel should be used where it's needed most. How can we not be anxious?" Xia Li wasn't in a hurry, but Commander Lu was. He wanted to finish the test as soon as possible and go home. Apart from military and political figures, the crew consisted of highly promising researchers. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss for China. They're all still together now, but if an enemy attack wipes them all out, the South Island will immediately be in chaos. Even with more than 10 ships accompanying and escorting them, it's still not reassuring. Knowing what Xia Li was thinking, Division Commander Lu could only lay out the facts and reason with Xia Li. "Your encounter with the US military last time was an accident. It's impossible for us to encounter foreign warships every time we patrol our territorial waters. Otherwise, what do you mean by territorial division? How can there be people provoking us every day?" Xia Li put on a show of listening attentively, but in reality, he was letting it go in one ear and out the other, completely adopting a don't listen, it's just nonsense attitude. Commander Lu went on and on for a long time, but Xia Li kept repeating the same thing, "No rush." Commander Lu was furious, but before he came out, he had already promised Xia Li that she was the most important person on the ship, so he didn't force her to go out and open fire immediately. He leaned back and asked irritably, "Tell me, how can we test the ship's firepower as soon as possible?" Xia Li thought about it and also felt that what Division Commander Lu said, we don't necessarily encounter foreign warships every time, made a lot of sense. After a quick thought, he proposed a condition. It's not impossible to try now, but why? You have to guarantee that every time the Marine Corps goes to sea for training, our ships will go out to sea and carry the same amount of ammunition for me each time. Commander Lu frowned. How much ammunition do you have on the ship? Xia Li, not counting the mining and labor costs you gave me, each armor-piercing shell costs 50, and the total cost of the ammunition currently loaded is 16,000. Everyone present. Commander Lu. If it weren't for the current serious, destroy the Four Olds movement, he would have asked, I'll pay for it myself. Xia Li glanced at Commander Lu with disdain. My downgraded close-in weapon system can fire 3,600 rounds per minute on the first setting and 2,000 rounds per minute on the second setting. Even at second speed, it would still take 34 shots per second. How are you going to control those 10 or 20 shots? Everyone gasped upon hearing this. So, if you calculate it this way, you can't even play for a minute in the first gear with 160,000 points, and even in the second gear, you can only play for a minute and a half. Since we're going to test the ship, it has to be at its strongest, so we have to go to the highest speed setting. Nearly 200,000 per minute. This isn't a warship, it's a money-devouring beast. Who among them can afford to pay for this? Even though everyone wanted to test the ship's firepower again, no one dared to urge them on. However, some things in this world do have a touch of the mysterious. At noon that day, a large group of people were still here hoping to see the cannon firing, but they didn't get to. The next morning, a sudden situation occurred, giving them a chance to see China's most advanced weapons, apart from nuclear weapons. Inside the cabin, Xia Li lay face down on the bed, asleep. It was less that she was covered by the blanket and more that the blanket was covering her. She remained completely unresponsive to the gentle rocking of the large ship at sea, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. However, at that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded overhead. It was the alarm from the air defense radar. Suddenly someone outside shouted, "Attack! Attack! There are fighter jets carrying explosives in the sky." Xia Li, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes and jumped out of bed like a zombie, running outside as fast as she could. Where is it? Where is it? Is that our plane? Xia Li didn't need to ask any further questions about this. She ran out and saw that everyone on the deck was in position. Zhao Chang and the others were already waiting by the artillery fire, looking on high alert, all gazing up at a direction in the sky. Meanwhile, the dozen or so scattered ships not far away began to converge on them, as if they were about to form a battle formation. Xia Li followed the crowd's gaze and looked up, only to see 6 fighter jets with 2 bombs tucked between their feet flying across the sky. Xia Li. Xia Li quickly walked to the cannon, looked up at the direction of the plane, and asked Zhao Chang in a very serious tone, "How is it? Is it our plane?" Zhao Chang frowned, but answered quite confidently, "It shouldn't be, we don't have such a good plane." Xia Li. Why does this way of confirming it's not what I expected feel so frustrating? Xia Li immediately judged that the other party was most likely a U.S. military aircraft. They dared to bomb the southern islands before, and they did it once or twice. The hegemon's habit of bullying the weak never stops. However, even if you confirm that it is not your own plane, you still need to confirm that it is an enemy plane. Xia Li immediately turned around and went to find Commander Lu. She first needs to confirm the other person's nationality and whether they have an entry permit. Now that World War II has only recently ended, it's not uncommon for countries to use each other's airspace during wartime. If someone has all the necessary paperwork, it would be a different story if she were to shoot them down from the air. Commander Lu was also standing on the deck, his face ashen as he stared at the sky, exuding an aura of rage. When Xia Li ran over, this was the scene she saw, and she immediately understood what was going on. Wow, speak of the devil and he appears. Her downgraded close-in weapon system will come in handy right away. She walked up to Commander Lu and asked bluntly, "Commander Lu, shall we fire? They look like enemy troops." While saying this, her eyes were fixed on the planes flying overhead, looking as if she would open fire on them the moment you said a word. Commander Lu doesn't want to fire the cannon. On? He certainly did want to. Which soldier wouldn't want to fire a cannon when another country invades their territory, giving the other side a lesson they'll never forget, so that they'll never dare to bully them again? But that's not possible now. In order to prevent a repeat of the July 7th incident, China's national strength does not allow them to provoke first. With a cold expression, he said, "Let's expel them first. Don't we have a loudspeaker on our ship? Let's send someone over and shout." Before he had even finished speaking, one of the other dozen or so ships began issuing a warning through a loudspeaker. Xia Li frowned, feeling a little unwilling. The U.S. bombers tried to kill them last time, even taking more than 100 lives. Now that they've finally encountered an enemy, how can they just let them go? But after all, she had promised Lu Dingyuan before leaving the island that as long as the other party did not provoke them first, they could only expel them at most, not attack them directly. His gaze fell on the plane slowly departing into the sky, and he tapped his thigh with his index finger as he pondered. As if he had thought of something, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Zhao Cheng, go to the broadcasting room and issue an expulsion warning." On the other side, in one of the 6 fighter jets, the pilot flew slowly toward the edge of Chinese airspace while observing the situation below, ignoring the warnings and urgings from the ships at sea. He turned on his intercom and asked the others, "Is China conducting a military exercise? Why are so many ships being deployed at once? China is so poor, it doesn't need that many ships for patrols." The walkie-talkie responded quickly, and the voice carried an unspeakable sarcasm. "Ha ha, John, you're overthinking it. China's equipment is so weak. I heard their ammunition can even explode on its own. What's the point of military exercises? I guess they just want to show off after we bombed them before. This is nothing serious, we don't need to worry about it. Let's hurry and meet up with the others and you." A series of mocking laughs came from the walkie-talkie, and soon someone said to the ships on the sea with a nonchalant attitude, "Do you think it's possible to destroy Chinese ships if we drop a few bombs on the sea from high in the air right now? Right now, China is playing the hero in you, helping those good." Another voice came through the walkie-talkie quickly, "I just checked, and apart from that white ship that looks a bit like a Russian ship, all the other ships are Chinese-made. I heard their ship cannons don't fire very high, so dropping bombs from high altitude shouldn't be a problem." While some were radical, others were conservative. Immediately, someone stopped them, saying, "Our current mission is to quickly cross through Chinese territory to join the war in Vietnam. We shouldn't waste time along the way. No one can afford to take responsibility if something goes wrong." The group argued endlessly about whether or not to give China a warning. Although the plane appeared to be leaving Chinese territory, it moved slowly and showed no signs of fleeing quickly. Just as they were exchanging words, they suddenly heard a language belonging to their country spoken from the ship below. "Commander Lu of the South Island Corps and 7 other military region leaders are conducting a military exercise on this ship. Fighter jets flying overhead are requested to leave Chinese airspace as soon as possible, otherwise we will spare no effort to drive you away." The group from the South Island. A group of Americans. Commander Lu and 7 other leaders? Xia Li's shout was extremely loud, and she deliberately pronounced the words Commander Lu and the other 7 military region leaders very clearly, and emphasized her voice to ensure that everyone could hear her shout. As expected, everyone was drawn to her words, and Lu Dingyuan, standing in the main ship's broadcast room, almost crushed the microphone. He knew it. That woman never had a moment's peace. With a stern expression, he ordered the deputy battalion commander, "Make arrangements with the 3rd Battalion. As soon as the bombers start moving, take immediate action to ensure the safety of the ship belonging to the 4th Platoon." The deputy battalion commander wasn't one to talk much either. He saluted and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." The ships of the 2 battalions received orders and converged on the Little White, raising their cannons high and pointing them directly at the planes in the sky, making a gesture of protection. At this point, no one was. He was considering creating a false impression to influence the enemy's judgment, making them think that Xia Li's shout was a deliberate attempt to lure the enemy in order to deter them from attacking. Besides Xia Li, the researcher, there were so many high-ranking leaders on that ship. If something really happened, they absolutely could not bear the loss. The people in the fighter jets were a bit confused when they heard the shouts from below and saw the movements of more than a dozen large ships on the sea. If the other side really had those high-ranking leaders, their subordinates wouldn't be so foolish as to reveal their names, as if deliberately provoking them to attack. If there were no high-ranking leaders below and they were just trying to lure them over to settle old scores from their previous bombing of the South Island, then the other dozen or so ships really did gravitate toward the middle ship, which looked like it belonged to Russia but was actually quite different, forming a protective stance. The main problem is that the best ships among China's dozen or so vessels are only the few that China has just built, with a maximum range of less than 3,000 meters. Their XB-70 can fly at altitudes of more than 20,000 meters. Would anyone be so foolish as to provoke them? The discussion inside the plane suddenly stopped, and no one reacted for a long time. After a long silence, someone suddenly raised their voice. "If what they say is true, I think we should give it a try. The target is simply that white ship. If we can sink it, we can definitely advance a level and maybe we won't have to continue fighting in Vietnam. Think of your loved ones. If they could return home safely, who would want to fight with the belief that they would die far from home?" Silence fell over the walkie-talkie again, and soon someone said, "I want to try. My son is only 2 years old. I don't want to die on the battlefield of Vietnam." Although such words should not come from the mouth of a hero who became a soldier, I must say that I do hate war. I want to go home. Even in wars of aggression, not everyone wants to charge into battle and risk their lives for military merit. Coincidentally, half of the crew on those 6 bombers didn't want to fight, while the other half wanted to use this opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune. The group quickly reached an agreement, and all agreed to carry out this impromptu attack. However, everyone was only focused on their own goals, wanting to sink the White Warship, and had no intention of risking their own lives. So they discussed it and decided to drop the bombs from a slightly higher altitude. It didn't matter if they weren't accurate, as long as there were enough bombs. The distance they chose was a range that the Type 61 25mm cannon could not reach, 3,000 meters. After Xia Li finished shouting, she ran out of the broadcasting room and onto the deck to look up at the situation in the sky. Commander Liu had already rushed to the broadcasting room in a fit of rage and happened to run into Xia Li at the door, his face inevitably showing some anger. "Comrade Xia, what you're doing is extremely dangerous. They're here for a test voyage, not to actually fight the enemy. Warships are inherently weak in combat capabilities, and their attack methods are not very flexible. How can they be compared to fighter jets that can fly at altitudes of 10,000 meters? Even more outrageous is that it's the latest fighter jet that the United States has just developed. This kind of provocation is practically asking for a beating." Xia Li looked at him in confusion. How can the true fighting power of this warship be demonstrated without real-world drills? And as long as they don't harbor ill intentions, this war won't break out. Meeting Commander Liu's increasingly fiery gaze, Xia Li didn't think there was anything wrong with entrapment. He calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, the worst outcome of this incident is that those 5 planes will escape. We will definitely not have any security problems." Commander Liu found this hard to accept. He took a deep breath, frowned, and angrily retorted, "They're going to drop bombs from high above. How are we supposed to hide with so many ships down there? You can't possibly put the bombs they dropped back in, can you?" Upon hearing this, Xia Li looked up at the plane that was flying back, just as he had predicted, chuckled, and said with great confidence, "It's impossible to push it back, but it won't be so easy for them to hit us either. I refuse to believe they have more ammunition than I do. Zhao Chang, get ready to take aim. If they attack, return fire immediately." After speaking, he looked at Commander Liu and the others. "It's too dangerous outside. You should come in and hide for a while." The first thought in the minds of the leaders, led by Commander Liu, was, what the hell are they hiding for? The fighting has already started. What are they hiding for? The crowd simply stood on the deck, waiting to watch this unique display of naval firepower. Whether the ship sinks or not, they're all here. Whatever else is up to them. Anyway, at this point, they can't change the outcome. They can only leave it to fate and fight back with all their might. Xia Li glanced at the old men who had already taken their positions and begun participating in combat training. Seeing that they refused to go into the rest area, she felt a little disappointed. She had just been thinking that if they went into the lounge, she would lock them inside to prevent them from interfering with her important business. TSK, what a pity. The planes in the sky were descending rapidly, as if they wanted to use a dozen or so ships nearby opened fire instantly, trying to keep the fighter jets in the sky out of range of their fire, and if they could shoot them down, all the better. Xia Li stood beside the gun emplacement, looking up at the planes in the sky without making a sound or giving the order to fire. To ensure accuracy, fighter jets typically fly to a certain low altitude before dropping bombs, in order to prevent the bombs from missing their mark and failing to achieve their intended purpose. She's gambling. It's unlikely that the American fighter jets could accurately destroy them by dropping bombs from too high an altitude. Holding the radar detector screen, Zhao Chang reminded Xia Li, "The enemy has descended to 4,000 meters. Platoon leader, when do we open fire?" Xia Li looked up at the sky, her brows furrowing slightly. Close-in weapon systems, CIWS, were not originally intended for long-range attacks. Moreover, in an era where materials and technology were limited, the downgraded CIWS developed by Xia Li had a precision strike range of only 3,000 meters, but a firing range of over 5,000 meters. Although you can hit the opponent now, you may not be able to hit them accurately. The reason the enemy dared to lower their altitude was because they thought that China's artillery couldn't reach that far. Since the other side is cooperating with her shooting range so well, how can they not teach them a lesson they will never forget and repay those who once blew her up with grenades? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Li calmly ordered, "Wait a little longer. If they show any upward movement beyond 3,000 meters, we will open fire immediately." Zhao Chang was also eager to fire, but since the platoon leader had said so, he naturally wouldn't disobey orders. The sky was filled with the sounds of artillery fire exploding, sending up plumes of white smoke. The planes in the sky spotted the spot where the white smoke had disappeared and quickly flew towards the large white ship on the sea. As if performing a skillful maneuver, just as they were about to touch the white smoke clouds, several planes dropped bombs on the white boat on the water. 2 or 3 bombs were dropped from each plane, making a whoosh sound as they fell through the air, sending chills down the spines of those below and making their hearts leap into their throats. Xia Li looked up at the sky, watching the plane about to leave, and shouted, "Fire! Target the fighter jets and the missiles they're dropping." In later generations, close-in weapon systems, CIWS, were able to search for, detect, assess, track, and attack targets on their own due to the advanced computer systems and chips. However, the basic technology of today is not so advanced. Apart from a radar tracking system, Xia Li could only provide the CIWS with battle-hardened soldiers. All the gunners on the Little White immediately sprang into action, with the 2 close-in weapon systems, CIWS, aimed at the direction of the fighter jets. Having experienced countless battles, large and small, they were far more perceptive than soldiers of later generations who had never experienced war. The moment Xia Li gave the order, the gun focused instantly, and immediately the muzzle of the close-in weapon system was ignited. The concentrated fire of the cannonballs made it almost impossible to distinguish the intermittent bursts of the shells as they were fired, and orange-red flames more than a meter long shot out from the muzzle, which were particularly conspicuous under the bright blue sky. The ejection port below was like a storm, with spent cartridge cases falling down at an extremely fast speed with a crackling sound. In an instant, all 6 fighter jets in the sky were destroyed, tumbling through the air as they plummeted towards the sea. The bombs they dropped were instantly detonated by close-in weapon systems, bursting into small sparks in the sky like fireworks before shattering into pieces. Thump, thump, thump. 6 heavy impacts as objects fell into the sea signaled the end of the battle. In just 20 seconds, both airplanes and missiles vanished without a trace. The sea became instantly still, as if even the sea breeze dared not make a loud sound to disturb the silence. The people on the dozen or so ships stared at the scene before them, speechless for a long time. No one could have imagined that their supposedly advanced American fighter jets would be completely destroyed by Chinese-made artillery in less than half a minute, without any chance of survival. The men who fired the cannon felt themselves trembling all over, even their fingertips were shaking. These are the cannons they fired, cannons developed by China. Their domestically produced weapons defeated American fighter jets. Just as everyone was still in shock, a frantic voice suddenly shouted, "Quickly! Quickly retrieve those planes. Take anything valuable. Even the worthless stuff can fetch a lot of money as scrap metal. What's the point of fighting if you don't loot the supplies? It's such a waste." Xia Li felt that she had never been as greedy for money as she was now in both of her lives combined. The first reaction upon seeing a crashed plane is not to beat it to death, but to dismantle it and sell it for money. As expected, children from poor families mature early. Has she already grown up? The people in the 4th row were the first to come to their senses and immediately began using the fishing system to retrieve the fish. The surroundings were too quiet, and their commotion was particularly loud, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Commander Lu was fortunate enough to see what kind of net that could catch fish so quickly was. That's more than just a fishing net. With its large nets and iron hooks, it's no exaggeration to call it a superior set of deep-sea salvage equipment. When the fishing net and iron hook went down, the soldiers above didn't need to pull it up manually. Instead, they relied on machines to drag it up. The last time Commander Lu saw this kind of tool was when those professional salvage ships were salvaging sunken ships from the seabed. As the landing platform on the side of the ship descended and the plane just appeared, Xia Li rushed over in a flurry of activity, carrying a small toolbox. Once they got nearby, she didn't do much else, but started dismantling the plane, while the other 4 people in the squad assisted her. Commander Lu's lips twitched. The days of being amazed by the firepower of the little white ship had just passed when he had no choice but to give the order, feeling both helpless and amused. Go and notify the other ships to come and help. Now that we've shot them down, let's tow them back and study them properly. The XB-70 is the latest fighter jet developed by the United States. Even if China had the money, it wouldn't be able to buy it. This is a windfall. Anyone who doesn't want it is a fool. As for Xia's roundabout, as for paying Xia Li the price of an airplane? Are you kidding me? Even if it's priced as scrap metal, this fighter jet costs hundreds of millions of US dollars, which even China itself can't afford. The other dozen or so warships received orders and also moved closer to Xia Li and his group. In no time at all 6 ships were towed aboard. During this test flight, Commander Lu witnessed the promising future of China's military industry, and Xia Li was extremely satisfied with the 6 American bombers she acquired. Both Commander Lu and Xia Li were very pleased. The 2 sides hit it off immediately and towed 6 warships, rushing towards the South Island in a great hurry, feeling extremely happy. As soon as they disembarked, Commander Lu patted Xia Li on the shoulder and assured her in the tone of an old revolutionary praising a young man, "Leave the planes and ships for now. You will not be short of merit and rewards." We will sell them by weight and then use the money from selling the scrap metal as your subsidy. After he finished speaking, he waved to the others, and immediately a large group of young soldiers came over to help. Political Commissar Wang suppressed a smile and quickly walked to Xia Li's side, helping to take the black box from her arms. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the scales for you and make sure they don't shortchange you. After saying that, he took the things away. Xia Li, is this how you behave? Are you bullying people just because you have more people? Xia Li originally thought it was outrageous enough that these people took the plane and the ship as soon as they landed, but she didn't expect that there would be even more outrageous things to come. This completely disrupted her cramped living situation on the South Island. Upon returning, Commander Lu said nothing, closed his office door, and reported the entire incident to his superiors in detail. It particularly emphasizes the improved firepower of the warship and the 6 fighter planes that were confiscated. The higher authorities attached great importance to this and immediately expressed their intention to come to the South Island to inspect the results of the improved warships. If what Commander Lu said is true, then the more than 100 warships they retired could have been re-enlisted instead of being wasted and sold as scrap metal. Given China's economic situation, it can't afford to be as extravagant as Russia, where warships and tanks are all compressed into blocks and sold by weight. Commander Lu made this call to get the higher-ups to take it seriously and upgrade all the remaining warships in order to enhance China's military strength. But now another problem has arisen. The improvement of warships is a major undertaking that concerns the entire nation of China. It's impossible for only their lineage to be the ones to inspect and test the warships. There must be key participants in any reform, and they must come up with a name to bolster public opinion. The outside world is not peaceful right now. Has Xia Li's identity been exposed? If so, how? This has become their most pressing question. Commander Lu and his superiors discussed this issue over the phone for more than 4 hours, despite the high phone bills, before finally reaching a solution. Xia Li was a little upset on her way back. Although she already knew that once the ship was built, Commander Lu and his men would take it away to improve other warships after seeing its true power. But the problem is that she shot down those 6 planes and wouldn't even let him see them. She only dismantled one of them and took all the planes away. What's the difference between that and robbery? Let alone in the apocalypse, where whoever grabs it gets to keep it. Even in ancient times, when generals conquered foreign lands, all the wealth they seized belonged to them. Her approach is a bit too communist. Apart from Xia Li, who was still fuming, the rest of the 4th platoon were all excitedly chatting, their conversation revolving entirely around the downgraded close-in weapon system that they had successfully destroyed that day. Xia Li glanced at the 4 platoons of soldiers who were usually quite shrewd, but now looked like complete idiots, and sighed deeply. How could I be so stupid? Forget it, they want to take her things for free, but I can't let them. I can't give them that much money, so I'll just give her an official position. If she can't go out and cause trouble in a normal way, she should at least speed up the process of getting her dad out of trouble, right? And most importantly, that bastard Lu Dingyuan dared to punish her under the guise of official business. She wouldn't be Xia if she didn't make him run around like crazy. Somewhat amused, he looked at Zhao Chang, who was holding up his hand and twirling it back and forth to show off, and asked, "What's it like firing a new cannon?" Zhao Chang had been bragging to his platoon brothers about being a gunner, saying it was really fun to shoot, especially when he watched those 6 American fighter jets being shot down. He wished he could fire 2 more shots. Upon hearing Xia Li's question, Zhao Chang immediately recalled his platoon leader's distress over the budget, the cost of each shell, and the pile of spent shell casings. He instantly despised his idea of firing a few more shots. His face scrunched up, and he said with a gloomy expression, "I can smell the burning of the great unity." Everyone. Xia Li. She had already forgotten about her expenses. Why do you have to remind her? Her deputy platoon leader is so annoying. Xia Li took a deep breath, a stiff, ferocious smile spreading across her face. She put her hand on Zhao Chang's shoulder and said, "It's good that you know it's a waste of money. The country can't afford to train you for nothing. Now that you have already conducted a thorough self-examination, let's not rest anymore and start extra training right now. Assemble in place. Warm up with 10 laps, then proceed with independent combat training. Ready. Run." The soldiers of the 4th platoon. The soldiers who were training on the parade ground watched Xia Li and his platoon go to rest with their arms around each other and laughing. They were a little envious of the communications company, which did not have to train as hard as them and could rest early. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers of the communications company seemed to have gone mad, rushing to the parade ground at an extremely fast speed to run laps, followed by their platoon leader, who was particularly good at fighting. Not long after, these people began to be beaten by the female volleyball leader as usual, and their screams echoed throughout the entire playground. Soldiers from other companies. Are all women this ruthless? I no longer envy the communications company. Just watching them get thrown over the shoulder and fall from midair makes me feel pain. That's ruthless. Xia Li's one-sided retaliatory teaching did not last long. Before she even finished her shift that evening, she was summoned to Commander Lu's office by his bodyguard. Xia Li went to Commander Lu's office, still a little puzzled. She thought that since the ships had all been taken away, all she had to do was drink tea in the office every day, go out and train with others, and then wait at home for her merits to come in. Why did he ask her to come over for Inside Commander Lu's office, Xia Li shouted, "Report." When Commander Lu saw Xia Li enter, he pointed to the stool opposite him and said with a serious expression, "Sit down." Xia Li frowned slightly, walked over and sat down, looking as if she had just understood something, and asked, "Commander, what do you need me for?" "To settle the bill for those 6 planes." Although she didn't know why Commander Lu had summoned her, she had to ask the questions she needed to ask. With this improved warship, she shouldn't have so much trouble getting funding in the future, but who would complain about having too much money? Those 6 fighter jets could definitely be exchanged for a lot of money. Commander Lu felt a throbbing sensation on the back of his head and said speechlessly, "They were just pulled out. How could it be so fast?" Under Xia Li's gaze that seemed to say, "The money hasn't even been settled yet. What are you calling me here for?" Commander Lu cleared his throat and resumed his usual serious demeanor. "I called you here today to tell you that the higher-ups are aware of the current condition of this warship and are taking it very seriously. However, out of concern for your safety and the safety of your parents, we have decided not to reveal your identity for now. But even if your achievements cannot reveal your identity, they still need to be put into practice, so we hope you can appear under a code name. Do you have a code name you'd like to use?" This is the optimal solution they found after studying it for an entire afternoon. If it were any ordinary person with a legitimate background, Commander Lu and his men would have made Xia Li's identity public. Then they invited the person to conduct research in the deep mountains and forests, away from the outside world's disturbances, to avoid any potential harm to their person. But Xia Li is different. Xia Li's father was a cadre who had been sent to the countryside, which meant that her background was bound to be criticized. By making her identity public, not only foreigners, spies, and people who do not want China to prosper, but even Xia Jiangwo's former political enemies will focus their attention on Xia Li, fearing that Xia Jiangwo might make a comeback and intending to persecute her. By then, dealing with all the outside disturbances and the malice coming from all directions would be enough to drain most of Xia Li's energy. How could she possibly have time for research? Moreover, this is an unnecessary expenditure of energy and does not benefit Xia Li in any way. Therefore, until they see the light at the end of the tunnel, the best solution for both of them is to let Xia Li conduct research as an underground worker. Commander Lu didn't say it aloud, but Xia Li understood it in her heart. One side helps with the research and development of China, and the other side helps protect her parents. This was the agreed-upon deal between the two parties, and Xia Li didn't make a fuss about it. Xia Li pondered for 2 seconds and said softly, "Then, let's call him Lei Kong." Her dual elemental abilities are a secret she can never reveal in this lifetime, and also the only evidence of her existence in her previous life since she came to this era. Commander Lu frowned, feeling that the name sounded a bit strange. Isn't X-Kong just a Buddhist name that monks use? I heard that Xia had previously wanted to name the modified ship Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Although the name Little White didn't sound very heartfelt, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva sounds like a Buddhist name. Could it be that Xia, at such a young age, is really a product of the failed campaign to destroy the Four Olds, and is now wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism? Commander Lu secretly thought to himself that I'll have to remind Xiaolu later to keep a close eye on Xia and prevent her from doing anything that would give others a handle to use against her, such as burning incense and praying at home. He nodded calmly and agreed, "Okay, I'll report the certificate to you later." After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Xia Li again, his heart pounding with anxiety, but his face remained calm. "By the way, Xia, the higher-ups want to urgently manufacture a batch of your kind of armor-piercing shells for sea trials. You'll also see other equipment on the ship then. I heard that you personally completed all the mechanical systems, and the design drawings are currently in your possession? See if you need anything. How about you give me the design drawings today?" Xia Li was still lamenting his past life's retirement life that was about to be obtained, but was immediately torn to pieces by time travel and could be indefinitely postponed when he suddenly heard this question. She tapped her index finger lightly on the table a few times, a hint of a smile in her eyes. She had 3 purposes for improving the ship. 1, to accumulate military merits to help her father and reach the pinnacle of her life. She believed that China would not owe her anything. 2, to retaliate against those who dared to harm her family and even threw bombs at her. This was also successfully achieved. 3, make the dog that made her run in the same way suffer the same punishment. The warships themselves don't need to move. As long as we have enough resources, isn't this opportunity here now? Xia Li replied with a smile, quite straightforwardly, there's not much I need. I'm a very conscientious person, and if they don't forget to give me the credit I deserve, that's the best leadership I can have. Furthermore, the completion of this ship improvement was largely thanks to the help of everyone in Research Lab number 2. This military achievement shouldn't be mine alone, everyone's share should be included. Is this request too much to ask? Commander Lu seemed relieved and immediately nodded, assuring everyone, of course it's not excessive. Even if you don't say anything, the merits of those veteran researchers will be recorded in the archives. They have their own code names, just like you. The organization won't treat them unfairly. Xia Li nodded, very well, then I have one more request. Commander Lu's heart jumped into his throat. He thought, here it comes, this is the most important request of this little girl. All the nonsense she said before was just to make it sound good. He knew that this little girl's request would not be so easy. Under Commander Lu's slightly uneasy gaze, Xia Li smiled sinisterly. Commander, you're Lu Dingyuan's superior, aren't you? Commander Lu? What does this have to do with Lu Dingyuan? Yes. Xia Li, doesn't a leader have the right to arrange training for their subordinates? Division Commander Lu, yes. Xia Li's smile gradually widened and became increasingly kind. Then give him extra training. 3 months, 50 laps a day. This amount of training, for Comrade Lu Dingyuan who has excellent physical strength, is simply the perfect reason why you think he has excellent physical abilities and should be given special treatment, wouldn't you say? Commander Lu. Commander Lu, whose mind was full of questions, suddenly remembered the rumor he had heard some time ago that Xia Li had been punished by having to do 50 extra laps of training every night, and his expression instantly became strange. Could it be that Lu Dingyuan was the one who punished her? This little girl made such a great contribution, and he's holding on to this condition just for pure revenge? In a daze, Commander Lu suddenly felt like saying something that was hard to put into words. You two young people really know how to have fun. However, he agreed very readily, as if afraid that Xia Li would change to some harsh conditions at any moment. He immediately made the decision. No problem, let him run for 3 more months. Xia Li, you can't punish me physically anymore. Commander Lu paused for a second to mourn for Lu Dingyuan, who was probably at a loss with the little girl, and had just found a way to vent his anger before being cruelly dismissed, before answering quite firmly. Fine. Xia Li didn't say a word, but cheerfully said to Commander Lu, the things are at my house, Commander. Just send one of your men with me to get them back. Commander Lu was satisfied and immediately sent someone to go home with Xia Li to retrieve the design drawings. However, Xia Li was happily staying at home, waiting to see Lu Dingyuan run laps every night, but before that day even began, the Marine Corps assembled in the conference hall. The Marine Corps is a force with extremely high physical require. There were about 1,000 people, all with broad shoulders, narrow waists, and, fortunately, she was self-aware enough to be the only female warrior in the Marine Corps, and didn't dare to blow that scoundrel's whistle, but when she went in, her eyes were full of smiles, and she was very spirited. Happily, I picked up my little stool and sat down in the direction of my row. Zhao Chang looked at his platoon leader, who was in a very good mood, and asked in a low voice, Platoon leader, is there something good that makes you so happy? Could it be that Commander contacted Lu, their platoon leader, earlier because the battle merits and money for capturing fighter jets had already been settled? Can't this be fast? Xia Li was too embarrassed to say that it wasn't because of the money, but because her previous nonsense to Wang Xiaowei about there are many tough and upright soldiers in the army, you can go and take a look, had come true, which is why she felt a little happy. When soldiers are training on the drill ground, it doesn't look very interesting. But when you really think they look cool, you have to look at them in their formal attire. Xia Li successfully demonstrated to Zhao Chang that one lie can be covered up with many more lies to cover up the truth, and simply said, your battalion commander is favored by his superiors and will be doing extra training tonight. Zhao Chang. The other 4 rows of people, straining to listen. Why are their battalion commander and platoon leaders so happy? Could it be that their platoon leader tripped them? The fact that their platoon leader and battalion commander are at odds is definitely not a good sign. The group chatted idly for a while, and soon Commander Bai walked up to the podium. He held a microphone in his hand, his usual gentle demeanor gone, and said with a serious expression, another winter has arrived, and I'm sure the soldiers are mentally prepared. Without further ado, we'll set off tomorrow for the northeast for cold weather training. Please make sure you have all your personal belongings ready tonight. Prohibited items are absolutely not allowed. We'll get up and set off at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Now, please allow me to mention some points to note. Commander Bai delivered his speech on the podium in a powerful and resonant voice, but a very subtle murmur of discussion arose below. Why is it so early this year? More than half a month earlier than in previous years, right? Yes, normally we do cold weather training during the coldest time of the year, so why is it so early this year? Is there some new situation? What new developments could there be? Aside from training, it's just one last joint training exercise with the Northeast. Our Marines have never lost, so there's nothing to be particularly concerned about, right? If the people from the Northeast Army heard you say that, they'd probably come looking for you to fight one-on-one. Am I wrong? We are a special forces unit, which makes us stronger than ordinary soldiers. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to win? The people from the Northeast Corps already dislike us because of our constant losses. If you go there and say anything outrageous, you might get ganged up on. Xia Li was initially quite happy because he could go to Northeast China and check on his older brother and Li Qingnan's situation. But she had excellent hearing and could hear all the whispers around her clearly, causing her brows to furrow unconsciously. Lu Dingyuan said he was going to Northeast China a little later than he is now. So, the training started earlier this year? Could it be because someone is coming to test the sea? Knowing that even asking those around her might not yield an answer, Xia Li simply refrained from asking a single question. After Commander Bai finished his rambling speech and everyone dispersed, Xia Li confronted Lu Dingyuan directly. She looked up at the man with his sharply defined features, frowned, and asked, "Did you go to the Northeast early because someone is coming to test the sea and you want me to avoid it?" Lu Dingyuan did not deny it, but told her directly, "That is indeed the reason. Many people will be observing the test voyage and there's a good chance they might recognize you. Only by avoiding them can you escape hidden dangers." Xia Li thought to herself, just as I thought. Unless there are special reasons, the military generally does not change the fixed time. But this attempt to avoid her did not put Xia Li at ease. She asked with a furrowed brow, "Then what about my parents? With so many among the people here, there must be some from the faction that persecuted my parents, right? And since those people have already come to the South Island, why don't they take the opportunity to interrogate the person they've been keeping an eye on?" The reason there has been little news from Fuing during this period is because Commander Lu is strong-willed and will not allow those messy things to spread to the South Island. He even went so far as to purge all the spies from the South Island to intimidate various factions, which offended many people in the process. Xia Li had no doubt that, given the chance, those people would want to replace Commander Lu, the widowed king, with someone from their own side or a more easily manipulated leader of the South Island Legion. But now that this loophole has been opened, will those people really not take any action? Lu Dingyuan's expression unconsciously became more serious, but he was more composed than Xia Li. The emergence of this warship is undoubtedly a major breakthrough in the field of Chinese warships, and it is inevitable that various forces will be invited to come and see it. This is unavoidable. Lu Dingyuan didn't dwell on the issue, but instead put it another way. Those people will leave after their test voyage, and it won't affect your parents' safety. Xia Li's gaze towards Lu Dingyuan turned somewhat cold, and her voice deepened as she repeated, "Safety of life? There are far too many things in this world that can cause harm to people, besides life itself." This vague response was not the answer she wanted. Lu Dingyuan remained silent, then said frankly, "During this trial voyage, your parents may have to briefly return to the first squadron of the South Island. But don't worry, the military has already arranged for people to protect them, and no one will be able to harm them. Your parents will be sent back in a week at most, after the sea trials are over." Xia Li's face was grim. Although her tone remained calm, it carried a hint of aggressiveness. "You guys are trying your best. Why are you involving my parents? That's not what we agreed on in the first place. You can't be so dishonest." If she were to create something and it were to appear on the South Island, her parents would have to go back to the cowshed. What would be the point of making such a thing then? Will all the goodwill she showed turn into malice and fall on her parents? What kind of person does this? As if guessing what Xia Li was thinking, Lu Dingyuan explained, "Those people had put pressure on the Corps many times before, wanting to come to the South Island to interrogate your parents, but the division commanders resisted them all and they didn't succeed. But things are different recently. They've obtained the necessary paperwork for an interrogation, making this interrogation inevitable. It just so happened that this test voyage would take place, so Commander Lu wanted to do both things at the same time. Having multiple powers has its advantages. With each power checking and balancing the others, those people don't dare to act too blatantly. The military can assure you that your parents will absolutely not have any personal safety issues and will absolutely not be subjected to torture. The agreement you made with the military also included the requirement that if anyone came to the South Island to interrogate your parents, they would need to briefly return to the 1st Battalion on the South Island. The best solution right now is to have them interrogate the people when there are many people around, so that those people won't dare to do anything underhanded." Xia Li, however, completely disagreed with their optimal solution and said expressionlessly, "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't go to the Northeast." Lu Dingyuan. Upon hearing her words, Lu Dingyuan's face immediately turned cold, exuding the ruthless demeanor befitting a seasoned battalion commander. He sneered, "You're already in the army. What do you take military orders for? The arrangements have already been made above, but she completely ignores them? When the other soldiers saw Lu Dingyuan's appearance, they were probably so frightened that they immediately stood at attention and didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. But Xia Li was never one to be controlled by others and completely refused to accept any rules that were inexplicably imposed on her. Her sinister gaze fixed on Lu Dingyuan, a smirk playing on her lips, as she retorted without a hint of politeness. "Don't you know why I enlisted? If it weren't for my parents, would I have come to your souths?" How could she, who had always been so proud, suffer this humiliation? With her abilities, even if she had to find a way to go abroad or hide in the deep mountains and forests for 10 years, she could still live comfortably and thrive. This situation, desperately wanting to avoid being suppressed, yet being forced into submission by the historical context, was incredibly frustrating. And you still talk to her about military orders? Her family was almost all gone. Who cared about military orders anymore? Lu Dingyuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath. "But while I said my parents would cooperate, I also said that if anyone wanted to come, they should let me know in advance." Xia Li gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with anger, and said, "Or do you think my so-called telling me in advance meant letting me hide out in advance, or just letting me know about it, rather than taking appropriate measures? Even if I'm just spouting nonsense with my eyes closed, can you please not interpret it so absurdly?" Xia Li's words were so sarcastic that Lu Dingyuan grew a little angry as well. "So, how do you plan to deal with this?" "Kill them all on the way." Xia Li, having given up all hope, said in a nonchalant tone, "Why not?" Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li's nonsensical words instantly reminded Lu Dingyuan of the Americans who died on South Island, which later caused a series of disputes that still hadn't been fully resolved diplomatically. He took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his anger. "You can kill one person, you can kill 10 people, but can you kill everyone who comes to South Island? Or do you think that if things get out of hand, no one will come to South Island to investigate? Do you even know what kind of situation your family is in right now? Your parents, including yourself, need absolute discretion, not exposure to everyone." Lu Dingyuan knew that Xia Li was a clear-headed rascal, but he gradually realized that Xia Li seemed out of touch with the times. She simply didn't understand the situation China was facing today. Even though he knew there was little chance Xia Li would listen, he still had to warn her. "Those people came for your parents and for those things. Previously, Commander Lu had been telling people that your parents should receive the most rigorous re-education from poor and lower-middle peasants. If it weren't for the intervention from above and Commander Lu's efforts, why do you think those people haven't bothered your family for so long? The fact that your parents left the 1st Brigade of South Island must not be revealed. Otherwise, if those people find out, it could very well lead to another bloodbath. If this attracts attention from all sides, even if the authorities want to protect your parents, they won't have the chance. And you're just getting in the way here. If people find out that the Warship is related to you, your family will only be in greater danger, and countless eyes will be on them. At that point, let alone allowing your parents to secretly live in the military compound, even if they were to continue living on South Island, those people might not agree." Seeing that Lu Dingyuan's expression showed no sign of guilt, Xia Li frowned even more deeply. "Aren't you supposed to be conservatives? Don't you have even the slightest bit of ability? It's just about protecting one person." Xia Li had wanted to ask about this before, because their faction's strength was far too weak, and their ability to bear risks was far too poor. Having reached the top, how could you still let your life turn out like this? Isn't it that person who calls the shots now? Do you think none of these people have a good relationship with the big boss? What kind of interpersonal skills do they have? Lu Dingyuan remained silent for a long while before saying, "Apart from those who weren't protected, most of the rest are lying low. There are too many things that must be done for the sake of that final light." When Xia Li heard his words, the expression on her face almost cracked. What's the difference between saying that and not saying anything? So, her father was one of those who weren't protected? Why don't you just say that the leaders of your faction have all been taken down, and those who aren't in the public I have cut ties with them? Otherwise, you might be implicated now. This answer was truly disheartening. Xia Li took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and with a very serious expression, declared, "Sin. You have your helplessness, I have mine. I am the kind of person who cannot be reasoned with at all. You should have known that when you specially recruited me into the army. My goal has never changed. It is simply to protect my parents. I acknowledge that you are noble and that your actions have been far from easy, but that is not a reason for me to back down. I pity you, but who pities my parents? Their dedication to defending the country is their business, and my dedication to my parents is my business. There is no conflict between the two. If you really believe that military orders are absolute and cannot be changed, then I'll have no choice but to retire. It doesn't matter if you don't protect my parents, as long as the items are in my hands, I'll switch sides immediately. At the very least, I'll save their lives." The familiar feeling of Lu Dingyuan, that sensible little rascal in the camp starting to act like a scoundrel, came over him again, and the veins on his forehead began to throb once more. Lu Dingyuan knew perfectly well that with Xia Jiangwo around, Xia Li would never hand over the items to those people. If Xia Jiangwo were gone one day, the people this little girl would hate the most would be those very individuals. It was estimated that she wouldn't hand over the items to them and might even want to kill anyone who hurt her parents, becoming a full-fledged terrorist. Moreover, she must also know that if she handed over something so important, how could the others not settle scores with her family when someone other than the pro-Mao faction came to power? With a mind as clear as hers, how could she possibly hand over the items? He understood this principle, and he knew Xia Li understood it too, yet she still chose to threaten him with such words. Lu Dingyuan couldn't quite bring himself to say something like, "I knew you wouldn't do something like that. If you're so capable, then go ahead and say it." He was clearly trying to avoid a confrontation. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Don't say things like that anymore. It's bad if others hear it, and it will draw criticism. I told you, your parents are not in mortal danger." "Xia Li, I don't believe it. I don't trust anyone unless I keep important things under my own nose. I want to stay here. Otherwise, I'll have my parents come with me to Northeast China." Both of them knew that the second option was simply impossible. If someone really comes to investigate, Xia Jiangwo must be on South Island. Lu Dingyuan sighed. "I'll discuss it with the regiment." After saying that, he turned and left, going straight to find Commander Lu and the others to discuss the matter. However, the outcome of this discussion was not very optimistic. The matter had already been approved by the higher authorities, and it was a done deal that the Xia couple would be interrogated. There was no way to change it. When Xia Li returned home, it was already evening. The night sky was filled with the brilliant Milky Way, completely different from the polluted skies of later generations. She walked back with her head up, looking at the sky, her mind filled with many thoughts. Thoughts about her parents, about this era, about why she had come into this world, and even more about when she would finally be able to fully enjoy her retirement. She always felt that she had come to a place more peaceful than the apocalypse, but after experiencing various things, she found that it was not as peaceful as she had imagined. The human heart is often more terrifying than monsters. Why is life so difficult for people in peacetime? Peace that is easier to obtain is probably less worthy of our appreciation. Perhaps ordinary people like those in the 1st Brigade of South Island, who don't overthink things, have an easier life than those in high positions like her parents. The older generation of revolutionaries carried an extremely heavy burden. When Xia Li returned home, she found that there was still only one dim light on in the living room. As soon as she walked in, she saw 4 plates of snacks on the table. Old Xia was sitting at the table, taking sips of his drink, looking as if he was deep in thought. When Xia Li saw him like this, her first reaction was to run away. Northern men, after drinking, have 2 main characteristics. 1, they start bragging and boasting. 2, they talk endlessly about their fatherly, experienced advice and give unsolicited guidance. Neither of these was the ideal experience. "I know you can't understand why I did this, but what you have is really important, so important that if you lose it, it will take China a decade or even decades to stop other powers from militarily crushing China. This is not what we want to see." Those millions of underground workers died before dawn, and no matter how much suffering they endured, they remained steadfast to the death, all because they had their own beliefs. "And China is the faith of your mother and me. I may not be a good husband or a good father. I don't expect you to believe in the same things as us, but this is the path we have chosen, and we have no regrets in this life. Lily, your parents are very proud of everything you've done. This time on the South Island has been one of the few times in our lives that we've had the most relaxed time. But as your parents, I hope you're not exhausted and overwhelmed by our daily struggles, and I hope you can have your own convictions and beliefs, and live for yourself." Lily let go. Xia Jiangwo spoke from the heart. Although he doesn't usually say anything, he truly loves his daughter dearly. Countless days and nights he tossed and turned, wanting to tell his daughter to stop working so hard. He said it was her parents' choice and that keeping their distance was the best thing for them. They didn't want to become a burden on their daughter. But whenever he saw his daughter desperately trying to get them out, biting anyone like a little wolf cub afraid of losing its mother, Xia Jiangwo couldn't bear to say those words to discourage her. But if he didn't speak up, he was genuinely afraid his daughter would go astray, and besides, they also had their own issues to face and couldn't cause trouble for the country. As Xia Li listened to Xia Jiangwo's earnest words, her gaze gently fell on Xia Jiangwo's face, her expression light yet incredibly serious. "I don't have any religious beliefs." Her faith had long been worn away by the repeated killings in the apocalypse, and after losing her parents and becoming a widowed queen, she found faith to be ridiculous. After all, she had prayed so sincerely to the gods and Buddhas when her parents died, yet they still did not survive. But now that she has another chance, how can he still maintain that ridiculous faith? "If I had to say, I don't believe in anyone. My only belief is to live happily. My parents are both alive, and my brothers are safe and sound. I have no shame before heaven or man. That's all. I won't take advantage of others, and no one should try to bully me in the slightest. They try to trample on my beliefs, so what if I want to kill them? Xia Li finally understood that she had been too obedient in the past, and those people hadn't suffered any harm, which was why they kept causing trouble for her. Since being too obedient won't work, let's all play dirty tricks. Although she could not empathize with Lu Dingyuan and the others who did their best to push the situation forward and see the light at the end of the tunnel. But she could easily base her argument on the idea that if all the bad guys died, the world would be at peace, and all the chaos would disappear completely. Thinking about it this way, the two sides are actually on the same page in terms of overall direction. Destroy others to strengthen yourself. Xia Zhangguo had thought that his daughter might be a bit independent, but he never imagined that her thinking would be so extreme. But the phrase, "My parents are alive, my brothers are safe, I have no shame before heaven or man, that's all," was so powerful that he couldn't refute it at all. Their faith is in China, but their daughter's most important thing is her family. How can these two conflicting beliefs be reconciled? Xia Zhangguo wasn't the only one in the family compound who was constantly worried and extremely conflicted. There were also two other people who stood under the utility pole in the compound late at night, smoking incessantly in their distress. Under the dim streetlights, moths fluttered against the lampshades, making a pat-pat sound. In the dim light, amidst the swirling smoke, Commander Bai and Lu Dingyuan leaned against the wall, smoking, their brows never unfurrowed. Commander Bai sighed. The higher-ups mean that Xia Zhangguo and the others will still have to undergo investigation, but they will be accompanied and protected to prevent those people from going too far. Lu Dingyuan, with a cigarette between his fingers, slowly exhaled a white smoke ring, directly pouring cold water on Commander Bai. Xia Li won't agree. Staying. Everyone says her family will be fine. What is she still clinging to here for? Lu Dingyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. If it were me, I probably wouldn't leave either. Commander Bai. My family is naturally worried, but what can I do in this situation? Commander Bai took a deep drag on his cigarette, wishing he could fill all his lungs at once. Her voice carried a hint of annoyance, though it was unclear what it was directed at, but your staying is completely different from her staying. You stay, but you know that your presence will not benefit either party. Even if the other party goes too far, you will tolerate it for the time being and settle accounts with them in the end. But what about her? She didn't just want to stay for peace of mind. She wanted to crush anyone who dared to harm her parents. Do you think those people are so arrogant that they can just do whatever they want? With her impulsive nature, she'll get herself involved sooner or later. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan tilted his head, took a drag of his cigarette, and as he exhaled a smoke ring, he threw the cigarette but on the ground, then bent down and stubbed it out with his military boot, as if he was about to leave. Commander Bai was a little puzzled when he saw that the man had just left suddenly while smoking a cigarette. He hadn't said anything that would upset him, had he? Puzzled, he asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Dingyuan didn't look up, his long eyelashes drooping, and his deep voice answered very calmly, "She's as determined as a turtle that's eaten a weight. We can't really let her fight to the death with those people, can we? I'm going back now. You guys can leave first tomorrow." After saying that, he left immediately. Commander Bai watched Lu Dingyuan's retreating figure, a strange and disdainful expression on his face. When did their battalion commander Lu become so enthusiastic, even going so far as to come up with other solutions for the mission targets besides the mission itself? How come you didn't know? TSK. Lu Dingyuan returned to his office, turned on the light, and strode over to sit down in the chair next to his desk. Xia Li was not surprised to receive news that he could stay on the South Island temporarily and go to the Northeast after the matter was resolved. She wasn't too disappointed. After all, her father's current situation was still outwardly that of a demotion, and if someone came to investigate, it would be a problem if he were killed. However, we need to carefully study the details, such as how to make those people wary. Before Xia Li could even start plotting anything, Lu Dingyuan packed him up and sent him, along with Xia Zhangguo and the others, to the 1st Brigade of the South Island. On the mountain, the clear blue sky, the white clouds that float like veils, and the warm sunshine make it the perfect weather for a picnic. Xia Li stood on the edge of the field, looking at the endless rice paddies on the mountainside, which resembled terraces, and a big question mark slowly appeared in her mind. Xia Zhangguo and Li Xiuli came out of the small, dilapidated thatched hut not far away after changing their clothes. They saw their daughter staring blankly at the paddy fields shimmering in the golden sunlight in the distance, and they found it a little funny. Xia Zhangguo walked over to Xia Li and stood down. While straightening his tattered clothes, he said with a smile, "You've never seen such a big paddy field before, have you? When my father served in the army in the western province, the paddy fields there were much larger than here, with one layer after another, which looked quite spectacular. However, the Japanese devils later acted inhumanely, causing many fields there to be abandoned. I don't know if they've been rebuilt yet. Xia Li. Am I surprised because I've never seen paddy fields before? I was clearly surprised because I had never seen these paddy fields when I was in the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Now, more than half a year later, I suddenly saw such a large area of unfamiliar fields. I don't remember the 1st Brigade of the South Island having these paddy fields before. Xia Jiangwo nodded and was about to speak when he heard Li Xiuli call out to him. Old Xia, you should change your shoes too. Xia Jiangwo, sigh. After saying that, he didn't continue chatting with his daughter. He waved his hand and left with only the words, I'll talk to you later. Then he turned around and went back to change his shoes. Xia Li's lips twitched as she looked. She glanced at the pair of somewhat new black cloth shoes on her father's feet. She looked down at Lu Dingyuan squatting beside her, fiddling with the rice seedlings and inspecting the rice. Is this Commander Lu's arrangement? Lu Dingyuan put down the rice seedlings in his hand and nodded slightly. If your father is to leave the 1st Brigade of South Island, he needs a public reason. The reason we spread the news was that they had been undergoing the most arduous labor reform in the mountains for some time, reclaiming wasteland for the motherland. This would cover for their prolonged absence from the 1st Battalion on South Island. Xia Li. All right. Xia Li silently turned her gaze back to the terraced fields. Isn't this ridiculous? Such a large terraced field, if these two old folks were to work on it themselves, forget half a year, even if given a year or two, they might not finish it. Who did this? Lu Dingyuan, one company. However, once this batch of rice finishes heading, we can hand this work over to your 4th platoon next year. Other members of the communications team need to learn professional skills, so it's impossible for them all to come and work with her. Anyway, although their 4th platoon is called the Communications Company, its actual function is practically non-existent. They're basically not allowed to charge into battle. As long as they don't run around, it doesn't matter if they come to do some work. It can also help burn off Xia Li's boundless energy during the day, preventing her from causing trouble. Xia Li was speechless. Had she just talked too much and taken on too much work for herself? She lay down very seriously, saying, I can't. Lu Dingyuan, I'll teach you. Xia Li. Xia Li felt a lump in her throat and cursed Lu Dingyuan inwardly. Isn't your family a 3rd-generation revolutionary? And you had to grow rice since you were a child. She was certain that if Lu Dingyuan said to her, I'll go learn right now, she would immediately shove him into a pond and plunge him headfirst into the water. Lu Dingyuan looked at Xia Li with a slightly strange expression. Where did you get the food for so many people in your army? Including the meat products for the military, we are completely self-sufficient. Moreover, during the harvest season, when the people are too busy to manage, the Corps will send people to help with the harvest. There are very few people in our production and construction corps who don't know how to do farm work. In those days, resources were scarce and food was even more inadequate, so one can imagine how precious farmland was. As long as it increases yield, I'm willing to send soldiers to help, or even have them live in the fields. There is basically no one in the country who is idle. How could it be that raising soldiers is just raising them, and when the people need them, they are left to do nothing but train? Xia Li remained silent, but in her mind she had already begun to secretly draw up blueprints for rice transplanters and rice harvesters. It's impossible for them to do any actual work. If we really have to make them do any work next year, then let's make it all mechanized. Xia Li, being a chatterbox, had inexplicitly taken on this task and didn't want to continue the conversation. Instead, she asked, when will the interrogators arrive? Is it still Fuing? If it were Fuing. That guy was ruthless and had no bottom line. Killing him wouldn't be a big deal. I wonder if, in the process of killing them, although on the surface all the evidence points to a radical youth killing him, everyone knows in their hearts that the mastermind behind it all is the United States. Xia Li had to admit that although she had a grudge against the United States was actually quite useful to her. If the opportunity arises, it's not impossible to use it again. Lu Dingyuan looked up at Xia Li, who was deep in thought, and suddenly remembered something his second aunt had once said. When a child is quiet, he must be up to no good. His brows furrowed slightly, and he warned seriously, it should still be him. He was a specialist in interrogation on this line. Your parents will not be mistreated during interrogation, nor will they be asked any inappropriate questions. Don't even think about harming them or their group. The last time the Americans were there, they were too far away to reach the site, and all the evidence was destroyed before they arrived. Fucheng's faction isn't just sending any person to the South Island this time. Xia Li glanced at him. Didn't you say before that you could only guarantee my safety? Now you won't even ask me any harsh questions. You people change your ways quickly. So it turns out I didn't work hard enough before? If I had adopted this attitude earlier, I could have avoided a lot of arguments. Instead, I ended up arguing with her until my head ached. I'll decide based on the situation. Anyway, since she's here, she can handle anything that's wrong in a timely manner. Lu Dingyuan knew it was impossible to take Xia Li away from here, so he instructed her, when they come to interrogate you in a little while, you stay with me in a nearby villager's house. Your identity must not be revealed. Xia Li, okay, I'll trust you one more time. If I find out that's not the case, I guarantee those people in Fucheng won't live past tonight. Beneath Lu Dingyuan's serious expression, his eyes were somewhat cold. Do you know that murder is a crime? We've finally reached a peaceful era, but this young girl only thinks about breaking the law and has never obeyed it. Xia Li looked at her innocent face, shrugged, and bluntly said, then find evidence to arrest me. Even if you tie people to trees and strike them with lightning, they'd never find a murder method from a fantasy world in a scientific society, no matter how hard they try. You can't exactly say she carried a generator and electrocuted all those people in the trees, can you? Lu Dingyuan, whose temples were throbbing with anger at the little rascal's attitude. If she weren't a valuable scientific researcher, she would never have been able to join the military based on her moral standards. Bang, 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 bang. Just as the two were about to engage in another verbal battle, a series of rapid, loud noises suddenly came from the coastline. The sound was loud and continuous. Although they couldn't see what was happening on the other side of the coastline due to the distance, everyone present knew the reason. At this moment at sea, the warship that Xia Li had modified was undergoing sea trials, with the sound of cannons booming. It was China's most powerful naval weapon at present. Xia Zhengwo, who had just changed his shoes and was helping his wife tidy up the house, immediately put down the feather duster when he heard the sound of firecrackers outside. He looked outside excitedly and quickly walked over. Standing at the entrance, he gazed towards the coastline, his expression a mixture of eagerness and satisfaction. That was a weapon that could attract the attention of countless leaders. It was China's newest and most powerful weapon, and it was also a weapon personally developed by his daughter. I really want to see it for myself. Perhaps with the development of military power, China can achieve complete stability sooner? Not only Xia Zhengwo, but also the team members from several brigades on the South Island who were working in the fields all put down their farm tools, put on their hand-woven straw hats, and looked in the direction of the rumbling thunder. This trial voyage was only near the coastline. In order not to cause panic, the troops had already informed the local people that it was a drill conducted by the South Island Corps, not an enemy attack. The people weren't too frightened when they heard the sound, but no one was in the mood to work. They all looked in the direction from which the cannon fire was coming. Everyone looked on with a joyful expression, and some even made plans to go and see what was going on. Someone said, I heard that only one warship is testing its cannons. That artillery fires incredibly fast. I wonder how many fewer people would have died in previous wars if we had had such fast-firing cannons years ago. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and a strange sadness inexplicably filled the air. Who hasn't lost a few relatives during those war years? The captain sighed, we have it now, but we won't have it again. The previous sentence was somewhat sentimental, but the next sentence was shouted out. What are you all watching? It's such a long distance. Even if you went now, you wouldn't make it. Get to work right now, or don't blame me for deducting your work points. When the team members saw their captain getting angry, they immediately shrank back and obediently continued working. These ordinary people ask for nothing more than an end to the war so that they can live in peace. Maritime. More than a dozen warships guarded the little white ship, with leaders and visitors from various parties standing on board. Faced with the formidable combat power of Little White, everyone was filled with awe, regardless of their inner thoughts. With a combat capability of more than 3,000 shells per second, even without expensive armor-piercing shell. The power of ordinary shells is unimaginable. The crowd could hardly believe that such a our fastest cannons in China before only ran at 800 miles per hour. If your school produced a researcher capable of modifying decommissioned warships into something like this, wouldn't you be strutting around like crazy too? The old man immediately laughed and said with a laugh, if such a person were to emerge in our Bohai Bay, I'd not only be arrogant, I'd practically lift him to the heavens. As he spoke, the old man said with a sense of melancholy and a sigh, before, they brought out military vehicles from the South Island that could reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour, and now they have warships. I heard that they also have radar with detection capabilities comparable to those of the United States that is still in the testing phase. What incredible luck did they have to stumble upon such a treasure? Luck is something you can't help but envy. With these things, the conservatives' leverage has increased. The most vocal factions are getting a bit anxious, unsure how long the conservatives can remain dormant or whether they'll confront those lunatics head-on. The old man and the middle-aged man were both in the Navy. Although they had a little bit of competition with each other, especially when it came to issuing warships from above, they would argue until they were red in the face when they wanted warships. They found Commander Lu's spirited appearance extremely displeasing, but that didn't stop them from being happy that the strength of the Chinese Navy was rising day by day. They have over 30 more Russian warships of the same type over there, and I don't know when they'll be able to upgrade them. Those who came to see the improved warships were full of praise. When the naval officers learned about the cost of the low-cost modified ships, they wished they could celebrate the new year on the spot. The people in Fuing were really anxious. As soon as he got ashore, Fuing didn't go to any celebration party at all. Instead, he led his men out with a cold face. Each stomp was incredibly powerful, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the ground. Their faction is pro-Mao, and naturally hopes that China can continue to be dependent on Russia. Now that Russia's aircraft carrier has just been unveiled, China has produced a ship that calls itself a mini aircraft carrier. If the Russians find out, they'll think we're deliberately slapping Russia in the face and trying to disgust them with that little, broken ship. Commander Lu's side is the same. Other aircraft carriers can carry planes, so it's one thing to call them aircraft carriers. But your little broken boats are only 40-odd meters long and can't even carry planes. Yet you insist on calling them mini aircraft carriers. Isn't that just deliberately disgusting? China had just begun to distance itself from Russia when it was targeted by the United States. These people are constantly causing trouble for Russia. They are more trouble than they are worth. If China was still under Russia's protection before, how could the United States have dared to drop bombs on China? If China were to completely sever ties with Russia, under whose protection would it grow in the future? With island nations eyeing China covetously, small islands harboring treacherous intentions, and the United States targeting China with extreme hostility, how can China develop independently under such circumstances? Are all these people out of their minds? This time, we absolutely must find out the whereabouts of that thing from Xia Jiangwo, otherwise we'll really have no way to explain the shady things these people have done to the Russians. Fuing stormed over to his car and saw another car parked in front of it. The young soldier in the passenger seat got out of the car and saluted him when he saw him coming. "Hello, Comrade Fuing. I am Comrade Lu Qianghua's bodyguard." Comrade Lu Qianghua, having heard that you are going to interrogate Xia Jiangwo for his erroneous ideology, would also like to accompany you to the interrogation. Upon hearing this, Fuing's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. He lowered his eyes and looked towards the rear window with a displeased expression. There sat a middle-aged man in a crisp green military uniform, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. He knew he wouldn't get any more information from the guards, so he simply strode to the car and got in from the other side. As soon as she sat down, she put on a cold face and dared not be sarcastic, but because she was so angry, she couldn't suppress her anger in her tone, and it still inadvertently revealed a bit of it. Why is Colonel Lu, who is not in the capital, coming to such a poor and remote place? It's probably not enough to warrant a colonel just to see a warship. Could it be that because of her son's team, she's also biased? If Lu Dingyuan is a conservative, then the Lu family elders are pure royalists, never taking sides, only recognizing one person and only supporting that faction. At first, Lu Dingyuan, a child from an army family, joined the navy, which attracted considerable attention from various factions. People couldn't help but speculate that since the Lu family's connections weren't with the navy, sending their child here might be because the higher-ups disliked the South Island, or because the Lu family's ambitions had grown too large. But as time went on, they discovered that the Lu family team really didn't care about the kid they sent out. Everything depended on the kid himself. He made his own contributions and didn't participate in saying a word. At the time, no one took it seriously. After all, he was their own child, and they might have helped him behind the scenes. But as it turned out, not only did they not help, the child also had different aspirations from the family and turned to the conservatives. In the following years, the Lu family acted as if they didn't have a child at all. They ignored the child's career and completely let him do as he pleased. They didn't offer any help or even a kind word. If it weren't for the fact that the Lu family still appeared to be very harmonious on the surface, they would have all assumed that the Lu family's child had already fallen out with his elders due to religious differences. How could Fuing not overthink things when people who hadn't worked together for so many years suddenly started talking to each other? Moreover, if this person goes, their investigation team can only question Xia Jiangwo about the charges he was charged with, so how can they find out the whereabouts of those things? They're deliberately making things worse. Lu Qianghua showed no displeasure whatsoever regarding Fuing's extreme remarks. He simply opened his eyes, glanced over lightly, and said in a tone that was both authoritative and gentle, "After all, he is a father. He hasn't seen his son for too long, so he came to see him. Moreover, such a major undertaking as ship modification is taken extremely seriously by those above, so they'll inevitably have to come and take a look." Fuing immediately shut up when the person mentioned above was mentioned. That person now holds an unparalleled position. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about him would likely be beaten to death by the vast majority of poor people. Even if he didn't want Lu Qianghua to go with him for interrogation, Fuing had no choice but to accept it. Thinking of the terrifying power of the warship he had seen today, Fu Cheng frowned and asked, "What does Colonel Lu think of Lei Kong?" The other party's name was obviously fake. "We haven't seen the person yet. Do you think they're on guard against that person in the South Island? Or perhaps, young master, you know something?" He actually suspected that Lei Kong was related to the box they were looking for, and that the person behind the ship modification was also involved in that incident. But just thinking about it makes it seem impossible. Weren't those people supposed to be dead already? Could they not be? Otherwise, how could such a skilled shipbuilding expert suddenly appear? Or is it Si Qiuyu? No, Si Qiuyu is just an aircraft carrier designer. He may not have that much ability. This ship is too versatile and advanced in every aspect. It cannot be modified by researchers in a single discipline. Could it be that the conservatives have... That old fox's son must know something, and maybe he even told the old fox. Otherwise, why would he come and get in his way? In just a few seconds, Fu Cheng's mind was racing with thoughts, but Lu Qianghua remained calm and said in a gentle voice, "National development is a good thing. I only hope that China can prosper and flourish. As for my son, from a young age I taught him to love his country. This is the spirit of our Lu family, and we always put the country first. Regardless of who Lei Kong is, isn't it a good thing that such a talented person has emerged in China and is willing to fight for our country?" Fu Cheng was left speechless by the rebuke, cursing inwardly at the old fox for being slippery and playing dumb. Knowing she wouldn't get anything out of him, she didn't press further. With both him and General Lu protecting him, even if he had suspicions about Lu Dingyuan, he truly wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, if they said something inappropriate to the higher-ups, who knows what the higher-ups would think, these little people would be in deep trouble. He forced a smile and said, "Indeed, the prosperity of China is more important than anything else." For the rest of the journey, Fu Cheng didn't say another word, his face cold as he walked all the way to the 1st Brigade of South Island. Even if he couldn't ask those questions today, there would be plenty of time in the future. He just didn't believe that this guy surnamed Lu could follow him around every day. Moreover, methods of torture weren't limited to just interrogation and forced confessions. If this guy surnamed Lu dared to show any favoritism towards Xia Jiangwo, he'd report it to the authorities and make him regret it. If the top leader found out he was biased, let's see if the Lu family could still be as arrogant as they were now. Fu Cheng entered the thatched hut with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Xia Jiangwo and his wife had already been separated by his men who arrived earlier, so he could now interrogate them directly. To create a sense of oppression, Fu Cheng closed the door immediately after entering the room. However, the conditions of this thatched hut were truly poor. The roof even had holes. The sun was shining brightly today, and rays of sunlight poured down from the rooftop through the gaps like warm yellow beams, giving the room a strange feeling of being in a fairy cave, completely unlike the cramped, oppressive, and suffocating atmosphere he had been aiming for. Fu Cheng felt even more irritable. Since Fu Cheng and the other man entered the room, Xia Jiangwo had been sitting silently in the chair next to the interrogation table, waiting for the interrogation, his face expressionless. When he decided to protect that thing, he was prepared to die, and the current situation was much better than he had imagined. He had made up his mind that no matter what Fu Cheng said or did, it would be to no avail. Seeing his calm demeanor, Fu Cheng became even angrier. With a cold face and a threatening gaze fixed on Xia Jiangwo's face, he placed his hands on the table and leaned towards Xia Jiangwo, who was sitting in the chair, using his tall figure to impose a sense of oppression. He lowered his voice and said to Xia Jiangwo, "You should know why I'm here to see you. I advise you to tell me the truth. You must have already heard about your eldest grandson's stern rebuke, right? He was only 13 years old, so young, and he lost his life because you implicated him and sent him to the countryside. I feel sorry for him." Xia Jiangwo. Upon hearing the news of his eldest grandson's death, the solemn atmosphere in his heart inexplicably began to crumble, and his previously composed face immediately broke down. After all, he had just seen the child off to school this morning and even personally stuffed 2 large meat buns into his lunchbox. Hearing this now just felt so awkward. Because he was trying so hard to suppress his feelings, Xia Jiangwo's expression was somewhat distorted. This led Fu Cheng to mistakenly believe that Xia Jiangwo was angry about the death of his eldest grandson and that his face was twisted from suppressing his emotions. He was secretly pleased. He lowered his body, his expression sinister, and fixed his extremely oppressive gaze on Xia Jiangwo. "I heard you have a very outstanding daughter. With parents like you, who have questionable identities, the fact that she was able to be admitted to the army as a platoon leader despite not meeting the usual requirements suggests that her future is bright. You wouldn't want something like that to happen to your daughter, would you?" Xia Jiangwo appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was churning with anger. This was a blatant threat. Although he felt that his daughter had made such great contributions that the higher authorities would do everything they could to protect such a talented person. But nothing was absolute. This wasn't the first time these people had acted without any moral compass. They'd even lay a hand on a child. What moral bottom line could you expect from them? Before Xia Zhangguo could speak, Lu Qianghua, who had been sitting silently in his chair since entering the room, suddenly spoke up. A soldier's duty is to protect the country. If he truly sacrifices his life for the country, it is inevitable. Every new recruit should make this preparation before enlisting. Even if Comrade Fu. He wanted to reform Comrade Xiao's thinking. He couldn't possibly propose such absurd conditions as protecting a specific soldier and escorting him. Fuing. Xia Zhangguo. Xia Zhangguo looked up, his gaze falling for the first time on the man who had been sitting in the corner since he entered the thatched hut, silent yet with a strong presence. He had initially thought the man was one of the interrogators, but now it seemed unlikely. When Lu Guoqiang saw Xia Zhangguo looking at him, he gave a slight nod. Lu Guoqiang, Comrade Xia, hello, my name is Lu Guoqiang. I'm here today to follow up on your reform progress. I will likely accompany Comrade Fuing each time to check on your reform efforts. I hope that through diligent work, you can undergo ideological re-education and properly correct your bad habits. Fuing. Xia Zhangguo hadn't noticed Lu Guoqiang before, but when he looked up and saw him, he realized the man's features resembled Lu Dingyuan's by about 60 or 70%. If you add in the surname Lu, what else could be misunderstood? This was the person Lu Dingyuan had found to back him up. Immediately, a wave of gratitude toward Lu Dingyuan. Xia Zhangguo rambled on, writing standard, formulaic self-criticisms, as if they were identical to those of other offenders. Fu Cheng was so angry his face turned pale. What was that person surnamed Lu doing here to check on Xia Zhangguo's reform progress? Every word they said sounded so proper, but they were clearly there to help Xia Zhangguo out of a predicament. The Lu family indeed had some connections with the Xia family, and even with the conservative faction. With Lu Guoqiang present, Fuing couldn't openly ask where those things were, since Xia Zhangguo's reason for being demoted wasn't because he had secretly kept anything. But every time he set a trap or even made a threat, that old fox would twist his words and use the excuse that he could not bend the law and favor Xia Zhangguo to shut him down. He could be ruthless towards Xia Zhangguo because Xia Zhangguo was a conservative and couldn't even protect himself now. But he dared not confront Lu Guoqiang, a royalist, head-on. Otherwise, if the Lu family really disliked him, they wouldn't need to go to that person to slander him in order to avoid suspicion. They could easily have the entire Pro-Mao faction remove him from power. It wouldn't be a problem at all. This whole thing was definitely orchestrated by that father and son from the Lu family. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Even if Fu Cheng was angry, there was nothing he could do. The interrogation lasted for over an hour, and he couldn't get a single serious question answered. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he wished he could just throw the person aside and leave. Meanwhile, Lu Dingyuan forcibly dragged away Xia Li, who was trying to eavesdrop on the roof. Looking back at Xia Li, who was being dragged along by one arm and whose face was so ugly it looked like he wanted to eat someone, Xia Li's expression remained serious, but he had to explain, "Don't worry, the person who went in with Fu Cheng is my dad." With him around, Fu Cheng wouldn't dare go too far. Xia Li. Xia Li was being dragged along by Lu Dingyuan, so she was 2 steps behind him. Looking up at Lu Dingyuan, she only saw the back of his head. She asked with a slightly surprised expression, "You called your dad?" Lu Dingyuan didn't turn around, simply murmuring Xia Li wasn't quite sure what Lu Dingyuan's family situation was, but judging from the stars and bars on his father's shoulders, his rank must be quite high. However, it seemed similar to her father's previous uniform, but not quite the same as Commander Lu's. Who's older, your dad or Commander Lu? Lu Dingyuan. My father is a deputy brigade commander, but he has some influence with the higher-ups. There was no need to tell Xia Li about the fact that his grandfather was a general and that his father couldn't be promoted as long as his grandfather was still in office. Xia Li had lived in this era for so long, and his family had suffered greatly from factional struggles. He was not someone who didn't understand factions. He immediately guessed that Lu Dingyuan's father was likely a royalist with an extremely special status, and his expression became complicated as he looked at the dark back of Lu Dingyuan's head. A conservative from a royalist family, wouldn't you say he's an outlier in the family? Xia Li wasn't ungrateful. She knew it wasn't an arrangement from above, but rather that Lu Dingyuan had found a way. And her reinforcements. Since they had come all this way to help, they couldn't possibly be completely useless. Xia Li immediately beamed with joy, grabbed Lu Dingyuan's wrist, and dragged him down the mountain. With a triumphant look and a much more relaxed tone, he said in a very forthright manner, "You should have told me sooner that Dad's here. Come on, why go to some fellow villager's house? My house is right at the foot of the mountain. We'll have a feast for Dad later." As Lu Dingyuan listened to Xia Li's nonsense, he felt his ears burning. She dragged him down the mountain, and he struggled but couldn't break free. With a furrowed brow and a stern face, he sternly rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Let go. It would be a miracle if Xia Li listened to him. She continued to drag him down the mountain without looking back, saying dismissively, yeah, let's go. Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li led the people into her home, then turned to leave again, saying to Lu Dingyuan, I'm going to get something to eat. Call them over later, it's my treat. Lu Dingyuan, no need, the army has a canteen. Looking at her filial son, Xia Li said frankly, the canteen is the canteen, but inviting me to my home is my way of showing my appreciation. After all, they came all this way, I couldn't just leave without saying anything. She's currently supporting the conservatives, and they didn't send anyone over, but someone they have no connection with came. Xia Li acknowledges this favor. Lu Dingyuan remained silent, delivering a knowing blow. Can you cook? Xia Li didn't think there was anything wrong with not knowing how to cook, and answered confidently, I can't cook, but my sisters are descendants of imperial chefs, so someone will cook for me after work. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan was having a headache. He invited his father to dinner, and then asked another woman to come back and cook. What kind of situation was this? But seeing how determined she was to treat everyone, it was clear that there was no way to persuade her otherwise. He sighed and said, go buy the groceries, I'll cook in a bit. Xia Li. Xia Li looked at Lu Dingyuan with a complicated expression, her tone somewhat strange, you can cook. Why did she feel that Lu Dingyuan's young master attributes were a little off? He can take care of children and cook. He is the son of a high-ranking official and exudes the aura of a tough guy. How did he end up living like a logistics worker? Looking at Xia Li's suspicious expression that seemed to say, don't tell me you're just making things up and then you poison me to death, Lu Dingyuan felt a headache followed by a liverache. With the coldest art style, the most vicious words were spoken. I can't poison you to death. Xia Li, oh, how can your 37-degree mouth say such cold things? It doesn't look very tasty. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan didn't want to argue with her, assuming that Xia Li was just going to exchange some vegetables with her fellow villagers or buy some food at the nearest grocery store. He didn't say anything more, only instructing her, be careful, don't buy too much. Come back soon and don't let Fuing and the others find you. He had to wait for his father here. Xia Li grinned cheekily and readily agreed, no problem. She pulled out a scarf from somewhere and wrapped it around her head, looking no different from a country bumpkin returning to her hometown in this era. He turned and left, heading straight for the back mountain as soon as he stepped out the door. How can the limited resources in the supply and marketing cooperative compare to the boundless gifts of nature? Moreover, it was her parents who were relieved rationally, but emotionally they were still worried and wanted to go and check on her. Xia Li first took a stroll around the mountain and caught 2 ducks and a rabbit. After quickly tidying up, he quietly crept up to the vicinity of his father's thatched house. At this moment, there were 4 people around the thatched house, smoking in pairs in front of and behind the house, acting as lookouts. Xia Li wanted to hear what was happening inside the house, but there were people standing outside, so she didn't dare to get too close. She could only hide in the grass at a distance. Just as he was figuring out how to get closer to see what was going on inside the house, he heard the 2 people standing in front of the house talking in hushed tones. The man with the parted hair leaned against a tree, his face full of worry, and asked the person next to him in a low voice, do you think that guy surnamed Lu was deliberately hired by someone to protect Xia Jiangwo? His slippery appearance is so infuriating. The man with the buzz cut frowned, his expression showing a hint of confusion. Impossible, right? Brother Fu said he's a royalist. How could a royalist support the conservatives? The man with the parted haircut shrugged, a cigarette dangling from his lips. That's hard to say. Who knows if there's some kind of vested interest involved? Although they sometimes argue and bicker, there are times when they unite. The man with the buzz cut shook his head. The possibility is very small. Even if there is some kind of interest involved, it would probably be used where it matters most, rather than just for a small interrogation. I heard that several more conservatives have recently been demoted, so they probably won't be making any major moves now. The man with the parted hair sighed, I guess we won't get anything out of him this time, and that guy surnamed Lu is going to keep following us. I wonder what he's thinking. How come such a high-ranking official has so much free time? The man with the buzz cut frowned. What do we do then? Are we just going to return empty-handed like this? The man with the parted hair looked around to make sure no one was there before lowering his voice and whispering, Brother Fu just said that we should keep Xia Jiangwo occupied during the day, and then come over ourselves around 8 p.m. when it gets dark. That guy surnamed Lu can't keep an eye on us forever. How he interrogates us is up to us, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the man with the buzz cut immediately understood. He complained, ugh, I wish this would all be over soon. I'm so busy every day. Xia Li didn't hear what the 2 said after that, only that those people were going to come and interrogate her parents again around 8 p.m. They skip the proper procedures and resort to underhanded tactics. They're truly despicable. He glanced coldly in the direction of the thatched hut, then left silently. After Xia Li left, the man with the parted hair suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. He looked around but couldn't find anyone, and his brows immediately furrowed. Was he overthinking it? Why did I sense a murderous aura just now? Xia Li, carrying the gift of nature, quietly descended the mountain, circled around to the 1st Brigade primary school on the South Island, and stealthily ran into the teacher's office. Just kidding, if you have a royal chef at home, why would you use someone whose cooking skills are questionable? What if it doesn't taste good? Wouldn't that be a waste of all those excellent ingredients? Inside the office of the 1st Brigade primary school in the South Island, Qin Wan sat in her office, frowning as she graded the children's homework. Looking at the crooked handwriting, the notebook with its blurry black and oil stains, and the answers with an absurdly low accuracy rate, she felt like gouging out her own eyes. She suddenly felt as if there was another person in the room, which startled her. Turning around, she saw her gossipy girlfriend whom she hadn't seen in a while. Although her expression remained aloof, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. What brings you here? Xia Li picked up the wild game in her hand and said, if you want to treat someone, come find a chef to cook for me. Seeing that Xia Li looked normal and wasn't worried about her parents, Qin Wan knew that everything should be alright and immediately smiled. Okay, I don't have class this afternoon, so I'll go back with you to cook now. The two were very close, only a step apart. Xia Li looked Qin Wan up and down, then reached out and pinched her cheek, saying disdainfully, you've lost weight. If you have money, why don't you buy some good food? Before Qin Wan could even react, she had been taken advantage of. She raised her hand and wiped her face in disgust, saying, did you wash your hands after catching wild animals? You just touched my face like that. Although our 1st Brigade in the South Island has made a lot of money this year, the overall level of wealth is what it is. All the other educated youth are as thin as sticks, while I, someone with a bad class background, am so well fed. Is that really okay? Xia Li shrugged nonchalantly. You can eat yourself into a rounder shape, and when people ask you, just say it's edema, caused by starvation. Qin Wan. Nobody believes that. She's not as brave as her, single-handedly taking on the entire educated youth compound. Her living conditions are so much better than those people's. She should just keep a low profile and not attract too much attention. The two chatted and laughed all the way home. As soon as Qin Wan entered the house, she saw Lu Dingyuan, who had taken off his military uniform coat and was chopping firewood in a shirt. Her eyes lit up immediately. Qin Wan? So, this is the person Xia Li wanted to invite? In an instant. Although Qin Wan's temperament remained aloof, her eyebrows and eyes curved into a triangular shape. These two have been superior and subordinate for more than half a year, right? They say that if you serve in the army for 3 years, even a sow can become as beautiful as Diao Chan. Their pig is really pretty. Could it be that these two have already sparked something between them? With a hint of excitement in his heart, he greeted her in a cool and aloof tone. Comrade Lu is here? Did Lily invite Comrade Lu today? Does Comrade Lu have any particular taste preferences? Although Qin Wan's expression still maintained that of a cold and aloof young lady, Xia Li had been gossiping with her for so long, how could he not hear her gossipy thoughts? The tone was exactly the same as when talking about her lazy from the next village fetching water for widow Lu at the village. In order to get close enough to gossip without being kicked out, Qin Wan kept her emotions well under control this time. She briefly asked Lu Dingyuan's father if he had any dietary restrictions before going to the kitchen to cook. Lu Dingyuan glanced at his watch. It's almost time. I'll go check if it's over there. Xia Li nodded. Okay. About half an hour after Lu Dingyuan left, he returned to Xia Li's house with a middle-aged man. Xia Li was holding a book, while Guyu was lounging in a rocking chair in the yard, legs crossed and swinging back and forth. His ears twitched slightly as he sensed footsteps. He immediately put down his book, abandoned his thuggish demeanor, stood up and instantly became much more serious. Upon seeing the visitor, he took a few steps out to greet him with a smile. Hello, Uncle Lu. Thank you for coming to help my parents this time. Lu Qianghua glanced at Xia Li discreetly. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have come to this meal. The two factions should avoid contact as much as possible to avoid getting into trouble. But he really wanted to meet the girl who had made his proud son ask his family for help for the first time. After their son made that phone call, both he and his wife felt that, given their son's calm and even cold-blooded nature, the woman who could make him go to such lengths was very likely the girl their son admired. He and his wife had agreed to come and see what the girl was like, and also to help them vet her. Now, when I see people, how should I put it? It wasn't quite what they imagined. She's clearly not the traditional gentle, delicate girl who needs protection. Her expression is firm, and there's a hint of roguishness in her eyes. She's got a temper, but she's not pretentious, and she looks like someone who can get things done. With my son's strong personality, it won't be easy for him to win over a girl with such independent thinking. Moreover, the girl had a refined appearance and clearly didn't seem to have any romantic feelings for her son. If he really wants to marry her, there will probably be a lot of trials and tribulations ahead. As a veteran revolutionary who had seen countless people, Lu Qianghua could basically get a pretty good idea of a person at a glance. Although he was a little worried about his son's marriage prospects, Lu Qianghua still smiled gently. My son has never asked me for anything since he joined the army. It's rare for him to ask me for a favor, so as his father, I will definitely do it for him. The fact that he even spoke proves that you two have a good relationship. Saying thank you would be too formal. Since his mother and I won't be around to see him, please look after him for me. Lu Dingyuan, upon discovering that his own father was once again arbitrarily matchmaking people up. Xia Li, who felt there was nothing wrong with what was said, but something seemed off. In the time that followed, Xia Li felt that Lu Dingyuan's father was checking her household registration. But to say that his question was offensive wouldn't be quite right. Throughout the conversation, the questions were similar to, my daughter is so young and so accomplished. How old are you this year? What do you usually like to eat? Your aunt is good at making some snacks. I'll have Dingyuan bring you some next time. This tall guy looks really impressive. How tall is he? I heard that the newly converted vehicle that came out of the army was modified by you and named after you. You're really talented. Where did you go to school before? Although it ultimately boils down to trying to get her personal information, they managed to strike the right balance, it made it impossible for her to feel offended or resentful. Xia Li felt she was gradually losing herself amidst the constant praise and sweet talk, and in the end, she ended up revealing everything except the things she truly didn't want to talk about. Lu Dingyuan sat beside Xia Li and saw her intermittent dazed and annoyed expression, as if saying, I was just answering politely, so why did I end up saying everything? He couldn't help but turn his head, cover his mouth with the hand holding the chopsticks, and let out a very soft sound that was half a laugh, half a cough. Xia Li. If she hadn't been showered with so much praise, and if someone had asked her these questions directly, she wouldn't have given a serious answer to any of them. With a stern face, Xia Li raised her foot and stomped hard on Lu Dingyuan's foot, grinding it a few times as she did. Lu Dingyuan, wearing a serious expression, but actually gritting his teeth in pain. Lu Qianghua glanced casually at Lu Dingyuan, but didn't continue asking about Xia Li's recent situation. He chuckled and said, Dingyuan is a bit stubborn, just a blockhead. Xia Li, please bear with him. Come on, let's eat. Having watched the commotion for a while, Chen was in a great mood and immediately chimed in, Uncle is right, let's eat more vegetables, they'll get cold soon. My daughter Lily is such a good person and so honest. She is particularly outstanding in both thought and action. In our entire South Island 1st Brigade, everyone speaks highly of our Lily. This production team's harvest this year has quadrupled, all thanks to our Lily. Next, Xia Li heard her sisters praising her in the most flowery terms, no different from the matchmakers described in books. Those who know the situation understand that this meal was to thank Lu Dingyuan's father for helping her father. Those who don't might think it was a meeting between in-laws, with her friend introducing her to Lu Dingyuan's father. Chen Wenwan's talent is undeniable. The strange and wonderful words she used to praise her were all high-class and sophisticated, and the angles were so peculiar that even Xia Li herself felt like vomiting after hearing them. Lu Dingyuan, sitting beside her, had the same reaction. Despite his stern instructor's face, the occasional lowering of his eyebrows and eyes clearly revealed his utter disdain. Who's this? Who are you talking about? Is this that little rascal? Xia Li. Xia Li felt she couldn't stand it. This was practically a large-scale execution scene. She got up and went back into the house. When she came out again, she was holding 2 bottles of mitai that Li Shengli had generously sponsored. Lu Dingyuan, who had already guessed what Xia Li intended to do. Xia Li sat back down at the table with the wine in hand, skillfully picked up a glass, and began pouring with a glug-glug-glug sound, a big smile on her face. Uncle, we can be said to have hit it off right away. It's no fun if we just chat during a meal. Come on, let me toast you. Lu Dingyuan. He knew it would turn out like this. Lu Dingyuan couldn't even bear to imagine carrying his own father back to the army. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. These days, there aren't many people in the military who aren't proficient in both smoking and drinking. Lu Qianghua wasn't a shy person either, and when he saw Xia Li take out 2 bottles of wine to drink with him, he immediately laughed. It's said that a person's drinking habits reflect their character. A father-in-law tries to get his new son-in-law drunk to see what kind of drinking behavior he has. This is the first time I've seen a future daughter-in-law trying to get her father-in-law drunk. Is she angry and trying to get him drunk? Chen Wenwan's style seems to have suddenly changed. Lu Dingyuan, who had already anticipated that this woman would force-feed his father. Xia Li and Lu Qianghua are both straightforward people at heart, and they don't hold back when drinking. They are both very bold and unrestrained. Chen Wenwan felt a little desperate when she saw the scene of meeting the in-laws. What daughter-in-law doesn't obediently be a good daughter-in-law? Why are you running around here trying to get your future father-in-law drunk? What are you thinking? Who would dare marry someone like that? Seeing that his father was about to drink too much, Lu Dingyuan raised his hand and pressed down on Xia Li's hand, which was about to continue toasting. Xia Li looked at Lu Dingyuan, her eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze a little fierce. Lu Dingyuan said expressionlessly without even blinking, "My mother doesn't allow my father to drink too much outside." Xia Li. All right, since his wife and his father don't allow him to drink more, she couldn't keep forcing him. Just as he put down his glass, he heard Lu Dingyuan's father scolding him. "What are you dawdling for? If you don't tell her, how would your mom know?" He raised his glass to Xia Li, looking like he'd met a drinking soulmate, and said cheerfully, "Come on. Girl, let's keep going. If he dares to go back and snitch, I'll break his legs." Xia Li, woohoo? That seems quite feasible. Lu Dingyuan. Qin Wenwan. Lu Dingyuan and Qin Wenwan, two rational and calm people, watched in despair as the two drunks started pouring alcohol down their throats, feeling the atmosphere had become inexplicably strange. After a few rounds, Lu Qianghua, flushed and looking utterly drunk, mumbled a complaint to Xia Li. "Those people from Fuing are scoundrels, they never play by the rules. I can handle your dad's matter through proper channels, but who knows if those people will resort to dirty tricks and slip away in the middle of the night? Sigh, but if they get caught red-handed breaking the rules, that's their own fault. Come on, let's keep drinking." Xia Li suspected the old man was deliberately feeding her misleading information. Otherwise, how could a military officer with so many secrets just blabber nonsense after drinking? But believe it or not, Lu Dingyuan's father was right. Those people were going to cause trouble tonight. The two ignored the topic and continued drinking heavily. By the time Lu Qianghua was finally taken away by Lu Dingyuan and his guards, he was already calling Xia Li brother. As he got into the car, he waved to Xia Li, "Brother, go home and get some rest. We'll drink again another day." Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li. Qin Wenwan. Lu Dingyuan shoved his father into the car, frowned, and sighed as he looked at him. "Go back and have some hangover tea. You're not young anymore. If you have something to say, why not just say it? Why drink with her?" Lu Guoqiang leaned back in the car and closed his eyes to rest, unwilling to pay him any mind. Hearing him nagging in his ear, he said irritably, "If you could find a wife, would I need to be here drinking with her? Get lost. You useless thing, you're good for nothing." Lu Dingyuan, "What does my inability to find a wife have to do with you being on such good terms with that scoundrel?" Lu Guoqiang didn't want to hear Lu Dingyuan's explanation at all. He pushed him out and directly closed the car door. Without the slightest hesitation, he said, "Shaojiang, drive." The car started, leaving Lu Dingyuan standing there with nothing but a face full of exhaust fumes. Inside the military vehicle, Lu Guoqiang, who had been leaning back in the rear seat, opened his eyes. Although his face was still red, his gaze was clear. Some things can only be said when drunk. If your son is disappointing, then as his father, you have no choice. Lu Dingyuan did not return to the military base with his biological father. Instead, he went to the militia headquarters. Even if they were going to report something, having the militia take the lead was better than the two of them stepping forward. After explaining the matter, Lu Dingyuan returned to Xia Li's courtyard house. Although living under the same roof with two female comrades was somewhat inappropriate, the courtyard was large, with side rooms and guest rooms available. Moreover, compared to the risk of Xia Li sneaking out at night to cause trouble and him finding out the next morning when it was too late to intervene, keeping an eye on her here made him feel much more at ease. Seeing Lu Dingyuan return, Xia Li casually pointed to a small room nearby. "You'll stay there tonight. I drank too much just now and am going back to sleep." Lu Dingyuan nodded. "All right." Lu Dingyuan did not go to sleep early after returning. He kept listening for any movement in the courtyard, fearing that Xia Li might stir up trouble. Meanwhile, Xia Li did not go to sleep peacefully after returning to her room. Instead, she quietly found a set of dark clothes, changed into them, turned off the light, opened the back window, climbed out, and headed straight for the back mountain. Xia Li didn't know the exact time those people would go up the mountain, so she had to go to the mountain path and stake out a spot before 8 o'clock. After feeding mosquitoes on the mountain for over 20 minutes, she finally saw 5 small black dots in the distance slowly approaching the mountain path. Although those 5 people were tall and sturdy, their behavior was somewhat sneaky. They kept looking around along the way, as if afraid someone might discover them. Xia Li recognized them at a glance as the interrogation group. She would have liked to kill these people outright, but they were here to investigate her father. If they died or disappeared on the mountain for no apparent reason, without a plausible explanation, it would give those people more grounds to interfere in Nan Island's affairs. If people died here, sending a few investigators would be something no one could stop. Xia Li licked her lips, slightly lowered her body, and entered the deep mountains before they ascended. Nan Island was currently undeveloped. Even after several years of natural disasters, people who ventured into the mountains to hunt dared not go too deep. This resulted in the deep mountains still having many wild animals. Xia Li had encountered wolf packs in the mountains before, and this time she came looking for them. Wolves have unique social habits. They have a strict hierarchy. Usually, a pack has one male and one female alpha, and the male wolf is loyal to the female. If the female wolf is in danger, the male wolf will definitely rescue her. The subordinate wolves obey orders unless they see the alphas are completely done for. While searching for the wolf pack in the mountains, Xia Li plotted to kidnap the female alpha wolf, throw her into that group of people, and lure the other wolves over. Then, even if there were casualties among Fu Cheng's group, it would be the wolves' doing. What did it have to do with her, Xia Li? Xia Li's mind was scheming busily, but perhaps because she had stirred up a hornet's nest last time, fate seemed against her this time. Not a single wolf was arranged for her along the way. It wasn't that she didn't encounter any beasts of prey. When she first entered the deep mountains, she came across a clouded leopard lying in the grass, hunting. But that thing wasn't much bigger than a cat, and it was a solitary animal, posing no lethal threat to 5 people who likely carried guns. After walking for a while, Xia Li glanced at her watch. 5 minutes had passed. Those people had probably entered the mountains. If she didn't encounter suitable beasts soon to strike silently in advance and make those people leave on their own, her plan would be ruined. Just as Xia Li was growing anxious, she turned her head and locked eyes with 2 small, beady black eyes peering from a crevice between 2 large rocks. King Cobra. Xia Li. Well. Just when she was worried about not finding something fierce, here comes the fierce thing. The king cobra is the longest venomous snake in the world, the shortest being 3 meters. Xia Li estimated the one hiding in the rock crevice before her was a good 4 meters, nearly 5 meters long. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was this thing was highly venomous, the kind that could kill within minutes. Meeting those beady eyes, Xia Li immediately had an idea. But wild beasts are often more sensitive than humans. For a beast, a standoff means provocation. He, a perfectly fine king cobra, was resting at home at night when a seemingly helpless bipedal creature blocked his doorway and provoked him. What snake could tolerate that? Before Xia Li could make a move, the king cobra shot toward her like an arrow from a bowstring. Its speed was so fast that its charging head left after images. In the post-apocalyptic era, Xia Li dealt with powerfully mutated beasts. Ordinary snakes like this little cutie had no place to stand in that world. She sidestepped slightly, dodging the king cobra's charging head, and with one hand, grabbed it right at the 7-inch spot. King Cobra, whose vital spot was seized. The king cobra thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the grip on its vital spot. But Xia Li still had a use for this thing. How could she possibly let it go? Snakes generally don't attack humans, but the king cobra is different. This snake is quite aggressive. When truly hungry, it even eats other king cobras. If humans anger it, it will launch indiscriminate attacks. Xia Li held the 7-inch with one hand and with the other, gave the king cobra's mouth a loud slap. King Cobra. With that one move, Xia Li successfully enraged the king cobra. The not-so-thick, long creature writhed frantically in Xia Li's grasp, twisting and turning, looking as if it wanted a fight to the death. Xia Li kept one hand firmly gripping the king cobra's 7-inch, while the other grabbed the snake's body about a meter from its head. Then she released the hand holding the 7-inch. Feeling it could move again, the king cobra immediately turned with a fierce expression to bite Xia Li. Xia Li's face was expressionless, her demeanor as cold as an uncle who had been killing fish in a supermarket for over a decade. Using the hand holding the snake's body as the pivot point, she swung the snake around in circles like a whirlwind. The king cobra was swung until dizzy. Even though its body was already whirling like a propeller, it still hissed warnings with venomous resentment. Holding the snake, Xia Li minimized her presence, swinging it while running down the mountain. She was fast. When she encountered Fu Cheng's group, they had just entered the mountain pass not far from the foot, still some distance from Xia Jiangwo's thatched hut. Xia Li didn't pause her steps. She directly threw the snake in her hand toward Fu Cheng's group, then used her lightning ability to accelerate, instantly disappearing from the vicinity. Fu Cheng's group didn't see Xia Li. They only saw something thump down less than a meter in front of them. Looking up, it saw 5 bipedal creatures just like that detestable one from before. Settling old and new scores together, the king cobra charged at the foremost bipedal creature with the fastest speed of its life. Snake. Run. There's a snake. Being northerners who had never seen a snake before, they didn't know how to deal with one correctly. Seeing a snake nearby, their first reaction was to run for their lives. But the king cobra is an extremely territorial snake. Within its territory, it even attacks its own kind, let alone some flailing, fleeing humans. Seeing those bipedal creatures flee, the king cobra successfully judged them as harmful. At a speed of 8 kilometers per hour, it charged straight at Fu Cheng's group. Don't bite me. Help. Help. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Are you fucking stupid? Shoot now. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. Immediately, human screams followed. It's too thin and moves too fast. Can't hit it. I'm bitten. What do I do? Help me quickly. Screams echoed through the mountains. Xia Li hid behind a large tree, watching Fu Cheng's group flee down the mountain. 2 people from Fu Cheng's group were bitten. Given the current medical standards, the hospital probably didn't have antivenom. It was just uncertain how many of these people would remain after encountering an angry king cobra. But regardless, these people definitely couldn't continue interrogating her parents tonight. Xia Li patted the dust off her hands and, with a clear conscience, headed home under the cover of night, planning to wash up and sleep. The commotion on the mountain soon drew attention below. Before long, people from below ran toward the noisy direction with flashlights and fire pokers. The king cobra was quickly subdued. Lu Dingyuan looked at the several people lying on the ground with darkened faces, his brow furrowed. These people going into the mountains were surely heading to interrogate Xia Li's parents. But such a large king cobra only lived deep in the mountains. The area where Xia Li's parents lived didn't require entering the mountains, and the surroundings had been checked multiple times by the military. How could there be a king cobra? Was it a coincidence? His gaze swept the area. Not seeing that troublemaker who loved watching excitement come to watch, his frown deepened. Calmly, he said, "Team leader, get these people to the hospital first." Everyone hurriedly lifted the people onto the semi-automatic ox cart Xia Li had modified and sent them to the hospital. Xia Li went home and slept, not waking until noon the next day, not even dreaming in between. Stretching, she walked into the courtyard and saw Lu Dingyuan chopping wood. Xia Li thought to herself, this guy really doesn't stay for free. Whenever he has free time, he's working. Seeing Xia Li come out, Lu Dingyuan stopped his task, looked up at her, his expression inscrutable. Sleep well last night? Xia Li didn't care if he was testing her and answered quite honestly, slept straight through till morning. Lu Dingyuan didn't comment on her words. It was so noisy last night, and she was so vigilant, she definitely would have woken up. If she woke up, she couldn't have not gone to watch the excitement. If this matter had nothing to do with Xia Li, she would have run to watch. Not going meant there was probably something fishy. Knowing she wouldn't admit it, he didn't press further on why she didn't go watch the commotion at night. Instead, with a somewhat unpleasant expression, he said, last night, Fu Cheng's group encountered a king cobra on the mountain. 2 dead, 3 injured. Lu Dingyuan expected Xia Li to hypocritically say something like, how could that happen? What a pity. Instead, Xia Li said with a sigh, there's such a good thing in this world. Must be divine retribution for doing too many bad things. Her tone held no attempt to conceal her schadenfreude. She couldn't even be bothered to pretend. Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li knew Lu Dingyuan probably guessed she was behind it. But he had no proof and couldn't do anything to her. She asked casually, was Fu Cheng one of the dead? Lu Dingyuan's expression wasn't great, but he still answered her question. No, the dead were 2 of his subordinates. But Fu Cheng's arm was also bitten by the snake. It was amputated last night at the hospital. Xia Li sighed. What a pity. This, what a pity, sounded like a kind remark, but both knew what Xia Li truly regretted. She regretted that Fu Cheng didn't die. Xia Li finished her long stretch and walked out while saying, looks like they can't continue the interrogation today. I'll go to the mountain to see my parents. With that, she walked out on her own. Lu Dingyuan's expression turned very serious. His gaze fixed intently on Xia Li's retreating back. He spoke coldly in a stern tone. Xia Li, some lines cannot be crossed. Otherwise, one only sinks deeper and deeper, eventually becoming mired beyond redemption. This is a society governed by law. You should understand what can and cannot be done. Being a bit mischievous or a rascal is one thing, but if one fundamentally believes in the strong preying on the weak, acting without any restraint based on powerful ability, even becoming accustomed to bullying the weak, then there's no turning back. No matter how strong a person is, how can one individual oppose the world? In the end, they only weave their own cocoon. Hearing this, Xia Li stopped and turned back. Her gaze, tinged with slight mockery, fell on Lu Dingyuan. She gave him a light laugh. What about the actions of those people? Where's their bottom line? Lu Dingyuan put down the axe in his hand, straightened his back, his whole body radiating the upright aura unique to a soldier. He met Xia Li's gaze without flinching. You are you, he is he. Just because someone tries to drag you into the mud, do you have to actively jump into the swamp and sink deeper with him? They may be. With that, she ignored Lu Dingyuan, turned, and left directly. What nonsense about, the world has hurt me, but I respond with a song. She wasn't a masochist. In her book, it was only an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But if one day China could truly enter an era of clear rule of law, she would be more than happy to stay home and be a couch potato. Lu Dingyuan watched Xia Li's departing back in prolonged silence. As Xia Li stepped 1 foot out of the courtyard, he replied in a not too loud but deep voice, very solemnly, with one word, okay. Xia Li didn't turn back. She gave a light laugh, left directly, leaving only the words, I'll be waiting. Fucheng was admitted to the hospital. After an amputation surgery, he woke up lying listlessly in bed. No matter how well he usually maintained his health, after such a major surgery, his body was somewhat overwhelmed. Encountering the venomous snake resulted in 2 deaths and 2 injuries among his subordinates, which pained him deeply. Not only because these people were his longtime comrades in arms, but also because they were very familiar with his operations. He had grown accustomed to using them, and promoting new people would require a long training period. Moreover, when the snake charged at him on the mountain, he instinctively blocked with his right hand. Now he only had one hand left, and it was his non-dominant left hand. Whether he could even keep his position in the future was uncertain. He had expended so much effort and gone to such great lengths to come interrogate Xiao Jiangwo, only to end like this, losing on both fronts without gaining any desired results. How could he accept this? Lying in bed, Fucheng stared at the hospital's pure white ceiling, smelling the detestable disinfectant odor, his entire. He felt utterly miserable all over. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fucheng. The sound, heard intermittently during his 3-day hospital stay, instantly snapped all his nerves back to attention. Ignoring the pain in his body, he immediately sprang up from where he lay like a release spring, whoosh. Sitting bolt upright, his face filled with terror as he shouted in panic towards the door, someone. Someone. Quick, someone come. There are snakes again. Hurry. There are still snakes. Upon hearing his shouts, 2 soldiers immediately rushed in from outside, holding snake-catching poles. They pinned the snake writhing on the floor, attempting to attack, and swiftly placed it into a snake net. The 2 soldiers catching the snake looked at Fucheng with expressions that were hard to describe, but they still kindly reassured him, Comrade Fu, don't worry, the snake has been caught. We sprinkled realgar and insecticide powder around your room this morning. There shouldn't be any more snakes, insects, rats, or ants getting in from now on. The 2 local soldiers from South Island were also baffled. They had seen unlucky people before, but never someone as unlucky as Fucheng. Hospitalized for 3 days, attacked by snakes, insects, rats, and ants 27 times. And the day wasn't even half over. That averaged at least 10 times a day. Even sprinkling powder didn't seem to help much. They estimated this wasn't the end of it today. The next shift would probably catch a few more snakes. Nowadays, the military's food supplies weren't that tight anymore. If this had happened a few years earlier, the production brigades below probably would have been eager to invite Fucheng to their villages. Just the snakes, insects, rats, and ants they caught every day were all huge. Probably enough in one day to give a family of over 10 a full meal. Really bizarre. Fucheng, pale-faced, couldn't even process the soldiers' comfort at the moment. Anyone hospitalized after being bitten by a snake, then seeing snakes inexplicably every day afterward, scared into eating poorly during the day and sleeping poorly at night, with no energy to recuperate, wouldn't be able to remain calm. If he hadn't reported it to his superiors, and the military hadn't assigned him 2 soldiers skilled in catching snakes, he probably would have lost his mind by now. He took a deep breath. Tell your superiors I'm not staying in the hospital anymore. I want to be discharged. I want to stay at the military district guest house. The expressions on the 2 soldiers' faces clearly showed some difficulty. One of them said, the doctor said your wound is prone to infection after the amputation. You need to stay under observation for at least another week. But before he could finish, Fucheng, as if gone mad, began frantically slapping the bed, his pale face twisted with a hint of ferocity. Stay in the hospital. Stay in what hospital? In this dump of yours, full of snakes, insects, rats, and ants? How can I rest peacefully here? Should I spend every day just worrying about when I'll be bitten to death by some snake, insect, rat, or ant? Fucheng felt this was no accident. All the snakes, insects, rats, and ants appearing near him these past 2 days were poisonous. Even the rats were sick ones. And they appeared in his room inexplicably. He hadn't heard any news of other wards being attacked by these venomous creatures. This was clearly someone targeting him. But he had sent many people to investigate, openly and secretly, and found no trace of where these creatures came from. There were even guards outside his window, yet no one saw these venomous things crawling in. They just appeared mysteriously in the room. It was like a haunting. How could he rest peacefully in the hospital? He had a premonition that if he didn't leave the hospital soon, his life might really end here on South Island. The 2 soldiers felt somewhat displeased at his slander of their hometown. They exchanged a glance, still feeling a tiny bit of sympathy for him. One of them said, I'll report it to the superiors. Seeing that one of them would go apply for him, Fucheng felt slightly more at ease. He refused to believe that with the military district so heavily guarded, anyone could mess with him at the military guest house. Xia Li had a friendly exchange with the small animals on the mountain. Swinging a little green snake in her hand, she headed home. Seeing Lu Dingyuan chopping firewood, she cheerfully said, "Working again?" Lu Dingyuan continued chopping wood with a cold face, not really wanting to engage with her. He wasn't unaware of the frequent attacks at the hospital these past 2 days. Ever since they laid their cards on the table that day, this woman had started to let loose. He'd bet anything that all those snakes, insects, rats, and ants in Fuqing's ward were her doing. But Lu Dingyuan later realized that, even with one-on-one surveillance, he couldn't keep track of Xia Li. Men and women were different. He couldn't very well follow her to the bathroom or when she was bathing and changing clothes, could he? But if he took his eyes off her for a moment, she'd vanish. Time-wise, it shouldn't have been enough for her to go to the hospital and commit the acts, but Lu Dingyuan was absolutely certain it was her. Seeing his cold, angry expression, Xia Li found it amusing. Swinging the little green snake in her hand, she sidled up to Lu Dingyuan like a little hooligan teasing a respectable girl, playfully flicking the snake near him. "Look, we have meat for dinner tonight." Lu Dingyuan leaned back slightly, frowning at the snake. It was a non-venomous green snake. His voice remained stern and serious, but held a hint of sarcasm. "Why didn't you catch a bamboo viper?" Knowing why he was angry, Xia Li deliberately teased him with a grin. "If I caught a bamboo viper, I'd have bigger uses for it. How could I bear to eat it?" Lu Dingyuan frowned deeply, holding the axe, looking at Xia Li disapprovingly, his voice low with anger. Xia Li, in an unprecedentedly good mood, took a step back when she saw he was angry, still swinging the little green snake, grinning. "If you want me to stop playing with poisonous little darlings, that's fine. Fuqing is about to go back. Find out where he's staying for me in advance." Lu Dingyuan looked at Xia Li with cold, stern eyes, almost laughing in exasperation. "You think I'd tell you?" Xia Li raised an eyebrow slightly, her face full of a cheeky, unyielding grin. "If you don't tell me, I'll find out where he lives sooner or later anyway." As she spoke, she held the little green snake, now dizzy from her swinging, and used both hands to show Lu Dingyuan a circle about the size of an instant noodle bowl. "I saw a South Island python on the mountain today, this big." Lu Dingyuan gritted his teeth. "Tell me first what you plan to do." Xia Li answered honestly, "Do you know about dopamine?" Lu Dingyuan frowned, decisive and guarded against Xia Li's sudden question. "No. Xia Li, dopamine is a neurotransmitter, a chemical substance that helps cells transmit impulses. This brain secretion is related to human desire and sensation. It transmits messages of excitement and happiness. Simply put, it makes people happy. I just want Fuqing's brain to secrete a little more dopamine, that's all." Lu Dingyuan would be a fool to believe her. If she didn't wish for Fuqing's death every day, it would be a miracle. How could she possibly want to make him happy? He just looked at Xia Li silently, not speaking. Seeing he wouldn't relent, Xia Li simply gave up. "If you don't agree, I'll pray to the mountain god tonight to send that bull-thick South Island python to play Twist the Flower with Fuqing and his crew." Lu Dingyuan was furious with Xia Li, but had no complete way to control her. "Aren't you afraid I'll have Commander Lu tell your parents?" Xia Li swung the green snake in her hand and shrugged. "Go ahead, I have an alibi. No one can pin this on me." Lu Dingyuan felt a pain in his liver from anger. He took a deep breath. "Promise me, if I tell you where he is, you won't try to kill him anymore, and you won't do anything illegal or against discipline." He didn't doubt for a second that if he didn't make it clear to Xia Li, that bull-thick South Island python would appear in Fuqing's ward tonight and strangle him. Xia Li really hadn't planned to kill anyone directly. She absolutely did not want to draw everyone's attention to South Island. She agreed very obediently. Deal. Lu Dingyuan always felt there was a trick to Xia Li's agreement, but given that she had kept her promises before, he agreed to go back to the unit and investigate Fuqing's whereabouts. After Lu Dingyuan left, Xia Li swung the little green snake in her hand and entered the house. Reaching the doorway, she threw it on the ground. "All right, off you go. Big sister has other things to do. Go home quickly." The little green snake vanished as soon as it hit the ground. Xia Li returned to her room, washed her hands, and began taking out white cloth, coconut shells, and black silk satin from her space. She shredded the black silk satin into thin strands and tied them all together. Picking up a coconut shell, she poked a hole with her finger to make an ugly, somewhat sinister smiling face, and started sewing a little dress for a cloth doll with the white cloth, using a needle and thread. Who said killing someone required underhanded methods? She wondered just how much bile Fuqing had in his gallbladder, and if it was enough. Xia Li had never been skilled in homemaker talents. Using the smooth silk for hair, she glued it onto the coconut shell, then attached a white dress below. Her craftsmanship wasn't great. Even without intentionally trying to create a horror atmosphere, the doll looked like a mini version of Sadako. She made several such dolls in a row, and made a few of them into recording versions, the kind that could record when a string was pulled. Xia Li pulled the string and recorded in a deliberately sweet, high-pitched voice. Pulling the string on the doll again, the creepy doll said in a sweet yet sinister tone, "Hee hee daddy." Xia Li's smile gradually widened. Finding it quite fun, she made several more until she heard someone coming in from outside, then stopped. Although Lu Dingyuan didn't approve of Xia Li's methods, his efficiency was quite strong. That very night, Xia Li learned the room number Fuing would be staying in. Lu Dingyuan, knowing Xia Li would definitely act in advance, had already arranged for people to guard that room. Now telling her didn't burden his conscience much. Xia Li kept her promise and really didn't cause any more trouble afterward. That night, Xia Li used her abilities to enter the room without anyone noticing, then made a quick escape. The next night, Fuing successfully obtained his discharge approval and couldn't wait to move out of the hospital under cover of darkness. Escorted by 2 other unlucky subordinates and the 2 soldiers who caught snakes for him, he went to the military district guest house. Upon reaching the guest house entrance, the 2 soldiers eagerly saluted Fuing. One said, "Comrade Fuing, since we've delivered you, we'll return to report now." Catching snakes for 3 days had numbed him. He didn't want to see snakes for a while. Fuing felt that a large force like the South Island Corps would have more than enough capacity to protect him. Moreover, the military district guest house was for military families. Poisonous snakes, insects, rats, and ants couldn't possibly appear there. Otherwise, the soldiers themselves wouldn't allow it and would have raised a fuss long ago. He immediately nodded, saying, "Thank you for these past 2 days." The 2 soldiers nodded and left. At that time, light bulbs were commonly used. The lights in the guesthouse corridor were the dim, yellowish kind, sometimes sizzling and flickering due to insufficient voltage. Fuing entered the guest house, still trembling slightly as he went upstairs. Only when he stood at his room door and unlocked it without any appearing did he finally feel at ease. But as soon as he opened the door a crack, he felt something was on the floor inside. Although the corridor lights were on, the room lights weren't. The dim yellow light illuminated the room, allowing Fuing to see what was on the floor. It was a doll dressed in white, with disheveled black hair, 2 eyes that were dark, hollow circles, and a mouth smiling in a horrifying manner. The doll sat facing the door, the 2 empty holes where its eyes should be seeming to stare straight at him. Seeing this thing in the middle of the night was truly stimulating. Fuing's face instantly turned deathly pale. He screamed desperately, fell on his butt, his legs kicking forward repeatedly as he scrambled backwards several steps until he hit the wall and stopped. His scream was quite loud, immediately alerting the person across the hall. The other person quickly opened the door and rushed out. "What's wrong? What happened?" Wang Jianhong was the specialist Lu Dingyuan had arranged in the room opposite to monitor it. His orders were to promptly intervene if any safety issues arose in the opposite room, and to not allow anyone except Fuing near that room. Wang Jianhong had found it somewhat puzzling at the time. The South Island Corps' attitude toward Fuing and his group wasn't good. He couldn't think of any reason why the battalion commander would order him to do this guard duty. But orders were orders, and he had to do the job. Now, seeing Fuing scared out of his wits, trembling all over and pointing at the opposite room, unable to speak for a while, Wang Jianhong's heart leapt to his throat. He cautiously walked over and gently pushed the door open. He saw the cloth doll lying on the floor. When Fuing had opened the door earlier, the doll was sitting. Now, due to Fuing's forceful opening, it had fallen into a lying position. Although the doll was still astonishingly ugly, it wasn't as creepy anymore. Wang Jianhong, somewhat speechless, bent down to pick up the doll, brought it out to show Fuing, and said disdainfully, "It's just a cloth doll. What are you afraid of?" Fuing, drenched in cold sweat from fright, now seeing the eerie doll, felt a surge of anger. Someone definitely did this on purpose. "What kind of guest service does your South Island provide? I want to report this." Wang Jianhong was very disdainful of his overreaction. He said, exasperated, "It's just a cloth doll. Probably left behind by some family member. Is it worth making such a fuss? If you don't want it, fine, I'll take it." After saying that, he took the white cloth doll and walked back to the opposite room, closing the door. By the time Fuing recovered, he found that evidence had already been taken away. Although angry, he also felt he shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. A grown man scared by a cloth doll would be laughable if word got out. Wiping the sweat from his face, the fright had passed its peak, and he wasn't so scared anymore. Filled with anger, he roughly entered the room, turned on the light, and scanned the room. Nothing unusual. Only then did he relax. Maybe it really was left by a military family member? He had been through too much today and was injured. He really didn't have the energy to continue. He simply turned off the light and fell asleep. The room fell silent for a while. The second hand on the wall clock ticked forward, just as the hour, minute, and second hands all aligned at the top. When the top converged, the almost imperceptible threads on the 3 needles were pulled taut. A faint, Low sobbing suddenly echoed in the room. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Fuing usually slept soundly, but even with his good sleep quality, he was injured and in pain, making his rest uneasy. Hearing this ghostly wailing sound, he was jolted awake with a fright. Lying on his side, Fuing could hear the low sobbing coming from behind him. Already on edge from the scares of the past 2 days, and after seeing that eerie doll earlier, he felt a chill run down his spine. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he dared not turn around. But the sobbing didn't stop. Instead, it seemed to grow louder. He couldn't sleep, nor could he move. Plugging his ears and waiting for the sound to disappear might have been the best course of action, but who could guarantee that whatever was making the noise wouldn't suddenly attack him while he wasn't looking? Gritting his teeth, Fuing couldn't keep pretending to be deaf and blind. With a might-as-well-die mentality, he suddenly sat up, turned around, and looked toward the source of the sobbing. He charged forward, shouting, "Who's there?" He reached out and flipped over the plastic sheet covering the corner, revealing what was underneath. It was a doll identical to the one he had seen earlier. After he uncovered it, the doll shed 2 lines of bloody tears. Its hollow eyes stared straight at him, and it called out in an eerie, childlike voice, "Daddy, it hurts so much." Fuing's face instantly turned deathly pale. He was utterly terrified. Wasn't that doll taken by the neighbor across the hall? Why was it back in his room, and how could it talk? The only explanation that came to mind in such a situation was a haunting. Fuing's hands trembled, and he threw the plastic sheet to the ground, his face drained of all color. Just as he mustered the resolve to grab the doll and see what it really was, the doll suddenly burst into flames on its own. It let out a piercing shriek, "Ah, it hurts, Daddy," and vanished in the blink of an eye. Fuing. Apart from ghosts or demons, Fuing couldn't think of anything else that could spontaneously combust. Letting out a terrified scream, he tried to run outside, but no matter how hard he pulled on the door handle, the door wouldn't budge. He collapsed onto the floor. The bandages wrapped around his amputated limb had long since soaked through with blood, but he didn't even notice. His legs scrambled frantically backward until he bumped into a storage cabinet and stopped. The last thread of sanity in his mind was stretched taut. His eyes darted around fearfully as he trembled uncontrollably, praying incessantly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please spare me. I'll burn paper money for you, lots and lots of it, so much that you'll never run out in the underworld. You can live in luxury every day. Please let me go." But no one in the room answered him. It remained pitch black and utterly silent. In his frantic struggle, his elbow accidentally bumped against a small protrusion on the cabinet door behind him. The cabinet door suddenly sprang open, and a familiar, terrifying voice came from inside. "Hee hee, Daddy." As the cabinet door opened wider, a doll hanging from it by a rope was pulled out and tumbled right next to Fuing's legs. Its pitch black, hollow eyes stared fixedly at him, and its mouth was stretched into the same eerie smile as before. "Hee hee, Daddy." After he passed out, Xia Li slipped in through the window with practiced ease. This was the 4th floor. There were patrolling soldiers downstairs, but no one thought to look up at the 4th floor, so no one spotted her. Once inside, Xia Li retrieved the thread she had wound around the clock and collected several identical dolls hidden in various spots around the room, stashing them into her space. Finally, holding a voltage tester, she crouched by the blackened spot on the floor where the doll had burned and tampered with the socket not far above the ground. With a loud bang from the socket, the entire floor's power tripped. However, the area around the socket was now charred, completely covering up the marks left by the burning doll. After tidying everything up, Xia Li climbed out the window and left. Fuing had suffered such a major scare, someone would surely come to investigate tomorrow. In these times of destroy the 4 olds, he wouldn't dare tell the truth. Even if he did, with the tripped circuit and burnt socket, everyone would think he was talking nonsense, scaring himself. She just wondered if he was scared enough. She could continue tomorrow night. Feeling fear also releases dopamine. Ever heard of it? Fuing was discovered unconscious in his room that very night after disturbing his neighbor across the hall and was carried out of the guest house. When Fuing woke up in the hospital, he had completely lost his mind, babbling incessantly, "Ghosts, there are ghosts. The ghost called me Daddy. The doll. The doll. The doll." Although most personnel not from the Southern Island Corps had left after the military exercises, some still remained. To quell the gossip, Division Commander Lu flew into a rage and ordered an immediate investigation. The investigation team practically turned the entire room upside down, but found nothing suspicious apart from a maliciously damaged wall socket and a suspicious piece of floral patterned plastic on the floor. There were no ghosts or dolls. According to the guest house staff, that piece of floral plastic had originally been used to cover a small cabinet placed in front of the socket. In other words, this thrilling, haunting case was likely a hallucination Fuing experienced after removing the plastic, accidentally touching the socket, getting electrocuted, and becoming disoriented. Fuing's subordinates naturally didn't believe it. How could a grown man go mad from an electric shock? Not only did they not believe it, but Xia Li didn't either. Sitting in a rocking chair in her yard, Xia Li tapped her index finger on the armrest, lost in thought. Fuing was a man who had committed numerous evils. His psychological resilience should be strong. How could he be driven mad in just a few short days? So that night, under the cover of a moonless, windy, and heavily overcast sky with extremely low visibility, Xia Li quietly went to Fuing's hospital room to visit the patient. She wore a white dress identical to the doll's, a coconut shell mask with the same smile, and let her long, straight black hair hang loose, practically a replica of the terrifying doll. The only difference was that in her left hand, she held a small green snake, and in her right, a dead rat. In the dead of night, almost everyone in the hospital was asleep. Fuing was also asleep, but he didn't dare turn off the light. It remained on in his room. In this quiet moment, Xia Li used her ability to flash into Fuing's room and reached out to pat him. The moment Fuing opened his eyes, he was greeted by this familiar yet intensely stimulating sight. His daughter had grown larger. Looking at Fuing's terrified expression, Xia Li pinched her throat and said in an eerie, saccharine voice, "Hee daddy." Fuing clearly welcomed the arrival of his persistent daughter very much, treating her to a tenor performance even more piercing than Vitas's dolphin notes, capable of rupturing eardrums. Xia Li was startled by his reaction. Afraid his screams would attract others, she immediately used her lightning ability to accelerate and vanished on the spot. Watching his considerate, clean-freak daughter disappear before his eyes, the last shred of sanity in Fuing's mind finally snapped. He rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, unconsciously twitching and foaming at the mouth, looking like he was having an epileptic fit. After leaving the hospital, Xia Li felt that given Fuing's current mental state, a full recovery seemed unlikely. A bit of a pity, really. She had originally thought that if Fuing and his crew were really resilient, or if they returned to the mainland early, she would secretly follow their ship out to sea and use her lightning ability to summon some large sea creatures to play bump the boat with them. But now, it seemed that having a living example return to deter others was better than having a dead one go back. Feeling it was about enough, Xia Li stopped concerning herself with Fuing's affairs and instead went up the mountain, squatting on the ridge of a field to watch her parents embrace their rustic life. The sun blazed overhead. Even though around 20 degrees Celsius was considered the coldest weather of the year on Southern Island, for 3 northerners, a winter temperature in the 20s was still somewhat terrifying. Xia Jiangwo, with his pants rolled up and wearing a straw hat, bent over tirelessly tending to the rice seedlings. Looking up, he saw his own daughter squatting on the ridge, cracking melon seeds, tossing the shells on the ground, and watching him work with a smile, looking utterly delighted by the spectacle. Xia Jiangwo. A vein throbbed on Xia Jiangwo's forehead. He endured for nearly an hour before finally losing his patience. Straightening up, he glared at his daughter. "If you're not going to help, then go home. Stop that incessant crack, 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 crack here." Other people's daughters would lend a hand when they saw their parents working. But this one just watched the show, probably wishing she could sit on his shoulders to add some extra weight for more amusement. How infuriating. Xia Li paid him no mind. Squatting on the ridge and cracking seeds cheerfully, she said, "I'm supervising your work. Next year, all these fields will be our platoon's responsibility. Shouldn't I come take a look in advance?" Xia Jiangwo was furious at her attitude. Picking up a nearby hoe, he shooed her away. "Supervise what? Get lost." Xia Li stood up and jumped back a couple of steps, putting on a cheeky "you're old, so I'll humor you" expression. She chuckled and said, "Fine, not supervising, just observing, okay? You're a veteran revolutionary. Why so hung up on formalities?" Xia Jiangwo was thoroughly exasperated by his thick-skinned daughter. If he weren't afraid of hurting her with the hoe, Xia Li believed him. So when she ran away, she grabbed her old father's shoes from the ridge and took off with them. Xia Jiangwo. Fuming, Xia Jiangwo roared at his daughters retreating back. "Xia Li, you little brat, bring back my shoes." Li Xiuli, who was fertilizing the seedlings, watched these 2 living treasures start their usual antics and couldn't stop giggling. Every day was truly lively. If they could one day be rehabilitated, living a life like this wouldn't be so bad. The paddy fields Xia Jiangwo was working on weren't far from the thatched hut. Xia Li had no particular hobby of running around carrying 2 shoes, so she tossed them at the hut's entrance and headed home. As soon as she got home, she saw Lu Dingyuan walking out. Seeing Xia Li, Lu Dingyuan didn't say much else. He simply stated, "Fuing leaves tomorrow. Pack your things. We're taking the train to the northeast tomorrow night." "I'm heading back to the unit to prepare," and then left. Xia Li wasn't surprised. What use was there keeping a madman on Southern Island? To play happy bumping with snakes every day? But since she was going to see her eldest brother and that inexplicably implicated childhood friend in the unit, she should prepare more things. Her mind filled with miscellaneous calculations, Xia Li had just reached her doorstep when she looked up and got a fright. Sitting on the narrow ledge outside the window was a black-haired, disheveled doll with an eerie smile on its face, wearing a poorly made, somewhat sham-style white cloth dress. To be fair, the thing was genuinely creepy. If she hadn't experienced major scenes in the apocalypse and developed strong mental resilience, she might have taken several steps back right then. Xia Li bared her teeth. The reason for the doll's appearance here required no thought. It was clearly Lu Dingyuan's overt warning. Xia Li thought darkly. Someone like Lu Dingyuan, with his thin skin, was too naive. This kind of warning only worked on those with a sense of shame. Was it effective against someone as thick-skinned as her? She reached out, picked up the doll, and stuffed it into her space. Might as well keep it. Next time she went to Lu Dingyuan's place, she could give him a few more souvenirs. With Fuing and all non-Southern Island personnel gone, Xia Jiangwo and his wife sent back to the unit, Xia Li also embarked on her journey to the northeast. Meanwhile, Lu Qianghua, after sending home the local specialties given to him by the possible future daughter-in-law, upon leaving Southern Island, headed straight to his workplace. In the Lu family kitchen. Standing by the counter, Mrs. Lu used a small knife to cut open a large bundle. An assortment of dried wild game tumbled out, clattering onto the table and floor. Wow! Mrs. Lu couldn't help exclaiming, she really brought a lot. Tomorrow, I must send some other things back. Can't just accept such a generous gift from the young lady. As she said this, she sorted through the local specialties in the big bag, growing more and more amazed. Not only were there various cured meats, but there were also 17 or 18 different types of fish, not to mention mushrooms and bamboo shoots rarely seen in the city. Although not packed very neatly, each item was tightly wedged in. If even one piece were out of place, this much wouldn't have fit. It was packed very solidly, clearly done with care. Seeing Mrs. Lu's satisfied expression, Second Aunt Lu pursed her lips, looking very displeased. It's just some rustic goods, isn't it? Our family's conditions aren't bad, sister-in-law. What haven't you seen? What's so surprising about these country things? Having been sisters-in-law for decades, Mrs. Lu knew Second Aunt's temperament well. Unfazed by her routine complaints, she just kept tidying up while responding casually. It's not about the quality of the items. The harder the times, the more one's true character shows. Knowing gratitude means good character. She wondered if her son could bring the young lady home. He wasn't getting any younger. It was really worrying. Seemed she needed to think carefully about how to prepare the return gift when she went shopping this afternoon. Seeing her sister-in-law's indifferent attitude, Second Aunt Lu grew even more annoyed and rolled her eyes. What's the use of good character? I heard that girl's father was sent down. Her background isn't good. I say, you shouldn't indulge Dingyuan too much. He's the eldest grandson. Our family is a prominent one. The eldest grandson must inherit the family business. He needs to marry someone of equal status. You can't let him act recklessly. Listening to her sister-in-law's saccharine voice, Mrs. Lu didn't stop her work, still responding intermittently, completely giving off an air of sincerely chatting. Heaven, absolutely not putting in any effort. In just a few short minutes, she had already decided. She would cook a few fish and stir-fry some cured meat in the evening, letting the old master properly taste these things from the countryside, to leave a good impression of that girl with the old master. Not long after, Aunt Lu felt her mouth dry and went to get water herself. As she walked, she muttered angrily, if sister-in-law won't listen, then forget it. What I said was all good advice. Humph. Mother Lu chuckled softly but didn't respond this time. Xia Li and the others boarded the train. Logically, soldiers going for training should travel in hard seats, even on a train. However, due to recognition of Xia Li's troublemaking ability and the need to protect scientific research personnel, from top to bottom on Nandao Island, no one felt at ease letting her ride in the overcrowded hard seats. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed. Xia Li and Lu Dingyuan bought 2 soft sleeper tickets for this trip. In those days, not many people traveled by train, and even fewer could afford or were qualified for soft sleepers. Throughout the entire journey, the compartment Xia Li and Lu Dingyuan were in actually had only the 2 of them from start to finish. Lu Dingyuan remained on high alert the whole time, fearing any unexpected incidents. Xia Li, however, lived quite freely. Even her meals were brought to her, completely like a salted fish moving with the train's uniform speed, performing routine inertial motion. But as the journey grew longer, she gradually realized they weren't traveling alone. The people in the soft sleepers on Xia Li. Her face was really getting bigger and bigger. Before, they'd only send 1 or 2 people to protect her. Now it was up to 8 or 9. They swayed and jolted all the way to the northeast. Xia Li felt the journey was unprecedentedly smooth. The Marine Corps naturally chose the coldest place for their cold resistance training. This was the coldest time of year in the northeast. Goosefeather snow swirled down from the sky, slanting sharply, stinging faces and bodies. White snow piled in layers along the roadside, waist-high. Only on the main road, where it had been trampled firm, could the path be barely discerned. Xia Li wore a military overcoat and a dog-fur military cap, hands tucked into her sleeves, hopping and skipping with tiny steps as she walked out, each step crunching guzhy-guzhy in the snow. It wasn't that she'd suddenly gone crazy, it was just that the northeast was unbearably cold now. Only by hopping and skipping could she generate a little more warmth. Leaving the station, Xia Li and Lu Dingyuan directly got into the car that had come to pick them up. Logically, getting in the car should have meant warmth. But once inside, Xia Li discovered things were far from that simple. This was clearly a military vehicle, and it looked quite new, yet drafts seeped in from all directions. Even wearing the military overcoat, the howling cold wind outside whistled in through the doors and windows. Xia Li inexplicably felt like a cat thrown into a cat blow-drying box, wind coming from everywhere, determined not to stop until all the water in her brain was dried out. Why had she agreed to join the Marine Corps again? Wasn't the regular army good enough? Heck, even being in logistics would be fine. Why suffer coming here to train in this freezing cold? The car drove for over 4 hours. Xia Li felt this journey, which chilled and stiffened her entire body, was endless. Just as she was growing drowsy from the cold, she suddenly heard a loud, angry shout from ahead. "What did you do today? Didn't I tell you can't break discipline again, or you'll be severely punished? You still dare talk back? Can you learn your lesson for even one day? Military dogs are our comrades, not pet dogs you keep at home. If you can't handle it, return him early. Look what you've done to him. Eat, 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 all you know is feeding. You skip your own training and even the dog's training. Fat and sturdy, fatter than you. How are you going to carry out missions like this?" The scolding voice was full of vigor, exceptionally loud, clearly audible from far away. Xia Li, who had been almost asleep, perked up immediately upon hearing the roar, craning her neck to look outside. The training ground was also covered in pure white snow, but here the snow had been packed down by people. And in the most conspicuous spot on this large training ground stood 2 people and a dog. 2 people in green military uniforms, plus a red-haired dog. Xia Li. From her angle, the person being scolded was blocked by the person scolding, so she couldn't see his face clearly. But the moment she saw that red-haired dog, black, shiny, and plump, she instantly realized who was being scolded. Red hair, dog, scarf around its neck. Wasn't this the childhood friend who'd used paint mixed with hair gel to dye the dog's hair? Puh. Wasn't this the unlucky dog whose hair was dyed by her unlucky childhood friend? The corners of Xia Li's mouth instantly curved upward. First day on a business trip, seeing a childhood friend being chewed out by an officer, what's the appropriate reaction? Answer, of course, go watch the spectacle. The car entered the military compound. The windows were covered with a thick layer of frost, making it hard to see outside. To get a clearer view, Xia Li rolled down the window a little. As the car moved forward, she gradually could see the face of the person hanging his head, being scolded. Sure enough, it was Li Qingnan. Xia Li, pfft. Just as she was laughing in the car, Li Qingnan's wandering gaze also landed on the car entering from outside. His eyes instantly met Xia Li's, who was laughing wildly, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan's face immediately flushed bright red with embarrassment. Being scolded daily in the army, he was used to it, but the problem was, those were all people he'd met later. Now being laughed at and spectated by Xia Li was like living abroad, having an embarrassing moment, and being coincidentally seen by someone from back home. Anyone who could enter their joint training ground was definitely not a family member but a soldier. The instructor didn't know who this female soldier was, but that didn't stop him from disciplining troops. He looked towards Xia Li's direction, his face instantly darkening. Glaring at Xia Li, his voice full of vigor and very loud, he barked, "Is it funny?" Xia Li had been watching her friend's spectacle. Her laughter, though outwardly wild, was actually not very loud. Apart from the people in the car, almost no one else could hear her. Now suddenly being yelled at, she immediately looked over, pursed her lips, and retorted mischievously, "You won't even let me be happy." TSS. From all around the training ground, gasps of shock arose. Instructor Kuei Lao Lu was notoriously tough, never going easy on anyone when punishing, regardless of gender. Was this woman crazy, deliberately provoking him? But looking at the person in the car, she seemed unfamiliar. Could she be from another unit? Hearing Xia Li's words, Kuei Lao Lu's face turned completely dark. But then he saw the little girl who was shouting, "If you don't want me to laugh, then stop scolding," being muffled by a large hand and dragged back into the car. The car window slowly rolled up, and the inside was no longer visible from outside. If this weren't a military compound, he'd have thought the girl was being kidnapped. Kue Lao Lu. Kue Lao Lu gradually curved his lips into a somewhat eerie smile. Turning his gaze back to Li Qingnan's horrified face, he asked ominously, "Know her?" Li Qingnan, on the verge of tears. Everyone in the entire Northeast Corps knew Kue Lao Lu was a genuine Northeastern tiger, not only fierce during training, but also capable of slapping several people to death with one paw. Being targeted by him was definitely not a good thing, just like how he got scolded at least 7 times a week. He forced a smile uglier than crying and replied miserably, "Report. Yes, I know her. We grew up in the same compound." As a childhood friend's last act of loyalty, he didn't give away his buddy's name. Kue Lao Lu, Nandao Island Corps? Li Qingyan straightened up, chest out, face miserable. "Report." "Yes." Kue Lao Lu's smile gradually widened, becoming even more eerie. His large, powerful hand slapped heavily on Li Qingnan's shoulder. "Good. Before the Nandao Island Corps leaves, there's a joint competition between the 2 corps. You'll participate then. Beating a woman shouldn't be a problem, right?" His eyes burned into Li Qingyan as if saying, "If you have a problem, I'll finish you off right now." Li Qingyan almost cried on the spot. Remembering his friend's slender build but her ability to beat a female spy who was pestering her fiancé until all 4 limbs were shattered, he gulped. He nodded obediently. "No problem." His heart, miserable to the extreme, instantly turned sunny and bright. Not agreeing now meant dying now. Agreeing now meant dying a month later. Living one more day was one more day. He must have fun during this time. Kue Lao Lu knew this young man under his command was a troublemaker, but he never imagined this troublemaker would dare play the happy, lying flat, accepting ridicule card with him. Seeing him agree so readily, he felt somewhat satisfied with this upward drive. Nodding, he said, "In that case, train properly. Starting today, add 20 extra laps daily." Li Qingyan, who no longer particularly wanted to live, feeling life and death weren't that different anymore. Yes. Xia Li's direct confrontation with Kue Lao Lu happened on the training ground with many people present. Soon, the entire Northeast Corps knew there was a female soldier who dared to directly challenge Kue Lao Lu. The 2 corps were about to have a competition. They were already old rivals, and these soldiers, none willing to admit inferiority, often had friction over which corps was stronger, never getting along well. Xia Li's actions successfully made her famous in the Northeast Corps. Many were holding back, wanting to challenge her. Xia Li, however, didn't have as many psychological burdens as the people in the Northeast Corps. She was escorted by Lu Dingyuan all the way to Pangyunjun. Before leaving, Lu Dingyuan threatened her uneasily. "This is the Northeast, not Nandao. Behave yourself, understand?" Xia Li gave him a strange look. "How am I not behaving? I haven't done anything." "Think carefully yourself. Isn't it always others who provoke me first, and then I retaliate?" Lu Dingyuan thought carefully. It was indeed true. Not to mention factional struggles, even when facing foreign spies, it was always those people who tried to deceive her first, and then she responded. Only, the problem was, they might only try to deceive her with a sentence, while she demanded half their lives. And precisely because it was so excessive, people felt her actions were troublemaking, even out of sync with the times. He sighed inwardly, but maintained a stern expression. "This isn't the Nandao Corps. If something really happens, I can't protect you. If others don't attack you first, you are not allowed to attack. No pretending to be a ghost to scare people either. Understood?" Xia Li. Xia Li thought, even without pretending to be a ghost, there were plenty of ways to mess with people. Their battalion commander Lu was still too ignorant. Impatiently, she nodded repeatedly. Okay, understood. Why do you make it sound like I'm some violence-loving maniac?" Lu Dingyuan looked directly at Xia Li, his eyes clearly saying, "Aren't you?" which instantly annoyed Xia Li immensely. Xia Li immediately began defending herself. But didn't he see all those brats gathering around to watch the spectacle? Annoyed, he waved to drive away the troublemakers under his command. Shoo. Go back to the meeting. Have you all decided what performances to put on?" Ping Yingjun was usually quite mature and upright. His subordinates were somewhat afraid of him. They immediately retreated, laughing and joking. Only, though they retreated, someone whistled, piercingly loud throughout the corridor, which was rather awkward. The 3 people in the corridor all looked toward the direction of the whistle. The person hid too quickly. The other 2 didn't see who it was. Xia Li didn't see clearly either, but she saw Platoon Leader 2's hand, which had just finished whistling, lowering into an okay gesture. "Zhao Chilao. If you don't want that hand, I can break it off for you during training tomorrow." What's wrong with him? Whistling at people arguing. How much does he want the world in chaos? The room immediately erupted in a scream and bursts of uproarious laughter. Seeing their lack of discipline, Lu Dingyuan frowned deeply and turned to Peng Yingjun. "They have too much energy. Starting tomorrow, add 10 extra laps daily." Before Peng Yingjun could speak, Xia Li reminded him expressionlessly, "Division Commander Lu promised no more physical punishment for me. I'm not adding those laps. Are you kidding? The freezing cold outside was bad enough, and now adding extra running outside? Is Lu Dingyuan a devil? Ping and June. Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Dingyuan with clear, sincere eyes, kindly reminding him, earlier, Division Commander Lu said you had to add 3 months of training, 50 laps daily. Haven't you run those yet? If he hasn't, she could supervise him, guaranteed to be diligent and responsible. Ping and June. Lu Dingyuan. Seeing his superior's instantly darkened face, Ping Jun chose a strategic retreat. With a stern face, he said seriously to Xia Li, your return to unit application has been received. Come in after you finish talking with the battalion commander. Then he turned and entered the meeting room directly. Are you kidding? When the troublemaker under his command and his superior are seemingly flirting, yet also seemingly wanting to dig up each other's ancestral graves, who knows what their relationship really is? Whether good or bad, it's their business. He really didn't want to get involved. Lu Dingyuan was so angry at Xia Li's words that he laughed. He had found it strange earlier. Why would the regimental commander tell him that Xia Li was a research scientist, so she didn't need strict military training, and her safety should be the priority, so no more physical punishment? And then suddenly, extra training was assigned to him. At their level, higher-ups basically didn't give them detailed training plans anymore. Coincidentally, Xia Li had just made a contribution not long before. His first thought at the time was, some petty, narrow-minded person must have slandered me. Now it was confirmed. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the real villain before him with a forced, tight-lipped smile. To get back at me, you really will stop at nothing. Xia Li wore an expression that said, you got that right. Thinking, I hope this pisses you off, she deliberately put on a pained tone. For this condition, I built an entire warship. If I sold this technology, it'd be worth at least tens of millions. Your 4,500 laps are really valuable, maybe even 10,000 per lap. Lu Dingyuan laughed in exasperation. His usually deep eyes held a rare trace of speechlessness as he snorted, should I feel honored? Xia Li crossed her arms, wearing an infuriatingly smug grin that screamed, I love how you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. She tilted her head, grinning broadly at Lu Dingyuan, and asked sarcastically, so, from now on, for every patented invention, discounted at 10,000 per lap, will you run or not? Here, a thought suddenly popped into Xia Li's head. Huh? Actually, this idea isn't bad. Anytime I invent something in the future, I can make Lu Dingyuan run laps. Usually, I can't find a reason to mess with him. I want to fight him, but he won't fight me. Now, here's my chance. Reading her mind, Lu Dingyuan. Staring at Xia Li's expression, which clearly said, this is a great idea. I'm definitely doing this from now on. I won't stop until I run you to death, you bastard. Lu Dingyuan pressed his tongue against his back teeth and said through gritted teeth, I'll run. Xia Li reached out and patted Lu Dingyuan's arm with a smile, adopting the posture of an elder imparting wisdom to the youth, her words infuriatingly smug. I knew the nation is your white moonlight. Young man, you need to work hard. Your white moonlight is so poor right now, far from being a rich beauty. Run more often when you have time. Get in good shape. It'll come in handy in the future. With that, she waved at Lu Dingyuan. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back. Then she turned and left without looking back. Lu Dingyuan stood straight, watching Xia Li's figure gradually disappear. Although he'd never heard the terms white moonlight or rich beauty before, he could roughly guess their meaning from the words. If it really was as she said, the latest research technology for 10,000 per lap, running more wouldn't be a problem. Or rather, he'd be glad to do it. As soon as Xia Li entered the small conference room, she heard the people inside chattering about what performance to put on for the day after tomorrow's cultural show. Seeing Xia Li come in, second platoon leader immediately stood up, his face breaking into a relieved smile. He waved at her. Fourth platoon leader is here. Come, fourth platoon leader, come over here. Fourth platoon leader is a girl. She must be more talented than us rough men. I think our company's cultural performance should be handled by her. Hearing this, the others immediately caught on. First platoon leader also smiled and said, isn't that right? Fourth platoon leader, don't you girls all like artistic things like singing and dancing? How about you represent our company and sing a song at the performance? We rough guys are good at fighting the enemy, but we really can't perform. As he spoke, his large, fan-like hands waved back and forth, as if every nerve in his body was screaming refusal. The others also chimed in, wanting Xia Li. Looking at these grown men who seemed ready to kowtow to her just to get her to perform, Xia Li's expression became somewhat indescribable. In all her life, this was the first time she'd been workplace bullied in such a bizarre way because of her gender. The kind where the entire communications company seemed ready to kowtow to her. But just because these men didn't want to perform, did that mean she did? She didn't make a living singing and dancing. Performing in front of a bunch of people made her feel like a monkey in a monkey show. Facing a crowd of expectant faces, Xia Li clung to her last shred of kindness and said very sincerely, I can go on stage, but not to sing or dance. How about I demonstrate 365 ways to make a bomb? Or maybe I can show the weak points of various machinery and how to completely disable the lighting and power in the main conference hall within 3 seconds without pulling the main switch. Everyone present. Second platoon leader looked at Xia Li with an indescribable expression. Are you putting on a performance or trying to dismantle the Northeast military region? A nice young lady shouldn't always showcase talents that are no different from a terrorist's. With such a pretty face, yet because both her fighting skills and talents were too hardcore, these men who hadn't seen a woman in years couldn't muster any romantic thoughts toward her. As a woman who couldn't even find a secret admirer in a pile of thousands of single men, shouldn't 4th platoon leader do some self-reflection? Xia Li shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do. That's what I'm good at. In the army, regardless of gender, I'm a soldier. You guys never emphasize gender when sparring with me. Lan Xiaxing winced upon hearing his platoon leader's words and asked with a scrunched-up face, Platoon leader, if we treated you like a girl, would you go easier on us when fighting? Xia Li tilted her head to look at him, grinning sinisterly. Are you looking down on women? Worried I'm not strong enough? Next training session, I'll give you special treatment. Lan Xiaxing. The small conference room immediately echoed with Lan Xiaxing's wails, while the others laughed uproariously. Second platoon leader, watching the fun, laughed so hard he nearly choked. Xia Li turned her head, her gaze sweeping over second platoon leader's bear-like physique. Actually, I think second platoon leader would be perfect for dancing. He'd look especially voluptuous in a dress. Don't middle-aged women in Russia have his build? It should be easy to find a suitable dress in the Northeast. All the laughter died on second platoon leader's face. Facing the others' expressions that clearly said, that doesn't sound bad, at least it's not me, his face darkened. He said to Xia Li, flustered and exasperated, look at my build. Even if I wear a dress, will I look like a girl? Xia Li, oh, then you can wear pink. The room erupted in laughter. Second platoon leader. No one else wanted to perform. Xia Li wanted to perform something the others wouldn't allow. After all the commotion, this arduous task really did fall on second platoon leader. When the meeting adjourned, second platoon leader looked at Xia Li like she was a heartless scoundrel. If not for Xia Li's firm stance that, if I go on stage, I'll only perform hardcore talents, and the fact that second platoon leader couldn't beat Xia Li in a fight, he would have dragged Xia Li into a cross-dressing duet dance. After the discussion, everyone returned to their dormitories. Although the personnel from Nandao Military Region and Northeast Military Region were all soldiers, they were from different units. After the Nandao personnel arrived, the Northeast side vacated an entire building for their dormitories. Xia Li, being the only woman in the entire Marine Corps, naturally got a single room. After lying on her bed playing another round of a single-player game, she checked the time, 8:40. She got up, put on her clothes, bundled herself up like a ball, grabbed a large bag of stuff, and quietly left the dormitory building. Earlier, when she parted ways with Li Qing'an on the training ground, he had gestured a 9 to her. This was the secret signal they'd agreed on before she came to Nandao for meeting up late at night to get into mischief. Even if she didn't tell him some things, Li Qing'an might never know, but Xia Li felt that since they were friends, she should be open and honest, with a clear conscience. Li Qing'an had clearly not wanted to join the military before. If she hid the fact that he was dragged into the military because of her, she'd be truly heartless. When Xia Li reached the training ground, it was 5 minutes to 9. Even though the lights weren't on, the moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered ground made the night scene clearly visible. On the snow, a man in a military overcoat, hands tucked into his sleeves, was hopping in place. Beside him, a chubby black dog with red-dyed fur was mimicking its master, hopping around on the snow with all 4 paws, looking particularly comical. Li Qing'an had also just arrived, but the weather was just too cold. If he didn't keep moving, he felt like he'd freeze solid. Just as he was about to tell his dog, "Stop copying me, don't you know how stupid you look?" he turned and saw Xia Li walking over with a large military bag. His face immediately broke into a big smile. He waved his arm exaggeratedly, calling out in a voice that was meant to be hushed like a thief's, but was actually quite loud, "Over here. Over here." Xia Li ran over and shoved the somewhat heavy bag into Li Qing'an's arms. Local specialties from Nandao. Li Qing'an hefted the weight in his hands and grinned. Pretty heavy. He had no sense of propriety about not opening gifts in front of the giver and quickly unwrapped the package. Seeing the densely packed salted fish and cured meat inside, he felt even happier. He casually tossed a piece of cured meat on the ground and said excitedly to his dog, "Son, come. Think big, sis." The big black dog, tongue lolling happily, ran over and barked at Xia Li. Woof. Then it started. "Xia Li, your son might not be human, but you're a real dog." Xia Li reached for the dried meat in Li Qingnan's arms. Seeing her lunge, Li Qingnan immediately realized her intention and turned to dodge. But how could his skills compare to Xia Li's? She grabbed him and fished out a piece of less salty meat from his bag. Xia Li threw that piece of meat on the ground and said to the big black dog, "Call me grandma." The big black dog tilted its head at Xia Li, looked down at the meat on the ground, then tilted its head up to look at Xia Li again, its eyes seeming to hold a very thoughtful, intelligent pondering. Then it happily barked, "Woof," and lowered its head to happily eat the meat. Li Qingnan stared at the big black dog eating meat on the ground, his face full of disbelief. "You unfilial son. How has your dad treated you all this time? All those bones I gave you were for nothing? How can you be so stupid?" Li Qingnan's expression was one of heart-wrenching anguish, like an old father who had sold blood to raise his son, only to discover the grown son had become a spineless good-for-nothing. Xia Li stood there, laughing so hard she sounded like a honking goose. Aside from the dog's hair being dyed a bit tacky, Li Qingnan really took good care of it. Normally, military dogs had training requirements. He couldn't let it skip all of them. To raise this big black dog to a chubby 130 to 140 pounds under such training conditions showed how well he treated it. But faced with a piece of meat, this dog's son could immediately find a new mom for his dad. Furious and disappointed, Li Qingnan, who had originally planned to give his son extra treats, now didn't want to out of anger. He looked up at Xia Li, his face still wearing that carefree smile. "How have you been in Nandao? I wanted to visit you before, but my grandpa wouldn't let me. I even secretly bought a train ticket, but got a beating from him." Xia Li, listening to her childhood friend ramble about his quest to find family, to visit her, and his grandpa's brutal suppression, Xia Li offered a very fair comment. "If I were your grandpa, I probably couldn't help it either. Running around everywhere like this, in an era where travel required permits and things were chaotic everywhere, not breaking his legs would be considered lenient." Li Qingnan clutched his chest and took a few steps back, looking at Xia Li in disbelief. "Li Zi, you've changed. We agreed to be little ruffians together. How can you go legit on your own?" Xia Li, her fists clenched. Xia Li had never been one to hold back. Guilt or no guilt, she had to vent her anger first. She immediately pinned Li Qingnan to the ground and pummeled him with snow. Li Qingnan felt snow getting down his neck and screamed in panic, "Stop, stop, it's so cold." "Damn. Xia Li, are you a shovel? How can you throw so much snow on me at once?" Xia Li formed an even bigger snowball and smashed it in his face, her expression twisted. "Because you're a cucumber, asking for it." Usually, her mouth was sharp enough, but this unlucky childhood friend had an even sharper tongue. The two snowball fought for a while, ending with Li Qingnan pinned in a snowdrift, utterly defenseless, before they both stopped. Under the moonlight, they sat huddled together on a snow-free step, their military overcoats wrapped tightly around them, necks tucked in. Surrounded by pure white snow reflecting the moonlight in sparkling fragments, from a distance, they looked like two emperor penguins huddled together for warmth. They told each other about their recent experiences. When Xia Li spoke, her face was full of bitterness and resentment. Her words were filled with extreme indignation toward Division Commander Lu's unreasonableness, Regimental Commander Bai's excessive wariness, and Lu Dingyuan's nitpicking. Between the lines, it was clear that if she ever quit, she'd definitely give Lu Dingyuan a beating. Listening to Xia Li's tales of the trouble she stirred up and her, unlucky, encounters with spies, meeting them today, tomorrow, every day, Li Qingnan laughed so hard he doubled over, emitting honking goose-like laughter completely devoid of childhood friend affection. After Xia Li finished, it was Li Qingnan's turn. Li Qingnan's face was full of bitterness and resentment. His words were filled with accusations against his grandpa for dumping him here without help and deliberately assigning him to the fiercest instructor. He also verbally lambasted Kuei Lao Lu's brutal methods, occasionally even spitting on the ground twice, as if mentioning something unclean. Finally, he deeply lamented that one should never get married unprepared. Raising a child isn't easy. His grandpa gave him plenty of allowance, but his son ate so much he was almost broke. Xia Li, who had just felt a bit guilty toward Li Qingnan, Nan laughed without a shred of humanity, but now, after glancing at the fat dog by his feet, he laughed even more wildly than Li Qingnan had just moments before. Both of them felt waves of despair at each other's utter lack of humanity, yet, even under the weight of that despair, they were determined to curse their superior officer for 300 rounds. Finally, their faces grew stiff from mocking each other. After venting about the hardships of the recent period, the two suddenly felt a sense of mutual understanding and camaraderie. Indeed, it was still the most fun to hang out with a childhood friend. At least when the two of them caused mischief together, neither would try to talk the other out of it. That was what made it truly enjoyable. In the end, Li Qingnan, hands in his pockets, sat on the steps and sighed, "I really wish we could go back to the old days, when we were all still in the compound." Those were the happiest times. Now all their childhood friends had their own thoughts and concerns. They were no longer as simple and carefree as before. Xia Li thought back to her first few days after transmigrating a life of leisure where she did nothing but eat, sleep, or go out to play, and wholeheartedly agreed with Li Qingnan's sentiment. After a moment's thought, she cut straight to the point without any preamble. Actually, part of the reason you were sent to the borderlands is because of me. Li Qingnan's grandfather had always wanted to send him into the military, but he had been too fond of his grandson to go through with it before. If it hadn't been for Lu Dingyuan discovering something suspicious about Li Jia while investigating her, Li Qingnan's grandfather probably still wouldn't have had the heart to make that tough decision. Li Qing and looked at Xia Li in confusion. Why do you say that? Xia Li didn't hide anything. Aside from her involvement in the scientific research mission, she explained everything else, how she had come under suspicion, leading the higher-ups to dig into her family history for generations, and silence spread wordlessly through the air. Just as Xia Li thought Li Qing'an would be furious, he huddled on the steps, hands in his pockets, turned to look at her, and flashed his usual carefree smile. It's fine. At least it helped Jingwei, right? Xia Li. For a moment, Xia Li didn't know whether to praise his broad-mindedness or call him thick-skinned. Still, he was truly loyal to his friends. You're not angry? Li Qing'an swayed back and forth, his gaze fixed ahead as if recalling something. Actually, I ran into my uncle meeting with people outside several times before. I thought it was strange at the time, but my uncle just said it was normal interaction with friends. Later, I noticed that it wasn't just my uncle acting strangely. My eldest cousin gradually started behaving oddly too. He turned to look at Xia Li. You know my eldest cousin, right? He's the most outstanding child in our family and the grandson my grandfather is most proud of. Wherever he was around when we were kids, I was always the one who ended up looking completely worthless by comparison. Xia Li had some impression of this person. He was also a man who looked down on everyone, his chin held high in a manner somewhat reminiscent of her cheap ex-fiancé. The only difference was that her cheap ex-fiancé was a self-important mama's boy, while Li Qingnan's eldest cousin was genuinely outstanding. She nodded slightly. You mentioned before that you used to stuff bugs into his desk when you were little. Li Qingnan, we're adults now, can't you remember something good? Yeah, that's him. Actually, when the higher-ups were investigating, he was involved too. But because it was discovered early and he wasn't in too deep yet, my grandfather managed to protect him. You don't need to blame yourself. No one can guarantee something like this would never come to light. At least compared to a future where the Li family might have lost both my uncle and my eldest cousin, we managed to save my eldest cousin now. That's a good thing. Besides, it wasn't you who reported it. Even if I were angry, I'd only be angry at the person who reported my family. What does it have to do with you? Hearing this, Xia Li immediately smiled. It's fine, I'll help you get even. With that, she reached out and gave Li Qing'an a firm pat on the shoulder, speaking with unprecedented sincerity. Bro, if you run into any trouble in the future, just tell your dad. If I can help, I absolutely won't hesitate. Li Qing'an. You unlucky rascal, do you have any idea what kind of weird stuff you just mixed into such a touching sentiment? Li Qing'an wasn't one to take things lying down either. Knowing he couldn't win in a fight, he simply adhered to the principle of a gentleman uses his words, not his fists, and immediately stood up. Dad does have something he needs your help with. As he spoke, he patted his chubby son's dog head and said with a grin, Dare to sneak out of the barracks with me tonight? The barracks had a curfew at night, so soldiers naturally weren't allowed to sneak out in the middle of the night. Obviously, this was against regulations. But Li Qing'an felt his childhood friend wasn't exactly a rule follower either. And Xia Li truly wasn't a rule follower. Hearing Li Qingnan's words, she grinned and agreed without a second thought. Since my good son asked so nicely, your dad will definitely fulfill your wish. But if we get caught, we're both in for a scolding. Did you scout the route beforehand? Upon hearing this, Li Qing'an immediately broke into a wide smile, thumping his chest confidently. Scouted it long ago, guaranteed no one will notice. Don't you trust me to handle things? Xia Li recalled that before leaving Liaoqing, her little friend had indeed never caused any major trouble with his schemes, so she didn't press further. And so, the two of them, along with a chubby dog, pushing and shoving each other, even jumping up to bump into one another, quietly scaled the wall and left the barracks. 20 minutes later, Li Qing'an led Xia Li into the mountains, casually picked up a stick from the ground, and shook off the loose snow. With an expression of heroic sacrifice, he raised the stick high with one hand and shouted like he was chanting a slogan, Beat the road deer with a stick, scoop fish with a gourd, pheasants fly right into the cooking pot. The big black dog responded with spirited vigor, Woof. Li Qing'an continued to psych himself up. In this great northern granary, possibilities are endless. The mountains are full of treasures, game is everywhere. Even if we don't bag a wild boar or roe deer today, we must at least get a pheasant. Even if there's no pheasant, we must get a little hare. Failing that, we'll settle for some pheasant eggs. Although Dahe couldn't fully understand what his master was saying, his ears twitched at the word chicken, drool dripped with a plop onto the ground, and he excitedly barked, "Woof!" Receiving this response, Li Qing looked gratified. He patted his dog son's head, exuding an aura as serious as if he were heading to the battlefield, and said solemnly, "Let's go. For my chubby son's meals, we must bag some game tonight." Dahe, sitting on the ground like a little mountain, wore a solemn expression and excited lied, "Woof." Xia Li. Xia Li, bundled in her thick cotton coat with her sleeves tucked in, watched the duo with an indescribable expression, feeling like she had just witnessed an unprecedentedly harmonious crosstalk performance, with Li Qing as the lead comedian and Dahe as the straight man. Exhaling a puff of white air, Xia Li suddenly asked with certainty, "You've never actually caught any game before, have you?" Li Qingnan's eyes widened as he turned to look at Xia Li in disbelief, blurting out, "How did you know?" Xia Li, completely disregarding her friend's fragile ego, stated expressionlessly what she had just observed. "With those few shouts of yours just now, you scared off 2 rabbits and a hawk. Nighttime is when nocturnal animals hunt." Just moments ago, when they first arrived, not far ahead of Li Qing, a rabbit was being chased by a hawk, while another rabbit watched from nearby. Then Li Qing let out those 2 loud yells, scaring all 3 away. Although Xia Li couldn't accurately identify the species of the hunting hawk, she knew that hawk and those 2 rabbits together would make a large pot of stew. Shouting loudly while hunting is no different from throwing a big rock into the water while fishing. It's a surefire way to end up empty-handed. Li Qing looked back in disbelief, but saw nothing in the pitch-black forest. Clearly, all the game Xia Li mentioned had fled far away. His enthusiastic demeanor instantly withered. He seemed a bit dejected as he patted his son's head. "Dad's no good, I don't have Uncle Lu's skills. Looks like tonight's extra meal." Xia Li crouched down, picked up a thick branch from the ground, and slapped it expressionlessly against her palm with a crack. Li Qing instantly changed his tune, experienced Auntie Xia. "I heard she caught plenty of game down in Nan Island. Dad's wallet for the next month is counting on her." Xia Li. Even though she was promoted a generation, she wasn't particularly keen on becoming relatives with a dog. Xia Li sighed helplessly. "Let's go. Keep your steps light." The duo and the dog quickly headed into the mountains. In no time, they had bagged over a dozen wild hares. Li Qing, acting as the bag carrier behind Xia Li, watched wide-eyed and dumbfounded. If they could have gone to university back then, their Lizzie would definitely have majored in hare catching, right? What kind of hare nest terminator was this? As soon as she caught one, she could find the burrow and haul out the entire family, young and old. With such hunting skills, not raising a dog son would be a waste. Dahe had long forgotten his dad. He circled frantically around Xia Li's feet, panting with his tongue out, wagging his tail like a propeller, the picture of obsequiousness. By the time the duo and the dog returned to the barracks, carrying over a dozen hares and 8 pheasants tied with grass ropes, plus a roe deer, Dahe had already adopted Xia Li as his grandma, the kind his birth dad couldn't pull him away from. Li Qing sighed helplessly and said to his spineless chubby son, "Son, Dad will climb over first, then pull you up in a bit." Xia Li glanced at the plump Dahe and thought, this isn't raising a military dog, it's raising 2 ancestors. Both Xia Li and Li Qing were seasoned wall climbers since childhood. Even though the barracks wall was taller than usual, scaling it was still easy. However, the moment they both sat atop the wall, all sound ceased. On the pristine white snow, about 3 or 4 meters from their wall, stood a man with his arms crossed, legs apart, his face ashen. It was the very man who had been drilling Li Qing to death on the training ground earlier that day, Kuei Lao Lu. The smiles on their faces instantly froze. Li Qing, with several hairs slung over him, felt particularly certain that he was done for today. He probably wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Nothing is more frightening than sudden silence. Kuei Lao Lu, his face dark, roared at the 2 sitting on the wall. "Aren't you coming down? Is the top of the wall such a great place to sit? Should I let you 2 sit there all night?" Dahe, standing outside the wall, also heard Kuei Lao Lu's voice. Knowing this man was quite fierce, he was terrified. After pacing back and forth a few times, he decided he couldn't stay outside alone just to avoid a scolding. With a whoosh, he leaped onto the wall. Xia Li and Li Qing, having just been yelled at, were about to jump down when a powerful force hit them from behind. They were directly knocked off the wall by the big black dog. When the dog hit her, Xia Li shifted her body slightly, allowing her to land steadily even after falling. But Li Qing wasn't so lucky. He took the hit squarely, tumbling straight off the wall and landing face down in the snow, with a rather hefty Dahe standing on his back. Xia Li. Kuei Lao Lu's expression instantly shifted from dark to a kaleidoscopically dark fury as he roared at Li Qing, "Aren't you getting up right now? Having fun?" Xia Li, standing to the side, it was so much fun, the kind of fun that disregards the owner's survival. Not an ounce of fat on that big black dog was there for no reason. And so, in the middle of the night, laden with game, Xia Li and Li Qing'an were taken to the office by Kuei Lao Lu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Dingyuan had just lain down and wasn't fully asleep yet when someone knocked on his door. Frowning, Lu Dingyuan got up to answer. Upon opening the door, he saw a young soldier he didn't recognize. The young soldier saluted Lu Dingyuan and said officiously, reporting, Battalion Commander Lu. Our battalion commander Kuei says there's a soldier from your Nan Island unit who sneaked over the wall and left the barracks tonight. He asks that you come collect the person. Lu Dingyuan. A rather foreboding feeling immediately rose in Lu Dingyuan's heart. Even though he hadn't seen the person yet, he had a rough guess. In their entire Marine Corps, there was only one person so utterly undisciplined and prone to causing trouble. Lu Dingyuan took a deep breath, threw on his coat, and walked out. All right, I'll go with you now. Lu Dingyuan followed the young soldier quickly to the office building. The moment he entered Kuei Lao Lu's office, he saw that familiar figure, and a sense of fatalistic inevitability washed over him. That tall figure, exuding an aura of mischief, stood in another regiment leader's office, head bowed but without much of a penitent air about her. The young man standing beside her was also quite familiar, her childhood friend from the same compound, who had only recently been sent to the Northeastern Corps. And on Kuei Lao Lu's desk was now piled high with all sorts of game, from large roe deer to small pheasants and hares, stacked like a small mountain. It didn't take a genius to figure out what these two had been up to. Kuei Lao Lu was relatively polite to Lu Dingyuan, whom he had known for a long time. After all, this man was among the elite, an officer in the Marine Corps. Even though they held the same rank, the prestige was completely different. He stood up, nodded to Lu Dingyuan, and pointed at Xia Li. Battalion Commander Lu, this is one of your Nan Island soldiers, right? The one who had laughed at him at noon today was probably also her. Lu Dingyuan glanced at Xia Li. The girl had her head bowed, looking like she was admitting her mistake, but he knew she wasn't sincerely intending to reform. He gave a slight nod to Kuei Lao Lu and said in a steady tone, yes, she's one of our Nan Island soldiers. Sorry for the trouble. I'll take her back now. Then his cool gaze fell on Xia Li. Ultimately, he didn't embarrass her in front of outsiders, saying coldly, let's go. Asterisk causing trouble all the way to another Corps' doorstep. This girl really has some nerve. Asterisk. Xia Li was uncharacteristically obedient at this moment. She pivoted on her heel and walked toward Lu Dingyuan. Kuei Lao Lu didn't particularly want to make things difficult for the Nan Island unit, but as a seasoned veteran who had dealt with many troublemakers, he could tell at a glance that this girl was the classic, I admit I was wrong, but I'd do it again, type. He immediately spoke up, Battalion Commander Lu, our unit has regulations. No leaving the barracks at night without special circumstances. The punishment I've given my own, that was what he said, but the implication was clear. He wanted Xia Li to undergo the same physical punishment as Li Qing'an. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan really did want to discipline Xia Li physically, but the problem was he couldn't. Division Commander Lu had explicitly forbidden physical punishment for researchers like Xia Li, so he couldn't possibly make Xia Li do extra training. The path of physical punishment had long been sealed off. After thinking for a moment, Lu Dingyuan said, Xia Li hasn't been in the army long and isn't very familiar with some of the training yet. Forget about extra physical training. He then turned to Xia Li, his face cold and stern. Xia Li, hand me a 7,000-word self-criticism in 3 days. Xia Li. Oh, so this is your no physical punishment? Not using force, but using paperwork instead? Xia Li looked at Lu Dingyuan's threatening gaze, opened her mouth, but ultimately gave him some face in front of the other regiment leaders and didn't immediately retort. It wasn't because her spirit was dampened, but because a self-criticism really wasn't a big deal. Just a self-criticism? Back in her school days, she'd looked up information online to write one. It wouldn't be any trouble at all. And so, Xia Li was led away. As soon as they stepped out of the office building, Lu Dingyuan took her to a secluded spot. Lu Dingyuan stopped, turned around, and looked down at Xia Li, his face stark. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't hold back now. You're really something. It's one thing to disregard rules in Nandao, but you come all the way to the Northeast Corps and still can't follow the rules. Sneaking out in the middle of the night to go hunting, what on earth were you thinking? Did I ever short you on food or drink? Was there ever a meal without meat? How could you do something so reckless as climbing the wall to go hunting in the middle of the night, something with a high chance of getting caught? Don't you know they check the dorms even after lights out? Xia Li. Xia Li looked up at Lu Dingyuan, frowning. What are a bunch of grown men doing checking a women's dorm? She'd never lived in a singles dorm before and didn't know about bed checks. Were men and women not separated in the army these days? Lu Dingyuan. Who was checking her women's dorm? Lu Dingyuan took a deep breath, trying to stay calm for the sake of his own health. Did you go hunting alone? Xia Li. So it was Li Qingnan's side that slipped up. No wonder it was Kuei Lao Lu who intercepted them. If someone had really checked her dorm, it probably would have been Lu Dingyuan waiting. Didn't Li Qingnan say he'd scouted everything out? How did he not know about bed checks after lights out? Xia Li knew sneaking out over the wall in the middle of the night wasn't exactly proper. She didn't try to explain today's events much, just said, Li Qingnan's dog Sun was starving, about to die. We wanted to get him some extra food. Afraid Lu Dingyuan would stand there in the freezing cold and lecture her endlessly, she added earnestly, I won't go out at night again. Lu Dingyuan. Remembering the big, fat black dog by Li Qingnan's side, its fur glossy and its body thick with meat, Lu Dingyuan felt Xia Li's about to starve was just pulling his leg. All right, go back to sleep. Be up on time for training tomorrow morning. Xia Li scampered back to her dorm. Thinking the self-criticism had to be written sooner or later, Xia Li took out pen and paper and started writing furiously. That very night, she finished the bulk of the 7,000-word self-criticism. The next day after lunch, Xia Li ran into Li Qingnan at the cafeteria entrance. He looked like a vampire had drained all his yang energy. Seeing his dark circles, listless demeanor, and appearance of someone about to ascend to the heavens, Xia Li slapped his arm. Don't tell me your battalion commander kept you up all night last night? He looked completely sleep-deprived. Li Qingnan wore an expression of deep regret, even a touch of world-weariness unbecoming of his age, and indignantly ranted. No, he let me go back after you left. But he confiscated my son's dog food. Didn't even give me a single rabbit. All that work running out in the middle of the night to feed my son wasted. Then, noticing Xia Li seemed fine, he looked up at her refreshed face. Did you write your self-criticism? Isn't it due in 3 days? I remember yours is 2,000 words longer than mine. You're not thinking of not handing it in, are you? Really, it's okay. If Xia Li was willing to join him in rebellion, he wouldn't write his either. He'd slaved away last night and only managed about 800 words. He probably wouldn't sleep for the next 2 nights. Xia Li shrugged nonchalantly. Wrote it. Did 4,500 in 2 hours last night. I'll finish the rest tonight. Li Qingnan was shocked. Li Qingnan was incredulous. Li Qingnan's eyes instantly lit up as if seeing a lifeline. Without a care for his image, he threw himself at Xia Li's legs, wailing, Dad, save me. Your son can't write it. His wails were astonishingly loud, right at the cafeteria entrance during lunch hour, instantly drawing a crowd. Seeing a male comrade kneeling on the ground, hugging a female comrade's calf and crying, everyone looked utterly shocked, as if witnessing something unprecedented. Even, shut up, she hissed, mortified. Aren't you embarrassed? I am. Li Qingnan, though fond of dressing well, had always had thick skin. Besides, his childhood friend had already seen him being chewed out in the middle of the drill ground on her first day. What face did he have left to lose? Even being dragged by a young girl didn't faze him. He continued pitifully begging, Master, save me. Your disciple is being driven to death by this 5,000-word self-criticism. Xia Li. She really wanted to knock this guy out. What was wrong with her? Dragging him to the secluded spot, Xia Li shoved the little red book from her jacket pocket into Li Qingnan's hands. Stop crying. You're going to deafen me. Right, based on this. You'll fill the word count in no time. Li Qingnan. The little red book, commonly known as quotations. This book had recently become popular, almost everyone had a copy. It evolved from being read to being memorized by the whole populace. Many greetings now required reciting a quotation first. Li Qingnan naturally had one too. Seeing the book shoved at him, his face scrunched up even more miserably. An unwanted self-criticism combined with an unwanted little red book to memorize was a double whammy. He made a pained face. You've written so much already? Let me copy yours. Xia Li looked at him like he was an idiot, her tone full of disdain. Are you stupid? If we write the same thing, won't they notice? If our battalion commander thinks my attitude of repentance should be known by your battalion commander, he'll definitely show mine to him. Then we'd both be done for. Although Xia Li felt Lu Dingyuan's personality wouldn't lead him to show her self-criticism to others, the meticulous political commissar Wang, to avoid giving the Northeast Corps any grounds for complaint, definitely would. Then it wouldn't be a matter of a few thousand words anymore. Being able to write didn't mean she wanted to keep writing them. Hearing this, Li Qingnan deflated, dropping the copying idea. But holding the little red book, he really didn't know where to start. Then let me look at what you wrote. I'll use it for reference, not copy it. This time, Xia Li didn't object. She went back to her dorm, got her self-criticism, and handed it to Li Qingnan. Her tone was quite confident. Look, the ideas in the little red book are definitely correct right now. As long as you write according to it, your superiors won't dare say your thinking is incorrect. Otherwise, it's their problem. Li Qingnan took the small stack of papers. To finish his own as soon as possible, he studied it carefully. But as he read, his expression gradually twisted, filled with disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? Wouldn't writing like this get you beaten to death by a furious superior? On the white paper with red grid lines, forceful, elegant handwriting leaped off the page. I express deep remorse and self-reproach for violating Army regulations by, at approximately 9:30 p.m. on December 15, 1967, climbing over the wall at a point roughly 1,725 meters from west to east along the segment between the North Gate and South Gate of the Northeast Corps. Proceeding to the mountainous area approximately 3,725 meters north of the Corps, engaging in a hunting expedition lasting 2 hours, resulting in the capture of 17 wild rabbits, 8 pheasants, and 1 roe deer. Because I violated regulation number 28, XXXXXXXXXX, and regulation number 153, XXXX. I express profound self-reproach, as my actions do not align with the advanced declarations such as XXXXX, XXXXX, and XXXXXX from the Little Red Book. I feel immensely guilty, causing me sleepless nights, tossing and turning in anxiety, uncertain how to express my debt to the motherland. Therefore, I am determined to become a good socialist youth, correcting bad habits such as XXXXXX, XXXXXX, and XXXX, and to be a good youth who upholds XXXXX, XXXXX, XXXX, and XXXXX. I am heartbroken over this. Afterwards, I cannot fathom why I did such a thing. I was not previously someone who violated calls such as XXXXXX, XXXXX, and XXXX. I simply do not know why I acted this way. This has led me to reflect deeply, feeling heart-wrenching guilt that is difficult to express. I ask the organization to forgive this mistake. I will absolutely not repeat errors that do not conform to XXXXX, XXXXX, etc. I am resolved to in the future XXXXX, XXXXX, and also XXXX. As an outstanding soldier, I should be as a steel. The main chemical components of steel are Fe, iron, C, carbon, C, silicon, Mn, manganese, P, phosphorus, S, sulfur, and small amounts of other elements, such as XXXX, forming an alloy. Fe represents a person's determination to love their country, just like my unwavering love for China. C represents Li Qing and held the self-criticism, the corner of his eye twitching, his hands trembling. Every XXXX was a phrase taken from the Little Red Book, each phrase 10 to 20 characters long. She had even detailed the time and location to a ridiculous degree, especially those elements from the periodic table. Each one was dragged in to be randomly expounded upon, imbued with profound meaning, easily padding over 1,000 words. The overall format was detailed time and location, the specific mistake committed, 100+ characters of excerpts, a few insincere lines of repentance, setting a small future goal, followed by several hundred more characters of excerpts from the Little Red Book and Army regulations. Later, she probably found using only Little Red Book quotes too monotonous, so she started breaking down the periodic table, assigning various meanings to the elements. In short, out of the 4,500 characters, his childhood friend's genuine words of repentance probably didn't exceed 200. The rest were all excerpts. Xia Li looked at Li Qingnan's expression, as if he'd swallowed a fly, and smiled triumphantly, shrugging slightly. Just tell me, is my self-criticism profound enough? Don't you think it's very high level? No matter who reads it, if they say there's a problem with my self-criticism, it means their thinking can't keep up with the times. If I'm studying the Little Red Book so diligently and they still find fault with my self-criticism, then aren't they the ones who think the Little Red Book is wrong and don't want to learn from it? Li Qingnan. You're the master of pinning labels. Initially, Li Qingnan also thought writing a self-criticism like this would probably get him slapped to death by Kuei Lao Lu's fan-sized palm. But hearing his friend's explanation, it suddenly made perfect sense. If he was following the party, learning from the party, how could he be wrong? If his battalion commander said he was wrong, it was definitely the battalion commander's problem. Li Qingnan broke into a bright smile, patted Xia Li's arm, and praised approvingly, "Bro, you've got skills. I'm going back to write right now." With that, he shoved the Little Red Book and self-criticism back into Xia Li's arms and sprinted towards the dorm. "I have my own Little Red Book. You keep this one." He had to hurry back before he forgot the structure. After the midnight capture incident, Xia Li couldn't sneak out to play at night anymore and had to obediently stay in the Corps for training. Everyone around her was very excited about the upcoming welcome party, but Xia Li, having experienced the information explosion and grand spectacles of later eras, wasn't very interested. After all, even if she racked her brains, she couldn't imagine how platoon leader Na, built like a bear, along with the others who had laughed at him the hardest, dancing Swan Lake could be a particularly edifying experience. Probably her only current amusement was leading the whole 4th platoon to supervise Lu Dingyuan's evening runs, clapping for him. Even if her subordinates wanted to go back and not watch, she ruthlessly suppressed them all. This boring athletic activity continued until one morning. The weather was nice that day. The sky was still gray, but there was no wind cutting like knives against the face, nor snow stinging like needles. It was a rare mild day in the northeast. During a break in the morning training, Li Qing and stealthily sidled up to Xia Li, lowering his voice to a whisper. The welcome party is tomorrow night. The cafeteria doesn't have that much meat. The higher-ups think it would look bad if the dishes are too shabby. The Corps is organizing an early hunting trip up the mountain tomorrow to get some. You going? Xia Li, bored out of her mind, immediately perked up. She also whispered conspiratorially, going. Of course I'm going. Can you get me a spot? If the Corps organized it, it would be official duty. Even if Lu Dingyuan didn't want to let her go, he'd have to. Li Qing and looked at her with a complicated expression. It's just going up the mountain to hunt. What spots are there? Whoever is free goes. Just get leave and tag along. Xia Li thought the army might not be that strict nowadays. She'd only promised not to go out illegally at night, not during the day. She immediately agreed. Okay, I'll ask for leave. Call me when you go out. Li Qing then nodded. All right, we'll probably have to leave early tomorrow morning. You get ready in advance, and I'll tell you the exact time tonight. After a moment's thought, he added, I'll secretly get you a gun when the time comes, but I'm afraid bullets will be out of the question. But it's fine. I should have a magazine's worth. I'll share some with you then. Currently, firearm control wasn't that strict. Some households even had homemade, crude guns. But ammunition was scarce. Ordinary people loading bullets into those crude guns risked them blowing up. Li Qing thought it better not to take that risk. They could just share what he had. Upon hearing there were no bullets, Xia Li inquired about the gun model and then said, Do you have any empty shell casings? Get me some empty casings. I'll make my own. Li Qing nan. Li Qing looked at Xia Li with a strange expression. Since when did you have a skill like that? Xia Li rolled her eyes. There are plenty of skills I have that you don't know about. Li Qing didn't believe her at all. He curled his lip, his tone tinged with disdain. If you said there were plenty of messes you've made that I don't know about, I'd believe that. But saying there are skills I don't know about? I really don't buy it. They had grown up together, had even seen each other in diapers. Who didn't know the other inside out? But teasing aside, Li Qing still agreed. All right, I'll see if I can get you a few boxes of empty casings later. Be careful, don't blow yourself up. Xia Li kept a straight face, waved him off impatiently with the back of her hand, and shooed him away. Got it, now hurry up and leave. I still need to ask for leave. Li Qing shot her a glare, then turned and scurried off like a thief, slightly hunched over, shoulders drawn up, looking left and right as if afraid of being discovered during an underground rendezvous. Xia Li went straight to find Lu Dingyuan. Knowing that telling the whole truth would definitely not get Lu Dingyuan to let her go, much less grant her leave, she simply trimmed the fat, took the essence, and gave a very reasonable excuse. Xia Li, it's my first time in the Northeast. Li Qing is taking me out to play tomorrow. I'd like to ask for a day off. Lu Dingyuan. If he remembered correctly, this person had just been caught the night before last. Where did she get the nerve to ask for leave today? I'll go with you. Xia Li looked disgusted. I'm going out to play with my childhood friend. What are you tagging along for? Have you forgotten you were the one who personally reported the Li family? Aren't you afraid we'll corner you and beat you up? Lu Dingyuan. Based on Lu Dingyuan's understanding of Xia Li, the chance of her going out and not causing trouble was only about 20%. If it were any other childhood friend, Lu Dingyuan would definitely insist on going with Xia Li. But since it was Li Qing, it really wasn't quite appropriate. He compromised. Have Zhao Chang go with you. Xia Li agreed very readily. Fine. After settling that matter, Xia Li remembered something else. Earlier you said things were pretty tense around my older brother's farm, and we'd have to wait a few more days before going over. How many more days? Lu Dingyuan thought about the unrest in the commune near Xia Hanjuan's farm and unconsciously furrowed his brow. After a moment's consideration, he said, wait a bit longer. I'll notify you when it's possible to go. By the way, I've heard that due to the Moscow Red Square incident, relations between the border and the Soviet Union are quite strained. Relations between the two countries continue to deteriorate, and the border hasn't been very peaceful lately. Don't go near the border area. Xia Li agreed very readily. We're just going out to relax. We won't go near the border. The Sino-Soviet border was on the river now. They were going hunting, not heading there. Seeing Xia Li being so cooperative and even willing to take someone along, Lu Dingyuan didn't raise further objections. Frowning, he reminded her again, uneasily, your own safety must be the top priority. Remember your identity, understand? Xia Li nodded. All right. Having secured the leave she'd been longing for, Xia Li ran into Li Qing on her way back, took some empty shell casings from him, and returned to her dorm. To avoid raising suspicion, she deliberately went to nearby villages and towns during off-duty hours, making it seem like she was exchanging materials. In reality, she bought nothing, using gunpowder she had mixed previously and hadn't used up from her space to fill those empty casings, followed by some manual electric welding. In no time, she had a small box of bullets. There weren't many bullets, just enough for maybe 5 or 6 magazines. Not enough for a battle, but plenty for hunting. Early the next morning, Li Qing'an came to find her, bringing along a tall, sturdy, well-muscled soldier who looked very capable. Seeing Xia Li looking at him with some confusion, Li Qing'an flashed a bright smile, habitually trying to look cool by running a hand through his hair, only to remember he now had a crew cut. He awkwardly lowered his hand but still said proudly, "This is Huang Song. My grandfather sent him to gain experience with me." Saying he was otherwise, with Li Qingnan's personality, even though he was from a military compound and had decent skills, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't try to ambush him. Xia Li glanced at Huang Song's bulging biceps and couldn't help but click her tongue inwardly. And he still thought his grandfather didn't care about him? Such a large, muscular man, with body proportions and muscle lines all indicating a trained fighter, not the kind built in a gym, clearly very capable in a fight. If he really fought that Kuei Lao Lu, he probably wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. For her childhood friend to still think his grandfather didn't care about him showed a bit of ingratitude. Xia Li nodded at Huang Song, then turned to Li Qing'an. "Our battalion commander isn't comfortable with me going out alone, so he told me to bring our deputy platoon leader." Li Qing'an looked puzzled. "Doesn't your battalion commander meddle a bit too much with you? Sending someone to stick by your side when you go out? My dad doesn't even keep such a tight leash on my mom. Does he have ulterior motives towards you?" As a childhood friend, he naturally looked down on any potential romantic interest of his friends. Even if his friend was full of flaws, she was still the best childhood friend in the world. He was selectively blind, thinking no one was good enough for his friend. Xia Li thought about all the sneaky things Lu Dingyuan had done and sighed deeply. He's been coveting me for a long time. Every day, he practically wanted to pry open her brain and apply all the knowledge inside for the prosperity of China. Li Qing'an, who had misunderstood. Li Qing'an looked shocked and incredulous, a small flame of anger instantly igniting in his heart. That shameless guy actually wanted to pursue his childhood friend. Even if he didn't give her physical punishment and was somewhat considerate if he wanted to pursue Li Zi, how could he still make her write a 7,000-word self-criticism? Could a man who punished her with writing like that be worth having? Their military ranks were already quite different. If they got together, whenever she caused any trouble, wouldn't Li Zi have to write self-criticisms all the time? How would Li Zi live then? No way, absolutely no way. Xia Li had no idea about the thoughts running through Li Qingnan's mind. She couldn't talk about the research matters, so she could only say helplessly, "Even before I joined the army, he coveted my abilities, constantly trying to trick me into joining. After I joined, he argues with me from time to time, and even made me do penalty runs for a month recently. Don't you think a man who acts so sneaky and underhanded is rare? I bet if I didn't let someone come with me, he wouldn't have given me this day off. But I didn't tell them what we're going to do. Just said we're going out to relax. When we go find people later, don't spill the beans." Li Qing'an. Alright, he had overthought it. Li Zi was still the same Li Zi who got into trouble with him. What kind of things was Lu Dingyuan doing? Who chased a girl like that? If they could still end up together, it would probably be harder than Tang Xing's journey to the west for scriptures. If they ever did get married, he'd go kowtow to them at their wedding. He patted Xia Li on the back, comforting her. Forget it, don't bother with him. So, what if we bring one more person? We'll all go together. Don't worry, we'll call the person out and leave right away. No one will say anything extra. By the time we get there and he realizes, it'll be too late. Let me tell you, there are tons of birds in the back mountains. I haven't hunted much ground game before, but I've shot plenty of birds in the sky. It really tests your marksmanship. I'll put on a show for you then." Xia Li just wanted to wander around the mountains. Apart from mutated birds attacking the base, she had never really hunted birds before, so she happily agreed. Zhao Chang was thus inexplicably tricked out of the barracks by these few people. Even after getting into the army truck, his head was still full of question marks. They were all carrying guns. Were they hitching a ride with a convoy on a mission to the city? Was it really okay to go out with a task force? What if they delayed the mission? Were the rules in the Northeast military region really that lax? It wasn't until Zhao Chang was driven by the truck all the way to the foot of the mountain, got off, and had a crude gun shoved into his arms. And his respected superior, whom he was determined to protect with his life, was now squatting on the ground, pulling out a box of bullets from her pocket and distributing them to her childhood friend's follower, and him. Zhao Chang. He dared to swear on his identity as a soldier that their platoon leader was definitely up to something, and she definitely hadn't informed their battalion commander beforehand. Zhao Chang was, after all, a soldier with military awareness. Sitting in the truck earlier, he had already figured out that those people were on a mission to hunt in the mountains. He pulled a long face and squatted down next to Xia Li, watching his platoon leader seriously distributing bullets. His voice was full of dismay. Platoon leader, wasn't this supposed to be going out to relax? Xia Li didn't even look up. Isn't hunting fun? Zhao Chang. It is fun. In this era where meat is hard to come by, being able to eat some meat is definitely fun. But this doesn't look like a normal relaxing activity at all. Platoon leader, maybe we should go back and report to the battalion commander first? Last night, the battalion commander had specifically come to find him, telling him he must protect the platoon leader's safety. Once they entered the deep mountains with all its wolves, tigers, and leopards, how could he ensure her safety? Xia Li said carelessly, if you want to report, you can go back yourself. If he doesn't agree, then come back and tell me. She could understand why Lu Dingyuan was worried, but she had absolute confidence in her own self-defense abilities. Having someone restrict her freedom in the name of concern was starting to get annoying. Want her to go back? Don't even think about it. Zhao Chang. I'm usually a bit simple, but I'm not actually stupid, platoon leader. Do you really think I wouldn't notice you trying to trick me like— I don't need soldiers who don't listen to me. Zhao Chang. Xia Li had just blurted that out randomly to get Zhao Chang to stop nagging, but Zhao Chang took it seriously. He pressed his lips into a straight line, struggled with the consideration for 10 seconds, and when he looked up at Xia Li again, his eyes were full of gravity. I understand. From now on, I'll only listen to the platoon leader. Was this what the veterans meant when they said that once you reached a certain rank, you'd eventually have to choose a faction? Was there even a choice? Compared to the battalion commander who tried to control things remotely but couldn't control their platoon leader at all, of course he'd side with the platoon leader who could take personal revenge on him and beat him to death every day. Xia Li felt Zhao Chang's sudden, solemn gaze was a bit odd. But since he wasn't going to go tattle anymore, she was naturally happy. The group on the mountain split into several small teams. The four of them were together, so they were naturally grouped into one team. Li Qing'an, armed with a bunch of bullets, enthusiastically went bird hunting. Xia Li, who had never done it before, joined him. And then she discovered that bird hunting was actually really fun. The sound of pop 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 immediately rang out in the forest. Other animals, hearing these noises, were naturally scared out of their wits. Some timid ones took off running, hiding in places where people couldn't find them. The leader of this outing was Li Qingnan's company commander, Wen Fugue. He stood in the middle of the grass, leaning on his gun, his gaze fixed in the direction of the gunfire, his frown deepening. He asked the deputy company commander beside him, how come they've been shooting for so long and still haven't run out of bullets? Did you give Li Qingnan extra bullets again? Didn't headquarters order not to give him special treatment anymore? All the game had been scared away. He was waiting for that bear of a kid to run out of bullets so he could continue hunting. But the guy just kept shooting nonstop. The deputy company commander looked wronged. Where would I get him so many bullets? I only gave him one magazine. Who knows where he got so many bullets? He suspected it was probably the logistics people trying to curry favor with the Li family by giving the kid extra bullets. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have that many. When Fugue thought the same, cursing inwardly about the waste. One shot could kill a roe deer, and he had to go shoot those birds with hardly any meat. Forget it, let's go somewhere else. The other small teams gave Li Qingnan's group a wide berth. And because Li Qingnan's group shot so many birds, they scared away all the birds in the surrounding area. Li Qingnan looked back at the pile of birds Huang Song and Zhao Chang were carrying, at least 40 or 50 between them, and sighed. Probably all the game around here has been scared off by us. Should we go somewhere else? You're good at tracking game, right? You lead the way for the rest. Xia Li very self-awarely told her childhood friend, I am good at tracking game, but I don't know my way around. If I follow the tracks, will you be able to find your way back later? Faced with the doubt, Li Qing'an wore an expression that said don't be ridiculous, patting his chest confidently. Don't worry. If you can walk out, I can walk back. I know this whole mountain range like the back of my hand. With that assurance, Xia Li naturally had no more reservations. She led the way, and they soon caught a small wild boar. Wild boars are herd animals. Usually, seeing a small wild boar means there are large ones nearby. To reunite the small boar with its family, Xia Li led the three of them northward and eventually found traces of a wild boar den. Before they could raid the den, Zhao Chang urgently looked across the river, quickly patted Xia Li's arm, and said anxiously, platoon leader, look over there. Zhao Chang's shout wasn't quiet. The attention of the other three was drawn, and they looked in the direction he pointed. This was the northernmost part of northeast China, the coldest place in all of China, where the river surface was basically frozen for 5 months every year. Xia Li. They stood halfway up the mountain, their commanding gaze sweeping downward, able to see a place far in the distance. Across the ice surface, frozen solid and dusted with scattered snow, lay a very small island. If not for the people on it and some sparse trees jutting out, likely due to the heavy snow cover, from their current distance, they wouldn't even have recognized it as an island. And on this island, a conflict was unfolding. Several soldiers in Chinese military uniforms were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a few other individuals. Not far away, a military truck and a tank were parked. No one outside the military possessed tanks, so clearly, those not wearing Chinese uniforms were likely from the neighboring country, Russia. But for some reason, despite having brought a military vehicle and a tank, they weren't opening fire. Instead, they were engaged in pure physical brawling with the Chinese soldiers. Li Qingnan, seeing the Chinese soldiers at a disadvantage, immediately frowned. Isn't that our Laba Island? How dare those Russians set foot on our island? This is utterly outrageous. Just watch, I'll teach them a lesson today. As he spoke, he was already charging forward, rifle slung on his back. Huang Song, assigned by Li Qingnan's grandfather to protect him, naturally followed the moment Li Qing and charged ahead. Zhao Chang was anxious. He wanted to go help, but he didn't want their platoon leader to go help either. But it was obvious that if he told their platoon leader, "I'll go help, you stay here," their platoon leader definitely wouldn't listen. The other side had even brought a tank. Even though she felt the tank might not pose much of a threat to her, worst case, she could dismantle it barehanded on the spot. The other soldiers weren't as resilient. What if the conflict escalated and Russia sent more military equipment? Hearing this, Zhao Chang's heart leapt into his throat. He immediately retorted with a grave expression, "No, that's far too dangerous. Platoon leader, you go back and call for people. I'll go provide support." The battalion commander gave orders. "No matter the sacrifice, we must ensure your safety." Xia Li thought to herself, "You just said you'd listen to me, and now you're bringing up your battalion commander again." Not wanting to argue further, she said directly, "You can't beat me in a fight, so of course I should go. They're fighting right now, waiting for support. This is the best choice. Hurry back." With that, she also charged down the mountain, heading straight for Laoba Island. Zhao Chang stomped his foot in frustration, watching his platoon leader vanish in the blink of an eye. He knew the best course now was to quickly return and request reinforcements. Without further ado, he turned and ran into the mountains. Currently, both sides were only engaged in hand-to-hand combat, likely because neither wanted the situation to escalate too severely. The danger level probably wasn't too high yet. There were many soldiers hunting in the mountains. He'd have to get someone else to notify command and then hurry back to help the platoon leader. The river channel in the middle was only a few hundred meters wide. After charging down the mountain, Xia Li quickly reached the island and instantly joined the fray, punching a Russian soldier mid-swing and sending him sprawling. The tall, burly soldier didn't even realize what happened before he was on the ground, seeing stars, unable to tell who had knocked him down. The others, startled by the sudden turn of events, were all taken aback. No one expected a woman to possess such strength. That man was over 1.9 meters tall, wasn't he? Built like a bear, yet taken down so easily by a young girl? Due to natural disasters in previous years, the general populace in China had been somewhat undernourished. Moreover, due to genetic reasons, Russian soldiers were naturally more physically robust than their Chinese counterparts. Yet, under these circumstances, a young Chinese girl, seemingly a head shorter, had suddenly appeared and knocked down one of their Viking warriors with a single punch. It looked utterly bizarre. The Russians' first reaction was, that soldier must have slipped. No one took it seriously, continuing to brawl with the others. It wasn't until Xia Li plunged into the thick of the fight and successively floored several more people that the Russians began to grasp the severity of the situation. The leader of the Russian squad stared at Xia Li in disbelief, his eyes instantly turning cold and sharp. Such a highly skilled combatant, still serving in the military, she couldn't be allowed to remain. He shouted towards the nearby parked military truck, "Deal with that Chinese woman first." At his command, the onlookers who had been watching the spectacle jumped down from the vehicle and swiftly closed in on Xia Li, their expressions uniformly serious. Although border clashes had been frequent lately between the two countries due to territorial disputes and the aftermath of the recent incident involving Stalin's tomb, they had never resulted in fatalities. But now it was different. This woman was far too formidable in combat, likely a top talent even among Chinese soldiers. Even without explicit orders from above to eliminate such individuals, they understood the necessity of dealing with her here. Weakening the enemy nation equated to strengthening their own. Seeing so many Russian soldiers rushing towards his childhood friend, Li Qing panicked. He punched the Russian brute he was fighting in the face, ignoring the blow that landed on his own shoulder, and turned, gritting his teeth as he sprinted desperately towards Xia Li. While running, he roared, "What kind of men gang up on a young girl? If you have the guts, come at me." The Russian soldier engaged with him wasn't about to let him interfere so easily. He immediately tried to grab him and continue the fight. However, Huang Song, positioned close to Li Qing'an for his protection, instantly sidestepped and intercepted the Russian soldier trying to grab Li Qing'an. Facing two opponents, he didn't fall behind. The other Chinese soldiers fighting the Russians also instinctively wanted to help Xia Li. But with Li Qing'an having already run over, the Russians were now on guard, intensifying their offensive and instantly tying up the Chinese soldiers, leaving them no room to assist. One side wanted to rescue, the other side prevented it. The fighting grew increasingly fierce on both sides. Surrounded by a group, Xia Li showed no intention of retreating. Habitually aiming for the head first, she threw a punch straight at the skull of a Russian soldier attacking her head-on. The man had no time to react. Instantly dazed, he fell backward with a loud thud. Even without using her special abilities due to the crowd, Xia Li was someone who could split rocks barehanded. Giving someone a concussion with a single punch was well within her capabilities. The Russians couldn't match her speed or strength. A whole group of them found themselves helpless against her alone. As the hunting soldiers in the mountains, having received the news from Zhao Cheng, gradually arrived at Laoba Island to join the fight, the situation descended into chaos. On an island less than 2 square kilometers, the two sides were now embroiled in a melee. Bang! Someone's gun went off. The gunshot drew everyone's attention momentarily. Xia Li also looked back and saw a young soldier in Chinese uniform fall, a bloody hole in his chest, blood rapidly spreading across his clothes. Xia Li recognized him. He was one of the young soldiers who had come hunting with them. She remembered clearly. On the truck, he had been boasting happily that he had leave this new year. His mother had arranged a match for him, and he could go home and get married. But looking at the location of the gunshot wound on his chest now, if he didn't receive treatment soon, he likely wouldn't make it home again. The air froze. It had been just hand-to-hand combat before, but now someone had used a fire. 2 soldiers closer to the wounded man rushed over, lifted him from the ground, and carrying him on their backs, sprinted towards the sentry post. There was a telephone there to request support from higher-ups and get a medical vehicle dispatched quickly. There might still be hope. The sporadic crack-crack of gunfire erupted on this obscure little island on the Sino-Russian border. Seeing the situation worsening, Xia Li knew this wouldn't end easily. She tossed all her remaining ammunition to Li Qing'an, shouting, "Find cover. Don't come out." In the military compound, apart from Bai Feifei, their childhood friends were all unruly troublemakers, kings of fistfights in the army. Their hand-to-hand skills were top-notch. But bullets were indiscriminate. Her friend might hold his own in a fistfight, but in a gunfight, he probably wouldn't fare well. When Xia Li threw the ammunition to him, Li Qing'an was completely stunned. He had just been thinking of giving his remaining ammo to his childhood friend. How did he end up receiving hers instead? He intended to throw the 2 magazines back to her, telling the young girl to protect herself properly. But as soon as his gaze landed on Xia Li, he saw the girl he thought needed protection pull a short dagger from her boot. From behind, she grabbed a Russian soldier, plunged the dagger into his skull, piercing the cranium, almost burying the entire blade inside. When she pulled the dagger out, white brain matter mixed with bright red blood spurted out over a dozen centimeters. The scene was brutally violent. Witnessing this, Li Qing'an shuddered. Then he saw his childhood friend repeat the process, cracking open several more skulls. Li Qing'an silently found a tree for cover, hunched his shoulders, and began his ambush tactics. Internally, he was terrified. Hadn't their battalion commander previously suggested he challenge his brutal childhood friend to a duel during the military exercise? With combat skills like hers, did he even need a duel? If she got serious, wouldn't he just end up meeting King Yama? The firepower disparity between the two sides was too great. Xia Li and the others had come out hunting, carrying very little ammunition. Once the bullets ran out, they could only rely on bayonets and their own bodies in close combat. Xia Li felt if this continued, there would be massive casualties. She immediately shouted at those caught up in the fight, "Fall back first. Wait for reinforcements. Even if they take the island today, they can't possibly establish a defense line in just one afternoon." Xia Li's perspective clearly didn't align with the prevailing mindset. Apart from the obedient Li Qing'an, the others felt uncomfortable hearing it. But in their current state, with little ammunition left, it really wasn't wise to keep fighting. Li Qing'an's company commander waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat." Those without ammunition retreated first. Those with some left voluntarily covered the rear. Following the direction the wounded had taken, everyone quickly retreated towards the mainland. The soldier carrying the wounded man towards the sentry post had already covered most of the distance, almost across the river and onto the bank. Carrying the semi-conscious young soldier, his eyes were red. Seeing the shore so close, he ran for his life, saying to the man on his back with a choked voice, "Hold on, Juicy." Didn't you say your mother suffered her whole life for you, and this year you got a third-class merit? You take the medal and bonus home to show her son wasn't raised in vain? Don't fall asleep, hear me. Though barely conscious, the man on his back clenched his jaw, holding on. His mother only had him. If he died, she probably couldn't go on living either. He didn't want to die. Boom. A tremendous explosion, followed by the sickening crack-crack sound of ice shattering. The soldier carrying the wounded man stared wide-eyed in horror as a large hole appeared in the thick ice not far away. The ice around the hole fractured like a fault line, cracks rapidly spreading outward. Forgetting the rule about not running on cracking ice to avoid falling through, he broke into a desperate sprint. He was carrying a half-dead wounded man. If the wound got soaked now, he'd surely lose his life here. And with the river frozen so solid, the ice layer was nearly a meter thick. Who knew what would happen if they fell through? But it was too late. The ice gave way faster than he imagined. In an instant, the ice beneath his feet began to sink. Losing his balance, he started toppling towards the icy hole. No one expected the Russian tank, which had stood idle until now, to suddenly open fire, and not at the others, but specifically targeting the wounded soldier in urgent need of rescue. Now, with the ice cracking over there, even if they wanted to run and help, the distance was too great to do anything. Just as everyone was furious yet powerless, at the critical moment, a green figure shot out from somewhere, sprinting across the collapsing ice straight towards the wounded soldiers. With lightning speed, Xia Li reached the wounded men, grabbed the collar of the soldier carrying his comrade, and hurled him towards the intact ice nearby. Her tone was cold. Save him. She possessed great strength. The soldier was holding onto the wounded man tightly. With her powerful throw, the two traced a parabolic arc through the air, finally landing on the uncracked ice and sliding over 10 meters before stopping. When the soldier landed on the ice, he was completely dazed, not comprehending what had happened before he was safe. Seeing the girl now standing where they had been, already beginning to sink through the ice, his eyes instantly welled up. Clenching his teeth, remembering Xia Li's words, he resolutely turned and, carrying the wounded man, ran swiftly towards the sentry post. He couldn't betray that female comrade's sacrifice. The wounded man had to be saved. Xia Li's luck wasn't as good. The moment she threw the two men, the ice, but as she looked around, she saw all the surrounding ice had been shattered by that tank shell. There wasn't a single ice block left to stand on. If she did a standing long jump of over 10 meters right now, people would probably think she was a monster. The thought flashed through her mind for just a second before her whole body plummeted downwards. With a plop, she fell into the water. The heavy army coat, stuffed full of cotton, was instantly soaked through and became heavier than stone. Xia Li's mind buzzed. She felt the cold pierce her body instantly, her lungs involuntarily trembling. Her only thought was, damn, it's freezing. Without another thought, she started swimming towards the nearest edge of the ice. Damn it, she had only dealt with pro-Soviet factions who harmed her family before, never with actual Soviets. She had even thought that maybe it was due to internal strife, that people were harsher on their own, and that maybe the pro-Western faction was groveling to the Soviets, who wouldn't even give them the time of day. Now it seemed like owner, like dog. Anyone who would fire a cannon at deserters fleeing into their own territory was no good. Suddenly, someone shouted, damn it. Bullying the wounded and a young girl. Let's fight them to the death. Roused by the call, the soldiers covering the rear stopped fleeing towards China. They turned around without hesitation, facing the enemy's artillery fire with their flesh and blood. The soldiers who had run ahead also rushed back one after another, engaging the Soviet army head-on to buy more evacuation time for the wounded and those who had fallen into the water. Plop, plop. Two soldiers near Xia Li jumped into the freezing ice hole one after another, swimming towards her with all their might. Xia Li swam close to the shore and was quickly dragged onto the ice by helping hands. Her army coat was already soaked through. The moment she got ashore, Xia Li felt the wet clothes on her body instantly freeze into a layer of ice crystals. Her high ponytail was frozen into an icicle, hanging down stiffly in clumps. Xia Li didn't need to think to know she must look utterly disheveled. Li Qing'an, who had just run over, immediately took off his own coat and wrapped it around Xia Li, his face full of anxiety and worry. Are you okay? If not, I'll carry you. The enemy has reinforcements. We need to get back quickly. Xia Li raised her head. Looking over Li Qing'an's shoulder, she saw several military vehicles and tanks had already arrived on the riverbank between Laoba Island and the Soviet side. There was even a helicopter in the sky. While they had been focused on the wounded and the people in the water, the Soviets had already sent reinforcements. It was hard to guarantee whether that earlier shell fired at the wounded was a deliberate Soviet tactic to distract them, preventing them from noticing the reinforcements immediately. Under the intense enemy fire, The Chinese soldiers, armed only with rifles out of ammunition and bayonets, were like eggs hurling themselves against a rock, utterly fragile. In the blink of an eye, casualties were severe. Xia Li glanced at Li Qingnan squatting beside her. He had given her his coat and was now shivering, wanting to carry her back. She pulled the coat off and handed it back to him. Put it on yourself. She only asked one question. Do you want a military medal? Li Qingnan immediately realized what Xia Li intended to do. His heart instinctively trembled, but he looked at Xia Li with a serious, determined expression. Yes. Without another word, under the horrified gazes of the two soldiers who had just dragged her from the water, Xia Li pulled 3 grenades from her pocket and stuffed them into Li Qingnan's arms. Her gaze fell on the nearest tank, which was also the farthest from the other reinforcements. She gave Li Qingnan a look. I'll go seize it. You cover me. The other 2 soldiers. Li Qingnan looked at the tank Xia Li indicated. It was the same one that had initially been parked on Laoba Island and later fired that shell at the wounded soldiers. As it hadn't arrived with the same batch as the reinforcements, it was somewhat isolated. It was indeed the easiest target. Without a second thought, he took the 3 grenades and stood up. Let's go. Blow the bastards to hell. His entire aura was completely different from his usual cowardly self. He seemed ready to take on heaven and earth, blowing up the entire Soviet Union. The other 2 soldiers still had their wits about them. One immediately tried to stop them. Comrades, calm down. Especially you, comrade. You just fell in the water. You should hurry back, take a hot bath, change clothes, and warm up. Leave this to us. You 2 get out of here. They had originally intended to turn back and fight alongside everyone. If not for rescuing this female comrade, they would have been there already. With so many men here, how could they let a woman take the lead? Moreover, how did they plan to seize a tank? Wasn't this madness? Xia Li didn't elaborate, only saying with great calm, we are all within the firing range of the Soviet tanks. If we don't find a way to hold them off, once our soldiers are all dead, none of those fleeing will escape either. Having said that, she said no more. She stood up, shook the ice off herself, grabbed Li Qingnan, and charged towards the target tank at a speed that was humanly comprehensible yet utterly superhuman. The 2 abandoned soldiers exchanged a glance. Without a word, they reached a silent understanding. They stood up and charged in the same direction as Xia Li and Li Qingnan. The Soviets had gone too far. Since they had already resolved to die for their country today, what harm was there in going crazy with these 2 young soldiers? What if? Xia Li dragged Li Qingnan straight towards the target tank. Inside the target tank, the crew noticed Xia Li charging towards them at an incredible speed, but didn't take this charging Chinese woman seriously. No matter how strong her combat skills, she was still flesh and blood. How could she possibly contend with a steel behemoth? Dealing with these unarmed Chinese people only required their fully armed Soviet soldiers. Their armored vehicles just needed to provide backup. Even firing shells would be a waste of ammunition. However, considering the girl's speed, the driver still said to the co-driver, adjust the cannon. Take her out with one shot. The gunner in the co-driver's seat immediately complied. Squinting through the sight, he adjusted the cannon and pressed the firing button. Bang! The cannon, precisely aimed at Xia Li, fired. The moment the cannon was aimed at her, Xia Li was mentally prepared. The instant the tank turret recoiled backwards, she yanked Li Qingnan 2 steps to the right, narrowly avoiding the shell. Bang! The tank shell with people inside the tank. Others witnessing this. The only one who clearly saw what Xia Li did, Li Qingnan. Thud! The tank was extremely heavy and hard. 2 people suddenly jumping onto its roof couldn't damage it, nor could it cause the tank to sink a centimeter or 2 like a regular vehicle. But the distinct, muffled sound of heavy objects landing on the roof still frightened the 2 inside. No matter how advanced the Soviet tank was, its cannon could only rotate 360 degrees horizontally. It couldn't harm anything directly on top. Panicked and at a complete loss for an effective countermeasure, the main driver could only swerve in a zigzag pattern, trying to shake Xia Li and Li Qingnan off. But no matter how they swerved, they couldn't dislodge the people on the roof. Not only could they not shake them off, they could clearly hear a clink, clink sound from the roof, like someone turning a wrench. Their faces turned pale. What were those 2 unarmed Chinese people doing? Could they possibly be trying to dismantle their armored vehicle? On the tank roof, Xia Li held the wrench, her eyes scanning vigilantly for enemy movements while her hands worked deftly to unscrew the tank hatch bolts. Seeing his childhood friend's audacious move, Li Qingnan gulped but didn't forget his duty. Noticing another tank's cannon about to aim at them, he immediately pulled the pin on one of the grenades, ready to throw it at the tank. Xia Li suddenly spoke, don't blow up the tank. Blow up the ice underneath it. Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan was speechless but obedient. With a twist of his wrist, he threw the grenade. Bang! The grenade landed on the ice beneath the enemy tank. The ice shattered instantly, cracks spreading in all directions. The tank preparing to fire at Xia Li was simply too heavy. It instantly broke through the ice and sank, even getting struck by the large ice floe that flipped up under its weight. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared beneath the water and ice. The tank was heavy. Once completely submerged, the water pressure was immense, making it impossible to open the hatch from inside. In such a situation, there was no hope for the people inside to surface. Everyone saw a few bubbles rise where the tank had sunk, and then all was silent. No one expected this sudden accident. The Soviets were instantly enraged. All Soviet cannons now focused on the direction of Xia Li's tank. But their own men were inside, so they couldn't fire immediately. They could only aim their guns at Xia Li and Li Qing'an. If they shelled that tank, the ice would crack, killing their own tank crew, and they would lose another tank. The other Chinese soldiers, though unsure of Xia Li's plan, instinctively provided covering fire. The two who had pulled Xia Li from the water even picked up guns from dead Soviets and exchanged fire with those shooting at Xia Li and Li Qing'an. Li Qing'an had never experienced such a scene before. He felt the bullets, ping-pattering near his feet, were about to hit him any second. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Even if we seize the tank, it won't work, right? What if they break the ice?" Xia Li calmly pried open the tank hatch like opening a can. Her gaze met the horrified stares of the two men inside looking up at her, and the two gun barrels aimed her way. Before they could pull the triggers, Xia Li, with lightning speed, used her dagger to slash off their trigger-pulling hands, then stabbed each in the head. The two inside the tank didn't even know what happened. They felt a pain in their wrists, then in their heads, and lost consciousness. Xia Li swiftly dealt with them. She grabbed the two corpses and pulled them out of the tank like trash bags, casually tossing them onto the ice, letting them slide far away. She answered very calmly, "It's their tank sinking, not ours. Why be concerned?" With that, she shoved Li Qing'an into the co-driver's seat and jumped in herself. "Get in quickly. If you're afraid of falling in, just don't close the hatch. If we start sinking later, we'll swim out fast." Li Qing'an. Was he concerned about their tank? He was concerned about their own lives. What had his Xia Li been through lately? How could she be so calm in such a major situation? In the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Li wasn't with the military and couldn't access tanks. In the later stages, tanks were as fragile as paper, not worth driving. This was Xia Li's first time driving a tank. Fortunately, she had her ability. A surge of lightning ability through the ignition wires told her how to start it. She turned the tank around and ordered, "See where our people are concentrated. Take out one of the military vehicles there so they can get in and escape quickly. Aim for the driver's seat." Li Qing'an. Got it. Not only was it Xia Li's first time driving a tank, it was Li Qing'an's first time too. No man could drive his dream vehicle without getting excited. Li Qing'an was now completely unafraid. With one eye open, he excitedly peered through the sight, turned the handwheel with all his might, aimed at one of the cars, and slammed the firing button. Bang! The shell entered through the driver's side of the military vehicle and exited through the passenger side. The driver's door was blown off, crashing into the cabin. Li Qing'an marveled inwardly. Soviet heavy industry tech was no joke. The destructive power was impressive. He stuck his head out of the tank hatch, waved at the people still fighting outside, and yelled, "Seize the vehicle. Seize that one. Get in." Chinese soldiers. Soviet soldiers. At this critical moment, everyone was very receptive. Huang Song didn't hesitate. He dashed onto the car Xia Li and Li Qing'an had taken down, which was still rolling forward as no one had hit the brakes. Ignoring the corpses and door debris inside, he got in and tried to drive. Fortunately, although the steering wheel was knocked crooked by the door, it was still somewhat usable. He quickly gained control. Several other soldiers also jumped into the cabin. They drove. The back of the truck was full of Soviet soldiers. Unable to see the front, they only felt their vehicle inexplicably accelerating towards China. The whole truckload was confused. Weren't the combat units supposed to be at the front? Their vehicle wasn't meant to be so aggressive. Why were they suddenly charging towards the enemy border? Did they really want to go deep into enemy territory and confront their main force? For a large island like Zhanbao Island, maybe. But for this less than 2 square kilometer Laoba Island, it really wasn't worth it. But they soon realized something was wrong. The driver of the vehicle behind them was frantically gesturing, indicating their truck had been hijacked. The truckload of Soviet soldiers? What kind of nonsense were they signaling? Their whole truck was full of Soviets. How could it be hijacked? But they soon realized something must have happened to the cab. Naturally, they wanted to regain control. But this was a military vehicle. The cab had bulletproof glass. With just the guns in their hands, they simply couldn't pierce the bulletproof glass like a tank could. In other words, they couldn't attack the driver's cabin from the back of the truck. A truck full of heavily armed Russian soldiers with no way to use their weapons. Just as they were thinking about how to solve this problem, they watched helplessly as a military truck behind them was pierced by a shell from the left door to the right door. Both people inside the truck were thrown out by the inertia of the doors, leaving an empty driver's cabin. Then several injured Chinese soldiers jumped onto the truck and drove it towards Chinese territory. The Russian soldiers in the back of the truck. Mystery solved, so that's what the earlier jolt was about. This whole truckload of Russian soldiers couldn't just be hijacked by Chinese soldiers and taken as prisoners for no reason, could they? The Russian corporal in charge inside the truck made a gesture, and the entire truckload of people in the back jumped out like dumplings dropping into a pot. With the back of the truck now empty, the Chinese soldier driving the truck had no more reservations. He deliberately drove the truck to where their own people were concentrated to rescue them. Although the Chinese soldiers were exhausted after a life-and-death struggle, their years of training had given them excellent physical fitness, and they were used to jumping onto trucks. As the truck approached, they jumped right on. In no time, those two Russian military trucks successfully became Chinese military trucks. Whenever any Russian tried to destroy the trucks, the captured tank would come over with a flashy maneuver and fire 2 bang-bang shots in that direction as interference. The Russian commander in the helicopter above saw the scene and was nearly furious. His face dark, he leaned halfway out, waving at the people below while roaring into the radio. "What are you all staring at? Destroy that tank immediately. They know how to blow up the ice. Are you fools? Why aren't you moving? Useless. With all that sophisticated equipment, you can't even defeat these bare-handed Chinese peasants. All of you are useless." This cold, furious roar from the superior officer had some effect. Bullets were useless against the tank. The previously lagging tank stopped engaging with the nearby Chinese soldiers and quickly headed towards the direction where Xia Li and the others were. Everyone knew this battle wasn't a tank versus tank fight, but a tank versus ice fight. Once within precise firing range, both sides would definitely aim for the ice beneath the other's feet first. Xia Li's side, having captured only one tank, couldn't possibly contend with Russia's 4 tanks. At best, they could manage a desperate one-for-one trade. Seeing this, Xia Li didn't hesitate. She drove the tank in an S-shaped route towards the Chinese side and said to Li Qing'an, "Don't wait for them to come. Blow up the river surface on there. Just cover the 2 trucks escaping back to safety." Those people were chasing them, so they would be behind. As long as the ice ahead was unstable, they wouldn't dare drive forward. Li Qing'an immediately understood and focused on sabotaging the enemy. The tank drivers, afraid their tanks would fall into an ice hole and suffer the same fate as the previous one, completely avoided driving near cracked ice and had to detour if they wanted to pursue. Seeing Li Qing'an grinning like a flower-throwing husky, Xia Li asked while maneuvering in an S pattern, "What's the situation behind?" Li Qing'an's heart was pounding with excitement, feeling pleased. "The ice in the middle of the river is mostly shattered. They don't dare go straight across and have to detour. It'll probably take them a while to catch up to us." Xia Li calmly said, "Oh," and asked, "How far from the helicopter?" Instantly understanding Li Qing'an. Excited JPG. The Russian soldiers saw the Chinese who had stolen their tank, having almost reached the opposite bank, suddenly slide back, turn around, and drive towards their location. Everyone was shocked. What was this? Walking right into the trap. The tank finally stopped at the very edge of their firing range. The Russian tank crew couldn't help but laugh. These Chinese must be idiots. Why would they run back after escaping? They had not only lost this battle with superior weapons against Chinese soldiers with little ammunition, but also had 2 military trucks and a tank stolen. Losing so disgracefully meant they would face punishment and criticism upon return. Since the enemy was delivering themselves, they wouldn't hold back. All gun barrels pointed towards the tank facing the opposite direction, firing in unison at the ice beneath it. Meanwhile, the tank at the center of the barrage raised its cannon high, aiming at the low-flying helicopter in the sky. Bang! The exchange of fire from both sides was prolonged and deafening, making it impossible to distinguish who fired which shot. The ice under the tank on the river surface exploded violently, and the tank instantly plunged into the frigid river. The faces of the people in the helicopter above turned pale. The commanding officer raised his voice, staring at the dark cannon muzzle pointed at them, frantically urging the pilot, "Climb. Climb. Climb higher." However, the position Xia Li and the others had aimed and fired at was already slightly above the helicopter. Despite the Russian pilot's rich combat experience, equipment advantage, and skilled technique, they couldn't completely avoid it. As luck would have it, because they were pulling the helicopter up, this shell happened to hit the fuel tank. This wasn't just an embarrassing loss. If they returned like this, they might be discharged as a national disgrace, never able to hold their heads high again. The Russian soldiers could no longer care about anything else. All their combat vehicles chased the Chinese soldiers frantically. If they could annihilate them all, they could at least redeem themselves, and no matter how they reported it, no one could expose them. After the tank Xia Li and Li Qing'an were in sync, the two swam out from the unhatched tank. In the depths of winter, the water was bone-chillingly cold, but neither cared. They swam desperately towards the Chinese side. Fortunately, most of the ice surface had been shattered into ice floes of various sizes by the 5 tanks targeting them. Besides the cold and immense physical exertion, swimming wasn't too difficult. If the Russians had retreated in defeat after their commander was killed. But they didn't. They chased the Chinese soldiers like madmen. And Xia Li and Li Qing'an, the chief culprits of their disastrous defeat, undoubtedly became their primary targets. Earlier, bullets couldn't damage the tank, requiring tank versus tank combat. But Xia Li and Li Qing'an were mere flesh and blood. Ordinary soldiers' bullets were enough. If Xia Li hadn't been relatively far from the Russian soldiers, those armed Russians would have loved to shoot them point blank, turning them into sieves from every angle. Seeing everyone coming for them, Xia Li and Li Qing'an knew just swimming wouldn't work. They exchanged a glance. Xia Li, dive. Liaoqing wasn't a coastal city. Li Qingnan's swimming skills were average. But he couldn't care less now. He took a deep breath and quickly dove into the icy river water. If hit by a bullet, death was certain. Diving might offer a sliver of hope. Even slowed by water resistance, bullets would still travel some distance underwater, forcing them to dive a bit deeper. Xia Li swam swiftly forward, guided by the daylight filtering through cracks in the ice above. They had to follow the cracks. The ice on this river was extremely thick. If they swam under completely frozen ice, no matter how strong she was, breaking through from below would be immensely difficult. No matter what, once they reached the end of a crack, they had to surface. Just as Xia Li was pondering what to do, she noticed small bubbles starting to rise beside her. The rate of bubbling was definitely not normal for holding one's breath while diving. Xia Li? Xia Li turned and saw Li Qingnan's face contorted, looking like he was about to exhale bubbles and sink. She was startled. Immediately, she swam over, covering Li Qingnan's mouth with one hand, signaling him not to exhale. Li Qing'an understood and quickly used one hand to cover his own mouth. Xia Li nodded at him and dragged him forward by the collar. They continued swimming, but Xia Li knew Li Qing'an needed to surface for air soon, or he wouldn't last long. But they were under the ice, unaware of the situation above. What if they surfaced right next to an enemy and got shot in the head? That would be a real joke. The people in the 2 trucks driven by the Chinese soldiers also saw the situation. Seeing Xia Li and Li Qing'an dive underwater, they grew anxious. They wanted to rescue them but knew rushing over now wouldn't help and would only add to the casualties. But doing nothing and watching their rescuers die before their eyes was something they absolutely couldn't accept. Huang Song, seeing the situation, gritted his teeth and said to the person beside him, "Who still has a gun? Give me some bullets and a gun. You drive the truck back first. I'm going to help." The others exchanged glances, and someone immediately responded, "Let's go together." Huang Song refused firmly with a serious expression. "They went through so much trouble precisely so we could quickly return and inform our of the situation here. You driving back now would waste their efforts. I was entrusted with a task. I must go rescue them." With that, he pulled the person sitting in the middle of the driver's cabin towards him, grabbed the gun from the cabin, and jumped out. Currently, those chasing Li Qing'an and the others weren't just armored vehicles, but also the Russian soldiers who had jumped from the stolen trucks. His gun was useless against armor, but that didn't matter. His target was the soldiers with guns who could shoot accurately. The person in the passenger seat, pulled by Huang Song, found the driver's seat empty. On this slippery ice, even without stepping on the gas, the truck continued sliding forward rapidly. He had no time to think and immediately took over the driver's seat. Other Chinese soldiers who saw Huang Song's actions could no longer suppress their pent-up fighting spirit. Those not seriously injured jumped from the trucks and rushed towards the direction where the Russians were chasing Xia Li and the others. From a few hundred meters away, another erupted between the 2 sides. Meanwhile, under the ice, Xia Li, seeing Li Qing'an starting to roll his eyes, knew they couldn't wait any longer, even without knowing the situation above. She patted Li Qingnan's face, signaling him to get ready. After Li Qing'an nodded with difficulty, she pulled him slightly upward, found a spot where the ice crack was slightly wider, and yanked Li Qing'an up, bringing their heads above water. The people above couldn't detect Xia Li and Li Qingnan's exact underwater, but the moment they surfaced, their location became glaringly obvious. In that instant, all Russian guns pointed at them, firing in unison. Xia Li's face turned grim. Before the barrage reached them, she covered the mouth of Li Qing'an, who had just taken a breath and with immense arm strength, instantly pulled him back down, dodging several times to avoid all the bullets raining down. Xia Li looked up at the light filtering through the ice. A large area around them had become. This meant the ice above them had been completely shattered by the earlier barrage. But they needed air. Li Qing and couldn't last long on that single breath. At this critical moment, a loud, stern electronic warning suddenly sounded from the distance, audible even to Xia Li underwater. Xia Li's heart immediately relaxed. Damn, they're finally here. Among the forested mountains on the over a dozen vehicles appeared intermittently through the trees, rushing towards the center of the battle on the river at high speed. A long, impressive convoy, ordinary military trucks, vehicles towing artillery, and tanks. From the lead vehicle, a familiar, stern voice, speaking fluent Russian, echoed through the mountains and forests. Russian troops ahead, leave Chinese territory immediately, or we will use forceful measures to you. Russian troops ahead, leave Chinese territory immediately, or we will use forceful measures to you. Russian troops ahead, leave Chinese territory immediately, or we will use forceful measures to you. Lu Dingyuan sat in the vehicle, brows furrowed, his expression unreadably serious. He had considered that Xia Li might not obey orders, possibly going to unconventional places or encountering uncontrollable situations. At most, he thought she and the equally unreliable Li Qing and might get into fights with others or raid some spy's hideout. He never imagined that on this trip, Xia Li would run into and confront armed forces head-on with few weapons. The warnings before she left, to avoid the border and ensure her safety, she hadn't listened to a single one. If he had known she'd be so troublesome, he would never have given her that day off. No matter how anxious Lu Dingyuan was now, he knew it was useless. He could only issue warning after warning. Fortunately, a small part of this deployment were from their Nandao unit. If absolutely necessary, even at the cost of straining relations with the Northeast unit, they would have to open fire. The Russians were still thinking they must eliminate Xia Li, the chief culprit, but didn't expect the Chinese reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Retreating now meant ruin and disgrace, their futures destroyed. But not retreating meant they might be captured or even killed on the spot. They were unwilling, but the Chinese soldiers had dared to fight their armed forces barehanded. Now, even if the Chinese weapons weren't as advanced, their numbers their own force, which had already lost 2 tanks. It was hard to guarantee that in a real fight, these new arrivals wouldn't, like the previous Chinese soldiers, fight to the death to ensure mutual destruction. They had no choice but to withdraw. Retreat. The woman and the man driving the tank with her had a truly terrifying, reckless lethality that had genuinely frightened them. Now that the river surface was frozen solid, all the Soviet troops, whether they still had vehicles or had abandoned them, were rapidly retreating across the ice. The Chinese military forces reached the riverbank. Lu Dingyuan, holding his rifle tightly in his arms, his face stern, was the first to jump out of the vehicle. He immediately ran toward the group of Chinese soldiers who had taken defensive positions. Kuei Laolu followed closely behind, his expression equally grim. The old commander who had shown him great kindness had entrusted his grandson to him. If anything were to happen to the young man under his watch, how could he ever face the old commander again? Spotting Zhao Cheng among the crowd, disheveled and covered in blood on his arm, Lu Dingyuan frowned and asked anxiously, "Where's Xia Li?" Lu Dingyuan was usually quite intimidating when serious, but Zhao Cheng had never seen him look this fierce before. As if suddenly remembering something, Zhao Cheng immediately sprinted toward the direction of the ice hole. The platoon leader fell in. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan's head buzzed, his heart leaping into his throat. He dashed frantically in the direction Zhao Cheng pointed. "Xia Li. The enemy has retreated. Where are you?" Underwater, Xia Li faintly heard Lu Dingyuan's voice. She then covered Li Qingnan's mouth and nose with one hand, looped her other arm under his armpits from behind, and dragged him up to the surface. When she emerged, her wet hair was plastered to her face, and the fur on her military overcoat was matted and dripping, making her look utterly bedraggled. Li Qingnan was completely unconscious, offering no resistance as she dragged him along. Judging by their appearance, it looked like a certain female ruffian surnamed Xia had attacked a certain male surnamed Li from behind on a stormy day, covering his mouth and nose and dragging him into an alley. But no one present had the mind to gawk at the two of them. Lu Dingyuan hauled both Xia Li and Li Qingnan out of the water in one motion. Zhao Cheng and Kuei Laolu, who had caught up, immediately lent a hand, helping the two onto the ice. Without a word, his face cold, Lu Dingyuan quickly took off his padded overcoat and wrapped Xia Li up like a cocoon, then placed his own hat on her head. He slipped an arm around her back from behind, half lifting, half carrying her off the ground, and swiftly headed toward the vehicle. His voice remained stern and cold, yet carried a concern even Xia Li could detect. "Are you alright? There's hot water in the vehicle. Have some once you're inside. We'll be back at the base soon." "Achoo." Xia Li sneezed, huddling closer to Lu Dingyuan, shivering as she said, "I'm going to install air conditioning in the vehicles in the northeast." Lu Dingyuan, who had instinctively wrapped her more tightly. If she's still thinking about making her life more convenient, she's probably fine. Kuei Laolu watched Lu Dingyuan, who had been the first to leap into the vehicle upon hearing the news, fished two people out, wrapped one up like a dumpling and carried her off without a second glance at Li Qing'an, with an expression that was utterly indescribable. Whatever's going on between you youngsters, there are two people here. Is it really okay to leave the unconscious one here and rush to rescue and protect the one who's clearly in better condition? Though Kuei Laolu thought this, he dutifully took off his own coat, draped it over Li Qing'an, and with Huang Song's help, hoisted Li Qing'an onto his back, quickly running toward the vehicle. In this freezing weather, let's not let a perfectly good kid get frostbite or something. Once everyone was in the vehicle, Lu Dingyuan glanced in the rearview mirror at the troublemaker in the back seat, the one who usually challenged heaven, earth, and everything in between, practically itching to tear the roof off every day, now looking so pitiful. His frown deepened, and an inexplicable irritation rose in his heart. The reprimand he'd been planning got stuck in his throat, turning over and over but refusing to come out. In the end, he resigned himself to having a good talk with her once she was back to normal. His face cold, he said, "Tell the vehicle behind us we're going straight to the hospital." Xia Li, shivering as if she'd stepped on a live wire, lifted her eyelids and saw Lu Dingyuan's face in the rearview mirror, looking like someone owed him 8 million. She immediately wrapped the military overcoat she'd been about to return even tighter around herself. I ran into him, could I not help? Does he have to give me that look? She cursed inwardly. Just wait until the day my double military merits are restored and my rank is higher than yours. Not just their vehicle, but the one carrying Li Qing'an also went to the hospital. The unfortunate pair, Xia Li and a young nurse, took Xia Li's temperature with a thermometer. Standing at the foot of the bed, Lu Dingyuan frowned, his voice still calm and controlled, but tinged with urgency. How's she? Will there be any other effects on her body? Last year, during their cold weather training in the northeast, they'd heard about a young girl from a nearby village who, trying to get more food for her family, had fallen through thin ice while fishing. She was rescued but later died from the fever. Now, in the dead of winter, the water was much colder than back then. The young nurse took a step back, intimidated by the powerful aura of the stern soldier, and said somewhat apologetically, 39.2 degrees Celsius, high fever. We'll have to wait for the fever to break to see if there are any after effects. Let's give her a fever-reducing shot first. The soldier's presence is too intense. If I hadn't seen him carry this quiet, well-behaved female comrade into the hospital without a word, I'd never believe someone this fierce could still be human. If he spoke to me like that every day, I probably wouldn't be able to eat. Xia Li lay in bed, her face flushed with fever, wrapped tightly in the blanket with only her head exposed. Even with Lu Dingyuan's military overcoat draped on top, she still felt chilled to the bone and had no desire to speak. This is the first time in both my lifetimes I've learned that an ability user can be so vulnerable to freezing water. How many years has it been since I last caught a cold? Hearing the doctor mention an injection, she forced herself to speak despite her reluctance, shivering as she reminded, "Doctor, I'm allergic to penicillin." She had been allergic to penicillin in her previous life and wasn't sure about this one. But in this era, there were no allergy tests. They'd administer the shot and only stop if there was a reaction. My lungs are shaking from this fever. What if the doctor thinks I'm developing pneumonia, gives me a dose of penicillin, and kills me outright? The young nurse saw Xia Li, a pretty young girl wrapped up like a cocoon, lying there pitifully and quietly, and thought she seemed quite shy and cute, completely different from the ill-tempered soldier. She immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, medicine is a scarce resource these days. Unless it's really serious, we won't give it to you." Xia Li, hearing that makes me even less reassured. What do I do? The young nurse left after explaining the situation. Seeing Xia Li so weak made Lu Dingyuan feel somewhat unaccustomed to it as well. He stood by her bedside, frowning as he looked at her and asked, "The doctor said to give you a fever-reducing shot first. It's best to stay in the hospital tonight. If the fever doesn't break, you'll need to stay for observation. Do you need anything brought over? I'll find a female comrade to pack your things and bring them over later." Xia Li thought for a moment. "Have someone bring my toiletries and a change of clothes. A cold is a cold, but with my physique, I won't be here long. If I weren't afraid of exposing my space, I wouldn't even need these things." Lu Dingyuan nodded, then, unusually, asked with concern, "Is there anything else you want?" Xia Li glanced at him, her eyes wide and earnest as she inquired sincerely, "Can you hold off on your running tonight and wait until I'm out of the hospital to start again?" Lu Dingyuan. My brain must have been kicked by a donkey to think Xia Li was a delicate girl in need of care. Not wanting to argue with the patient, he decided to avoid the sight altogether. With a cold face, he turned and left. Seeing she had angered him off, Xia Li called out to his retreating back, "You forgot your coat." Lu Dingyuan ignored her but didn't take the coat. Asterisk, it's only a 10+ minute drive from here to the base. Not wearing the overcoat for such a short distance is fine. Asterisk. Asterisk, the hospital heating isn't great. I'll have to bring her an extra blanket when I come back later. Asterisk. Once he was gone, Xia Li immediately stuck over a dozen hand warmers on herself. After a moment's thought, she shiveringly got out of bed, lifted Li Qingnan's blanket, stuck a few on him too, covered him back up, then returned to her own bed. She wrapped herself into a small bundle with the blanket and military overcoat and closed her eyes to sleep. Asterisk, nothing in the world restores the body better than eating and sleeping. To avoid suffering like this again, I need to get discharged early. Asterisk. Xia Li slept straight through until the afternoon of the next day, completely unaware that Lu Dingyuan had come by to deliver her clothes and food. Sitting up, she stretched luxuriously, immediately feeling refreshed and energetic, with none of the previous sickly weakness. Li Qingyan lay on the bed next to hers, his face an abnormally bright red. He tilted his head and said in a hoarse voice, "You're finally awake. If the nurse hadn't said your fever broke, I'd have thought you'd slept yourself to death. By the way, did you put these on me? They're quite warm. Got any more? Mine aren't hot anymore." Then he added, somewhat puzzled, "I didn't see you carrying anything. How do you have all this stuff? Asterisk, grenades, wrenches, and now these warm little packets. After being soaked in the river for so long, not a single thing is damaged." Asterisk. Xia Li, who had just been about to sneak some hand warmers out of her space. She silently stuffed the hand warmer she'd already taken out back into her space. Glancing at her childhood friend, whose eyes held a clear and simple foolishness, she lied without a shred of guilt. "I was afraid of the cold when I went out, so I sealed them in oiled paper and hid them on me. I only brought a few and I used them all. I'll bring you some more when we get back." Li Qingyan saw nothing wrong with this statement. Oiled paper is waterproof, so it's perfectly normal for things inside not to get soaked. All right. Xia Li moved her joints around, assessing her physical state. Feeling she was probably fine now, she said to Li Qingyan lying there, "You stay here and rest. I'll have the doctor check me out in a bit, get my discharge papers, and then I'm heading back." Li Qingyan turned his listless head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Xia Li. "You're better." Li Qingyan marveled at his friend's recovery speed. "She fell into the river one more time than I did, and she can bounce back to the base already, while I haven't even broken my fever yet. This is clearly not normal." Xia Li stretched her arms, feeling she should be okay, and nodded. "Should be fine." Li Qingyan thought, asterisk, if my friend leaves, I'll be all alone here. How boring would that be, asterisk. With a pained expression, he said in a tone of feigned concern, "Why don't you stay a couple more days? If you go back, you'll have to train. It's so cold." Asterisk, he hated training. He'd be thrilled to get a few extra days off, asterisk. But escaping training was one thing, being stuck here alone with no one to talk to would be too dull. Xia Li, having grown up pulling similar stunts herself, could easily see through his little scheme. She immediately said, "I'll go back and get you some hand warmers." The hospital heating wasn't great. It wasn't pretend cold, it was real cold. Faced with the choice between shivering from the cold but having someone to chat with, and being very warm but alone in the hospital room, where he could at least sleep, Li Qingyan decisively chose, "All right, then come back quickly." Xia Li. For the first time, she realized how heart-stabbing it was to meet someone even more shameless than herself. Xia Li's military overcoat had somehow been dried, folded, and placed at the foot of her bed. When she put it on, it carried the warm, comforting smell of a heated Kong bed. After getting dressed, Xia Li went to the doctor's office and, under the astonished gazes of the doctors and nurses, received permission to be discharged. She returned to the room, packed her things, said goodbye to Li Qingyan, and then, carrying her military backpack without a care in the world, headed downstairs. But who would have thought she'd run right into Lu Dingyuan, who was striding over with a bag in hand. Their eyes met, and both stopped. Lu Dingyuan had come to deliver food. Thinking that, based on the girl's decadent schedule, when repairing computers, she should be awake by now, he had specifically asked for leave to bring her food. But he never expected to run into the person the doctor had said needed at least 2 days of observation, casually carrying a bag, a bedroll slung over her back, looking perfectly healthy and cheerful as she walked out. Remembering Xia Li's request when he left yesterday, Lu Dingyuan inexplicably got the feeling that this little girl might be trying to get back before evening training so she wouldn't miss him being punished to run. Without mentioning the food, he spoke first. "I didn't drive here. Why don't you wait at the hospital for a bit? I'll come pick you up by car later." Asterisk, it's a 10-minute drive, but running back would take over half an hour. It wouldn't be good if she caught a worse cold. Asterisk. Xia Li wasn't that insistent on taking a car. She'd already had Li Qingyan draw her a map. If Lu Dingyuan hadn't shown up, she might have just run back to the base. No need, walking back is fine. Lu Dingyuan. Seeing she wouldn't listen to reason, Lu Dingyuan had no choice. After a moment's thought, he unwrapped the cloth bundle in his arms, took out the aluminum lunchbox, and handed the dark green square nylon cloth that had been wrapped around it to Xia Li. Very sincerely, he said, "Wrap it around your head to avoid catching a chill." Xia Li. Looking at the nylon square cloth in Lu Dingyuan's hand, Xia Li's mind instantly conjured images of women in this era wrapping similar square cloths around their heads when returning to their natal homes, especially with that indescribable color. Her expression gradually turned horrified. She quickly took a step back, her refusal unmistakable. In an unprecedentedly firm tone, she righteously refused. "No need, you keep it for yourself." Lu Dingyuan, why would a grown man like me wear a headscarf? Helpless, he could only say, "Wait here in the lobby for a bit." With that, he strode into the inpatient area. A short while later, he came back downstairs with a military cap and handed it to Xia Li. "Wear this for now. I'll return it tomorrow." Xia Li actually felt she didn't need to wear anything at all, but under Lu Dingyuan's gaze, which seemed to fear she'd get sick again and die outright, she still put the cap on her head. "All right, thanks." Lu Dingyuan took the bag from Xia Li and, without another word, led the way back. Soldiers naturally walked faster than ordinary people, and Lu Dingyuan, with his long legs, was even faster than most soldiers. He had initially intended to slow down a bit to accommodate Xia Li, the patient. But he soon discovered that this little girl's physique was truly heaven-sent. After suffering such a major Zue, today he ran with such ease and speed, showing no intention of letting others accommodate him. The two of them ran back to the unit at an extremely fast pace just like that. Lu Dingyuan looked at Xia Li, who had been running for over 20 minutes yet wasn't flushed or out of breath, and asked with a serious, deep voice, "Completely recovered?" Xia Li felt Lu Dingyuan's question was a bit odd, but she answered truthfully anyway, "Yes." Lu Dingyuan nodded with a stern face, his expression instantly turning somewhat gloomy. "Since you're fully recovered, then come with me to the office first." Xia Li. Lu Dingyuan's whole body radiated an "I'm going to settle accounts with you" aura, plunging Xia Li into immediate silence. Could she still change her answer now, say she wasn't fully recovered and needed a few more days of rest? As it turned out, someone who habitually speaks quickly doesn't even have time to retract their words. Xia Li was thus summoned by Lu Dingyuan to his office and lectured for a full afternoon. Although she let all those words go in one ear and out the other, the repeated admonitions to prioritize her own safety were enough to give her ear calluses. Unlike their usual arguments, Xia Li didn't debate with him at all this time. She only asked Lu Dingyuan one question at the end. "If you were me, and you didn't help then, and those soldiers died, would you really feel no guilt? It's not about loving this country or not, nor is it about being a saint or not. When you know you have the ability and encounter people in trouble, stepping up to help is just the most basic conscience. If in this world, when others are in trouble, everyone remains cold and doesn't lend a hand, then when you yourself encounter trouble one day, inevitably no one will come to your aid either. That kind of world is the most tragic. At least, I can't do that." Lu Dingyuan fell into a brief silence. Hearing Xia Li's words, it was impossible for him not to be moved. A troublemaker who pretends ignorance while knowing full well actually possesses a heart of justice and great compassion. It's a completely bizarre kind of personal charm. This was probably why, even though Xia Li caused so much trouble, he would still use his own connections to help clean up the mess. After a moment, Lu Dingyuan's serious gaze met Xia Li's, and he answered earnestly, "If it were me, I would help. But you cannot. Don't rush to deny what I'm saying. Hear me out. If it weren't for the outstanding contributions of Elder Wang, Elder Qian, Elder Deng, and others in atomic bomb research, China would still be under the threat of those few countries possessing atomic bombs. The Americans once said that Qian Shiwesan, Elder Qian, alone was worth 5 divisions. Without his research combining missiles and atomic bombs, we Chinese still wouldn't be able to stand tall." "Xia Li, I admit your individual combat strength is very high, and I admit that whether it's reaction ability or military aptitude, you rank highly not just in the entire Nandao, but even in the entire military district. But I am unwilling to see you, who in the future could be worth 5 divisions or even more military strength, perish prematurely due to some minor conflict, caught in someone else's conspiracy. Even though we have tried our utmost to conceal your identity, no one can guarantee it will never be leaked. If one day you encounter a similar situation, a trap set by enemy agents or even certain foreign forces, solely to make you disappear from this world, with careful planning against your unpreparedness, how would you handle it then? Political struggles are never as simple as 2 groups of kids fighting over territory in the compound. Preventing trouble before it happens is always better than being in danger without knowing it." This time, it was Xia Li's turn to fall silent. After quite a while, she suddenly asked, "Why are the hearts of you political types so black?" With that, she straightened her back, her lethally sharp gaze meeting Lu Dingyuan's without retreat, the right corner of her mouth quirking up in an arrogant and domineering manner. A person only lives this one life. If in these short few decades you still have to constantly look over your shoulder, then what's the point of living such an unfulfilling life? Since I'm supposedly going to be worth 5 divisions in the future, haven't you considered that my current strength isn't exactly weak either? How about you find 3 divisions worth of people, and I'll try fighting them. Nandao, Northeast, Liaoqing, exactly 3 divisions. Now it just depends on whether Lu Dingyuan's connections are sufficient to mobilize them. Protecting her own life is fine, but making her live like a turtle hiding in its shell. No deal. At most, she'll just be a bit more careful in the future. Lu Dingyuan, hearing this unreasonable demand. He should have known. Even with a conscience, a troublemaker is still a troublemaker. The essence never changes. Lu Dingyuan was already accustomed to Xia Li's obstinacy. Although his temples throbbed with anger, he no longer felt the initial urge to vomit blood. Faced with Xia Li's "I just won't," Lu Dingyuan suppressed the little flames rising in his heart, lifted his eyelids to glance at her, and only replied, "Starting today, unless it's special training outside the regiment, you are not allowed to leave the military camp. I will arrange for you to see your eldest brother on the last day of our training. If you want to see him, behave yourself and stay in the unit. In a normal military camp, there are no holidays and you can't go out. Who runs around outside every day like she does? Xia Li. This bastard. What else does he know besides threatening her?" Xia Li took a deep breath, forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and agreed, "Fine." After a moment's thought, she added, "Can I ask how many years it took you to become this battalion commander?" Lu Dingyuan, who already understood Xia Li's nature very well. Huh. He lifted his gaze, looking deeply at Xia Li, the corner of his mouth lifting almost imperceptibly. With a cold, stern face, he told this troublemaker who wanted revenge on him every day a harsh reality. As long as the Marine Corps doesn't expand and there isn't a large-scale departure of personnel from the Marine Corps, all officer positions will be fully staffed, with not much room for promotion. Moreover, I have many military merits not yet recorded in my rank. If there's promotion, I'll be promoted first. Xia Li. As if feeling he hadn't provoked Xia Li enough, Lu Dingyuan added, "But if you can make China's national power strong enough in the short term to fear no foreign enemy and quell internal strife. With your military merits on both sides, perhaps the day you leave the Marine Corps, your rank will surpass mine. I look forward to that day." How could Xia Li not tell that Lu Dingyuan was deliberately provoking her? Hearing his tone, which was as serious and low as usual, but somehow carried a hint of a go-ahead, "I'll cheer you on" sarcastic note, her expression gradually twisted with anger. Having been lectured all afternoon and now filled with a belly full of anger, she didn't want to see this detestable face anymore. She stormed out, slamming the door. Lu Dingyuan watched as she left in a huff, shook his head helplessly, chuckled softly, and went back to handling the work on his desk. He finally understood why she usually liked to be sarcastic. Turns out, sarcasm can calm an angry person's heart. Since Xia Li couldn't leave the unit, she could only ask Huang Song to deliver some heating pads to Li Qingnan. She herself spent her days dryly going through training, at most supervising Lu Dingyuan's punishment runs in the evenings. Because of her fever that day, she missed the second platoon leaders for Little Swans. Apart from being notified by superiors about an awards ceremony and being told to prepare a speech, her days were simple and dull. Even when her little friend was discharged from the hospital, there wasn't anything fun. Li Qingnan, after lunch, was planning to take a few laps around the drill ground to aid digestion when he spotted Xia Li from afar, sitting on a wooden stake with one leg bent, elbow on her knee, chin in hand, lost in thought. Wasn't she happily beating up the soldiers under her command just yesterday morning? The rising and falling screams had almost become the shadow of their Northeast regiment. Why was she so listless today? Tucking his hands into his sleeves, twisting his body, he trotted over to Xia Li. "Li Zi, what are you thinking about?" Xia Li snapped out of her reverie, her gaze falling on him, and sighed. "Thinking about my dull and boring youth." Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan was immediately amused by Xia Li's words, showing a mouthful of white teeth as he mocked, "You look just like Bai Feifei when she recites those melancholic autumn poems, all that moaning without being sick." Xia Li. Li Qingnan, isn't it just boredom? Just say it's not fun. Why be so literary? Come on. Don't say your buddy didn't think of you when he has something good. Can't go out means can't have fun? I traded a few 2-kicks firecrackers from the locals. Let's go set them off in the backyard. He always said life in the army was so boring, yet those people could live so happily under such restrictions. It just wasn't normal. Only his childhood friend shared his outlook. If the temperature weren't so low, Xia Li would have been bored enough to grow mushrooms. Even though she thought setting off firecrackers wasn't that fun, she happily agreed. Jumping down from the wooden stake, she brushed the snow off her hands and clothes. Let's go. Seeing Xia Li agree, Li Qing and immediately urged, go to my dorm to get them, then we'll set them off in the backyard. There's just a kitchen back there, plenty of space. Xia Li had no objections. She followed Li Qing to his dormitory building, picked up Dahei, and headed to the backyard. As the name suggests, a two-kick goes off twice. In this era, everything was scarce, including recreational items like firecrackers. It didn't take long to attract a crowd. Everyone took turns lighting firecrackers, covering their ears and watching with great relish. A young soldier grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and looked at Li Qing, who was about to light another. You didn't skimp on the gunpowder in these, did you? They're really loud. Li Qing was quite proud of having traded for firecrackers with the locals. Being praised like this made him feel great, though he put on an indifferent face. This is loud? I have even louder ones. With that, he pulled an iron basin from his pocket, trotted over to light a two-kick, and after lighting the fuse, covered the firecracker with the basin. Clang! Clang! As the firecracker shell shot into the sky, the iron basin followed, flipping several times in the air before finally landing with a thud in the snow. Dahei, who had just watched his food bowl ascend to the heavens. Dahei immediately protested, running around his dad and barking frantically, woof. 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 Xia Li, watching from the side, almost died laughing. This scene of truly socialist father-son affection, with the father provoking and the son filially protesting, wasn't something you usually saw. Xia Li wasn't the only one laughing. Li Qingnan's ears turned a bit red from the laughter, and he could only coax his precious son. Son, lend Dad your bowl for now. When we go back, Dad will give you a piece of bone. Dahei remained unmoved, jumping up trying to snatch the iron basin from Li Qingnan's hand. Woof 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 woof. Li Qingnan. Li Qingnan raised the iron basin high and shouted, 2 pieces. No more. Last time, the game your aunt and I hunted was taken by old Kuei. Dad can barely afford to feed you anymore. If you're the stingy, no extra food for you tonight. I'll give it back after I use it. Dahei was, more or less, a pragmatic dog. Though it was unclear how much he understood, he was persuadable. Hearing this, although still grumbling unwillingly, he didn't insist on his food bowl anymore. With the owner's consent, the dozen or so young soldiers resumed their boom, clang, two-kick iron basin adventure. It was Li Qingnan's turn to light another. He lit the two-kick but didn't cover the basin properly. The firecracker tube wasn't pointing skyward but got knocked sideways. Everyone was having too much fun, no one noticed. However, an accident happened right then. The two-kick didn't shoot up into the sky but flew horizontally, straight towards Xia Li's face in the crowd. Xia Li, watch out, everyone exclaimed. Without thinking, Xia Li instinctively dodged to the side, easily avoiding the iron basin's attack. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Crash! Clatter clatter clatter. The sound of glass being pierced and shattering suddenly rang out. The expressions of the dozen or so people present froze on their faces. Someone whispered, that's the mess hall over there, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, an angry roar came from the direction of the breaking glass, which bastard is throwing basins around. The dozen or so people shrank their necks at the roar, exchanged glances, and with tacit understanding, scattered instantly like birds and beasts, disappearing from the spot. Xia Li and Li Qing ran the fastest, soon leaving the combat zone. They had just written self-criticisms recently. If caught now, who knows how many more they'd have to write. Plus, tonight was their award ceremony. They couldn't afford the embarrassment. As Xia Li ran, she scanned the surroundings and asked curiously, where's your Dahei? Li Qing looked back, but didn't see his son either. He wasn't worried about the dog getting lost. Brushing snow off himself, he said matter-of-factly, it's fine. There are military dogs in our unit. No one catches dogs to eat. He knows the way. He'll come back when he's hungry tonight. Xia Li. Hearing you say that, the father-son bond doesn't sound so full of affection anymore. What's left is just the bond of food. Since Li Qing said not to worry, Xia Li stopped worrying. Having just broken someone's window with firecrackers, the two didn't dare commit further crimes under the watchful eye. After chatting a bit more, they parted ways. On the other side, Dahei, seeing his dad and aunt run off, got up to chase them, but after a couple of steps, he hesitated. Dahei looked back in the direction his food bowl had run off to. Though his blackbird face shouldn't show any expression, he somehow managed to convey a very human-like struggle. His front paws lunged left, then right, back and forth several times, unable to decide which way to run. As he struggled, he saw several people in white aprons running over from the distance, holding his food bowl. Dahei's eyes immediately lit up. No longer conflicted, he wagged his tail and ran toward them. They were bringing his bowl back. He could take it and go find Dad for those 2 pieces of bone. The mess hall soldiers, having picked up the culprit bowl, hurried out, unsurprisingly finding the backyard empty, not a single troublemaker in sight. They were furious. The mess hall squad leader roared, "These brats, daring to break the mess hall window. Don't let me catch them, or they won't be eating anymore." Just as he was fuming inside, thinking he wouldn't catch anyone today, he saw a large black dog wagging its tail rapidly and happily trotting over to him, then biting the iron basin in his hand. Cook squad leader. A red-haired dog, there was only one like it in the entire military district. The cook squad leader gave Big Black a slightly menacing smile, patted Big Black's neck, and said cheerfully, "Big Black, is this iron basin yours?" Although Big Black was smarter than the average dog, he still didn't understand human complexities, let alone what a sinister, fake smile was. Thinking his master was being praised, Big Black barked, "Woof." Big Black and the iron basin, caught red-handed, were thus sent by the cook squad leader directly to Li Qingnan's direct superior, the commander of the 5th Combat Regiment. About 20 minutes later, Li Qingnan and Xia Li were both in place in the regiment commander's office. Another 10 or so minutes passed. Lu Dingyuan was training troops on the drill ground, his expression as stern as a dark deity. A soldier from the direction of the office building quickly ran over to him, saluted, and said, "Battalion Commander Lu, our regimental commander Zheng wants you to come over." Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly. They had come to the northeast for cold weather training. Usually, they only interacted during the final days of the military competition, training before that was separate. Why would he be summoned? Moreover, at Regimental Commander Zhang's level, even if he needed someone, he should have called their own regimental commander by, right? That's what he thought, but he still told the others to continue training and followed the young soldier. "Let's go." Did he say what it was about? The young soldier was straightforward. "I heard it's because Comrade Xia Li from your battalion and Comrade Li Qingnan from our 2nd battalion used a firecracker to shatter the cook squad's window. So their respective battalion commanders are being called to pick them up." Lu Dingyuan. So this troublemaker could find a way to cause trouble even without going out? With so many places where she could set off firecrackers, why did she have to blow up the cook squad's window? Thankfully, he had asked the reason after putting some distance between himself and his subordinates. Otherwise, being summoned repeatedly because of the troublemaker's mischief was truly embarrassing. When Lu Dingyuan arrived at Regimental Commander Zhang's office, he saw Zhang sitting at his desk, comfortably leaning back in his chair and sipping tea. Beside his desk, Xia Li and Li Qing were obediently bent over the table writing something, looking as well-behaved as elementary school students. Meanwhile, Kuei Lao Lu, Li Qingnan's battalion commander, was standing beside the regimental commander's desk, head bowed, explaining his failure to properly discipline his subordinate. Lu Dingyuan. He could already imagine what he would have to do next. That afternoon was one that Lu Dingyuan, Xia Li, Kuei Lao Lu, and Li Qing would remember for the rest of their lives. Xia Li and Li Qing wrote self-criticisms for over 6 hours, until their finger joints ached. Lu Dingyuan and Kuei Lao Lu first delivered their own self-criticisms, then stood there being lectured because of the troublemakers under their command, and finally received instruction on how to deal with such troublemakers. Regimental Commander Zheng had a background as a political commissar and loved lecturing people. Once he started, there was no end to it. Moreover, he spoke so logically that it was impossible to argue, especially since each of them had a troublemaker in their battalion. Even if they wanted to argue, they had no grounds. It wasn't until it was almost time for the awards ceremony that Regimental Commander Zheng, his mouth dry from talking, finally let them go. He looked at Xia Li and Li Qing with a regretful expression. In a gentle voice he said, "If you were ordinary soldiers, I wouldn't say this. But you two are good fighters who defend the homeland and are willing to shed blood for the integrity of our motherland. Seeing you two go astray pains my heart. I'm old, how much longer can I stay in this position? My only wish is to see promising young people like you shine in your posts for the motherland. You are the future pillars of our country, the outstanding ones among countless soldiers. You are so formidable against the Russians. Why can't you control yourselves properly? I say." Regimental Commander Zheng continued, alternating carrots and sticks, mixing criticism with praise, and painting grand visions. His praise filled Li Qing with a surge of heroic passion. He thought, yes, you're right. Those amazing people you're talking about are me. How do you know me so well? I will definitely work hard from now on and never disgrace my reputation. He was so excited he felt like throwing himself against a wall for the motherland right then and there. Xia Li stood beside him, head bowed obediently. Coming from a future where empty promises were everywhere, she completely tuned out the grand visions Regimental Commander Zheng was offering, as if her signal had been lost. Regimental Commander Zheng glanced at the reactions of the two youngsters and finally settled his gaze on the seemingly more obedient Xia Li. He thought to himself, "Tisk." It seemed the allies' soldier was even harder to handle than their own. With such formidable skills, her character really needed to be tempered properly. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Alright, it's time for the award ceremony. You two are the stars of the show tonight. Hurry up and get over there. Xia Li and Li Qing immediately agreed, handed in their self-criticisms, and left faster than if they were fleeing a disaster. Regimental Commander Zheng found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he'd seen someone who had just finished writing a self-criticism immediately go on stage to receive an award. He glanced down at the two self-criticism reports, which were identical in their rambling verbosity, twitched the corner of his mouth, and looked at the two battalion commanders with a different expression. What kind of officers could train new recruits to be like this? Was there a unified template for their self-criticism reports? Why did they look so irritating? Kue Lao Lu. Lu Dingyuan. The two battalion commanders were lectured a while longer on how to do their jobs in the future before finally being dismissed. However, after leaving the regimental commander's office, both men looked rather grim, radiating a strong aura of waiting to settle scores later. Even the fact that their subordinates were about to receive military medals couldn't quell this anger. What soldier in their right mind would use firecrackers to blow up the cook squad's window? Weren't they afraid the cooks would have shaky hands when serving them meat later? How old were they? Wasn't it embarrassing? Xia Li and Li Qing slipped away quickly, avoiding the two King Yamas, who had been lectured all afternoon. They quickly ate dinner and hurried to the assembly hall. The entire unit was attending today's award ceremony. By the time Xia Li and the others arrived, the place was almost full. The vast conference hall was filled with over 10,000 soldiers in uniform, sitting ramrod straight. Even without any dramatic actions, the sight was imposing and grand. Li Qingnan's company commander was sitting in the first row. Seeing them arrive, he stood up and waved. Over here. We're in the first row. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two strode confidently to the front row seats. Everyone had already received the news. Those who survived had been awarded a collective second-class merit. Military honors were hard to come by, especially a second-class merit, which was the highest honor short of exceptional contributions or sacrifice. This honor, even if not used for promotion, she quickly walked to her seat and sat down, chatting softly with others when the female host took the stage and began speaking. First, on behalf of all military representatives, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all leaders and distinguished guests. Today, we gather here for an award ceremony. In the past few days, as soon as someone started speaking on the stage, the murmuring below ceased. Xia Li listened intermittently as the host described how dangerous the battle with the Russians had been that day and how remarkable those who earned honors were. By the time she finished all the praise, nearly 20 minutes had passed. To be honest, such large assembly scenes were quite boring. Xia Li certainly couldn't sit still for long. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had been said, Xia Li thought the host would immediately award the medals, then have superiors offer some encouragement before dismissing the assembly. Instead, the host on stage said with a grave expression, "Next, please invite the families of the 7 soldiers who sacrificed their lives defending Chinese territory to come forward and receive the collective first-class merit medals." Xia Li. The assembly hall fell silent. Not a sound could be heard, except for some low sobbing. Several family members were helped onto the stage, a hunched, white-haired old lady in her 80s, a pregnant woman holding a little girl not even thigh-high, a half-grown child covered in patches. All of them had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried before. They looked haggard, as if they hadn't slept well for days. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Xia Li had never attended a real award ceremony before. This was the first time she learned that for the same mission, some received second-class merits while others could receive first-class merits. It was just that for this first-class merit, the recipients couldn't come themselves, their families had to receive it for them. The host on stage recounted their deeds in a solemn tone and expressed gratitude on behalf of the organization. Hearing about the glorious achievements of their sons/husbands/fathers and realizing they would be separated forever, the family members receiving the honors for the 7 fallen soldiers were overcome with grief and began wailing heart-wrenchingly. The white-haired old lady hugged the newly received military medal, threw her head back, and wailed, "My grandson. Your father left on the battlefield 14 years ago. How could you bear to leave us 2 old folks behind too?" The old lady, unable to bear the loss of her only descendant, fainted on the spot. Amid the panic, an elderly man in military uniform quickly ran up from below the stage, helped the old lady up, his eyes red and voice choked. Xiao Bei and his father both died for the country. They are great heroes, glorious, not shameful. Don't cause trouble for the organization. Let's go home. With that, he supported his wife and, with the help of several soldiers, shuffled unsteadily off the stage. Many in the assembly hall had reddened eyes. Even without knowing the old couple's past, their words suggested 3 generations of soldiers, 2 generations fallen in battle, the elderly burying the young. This sorrowful atmosphere spread throughout the great hall. Xia Li's heart ached, and her eyes also grew slightly red. These were people she had fought alongside. How could she not be moved? She stood up, faced the two elderly people, and sincerely saluted them. Following her lead, others in the hall also stood up, all saluting the elderly couple solemnly. There was no out of sight, out of mind. These were comrades who had defended the homeland together, brothers who had been on the battlefield with them. Their sacrifice deserved recognition, and their bereaved families deserved respect. A solemn and respectful atmosphere filled the great hall. The elderly man in uniform, supporting his wife as they shuffled down, had initially managed to suppress his grief. But seeing the scene, he could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down his aged face. He looked firmly at these revolutionary successors who shared his ideals, clenched his jaw tightly to suppress sobs, but his voice still trembled slightly as he addressed the saluting crowd, born of the Yan and Huang, raised by China. When capable, we must repay China. As soldiers of China, defending the homeland, we have no regrets even in death. No reminder was needed. All the soldiers present loudly repeated in unison, as soldiers of China, defending the homeland, we have no regrets even in death. The resounding slogan echoed through the 10,000-person assembly hall, imposing and awe-inspiring. The loud cries on stage grew even more intense. The weeping families of the martyrs were supported and led from the stage. The host on stage, eyes red and voice slightly hoarse, said, "Let us once again pay our respects to the families of the martyrs." Over 10,000 people maintained their salute, watching as the martyrs' families either returned to their seats or left the hall. Xia Li felt uncomfortable seeing those people. If she remembered correctly, the Sino-Russian border conflicts had continued from the founding of the nation until the 2020s, not stopping even after the Soviet Union collapsed. Sacrifices like today's would definitely not be the last. Families torn apart by border conflicts would only increase. The host on stage continued the medal awarding process. Next, please invite the following individuals who have received the collective second-class merit to come forward and receive their medals. Xia Li followed the group onto the stage, found a corner, and stood there quietly. Although she had participated in this border conflict, she didn't feel she had played a leading role. While her destructive power might have been greater, if not for the border outpost soldiers who first clashed with the Russians to defend the territory, she probably wouldn't have paid attention even if she saw Russians on Laoba Island. After all, the island was just there, covered in land. In winter, there was no food to plunder anyway. She could have just reported it and let others handle it. If not for the martyrs' families earlier, she might not have been so particular and would have just stood anywhere. But after what happened, she couldn't remain unmoved. Even the fact that receiving a medal could speed up her promotion didn't make her as happy anymore. In terms of original intent, other soldiers deserved this honor more than she did. Of course, others didn't know Xia Li's thoughts. In the eyes of everyone present, Xia Li was the leading figure in this victorious battle and the most deserving person of this collective second-class merit. The person awarding the medals was the highest leader of the Northeast Military Region, an elderly man with white hair. He solemnly pinned the medals on the chest of each soldier who received an honor, then saluted them on behalf of the nation, the organization, and the military region, expressing gratitude. When he reached Xia Li, he looked at her with a kind smile, eyes full of admiration, and nodded. "Well done, young comrade. I haven't even recovered from the earlier emotions, and you're already trying to poach me?" The corner of her mouth twitched as she politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm afraid of the cold. I probably won't be joining the Northeast Military Region." Hearing this, the old leader couldn't help but twitch his mouth. On that day, she had been the most eager to jump into the icy water. After charging ashore, wearing soaked clothes, she managed to seize a Russian tank and shoot down a Russian helicopter, then recovered from a high fever and left the hospital in just one day. Looking at each of these points, which one? A shiver as if from the cold? But now on the podium, he didn't say much more, just smiled kindly and said, "If you change your mind, the Northeast Corps is always welcome." Xia Li, okay. After the senior leader finished awarding the medals, the next step in the process was for representatives who received military honors this time to give speeches. Xia Li had discussed with them earlier about finding someone among the sentries to give a speech. After all, they were the ones truly on the front lines, and the group on sentry duty that day suffered the most casualties this time. Xia Li stood on the stage and listened to a speech of over 500 words, one that was particularly red, very red. After the young soldier finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Xia Li thought to herself, the speech is over, now we can probably get off the stage, right? Then she heard the senior leader who had just presented the award say, "In this operation of ours, a special soldier also participated. He is not originally a soldier of our Northeast Corps, yet he upheld his duty as a soldier of China. When faced with a threat to the nation's security, he stepped forward without hesitation to defend China. She is Comrade Xia Li from the Friendly Exchange Unit, the South Island Corps. Now, let's invite Comrade Xia Li to say a few words to us. With that, he looked at Xia Li with an approving expression, waiting for her to come forward and speak. Xia Li. The senior leader meant well. After all, being able to speak on such an occasion meant that Xia Li had caught the attention of the leadership. They would think of her for future matters, which was a great honor. But for Xia Li, going on stage to give a speech was like being dragged by her mother in front of a crowd of relatives and friends during the new year to show off, making her stand there and recite an ancient poem for them. The kind of awkwardness that makes you want to dig a hole in the ground with your toes. This was the first time in her life that Xia Li so desperately wanted to be a proper underground operative, so awkward situations couldn't find her. But the leader had spoken, and she had no grudge against him. She couldn't stubbornly say, "I won't speak," and embarrass him. Xia Li, forcing herself to appear calm, could only walk forward, take the microphone, and face the crowd. Her demeanor was very casual, no different from usual, and her opening remarks were also very down-to-earth. I didn't prepare a speech beforehand, so I'll just say a few simple words. Receiving this military medal is an honor and achievement. I'm happy, but not entirely happy, because 7 comrades in arms who fought alongside me sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. I only hope that China can grow stronger and stronger, so that not only can those who defend the homeland protect the country, but they themselves can also remain unharmed because of its strength. As soon as her words fell, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. The few family members of the martyrs who hadn't left yet were crying uncontrollably. Less than 100 words, yet so powerful and resonant. How many people's ideals in these difficult times did they express? Xia Li calmly looked at the crowd below the stage and didn't say another word. She truly didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to this country in its chaotic period. After all, her parents and family had suffered greatly because of it. When it came to political struggles, she felt China was hopeless, fighting internal battles before even dealing with external enemies. How many people had suffered? But living in the present, she realized that at the grassroots level, there were many soldiers and underground workers like Xia who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the country with sincere hearts. Not considering gains or losses, nor fearing death. Perhaps she still didn't feel a sense of belonging to this China that hadn't raised her, but facing those who shed blood and sacrificed their lives for their beliefs always reminded her of those companions who, like her, fought to end the apocalypse, but died on the path to their ideals, never seeing the new world begin. It was hard for her not to be moved by these people. If advancing China's technological development for their sake could protect them from harm amidst the conflicts. At least, at this moment, she was willing. Xia Li's words moved the senior leader deeply, and he praised her lavishly in front of everyone. The commendation meeting began with anticipation and sorrow, and ended with anticipation and remembrance. Xia Li returned to the dormitory with her own unit. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw Kuai Lao Lu on the main road outside, his usually stern face beaming with joy. He was ruffling Li Qingnan's hair, saying excitedly, "Well done, kid. I never dreamed you could get a military medal before being expelled for breaking discipline. Remember to work hard from now on, make me proud of you a few more times." Li Qingnan was being ruffled so much he was swaying, but the smile on his face was silly and bright, as if about to bloom into a flower. "Of course. Just tell me, am I outstanding or not?" Kuai Lao Lu was amused by his shamelessness and said heartily, "Outstanding. How could you not be outstanding? The soldiers I train are naturally the best." The two spent the whole way back in mutual admiration, the main theme being, "We got merits today, we father and son must celebrate together." This scene made Xia Li feel extremely unbalanced. Both are battalion commanders and subordinates. Why? Sometimes, not thinking about something isn't so infuriating, but the more you think about it, the angrier you get. Adhering to the principle of endure for a moment, get ovarian cysts, take a step back, get breast hyperplasia, and Lu Dingyuan's principle of putting her own safety first, she felt she must reclaim her health. Her gaze swept through the crowd and immediately landed on the one who stood out even among the already distinguished soldiers, the one who was exceptionally outstanding and also particularly dog-like. Xia Li immediately charged towards Lu Dingyuan for the sake of her physical health. Lu Dingyuan, having just finished the commendation meeting, was thinking about the training plan for the next few days, planning to go back and work on it carefully, when his arm was suddenly grabbed. Turning to look at the little girl holding his arm with a fierce expression, Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly, a question mark popping into his mind. He hadn't even settled accounts with her for blowing up the mess hall's windows today, and judging by her expression, Xia Li was choked for a moment, the angry little flame in her heart instantly extinguished by half. This dog-like guy used to be mostly silent except when nagging her to work, Why was he so aggressive now? With a cold face, she said, shouldn't the one doing the self-criticism be you? Lu Dingyuan. Without waiting for Lu Dingyuan to react, Xia Li dragged him towards the direction Li Qingnan and Kuai Lao Lu had left. Their steps were fast, and they soon caught up with the slowly walking Li Qingnan and Kuai Lao Lu. As they got closer, Lu Dingyuan was filled with the sound of Kuai Lao Lu's lavish praise for Li Qingnan and immediately realized something, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Xia Li, with a cold face, exuding an aura of apologize to me right now, raised her voice and, using the tone parents use when saying look at other people's children, reproached him with disappointment. Look at them, then look at you. You're both battalion commanders. Don't you think there's something wrong with your leadership style? Don't you feel any guilt? Don't you think you're unreasonably strict? Both are battalion commander-subordinate relationships. Li Qingnan gets merits and receives his battalion commander's happy praise service. But when it comes to her, not only is there not a single good word, she directly gets an afternoon of scolding education package. Is this reasonable? This is not reasonable at all. Lu Dingyuan looked down and saw Xia Li's face so close, looking like an angry lionhead goldfish. He bit the inside of his cheek with his back teeth to keep from laughing out loud. A lionhead goldfish fiercely scolding someone. Lu Dingyuan, suppressing his laughter with great effort, said in a very serious tone, earnestly praising, receiving a collective second-class merit is impressive, worthy of commendation. After saying that, the low laugh in his chest escaped, forcibly restrained by its owner, turning into a light cough mixed with laughter and a snort. Xia Li. Seeing Xia Li's increasingly gloomy expression, Lu Dingyuan immediately realized things were about to go badly. He forcibly swallowed back the low laugh, kept a straight face, looking very serious, just like when he usually trained soldiers, and said in a tone devoid of any emotion, sorry. Xia Li. Xia Li wasn't stupid. How could she not tell Lu Dingyuan was making fun of her? Immediately furious, she didn't care about hitting a superior or not, raised her fist, and swung at Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan naturally wouldn't stand there and let her hit him, knowing full well about Xia Li's strange strength. He turned and ran. Xia Li sneered and without hesitation chased after him, fist raised. What are you running for? If you have the guts, stand still and don't run. Li Qingnan, who was receiving his superior's once-in-a-century praise, suddenly felt two green blurs rush past him. After seeing clearly what was happening, his mind was filled with question marks. Is the superior-subordinate relationship in the South Island Corps this lax? A subordinate can chase and hit a superior in public? If it were them, if he dared to chase old man Kuai, he'd probably be pinned to the ground and beaten to death, right? Sigh, I'm a bit envious of the atmosphere of the superior-subordinate relationship in the South Island Corps. Kuai Lao Lu saw the soldier under his command looking longingly at the chasing superior and subordinate, and a cold smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. This brat still needs more discipline, can't handle praise. Changing the subject, he said, by the way, our senior leader said Comrade Xia Li is a very capable talent. I heard you're quite familiar with her. Why don't you try to persuade her to come here? We have more battles here, more military merits, faster promotions. Li Qingnan, brought back to reality by the atmosphere of praise, heard his superior say this and immediately frowned. He did want his childhood friend to come play with him, but he knew perfectly well it was impossible. Li's parents are still suffering on South Island. How could she agree to come to the Northeast? He immediately said, I think she's doing fine on South Island. She probably won't want to come. Hearing this, Kuai Lao Lu immediately remembered how this kid had looked yearningly at the two chasing and playing superior and subordinate earlier, and just gave a cold smile. Those two are a man and a woman. Given how anxious Lu Dingyuan was about that girl before, who knows what their relationship is? If two grown men chased and fought playfully on the drill ground, wouldn't people think they were both crazy? Thinking she's better off there, is he secretly hoping for that? Physically here but heart elsewhere, this brat is something else. Either get her here for me, or beat her in the military competition a week from now. She's someone who can disassemble armored vehicles with her bare hands. Think about it carefully. With that, he no longer said anything else to this subordinate who kept his leadership and strode past him, leaving. Li Qingnan. Where's that battalion commander who praised him so comfortably? How can he get angry and turn his back so suddenly? Xia Li managed to corner someone that night, but not completely. Lu Dingyuan's tactical approach to fighting her was definitely the type that gave her the biggest headache. He didn't engage her head-on, using various clever techniques to deflect her force, relying on agility to dodge. When she hit him, it felt like she hadn't really hit him, like punching cotton. No matter how she fought, it wasn't satisfying. In the end, he ran back to the single soldier's dormitory, and she couldn't very well chase him into his room to fight, so it ended inconclusively. That night, Xia Li even dreamed of playing Eagle Catches Chicks with Lu Dingyuan. Early the next morning, Xia Li, who had been chasing chicks all night, got up to attend the mobilization meeting for the intercorps competition in the small conference hall. Small conference hall podium. Battalion Commander Bai was full of vigor and Battalion Commander Bai smiled with satisfaction and nodded. I knew everyone would have confidence. In the past 8 intercorps competitions, we have won 8 times in a row. I believe our undefeated record will surely continue, creating more glory. Do you have confidence? The crowd shouted with high morale yes. Battalion Commander Bai smiled and nodded with satisfaction. If we win this competition, the entire Marine Corps will get 3 days off when we return. Woohoo! The cheers were deafening. The soldiers below the stage were more motivated than ever. For them, who hardly got any days off in a year, suddenly getting 3 extra days was like manna from heaven. How could they not be excited? Each one was beaming with joy, wishing they could beat the Northeast Corps to the ground right then and there. Zhao Chang, with one arm still in a plaster cast and sling, was also grinning from ear to ear. He leaned over to Xia Li, who was sitting next to him watching the excitement, and said happily, "Platoon leader, we really have to give it our all this time. 3 days off. I haven't had that many days off in a long time." Xia Li looked at him somewhat puzzled. "Don't you get leave every year? Didn't you take any last year?" Zhao Chang's expression turned a bit helpless. He sighed and said, "Having leave doesn't mean you can always get it approved, especially home leave. I haven't been home in 4 years." Lan Xiaxing, sitting behind them, also overheard their conversation and leaned in, whispering with a smile, "I haven't been back in 2 years either. Theoretically, we get leave every year, but it's really hard to get approved, especially for the New Year holiday. Only a certain number of people can go home for the New Year each year. They can't let everyone go. And if any battles break out or tasks come up, we can be recalled even if we're on leave. Actually, very few soldiers manage to take all their annual leave." Xia Li. Forgive her, someone who started taking paid leave less than a week into the job and then took more paid leave not long after, for being unable to empathize. "So, what's the use of giving you 3 days off? You might not even be able to use all your leave anyway." Lan Xiaxing said nonchalantly, "If we can't use it all, we can save it up. When I get married someday, I can have a few extra days for my wedding leave." He pointed at Zhao Chang, who was injured. Xiangzi is injured this year and can't be on duty, so his New Year home leave will probably be approved. Last year's leave plus these 3 days, he can stay home for almost a month. Zhao Chang grinned so wide his mouth almost reached his ears. "I still had a few days of leave left from the year before last. I just calculated. I can take a whole month off." As soon as he said this, those around him who heard immediately shot him looks of envy and jealousy. Light. Judging by the momentum, they seemed ready to beat him to death just to snatch that 1-month vacation. Everyone chatted and laughed as the mobilization meeting concluded. When training resumed, Xia Li noticed that everyone was putting in more than just a little extra effort. Even when she spent an entire morning beating them up in the icy snow, the soldiers of the 4th platoon didn't cry or complain. They were truly fighting desperately for those 3 days off. After finishing the morning's training, Xia Li strolled leisurely toward the cafeteria. At the corner, she saw Li Qingnan, hands in his pockets, hopping up and down to keep warm alongside a large black dog. Seeing Xia Li approach, Li Qingnan immediately tilted his head, signaling for her to come over. Xia Li jogged over, glanced sideways at the red-haired black dog, and said irritably, "Whose little idiot is this? Haven't you killed it for meat yet?" They had all run off, but this little fool, who couldn't tell good from bad, ran back and essentially handed both her and Li Qingnan over for free. As the only one among over a dozen onlookers who got punished for watching the fun, Xia Li felt this dog could be stewed. "Dehei, Jape Ji." Hearing Xia Li's complaint-filled words, Li Qingnan grinned happily, boasting triumphantly, "We didn't kill it, but as punishment, it didn't get the 2 bones that day." Xia Li looked at the black dog and immediately laughed, sincerely praising her friend. "Well done. Dehei, Jape Ji." Relying on his remaining, albeit minimal, conscience, Xia Li didn't join his childhood friend in bullying a dog. Instead, he looked at Li Qingnan and asked, "What's up?" If Li Qingnan just wanted to hang out, he would have come straight to find her normally. This secretive look definitely meant it wasn't something proper. Lately, she really couldn't afford to cause more trouble. She still needed that jerk Lu Dingyuan to figure out a way for her to visit her eldest brother. Li Qingnan came straight to the point. "Old Kuei wants you to come to the Northeast Corps." Xia Li found it somewhat amusing. "You know why I was sent to the countryside in the first place?" Li Qingnan chuckled smugly. "Of course I know. So I refused on the spot. But that old man isn't very decent. He said if I can't lure you to the Northeast, then I have to beat you in the joint exercise. I know you won't come, and I don't want to get beaten to death by you fair and square, so that's why I came to discuss something else with you." Xia Li, stunned by the other's sincerity. "What is it?" Li Qingnan looked at Xia Li with utmost seriousness, his face grave. "Something that can spare my life." Xia Li. Seeing her usually lively and cheerful childhood friend discussing matters of life and death so seriously with her, Xia Li immediately felt this couldn't be anything good. However, driven by curiosity and that mindset of tolerating her friend's antics even if they pushed Lu Dingyuan's buttons, she still asked with interest, "Care to elaborate?" Seeing a chance, Li Qingnan's grin stretched ear to ear, even showing his gums. He grabbed Xia Li's sleeve, pulling her toward the flower bed with a laugh. Come on, we need to discuss this in detail." He looked around, saw no one, relaxed stealthily, then lowered his voice, whispering mysteriously to Xia Li, "Look, you definitely can't come to our northeast military region. Besides maybe coming for a month of winter training, you probably won't be back. So, your reputation here isn't that important anymore, right?" Xia Li. Xia Li looked at the foolishly grinning Li Qing'an and said very bluntly, "Actually." Hearing this, Li Qing'an stared at her wide-eyed, radiating disbelief. "Your reputation is more important than your brother's life." Xia Li blinked, her reply colder than a butcher's knife used for over a decade. "That depends on the situation. If you want me to be laughed at by tens of thousands across the whole military region simultaneously, I think your life isn't that important after all." Li Qing'an. Li Qing'an rubbed his face, looking utterly speechless. "It's not that extreme." He leaned closer to Xia Li again, whispering, "Look, you can't come to the northeast. I don't want to be beaten to death by you, and I don't want to lose to you and get half-killed by old Kuei. What do you think? During the joint exercise, could we put on a show? You deliberately lose to me, so old Kuei stops obsessing over us." Xia Li. Little comrade, you really dare to think. So young and already considering match-fixing. Hearing Li Qingnan's proposal, Xia Li actually hesitated for once. Normally, she'd agree without a second thought. After all, winning or losing didn't matter much to her. If she could slack off, she naturally would. The problem was, everyone in their regiment was training hard to win, and they were practically dancing with excitement over those 3 days off. Especially Zhao Chang. Even though he couldn't participate in the joint exercise due to injury, he was practically supervising his soldiers one-on-one during training, just to ensure victory. With everyone working so hard, it didn't seem right for her to hold them back. "I can't promise you that right now. It depends on the competition format. After all, winning or losing isn't just about me. It concerns the entire regiment's external reputation." Hearing this, Li Qing'an knew she had essentially agreed and immediately smiled. He immediately started looking around like a thief, slightly crouching, and began whispering the intel he gathered to Xia Li. "I heard this time it's a team competition between the two armies, the kind where you defend positions. As long as you capture the opponent's high ground, it's fine. One person's failure doesn't affect much." Hearing this, Xia Li felt somewhat relieved, but didn't agree immediately. She was confident that as long as she was there, in an exercise like capturing high ground, they basically wouldn't lose. She wouldn't intentionally feed herself to the enemy and screw over the others unless she couldn't ensure the Southern Island Regiment's complete victory. But she had to help her childhood friend in this life-or-death matter. Her eyes shifted slightly, and a somewhat mischievous smile appeared. She beckoned to Li Qing'an, "Come here, I have an idea." Li Qing'an, excited, leaned his ear close to Xia Li, and the two began whispering and discussing. They had just found a secluded corner, but that didn't mean the backfield was completely empty. Everyone saw these two troublemakers, who frequently caused trouble in the regiment, huddled together, whispering about something, their expressions growing increasingly sketchy. "Everyone on the field. Looks like there's going to be some excitement again. Should we notify the superiors so they can be mentally prepared? After all, nothing good ever happens when these two get together." After finishing their discussion, Xia Li and Li Qing'an returned to their respective units. To avoid suspicion, they didn't even meet again before the joint exercise. If they had met up to cause trouble as usual, it might have been fine. But the fact that they not only didn't cause trouble together, but didn't even see each other clearly meant they were saving up their energy for some major mischief. Both Lu Dingyuan and old Kuei Lu spent the next few days feeling somewhat apprehensive. Lu Dingyuan even implemented one-on-one surveillance. When he was free, he watched her himself. When busy, he had Zhao Chang and Lan Xiaxing keep an eye on her, ensuring Xia Li had no chance to slip away alone. It wasn't until the day before the joint exercise began that Lu Dingyuan finally felt somewhat at ease. Tomorrow was the exercise. Even if Xia Li wanted to cause trouble, it could only be on the battlefield. Given the choice between causing trouble for others and causing trouble for her own side, this girl usually chose the former. There wouldn't be external enemies or spies during the joint exercise, so even if she was let loose, it shouldn't be a big deal. Early the next morning, the joint exercise officially began. Under the icy moon, amidst vast white snow, the large drill ground was filled with people. The senior leader who had previously awarded Xia Li her military medals stood on the podium, giving an impassioned mobilization speech to the crowd. In this cold weather, we welcome the most heated joint exercise. All of you here are the finest soldiers of China, the pride of our nation. I hope that on this special day, you can showcase your abilities and win this honor for your military region. Xia Li stood in formation, watching the old man on stage talk more and more, clearly settling into a real leadership speech that would last at least 2 hours minimum. Her thoughts gradually drifted away. Ping Yingjun, distributing blue armbands, walked near Xia Li and saw her standing there not paying attention, mind-wandering. His face immediately stiffened. Handing a blue armband to Xia Li, he frowned and scolded, "Focus. The joint exercise is an extremely serious matter. Have you memorized all the specific rules and discipline?" Xia Li snapped back to attention, took the blue armband from Ping Yingjun, tied it around her arm, nodded slightly, and replied calmly, "Memorized them all." In the past 3 days, the regiment had held mobilization meetings 7 or 8 times repeatedly. Her ears were practically calloused. How could she not remember? Although Ping Yingjun usually thought their battalion commander was too strict with Xia Li, seeing her somewhat distracted appearance now also gave him a headache. Frowning, he scolded angrily, "What's the use of just memorizing? You have to follow the rules and regulations properly." Xia Li with a subway grandpa looking at phone expression. "Don't you think you're being unreasonable? You asked if I remembered, I said I did, and then you bring up following regulations out of nowhere. What's the difference between that and me eating an apple at home, you asking if it's tasty, me saying yes, and then you angrily asking why I didn't plant it in the soil? Pure nitpicking." With a "don't be unreasonable with me" look, she glanced at Ping Yingjun, utterly speechless. 2 armies face off. The side that captures the opponent's high ground wins. How else am I supposed to physically implement that? Besides, we're the communications company. Our only role is to maintain communication, not to go to the front lines and fight. We'll be holed up at base. Whether we even see action is questionable. What regulations are you talking about? The communications company's duty was to ensure battlefield communication, supporting our own forces' connectivity. Meaning, as long as the comms equipment wasn't broken, they could stay holed up in their nest defending home. Unless the enemy attacked their high ground, they might not even need to engage. Scolding her about regulations and distance at a time like this was clearly just looking for a fight. She hadn't even figured out how to sneak over to the enemy camp yet after hearing the arrangements. Ping Yingjun was choked by Xia Li's words, but oddly felt there might be a tiny bit of truth to it. However, it made their communications company sound somewhat unimpressive. Ping Yingjun glared at Xia Li and said irritably, "What do you mean, hold up at home? Can't you phrase it better? We defend the homeland in peacetime, and when war requires, we don our armor and go to battle. Even if the organization doesn't need us on the front lines at all times, we must still have sufficient combat readiness. Don't speak so crudely in the future, understand?" Xia Li. She felt this last bit of scolding was probably just because her phrasing was too blunt and hit their company commander's sore spot. Ping Yingjun gave Xia Li another annoyed sidelong glance, then waved the blue armbands in his hand and continued distributing them with a stern face. Having a troublemaker under his command who could fight was good, but this troublemaker's mouth was too infuriating. The joint exercise officially began. Everyone was transported to the nearby designated area. As soon as Xia Li got off the truck, she saw support personnel quickly setting up camp. In no time, a large tent was erected. That tent was the central command post, reserved for regimental commander by Lu Dingyuan, Mu Kejin, and other top brass to formulate strategies. Naturally, there was no place for Xia Li and her group. In this bitter cold, setting up a separate tent just for the communications company wasn't practical. So, the communications company, which didn't need to leave the base camp immediately, was assigned the task of patrolling the perimeter of the high ground. Patrolling the high ground perimeter was essentially a task with little real function. A regiment had several thousand soldiers, all distributed across various positions within their own territory. If enemy forces could infiltrate near the high ground right at the start of the exercise, there'd be no point in fighting. Xia Li led her 29 subordinates, meandering leisurely through the nearby small forest. Finding it utterly boring, she pulled a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket and offered it to the group. "Want some? Everyone." This was a proper 2-army confrontation. Munching on sunflower seeds, chatting idly, and strolling through the forest, turning the patrol mission into a picnic, was that really okay? Everyone mentally complained, but their hands moved faster than Xia Li's paper-wrapped bag. Each grabbed a handful of seeds, munching as they patrolled, eventually just finding a spot to stand guard. Lan Xiaxing leaned sideways against a poplar tree, crunching on seeds and casually tossing the shells on the ground, grinning slyly. If the people at the high ground saw us munching seeds here, they'd probably be furious. We'd definitely all get disciplinary action. Wu Meng, with his baby face, scrunched his features together, sighing dejectedly. "I used to be in logistics, thinking joining a proper company would let me see some action. But after coming to our platoon, I found out new recruits don't get to go to the front. Every time the regiment has a mission, it never falls to us. I thought the joint exercise would be a chance to really fight, but now they're making us do logistics again. I really want to charge into battle. In Southern Island, being new and distrusted, getting sidelined was one thing, but even in a joint exercise they weren't being sent to fight. It seemed their benchwarming stint wasn't over. Wu Ming still couldn't figure it out. He'd heard before that every soldier in the Marine Corps could take on 10, even 100, doing the most dangerous missions, living lives harder than workhorses. But now it seemed all rumors. Xia Li sat on a large tree stump, crunching seeds loudly, thinking to herself, the reason you haven't seen action since arriving might not be because you're new, but because your battalion commander won't let me go to the front, dragging you down with me. Tossing a shell on the ground nonchalantly, she said, anyway, they sent us out on patrol just to keep us from wandering around and getting in their way. What's the difference whether we munch seeds or not? Our position is 2 kilometers east. There are several hundred people guarding there. They can handle the red. The troops over there will charge over in 3 minutes. These guys are definitely going to end up worse off than us. But since we're already out here anyway, and there's no real life-threatening danger this time, heading to the battlefield shouldn't be a problem. The only good thing about coming out for this two-army confrontation was that Lu Dingyuan, who usually nagged at her the moment she stepped out, didn't strictly restrict her movements this time. In fact, when they ran into each other earlier, he even came over to tell her that if there was any action later, he'd send her out, and as long as she completed the mission, she could do as she pleased. It really seemed like he was letting her cut loose during this two-army exercise. Xia Li guessed that the bastard probably thought it was unsafe to let her cause trouble outside normally, but since causing trouble during the two-army competition carried no life-threatening risks, he was letting her vent her energy properly. The problem was, Xia Li knew herself, what overflowing energy did she even have? All her so-called excess energy was just a necessary means to retire early and live a laid-back life. If someone would just reinstate her father to his official position right now, allowing her to go back home and be the family's cutest freeloader, she'd submit her resignation from the army immediately and go home to mooch off her parents. Everyone chattered away, none of them thinking what Xia Li said could actually come true. Just their own 1st Battalion Communications Company had 4 platoons, plus 3 platoons each from the other 2 battalions, that made 10 communications platoons in total. What kind of heavenly luck would it take for them to get a chance to charge into battle? They were probably just here to make up the numbers this time. They cracked sunflower seeds for over an hour. During that time, the sounds of artillery, gunfire, and explosions never stopped, but all that excitement belonged to others. Just when everyone in the 4th platoon thought they could pack up, hand over their shift, and go back to eat, a young soldier carrying a rifle ran over from the distance, shouting anxiously, 1st Battalion, Communications Company, 4th Platoon. Hearing their unit called, everyone looked over in unison. The young soldier was taken aback seeing Xia Li and her group either sitting or leaning around, still cracking sunflower seeds, completely without any sense of urgency. He quickly snapped out of it, frowning slightly. Though his expression remained odd, he still delivered the order. Central Command has issued an order for you to go west and repair the damaged communications equipment. The entire Communications 4th Platoon, who had prepared themselves to just be filler. They really could go to the battlefield. Remembering her plan with Li Qingnan, Xia Li immediately stood up from the tree stump, brushed the sunflower seed shells off her hands, gave a slight nod to the reporting soldier, and strode toward the Central Command direction. Let's go. Only then did the 4th platoon members react. It really was like their platoon leader said, there was actually a chance for them to get into action. They instantly straightened up, chests out and spirits high, looking all heroic and ready to go win a battle. But when they returned to their own high ground, they found everyone around the tents bustling with intense activity, messengers running messages, people delivering supplies, others reporting situations. Probably within the entire Blue Army, only their 4th platoon was relatively idle. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming looked regretful, clutching his chest with a pained expression. If I'd known it was this busy here, we should have come back earlier. Staying out for over an hour with no one coming to look for them clearly meant you're not in the organization's plans. They were so busy their hair was falling out, yet they still didn't think to fetch them. They'd been completely abandoned. Ping Yingjun saw the 4th platoon members running back excitedly and immediately frowned. Why did the patrol take so long? Did you sweep the entire perimeter? The battle is urgent. All the other communications personnel are out checking lines. Grab the maps quickly and get the communications reconnected. Command needs them. The entire 4th platoon. So their company commander did remember them? Even if it was only because all other communications personnel were deployed, leaving only them free. Xia Li didn't share her soldiers' overthinking. Seeing the company commander hand her the map, she strode over, took it, and listened carefully as he briefly explained which section of line was damaged. As for how to repair it, no one wasted words on that. The communications company was in this business. If they didn't have that basic professional skill, they might as well transfer out and go do something else. After listening to Ping Yingjun outline the area in a few sentences, Xia Li waved her hand grandly and said to her people, "Let's go." He couldn't help feeling the 4th platoon's vibe was a bit off. Although Xia Li tended to get lost when going out, she was particularly good at reading maps. Holding the map, she quickly led her people to the area with the communication problem. This place probably wasn't the main battlefield. There was no one around, only the ground blackened by explosions at some unknown time. Likely, it was this stray shell that had severed the communication lines. Xia Li waved her hand at everyone and ordered, "It's around here. Check where the fault point is. Investigate quickly." The communications personnel immediately split into 2 groups. One group stayed with Xia Li on guard, while the other, carrying toolkits, scattered and soon found the buried lines on the ground. After tracing and checking the lines, Lan Xiaxing raised his hand. "The fault point is here. It's not a big problem. It'll be fixed quickly." Lan Xiaxing had also taken proper repair courses. In less than a minute, he had the wires reconnected. After connecting them, he continued tracing the line forward to check for any spots about to break. But as he followed the line, he came across a black box buried in the ground. Lan Xiaxing was stunned. Looking at the 10-centimeter square black box, he asked curiously, "What's this? Did we bury a signal transmitter here?" Hearing this, Xia Li strode over, glanced at the black signal transmitter, squatted down to carefully study the map in her hand showing the cable layout, and her frown deepened. She also sounded puzzled. "No, it's not marked on here." All signal transmitters on the map were indicated with circles, but their location only had straight lines representing cables, no circles for signal transmitters. The nearest circle was about 700 or 800 meters away. Lan Xiaxing frowned. Could someone have buried it by mistake? Or forgot to mark it? Xia Li shook her head. That possibility is extremely slim. If a signal transmitter was buried, even just for easier retrieval, it would absolutely be marked on the map. This inexplicably appearing signal transmitter suddenly reminded Xia Li of the former village party secretary who had been arrested in the village. Could this signal transmitter also have been buried by some spy, connected to their communication line to intercept their command content and deliberately sabotage the military exercise? Thinking this, Xia Li's expression immediately darkened. She promptly ordered, "Don't overthink it. Since it's not marked, there's definitely a problem. We'll dismantle this thing and take it back, then have someone investigate what's going on." No one had any objections, and they got to work dismantling it. All being communications soldiers, they worked with remarkable efficiency, taking the signal transmitter apart in a few moves. Xia Li took the signal transmitter and was just about to tell Lan Xiaxing to hurry up and reconnect the wires so they could go back and have command figure things out quickly to prevent whoever buried this thing from escaping. But from the distance came a loud, furious roar. "Stop right there. What are you doing? Put down what you're holding." Immediately after, a burst of crackling gunfire rained down on them. Xia Li, the entire 4th platoon. From far away in the woods, a small group of soldiers in military uniforms with red armbands came charging over. They all had their guns raised, and seeing what Xia Li and her group were doing, their faces twisted with extreme fury. Without a word, they opened fire. Their actions were exceptionally fierce, their determination to eliminate the enemy unwavering. Xia Li hadn't expected this sudden wave of people to emerge from the distance. Seeing this, she loudly commanded her people, "Take cover." These 4th platoon members had been manually trained by Xia Li over the past 6 months. Their reaction speed was naturally beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Hearing Xia Li's command, their bodies reacted reflexively, darting away faster than rabbits. In the blink of an eye, the clearing was empty. While Xia Li and her group took cover, the Red Army also sought cover. After all, if the Blue Army were all hiding behind trees while they stood foolishly in the open, wouldn't they just be waiting to become targets? The platoon leader of the Red Army's 1st Battalion Communications Company, 2nd Platoon, hugged his rifle behind a large tree. Just thinking about the other side confiscating their signal transmitter made his heart ache. Thank goodness they discovered it, otherwise, wouldn't all their operations have been exposed? For the first time, he felt that coming to check a line fault was actually a good thing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shouted furiously at Xia Li's group, Blue Army personnel. "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." Xia Li, hiding behind a large tree, peeked out just a tiny bit to assess the current situation between the two sides. One side occupied half of this patch of woods, the other side the other half. You could say they were evenly matched in this small area. How could that be considered surrounded? She immediately shouted back, "This place is half yours, half ours. How is that a surround? By your logic, we've surrounded you too." The Red Army platoon leader was momentarily stunned hearing a woman's voice, then immediately remembered who this was. Wasn't this the only female member of the Marine Corps, the one known for causing trouble and being a fierce fighter, who beat her own soldiers until they howled every day? What rotten luck to run into her. Realizing what she had said, he grew even angrier. He subtly gave one of his men a look, and seeing the man nod slightly back, he maintained a calm expression and shouted loudly, "This is Red Army territory. You coming here to cut our lines is downright bullying. We've already sent someone back to request reinforcements. If you don't surrender immediately, don't blame us for encircling you and eliminating you on the spot." Xia Li quietly gave her people a hand signal and shouted back in a cocky, taunting tone, "Who are you trying to fool? If you really called for reinforcements, would you announce it so blatantly? You'd be lying low secretly, stalling for time until the reinforcements arrive to capture us all. Basically, you're just too scared to come out and face us head-on. If you've got guts, come out and stand in the middle so we can shoot you." The Red Army platoon leader hadn't had much contact with Li Qing'an before and was facing this kind of bratty behavior from Xia Li for the first time. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and he suddenly understood a little why Battalion Commander Kuei stood in the middle of the drill ground cursing Li Qing'an every day. Gritting his teeth to suppress his anger, he said sharply, "Huh. Sharp tongue. Wait until our reinforcements arrive." From a distance, the pure white sheet almost blended completely with the snowy landscape. However, just as he had retreated some distance, bang! A gunshot rang out in the air, which, apart from the two platoon leaders arguing, was otherwise quite still. The young soldier only felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the white sheet over his chest stained with red-colored dust. The young soldier. The Red Army troops. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The Red Army platoon leader had been stalling with Xia Li precisely to cover his man's retreat to call for reinforcements. Yet after all his chatter, the other side hadn't let their guard down at all. Xia Li's laughing voice came from the distance. "Oh my, you're hit. Why aren't you falling down yet? Don't tell me we need armor-piercing rounds even for someone draped in a white sheet." Suppressed snickers immediately rustled from the Blue Army side. That remark was purely infuriating, and the Red Army communications platoon members were thoroughly provoked. The hit soldier didn't cheat, he just hadn't reacted immediately after being hit. Now that he had, he simply sat down on the spot. Pointing in Xia Li's direction, he said angrily to his comrades, "Platoon leader. Her mouth is too foul. You have to avenge me. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. How could she keep rubbing it in?" And right at that moment, a gunshot suddenly came from behind the Red Army position. Instantly, a patch of red powder, as if from a red chalk tip, appeared on the Red Army platoon leader's head. Immediately after, one Red Army soldier after another found themselves in the same state. The Red Army hadn't expected an attack from behind and had no idea where the shooter had come from. Instinct took over, and they immediately made decisions. Some dropped prone where they were, others sought different cover. Seeing the enemy moving, Xia Li immediately pressed her hand down. Without hesitation, the 4th platoon opened fire on the soldiers who had left their original tree cover to change positions. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted in the area, carrying out a one-sided slaughter. Only those Red Army soldiers who had dropped prone into the snowdrifts without moving randomly avoided this crisis. However, this didn't last long. Seeing them prone on the ground, Xia Li naturally wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip. She immediately pressed the advantage, leading her people northward, quickly capturing all of them. By the time most of the Red Army were dead and the few survivors were captured, they still hadn't figured out who had shot them from behind. Xia Li pointed her gun at the captives squatting with their heads in their hands on the ground, looking particularly arrogant, unrestrained, and annoying. Come on, squat down, hands on your heads. All of you, squat properly or I won't hesitate to shoot. We don't have any rules about not killing prisoners here." The Red Army. The few Red Army captives, herded by Xia Li waving her gun like Japanese soldiers rounding people up during a sweep, had no choice but to shuffle their feet closer together even while squatting with hands on heads. Wu Meng, who had been lying in ambush on the ground, stood up now that everyone was captured, revealing his green uniform densely covered in attached dry grass, like a fisherman's straw raincoat. Grinning with a mouthful of white teeth, he walked over to the dead soldier draped in the white sheet and tugged at the sheet. Turning to Xia Li, he said cheerfully, "Platoon leader, look at their white sheets. Lying on the ground in this snowy landscape, you really can't see them at all. If he hadn't been hunched over running earlier, we really wouldn't have spotted him." As he spoke, he plucked at the grass on his own uniform. "Our outfits are still more suitable for use in the south." In the icy, snowy north, a clump of licorice suddenly appearing on such thick snow was still quite eye-catching. The set of clothes Wu Meng was wearing had been dug up from underground by Xia Li and her team, who then managed to weave the weeds onto him, essentially the most basic form of a ghillie suit from later eras. This outfit was indeed more suitable for hiding in grasslands rather than on snowy plains and ice fields. But his words sounded rather grating to the Red Army soldiers' ears. So many of them had been focused solely on guarding against the enemy ahead, completely overlooking the large pile of weeds behind them. It wasn't that no one had seen the weeds, it was just that no one had given them much thought. However, this not giving much thought was interpreted by the Southern Island Corps as it was so obvious, yet you all failed to notice. The faces of the Red Army soldiers instantly flushed red. A young Red Army soldier squatting on the ground hugged his head and looked up, declaring with a martyr's fervor, "A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. If you have the guts, just kill me." This young soldier was clearly both indignant and somewhat amused, knowing there was no real danger to his life, and was deliberately causing trouble. Seeing him like this, Xia Li couldn't help but laugh. In this lifetime, she was least afraid of dealing with mischievous kids. With a cold snort, she deliberately adopted the demeanor of a major villain. "A scholar can be killed but not humiliated? Since you're not afraid of death, why would I kill you? Of course, I'm going to humiliate you." With that, she waved her hand grandly and shouted, "Men, throw him into the snowdrift and pelt him with snowballs until he's beaten senseless. Let him experience the heart-wrenching pain from nature." Lan Xiaxing and the others immediately rushed over with gleeful laughter toward the soldier who was deliberately seeking attention, dragging him toward the snow. The young soldier, who had been shouting recklessly just moments before, saw the scene and panicked, struggling desperately and pleading loudly for mercy. "I was wrong. I can be humiliated. I can be humiliated." Lan Xiaxing, dragging him like a cannibal with prey, burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Great that you can be humiliated. We'll humiliate you right now." With that, he pressed the soldier into the snowdrift and, along with several other soldiers, began forming snowballs and pelting him furiously. The young soldier being used as a target. "Do all you Blue Army guys have some kind of problem? Can't I even surrender? Can't I even surrender?" The other prisoners watched their comrade being dragged into the snow to be humiliated with looks of horror. The snow in the northeast was thick, and soldiers had strong grips, so the snowballs they packed were solid and hurt like hell when they hit. The agony of being pinned in the snow for a snowball fight with no chance to fight back was something only locals from the northeast could truly understand. Xia Li, holding her rifle, grinned and gently tapped the shoulder of the nearest young soldier with the barrel, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a street thug. "Come on, don't just stand around idle." Soon, the forest echoed with the Red Army prisoners squatting on the ground, hugging their heads and singing, "The east is red, the sun rises." So, all this time they had been working diligently, they had actually been connecting the Red Army's lines? Then what about their own Blue Army's broken lines? The Blue Army soldiers reacted as if they'd been electrocuted. Except for a few left to guard the disarmed prisoners, the rest immediately went to search for their own lines. After fighting for so long, their Blue Army lines still hadn't been reconnected. This was absolutely critical. Fortunately, Xia Li and her team were technically proficient. Once they knew which set of wires wasn't theirs, they quickly located their own lines and began troubleshooting and repairing them at top speed. After finishing the repairs, everyone sighed in dismay. Lan Xiaxing frowned and sighed. "It took so long to troubleshoot. We've already exceeded the target time. We'll probably get chewed out when we get back." Who could have guessed that both armies had buried their lines in the same spot and neither had discovered the other's lines? It could only be said that fate was playing tricks on them. Xia Li thought for a moment and offered a suggestion from the bottom of her heart. "Well then, how about we just not go back?" The 4th platoon. The Red Army soldiers playing dead? Do you even hear the kind of nonsense your Southern Island Corps officer is spouting? If this were during the War of Resistance against Japan, you'd definitely be the type to switch sides on the spot, right? Under the gazes of her soldiers that seemed to say, "Platoon leader, maybe you should think this through again. If we go back like this, we'll probably all get disciplinary records." Xia Li, holding the Blue Army's communication wire, explained, "This thing is to ensure communications and usually runs to high ground. Which means if we follow the wire, we can find the enemy's high ground position." Red Army soldiers. The 4th platoon instantly understood. This was about to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's main camp. They immediately grew excited. Xia Li glanced at Wu Meng, who was guarding the prisoners, and called out, "Tie them all up. You take a few men and escort them back. Briefly explain the situation here. Just say we saw the two sides fighting and provided support on the spot." Wu Meng, who also wanted to join the fight. "Yes, sir." Seeing his disappointed look, Xia Li added, "The wire is right here. Find your way back along it later. Oh, and pull off the red armbands from their arms. We'll make use of them." The few men assigned to escort with Wu Ming immediately broke into smiles, deftly removing the red armbands from the Red Army soldiers and wrapping them around their own arms. Red Army prisoners. Prisoners' lives matter too. You Blue Army guys really don't treat prisoners as human, do you? The entire 4th platoon immediately split into 2 groups and began their operation. Xia Li led the men now wearing red armbands, following the communication wire on the ground, heading straight for its endpoint. However, even though they wore the red armbands meant to confuse the enemy, it didn't achieve much success in practice. After running into patrols and getting caught a second time, Xia Li and her team realized this method wasn't very effective. Relying on the skills honed from half a year of being beaten up by Xia Li, they quickly dealt with this patrol and then found a hidden spot, squatting in a circle to brainstorm a new plan. Lan Xiaxing squatted on the ground, ruffling his hair. I guess our disguise method might fool people from a distance where they can't see clearly, but up close it's impossible to hide. Even though the old regimental commander has tried to keep a low profile, a regiment only has so many people, and we've trained together daily for years. Even if we're not very familiar, we still recognize each other's faces. We probably got exposed earlier because those guys noticed they didn't recognize anyone in our squad, so they realized something was off. Xia Li squatted on the ground, tapping the earth with a small twig, and nodded. It really isn't working well. The closer we get to the center, the defenses will definitely get tighter. With just our 20-some people, trying to infiltrate the enemy's main tent is pretty much a pipe dream. Hong Xiangyang frowned. Then what do we do? Are we just going to turn back now? They had already been walking for quite a while, and were probably not far from the enemy's high ground. Turning back now would be a shame. Xia Li tapped the ground with her twig, thinking. Of course we're not turning back. We're already here. But we can cause a little trouble for them, right? As she spoke, she pointed her twig toward one of the soldiers in the platoon. Everyone followed her gaze and immediately saw the signal transmitter held in that young soldier's arms. It was another one they had found on the ground while following the wire forward. Hearing this, everyone perked up. The entire platoon specialized in communications. Even though they weren't experts in codes, that didn't stop them from treating this as their area of expertise. Several of them sat in a circle and immediately began fiddling with the enemy's signal transmitter, trying to decipher the commands being sent based on the signals received. The enemy's code was probably specially designed for this large-scale exercise between the 2 armies. It wasn't very sophisticated and was relatively easy to crack. After Xia Li and a few others had mostly figured out the enemy's encryption algorithm, Xia Li took her tools and simply modified the signal transmitter, which could only receive, into one that could also send signals. Everyone exchanged glances, grinning mischievously, and began sending out random signals. Soon after, soldiers of the Northeast Corps out on missions were thrown into confusion. Units originally assigned to missions in the north were suddenly ordered to change course to the south. Patrols assigned to defensive positions suddenly received orders that the front lines were in chaos and they must provide immediate support. Units currently engaged in fierce battle with the Blue Army suddenly received retreat orders, complete with precise withdrawal routes. The strangest part wasn't the sudden orders, but the fact that 2 conflicting orders were being issued simultaneously from above, inside the main command tent at the Northeast Corps' high ground position. The old regimental commander, who had dragged Xia Li and Li Qing'an away for a lecture a few days ago, stood by the command table. Gone was his leisurely demeanor from before. His face was now flushed red with anger as he slammed his mug down. Immediately. Notify everyone at once to switch to the second set of backup communication protocols. Do not continue using the original communication method. Absolutely do not let them act on those chaotic orders. Those despicable guys from the southern island hooked into our lines and are sending false orders. How on earth did they crack our communication code in such a short time? At his command, the guards immediately went to execute. Kuei Laolu, witnessing the current chaos, couldn't help but frown and calmly analyzed. The Marine Corps style has always been iron-fisted, advocating forceful methods. I actually think this tactic doesn't seem like something they would do. Though it was truly underhanded, giving him a sense of familiar, heart-stabbing frustration. The old regimental commander took a deep breath. Having vented his anger, he calmed down somewhat. Whether it's their style or not, it's something they did. It's not like we have a traitor in our own ranks during this large-scale exercise, is it? At this point, both their gazes shifted to Li Qing'an, who was squatting in the corner of the tent, trying his best to make himself invisible. He was the only unreliable one in their entire corps, and he was particularly close with the enemy. Remembering the incident where he had made Li Qing'an duel Xia Li, Kuei Laolu couldn't help but cast a suspicious look his way. If it were this guy, switching sides didn't seem entirely impossible. Li Qing'an. Li Qing'an felt his scalp tingle under the suspicious stares from everyone in the tent and hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me. I haven't left this place since the battle started. How could I have told the Southern Island side about our signals? Besides, those signals are so complicated. I haven't even memorized them yet. How could I tell anyone? As he spoke, he looked pleadingly at Kuei Laolu. If you don't believe me, ask our battalion commander. He can vouch for me. I really haven't memorized them. Old regimental commander. Everyone else in the room. Kuei Laolu. Suddenly feeling really embarrassed, what to do? Li Qingnan's cries were heart-wrenching, but no one in the room wanted to pay him any more attention. The old regimental commander shot Li Qingnan a look of utter disappointment and said irritably, "You think not memorizing them is something to be proud of? Everyone else is out fighting and you're hiding here doing nothing? Get out there and do some work right now." Li Qingnan. Wasn't he waiting for his childhood friend here? If it weren't for waiting for his childhood friend here, he would have long left this place under everyone's critical eyes to avoid being scolded. Li Qingnan slunk out but didn't leave the tent area. Instead, he found a hiding spot nearby. Meanwhile, on Xia Li's side, they soon discovered the enemy had changed their communication encryption method. Xia Li hugged the signal transmitter, clicked her tongue, and thought to herself. They reacted pretty fast. After studying it together for a while, they realized this new code wasn't as simple as the last one. Cracking it wouldn't be a quick task. Xia Li decisively gave up on continuing to cause trouble via signals and said to her team, "The Northeast Corps' main tent probably has a lot of people out checking lines and retrieving signal transmitters now. There shouldn't be many people left at the main tent itself. Let's go take a look first." The 4th platoon naturally had no objections. Everyone nodded and followed Xia Li as they stealthily made their way toward the main tent. The thunderous roar of artillery fire came from all directions, rising and falling. Xia Li led the entire platoon, this time trying their best to avoid conflicts, and soon reached the vicinity of the enemy's main tent. Everyone quietly hid behind scattered large trees. Xia Li squatted behind a tree thick enough for 1.5 people to embrace, watching the soldiers patrolling the open area of the enemy camp, her brow slightly furrowed. Wiping them all out won't be easy. She rubbed her chin with one hand, thinking. Since conditions weren't favorable, she'd just have to create them herself. She turned and asked the group behind her, "Does anyone have cigarette packs? Soft or hard packs, either is fine." Everyone was puzzled by her question, not understanding why their non-smoking platoon leader was asking for cigarette packs. In these times, most ordinary folks smoked hand-rolled tobacco because of poverty, but not every family was poor. In a platoon, there were still a few who could afford packaged cigarettes. Immediately, someone handed over a cigarette pack, whispering, "I have one." "Me too. I've got one here too." Although it was called a raid, Xia Li and the others didn't do it too blatantly. The group ran over, quietly stole some flour, chili powder, and a small iron pot before running off. The small white iron pot even had freshly cooked potatoes still boiling inside. The members of the 4th platoon jogged away. Even after putting some distance between themselves and the mess tent, they could still hear the startled shouts and the chaotic sounds of things being rummaged through coming from that direction. "Huh? Where are my potatoes? What's wrong with your memory? Didn't you just put them in the pot?" "Yeah, I put them in the pot. But now my pot is gone." The group, carrying the small pot of potatoes, found an empty spot and squatted down. Everyone looked at Xia Li with confusion. Lan Xiaxing's expression was indescribable. "Platoon leader, are you hungry? Running all the way to the mess tent to steal potatoes and flour. How starved for staple food could she be?" Xia Li. Seeing everyone's expressions that seemed to think she must be hungry, Xia Li suddenly felt a knot of frustration in her chest. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and eat these potatoes. I need the pot." If this were in a later era, this pot of potatoes could just be thrown away. But in this era of scarce resources, if she dared to throw away this pot of potatoes, the people under her command would probably turn on her in righteous indignation. The members of the 4th platoon exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what the platoon leader wanted to do, they didn't waste any more words. They simply found a couple of twigs on the ground, whittled them with their army knives to serve as makeshift chopsticks. With over 20 strapping young men, each taking just a couple of bites with their makeshift chopsticks, the small pot of potatoes was quickly finished. Xia Li took the empty pot, casually washed it along the sides with some snow, cleaned out the inside, then used the chopsticks everyone had used to set up a small fire pile. She lit a fire and started heating the pot. "Give me your crayons for now." The communications company sometimes needed to mark machines, usually with chalk, but they also carried crayons to guard against rainy weather. Lan Xiaxing collected everyone's crayons and handed them to Xia Li. By then, her pot was already hot. She put the crayons into the iron pot, stirred them with a small stick until they completely melted into wax, then sprinkled in the flour and started stir-frying. When she felt it was about right, she pulled out that packet of chili powder. Xia Li originally intended to put the entire packet of chili powder into the pot. But just before committing to this deadly act, she brought the packet to her nose and sniffed it. The pungent smell almost made her tears fall on the spot. Great. Devil's spice. Northeasterners aren't that fond of extremely spicy food either. Why did they have to prepare such hot chili? Holding on to the last shred of her conscience and a sense of camaraderie towards the Northeastern Army as fellow soldiers, she showed mercy and only added a small portion. The members of the 4th Platoon, still unsure of what she was doing, all watched her curiously, though some also looked with heartache at the now unusable crayons and the wasted white flour in the pot. Lan Xiaxing, being close to Zhao Chang and thus more familiar with Xia Li, simply asked outright, "Platoon leader, what are you making?" Xia Li, with one hand stir-frying the contents of the pot, used her other hand to pull out a box of snap poppers from her pocket and handed it to Lan Xiaxing. "Making something to drive the people out of the tent. Later, when we go over again, Lan Xiaxing, you're responsible for leading a small team to lure away the patrols. Best to lead them towards the main battlefield. It would be great if our people can hold them up." Lan Xiaxing was momentarily stunned upon seeing the box of snap poppers, but he quickly understood what Xia Li meant. He smiled, took the snap poppers, and said with a serious expression, "Yes. I'll complete the mission." "Xia Li, Xiao Jiqiang, you lead a small team to check if there are any enemy ambushes near the main tent. If there are, detain them first." As if remembering something, she specifically instructed, "Take them alive." "Xiao Jiqiang, yes." Xia Li took out a cigarette case from her pocket, removed the tin foil inside, smoothed it out on the ground, then poured the stir-fried, dried, reddish powder from the pot onto the tin foil. She wrapped all the powder in the tin foil into teardrop shapes. After packing up her things, she stood up. "The rest of you, come with me to block people at the entrance of the main tent. Kill everyone that comes out." Everyone. Everyone was shocked inwardly. Although it was a confrontation between two armies, it was still just an exercise. Those in the main tent were their legitimate superiors. Was it really okay for their platoon leader to tell them to show no mercy and kill everyone that came out? Though they thought this, the members of the 4th Platoon acted with unwavering determination, all responding excitedly, "Yes." "Xia Li, are they that happy about killing their superiors? What kind of rebellious bunch is this?" With the plan set, everyone took their positions and acted according to Xia Li's instructions. Everyone stealthily approached the enemy main tent again. After confirming Xia Li and the others were well hidden, Lan Xiaxing distributed his box of snap poppers among the 10 men under him and had them disperse. The soldiers executing this task all happily took the snap poppers, scattered to various corners around the main tent, raised their guns, and took a cold shot at the patrols. Bang! After the first shot, the soldiers on the mission started wildly throwing snap poppers against trees, creating a series of crackle-pop sounds while continuing to take cold shots. Even though there was only one person in each direction, they managed to create the illusion of a massive, 1,000-strong army launching a surprise attack on the enemy camp from all sides. Fortunately, the marksmanship of the 4th Platoon soldiers was excellent. Instantly, several patrolling soldiers were hit and eliminated. In the chaos, the Red Army simply mistook the inexplicably increased gunfire for poor marksmanship by the attackers, thinking they couldn't aim properly. Enemy attack. The patrols immediately went on alert. With attackers coming from all directions, each creating a commotion, they had to send out most of their men to pursue them. Kuei Lao Lu emerged from the main tent with a grim expression, asking sternly, "What's going?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kuei Lao Lu was shot in the head, freezing him in place. Kuei Lao Lu, realizing he'd been headshot. Xia Li made a downward pressing gesture with one hand. Everyone immediately understood. Hiding behind large trees, the gunfire from both sides instantly became even more ferocious. People inside the tent wanted to come out and help, but every time someone tried to exit, they would be ambushed, making it impossible to get out. After several unsuccessful attempts, they could only return inside the tent to discuss how to break through. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiqiang, leading a few soldiers, skirted the edges far from the main tent, making a wide circle around it. They quickly intercepted several people trying to run off to report, including Li Qing and in the woods. The gunfire near the main tent ceased. Of Xia Li's 8 people here, only 4 were currently alive. Xia Li crouched low, leading the others quietly towards the main tent. Meanwhile, inside the Red Army main tent, the regimental commander holding a tea mug was practically red in the face. The two armies were currently locked in intense combat, so there weren't many patrols near the main tent, as most soldiers had been sent out to fight. But having so many people get their headquarters raided was truly absurd. It was absurd to the point of being downright embarrassing to talk about. The few people inside exchanged glances. The 2nd Battalion commander asked the regimental commander, "The gunfire outside has stopped. I estimate they don't have many people either. Should we try to break out now?" Although going out earlier nearly got them shot in the head, and old Kuei had already been headshot, if they really went out to confront them head-on, with the enemy having fewer people, the outcome was still uncertain. Staying put felt too passive. The regimental commander frowned and shook his head. It's probably just a surprise attack squad. They'll be in trouble once our men return, so they definitely can't afford to wait. The exercise doesn't use real bombs. If they want to take the main tent, they can only launch a strong assault. Let's set up inside the tent and wait for them. That way, once our reinforcements arrive, they're sure to be defeated. Everyone thought this made sense. The 2 battalion commanders, guns in hand, took up positions on either side of the entrance, ready to shoot anyone who came in right in the head. Separated from them by just a piece of cloth, Xia Li was currently squatting quietly outside the main tent, hearing their conversation clearly. To avoid casualties, this war naturally couldn't involve real bombs for them. Xia Li also couldn't be so deranged as to use real bombs to blow up all those leaders inside, any one of whom outranked her, just to decide the outcome. So, she took out a match, struck it silently, used it to light the protruding tip of the teardrop-shaped, and quickly threw all 3 into the enemy main tent. At the same time, she stretched out a leg to press the tent flap down tightly, gesturing to the others to quickly disperse and get ready. Kuei Lao Lu, who witnessed all this, but as a corpse, couldn't give a warning. Inside the Red Army main tent, everyone had heard the rustling sounds outside and were fully alert, waiting for the assault. Then they saw 3 burning mat get thrown in from outside. No one inside had seen this thing before and was somewhat puzzled by it. The next second, they saw the 3 start emitting large amounts of slightly reddish-white smoke that came out incredibly fast and was extremely dense. The tent was instantly filled with an intense, heart-wrenching, tear-inducing, spicy smell that shot straight to the top of their heads. The 2nd Battalion commander immediately reacted, grabbing a nearby water cup and pouring it on the. Unexpectedly, when doused with water, produced smoke even faster, going from billowing smoke to. In almost the blink of an eye, smoke resembling a small mushroom cloud rose from the ground. In an instant, people inside the tent couldn't see each other anymore. Cough, 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 cough. Everyone was seized by violent coughing fits, unsure if it was from the spiciness or the smoke. The 2nd Company commander of the 3rd Battalion was relatively close to the. He quickly ran over, picked up one from the ground, and tried to lift the tent flap to throw it out. But when he tried to lift it, he found the flap seemed nailed to the ground, impossible to. The in his hand was almost burning his skin, yet he couldn't throw it out. 2nd Company commander of the 3rd Battalion? 2nd Company commander of the 3rd Battalion's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. Even covering his mouth and nose couldn't stop his coughing. Struggling against the in his chest, he said with difficulty, "It's blocked from the outside." Earlier, they didn't want to go out for fear of being ambushed. Now, they wanted to go out but couldn't. The people inside were coughing uncontrollably, completely losing their earlier composed, leadership demeanor. Cough, 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 cough. What is this thing? It's choking me to death. Which damned person came up with something like this? Inside the tent, the sounds of coughing rose and fell, interspersed with cursing. Xia Li, squatting by the entrance, felt it was about time. She then opened the tent flap just a crack, letting sunlight into the tent. Not only did sunlight enter, but the inside also started pouring out. Xia Li had only opened a small crack, yet they billowed out like special effects from the heavens. The people inside also noticed the opening in the flap. They scrambled and crawled their way out. Bang, bang, bang. With each person emerging, a gunshot rang out. Each gunshot eliminated one enemy. Xia Li had originally thought these people might put up a desperate fight, but she hadn't expected it to be this ridiculously easy. Every person who ran out of the tent had bloodshot eyes. They came out and simply fell to the ground, offering no counterattack at all. The members of the 4th platoon still had a bit of, and were genuinely afraid of these old-timers. They kindly offered their. The regimental commander scanned over Xia Li and the others, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Who made that thing?" No one made a sound. No one admitted to it. Xia Li very kindly reminded the regimental commander, according to the rules, the dead can't talk. Regimental commander. It was definitely you wretched girl. After confirming the complete annihilation, all that remained was to retrieve the small flag from inside their tent. But the inside of that tent was filled with that, which was truly a bit terrifying. No one dared to go inside the tent to get it. Everyone looked at each other, worried about yet unwilling to face the smoke Xia Li had created. Xia Li decisively said, "Take it apart. We don't need it anymore anyway." Upon hearing her order, the members of the 4th platoon acted without question, immediately starting to dismantle the enemy's main tent at high speed. Setting something up properly is difficult, but taking it apart is much easier. In just over 10 seconds, the Red Army's main tent was half dismantled. Victory was already within grasp. If they couldn't get the enemy's main flag at this point, they'd be utterly useless. While her subordinates were working and everyone's attention was on them, Xia Li stealthily, very stealthily, moved over to Li Qingnan's side. Under the bewildered gazes of the group of prisoners beside Li Qingnan, she used her body to block Li Qingnan's form and tossed him a gun. Li Qingnan. The group of prisoners. Li Qingnan gave Xia Li a look that said, "Good buddy, I didn't wait for you in vain." He quickly grabbed the gun and fired a shot at Xia Li's back. Bang! The sound attracted everyone's attention. The guards watching the prisoners were startled by this sudden turn of events, never expecting Xia Li to get shot. Bang, 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 bang. In less than half a second, Li Qingnan had been riddled with bullets, clearly carrying a lot of personal emotion in the act. Li Qingnan, covered from head to toe in red powder marks. It didn't hurt too much, really. It was just a bit embarrassing. The Red Army leaders witnessing the slaughter of their subordinate. If there wasn't something fishy about this, they'd write their names backwards. Got the main flag. As the 4th platoon members fished out a small red flag from the remains of the main tent, the confrontation between the two armies officially ended. When the Blue Army main tent received the news that the surprise attack was successful and the large-scale exercise was over, the people inside the tent were stunned. No one had sent anyone to raid the enemy camp. The battle had just entered its phase and hadn't yet reduced the enemy's military strength to a level where a successful raid was possible. To have silently raided the enemy's main tent like this, who on earth did it? The naval infantry officers were first puzzled, but then the same name, that of a person so undisciplined it gave them headaches, simultaneously came to everyone's mind. Just as they were about to go ask if it was Xia Li's team that had taken the enemy's high ground, they first received word. Platoon leader Xia was shot by the enemy forces. Killed. Everyone? So was it her or not? The Marine Corps only learned the truth when they held the Joint Military Operations debriefing and saw a group of red-eyed enemy troops. The regiment commander from the northeast, gritting his teeth, patted Commander Bai on the shoulder with a ferocious smile. "Commander Bai, you've trained your people well. Mixing flour with chili peppers, you're all something else." Commander Bai was utterly confused. Then, he was bombarded with the story of how a female platoon leader from their Marine Corps had stolen supplies from the mess unit, created tear gas-like smoke bombs, and nearly wiped out the high-ranking officers from the Northeast Corps participating in the exercise. Commander Bai, Lu Dingyuan, and Ping Yingjun, Xia Li's direct superiors, were subjected to a torrent of criticism, with the others demanding an explanation. Commander Bai and Ping Yingjun being called to the principal's office for the first time. Lu Dingyuan, who had experienced this many times before. "This familiar feeling, I'm gradually getting used to it. Good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles, especially when it involves strict superiors." Xia Li's feet spread throughout the Northeast Corps. In just one afternoon, she gained the nickname, the woman who made over 20 Northeastern tough men cry for her. Xia Li, upon hearing this highly suggestive nickname. "Thanks, but no thanks." That description is downright creepy. In the conference room, senior division commander and all officers at the battalion level and above who participated in the joint military exercise sat around a large oval table, analyzing the event. Senior division commander sat at the head of the table, frowning slightly and sighing. "We've pretty much analyzed the strengths, weaknesses, and oversights of both sides in this exercise. The rest can be improved upon individually. The issue now is that we still need to select a Best Individual award. Logically, this award should undoubtedly go to Comrade Xia Li. She is the undisputed best individual in this joint exercise. However, her final actions are somewhat questionable. Xia Li's stunt was truly unexpected. 30-some people, relying on their own wisdom and knowledge, quietly captured the enemy's main camp. In any exercise, this would be considered explosive in terms of organization, command, and individual action. But as a soldier, colluding with the enemy and faking her death, such an attitude is indeed disappointing. Xia Li is from Nandao, so the Nandao side naturally couldn't say much in her defense. For a soldier to collude with the enemy is a major taboo. Although it didn't affect the overall operation, it was still far too frivolous. Kuei Lalu frowned, thought for a moment, and finally voiced his opinion. "This matter actually can't be blamed on Comrade Xia. The reason lies with me." Everyone's gaze turned to Kuei Lalu. Kuei Lalu sighed. "Comrade Xia and Li Qing and under my command, the soldier who killed Comrade Xia, grew up together. Initially, I thought since they came from the same compound, their military aptitude should be similar. So I ordered Li Qingnan to outperform Xia Li in the exercise, or he would face punishment. I suspect Comrade Xia didn't want her team to lose, but also didn't want her good friend punished. That's why she and Li Qingnan pulled this stunt right before they're still young. I think we should give them a chance." As for his attempt to poach her, with the Nandao Corps people present, he wasn't foolish enough to mention that. Everyone felt somewhat speechless upon hearing his explanation. The 2nd Battalion commander of the Northeast Corps, whose eyes were still red from the chili, immediately retorted, "There may be a reason, but a joint exercise is a joint exercise. The purpose is to treat it as a real battlefield for a genuine drill. Their actions were far too frivolous. What do they take the battlefield for? Since our joint exercises began, we've selected a best individual every year. That person becomes the role model for the entire military district for the coming year. I believe Comrade Xia's lack of seriousness toward the exercise battlefield disqualifies her from receiving the best individual award for this joint exercise. Everyone in the conference room held their own opinions. After discussing for a while, they still couldn't reach a final decision. Senior Division Commander listened quietly, then turned his gaze to Lu Dingyuan, who had been sitting there without expressing an opinion. Xiao Lu, as Xia Li's direct superior, do you think she should receive this award? Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly, looked at the Senior Division Commander, and spoke honestly. I think during this joint exercise, Xia Li indeed displayed an unserious attitude. This must be properly addressed through education, so she recognizes her mistake. However, during this exercise, whether it was organizing her small team to successfully raid the enemy camp or creating smoke bombs with limited resources, everything demonstrates that she is an outstanding soldier in terms of combat capability and performed exceptionally well in this joint exercise. If we bypass her and choose someone else as the best individual, I'm afraid even if others don't comment, that person themselves wouldn't feel right about it. This award is essentially an honor, similar to the Soldier King title in army-wide competitions. Anyone who receives this award is among the elite in the army and has their own pride. Giving someone an award that another person essentially forfeited would undoubtedly be an insult. Even if they received it, neither they nor others would likely feel it was truly deserved. Whenever this year's award is mentioned, people would also bring up the woman who made over 20 officers nearly cry themselves blind. Where would the awardee's dignity be? They'd probably feel uncomfortable just looking at the certificate. What Lu Dingyuan said was the truth, leaving everyone present speechless. Senior Division Commander nodded. I've understood your respective opinions. I'll consider this matter further. The meeting adjourned. In the northeast, night falls early, especially in winter. By a little past 7, it was completely dark. That night, Xia Li's door was knocked. Opening the door, Xia Li saw an unfamiliar young soldier. The soldier looked at her with admiration, saluted, and said, Comrade Xia, the division commander wishes to see you. Please come with me to his office. Xia Li? What does he want with me in the middle of the night? Xia Li usually didn't have much interaction with the northeast side. The only connections were probably the current cold weather training and the joint exercise a couple of days ago. On the way to the division commander's office with the soldier, after a brief thought, Xia Li guessed the reason. It must be about the fixed match. Xia Li wasn't the least bit afraid. She wasn't part of the Northeast Corps, so she didn't fear them causing trouble for her. Without a direct superior-subordinate relationship, they couldn't even give her a hard time if they wanted to. What puzzled her was that usually, it was Lu Dingyuan who summoned her for lectures. This time, Lu Dingyuan hadn't come, but the Northeast Division Commander had. They quickly arrived at the Senior Division Commander's office. Seeing Xia Li, the Senior Division Commander waved her over, pointed to a stool nearby, and said kindly sit. His attitude was so good it made Xia Li a bit uncomfortable. Could it be he wasn't here to reprimand her? Xia Li walked over and obediently sat on the stool. Division Commander, you wanted to see me? The Senior Division Commander nodded at Xia Li. Every joint exercise selects an outstanding individual. This time, the organization has decided to award it to you. Xia Li? Xia Li was quite surprised to hear this. To be honest, during this joint exercise, her platoon basically coasted along. Even though they captured the enemy camp in the end, it wasn't exactly outstanding, since they only attacked the high ground to avoid being scolded upon returning. Xia Li thought for a moment, then said in a slightly odd tone, Thank you for the organization's cultivation. When the division commander heard that Xia Li had used chili powder to mess with people, he knew this young woman's style was different from a normal soldier's. But he hadn't expected such an answer. Experienced as he was, he didn't bother arguing with Xia Li over this rather shameless reply. Instead, he patiently guided her. The organization acknowledges your excellence, but that doesn't mean it approves of your unserious attitude toward the enemy. Only upon hearing this did Xia Li's lingering sense of oddness settle back down. Just as I thought, she mused. Her unconventional raid and the fixed match with Li Qing and shouldn't be held up as examples. She tentatively asked, so, maybe give the outstanding individual award to someone else? Senior Division Commander. The Senior Division Commander had prepared a whole speech, but faced with Xia Li's personality, he didn't know how to proceed. His instructive words reached the tip of his tongue only to be forcefully swallowed back. No wonder old Lu said their Xia Li is definitely more of a headache than our Li Qing'an. He hadn't believed it before, but now he was utterly convinced. The latter was at least easier to handle. The former was pure stubbornness, impossible to manage. The senior division commander smiled helplessly, his gaze turning more serious as he looked at Xia Li. The organization has given you this award and won't take it back. The organization never buries capable individuals. Making mistakes isn't a big deal. Who doesn't make mistakes? What matters is recognizing the mistake and correcting it promptly. Although a joint exercise is a drill, it's also real combat, where you're supposed to treat the other side as the enemy, not turn it into a game just because you're familiar with each other. Have you considered, if you and Li Qing truly become enemies in the future, would you still go easy on him like this? The senior division commander's gaze grew even more intense, his voice deep. This is a very realistic question. Before the truth about Li Qingnan's uncle's corruption was exposed, everyone believed he was an outstanding soldier. Xia Li didn't answer the senior division commander's question because she knew her answer couldn't be spoken aloud. Upon hearing the question, her first instinct was to grab Li Qingnan, beat him up, then take out his superiors to set him straight, not the traditional route of sending him to prison or reporting him. The senior division commander didn't immediately demand an answer either. Instead, his sharp eyes fixed on hers, and he asked gravely, what if he himself isn't at fault, but one day, his existence leads to many deaths? If he asks for your help to save him, would you help? This question wasn't so difficult for Xia Li. Without hesitation, she replied, if he hasn't done anything wrong, then the collective has no reason to blame him. As a friend, shouldn't I help him? The senior division commander didn't comment on this answer. Instead, he continued calmly, what if this collective includes your parents and family? How would you choose then? Xia Li, is this old man really not here to give me a hard time? Xia Li didn't answer immediately, because she already had an answer in her heart. Her scale tipped toward her parents, but she also couldn't bring herself to eliminate Li Qingnan for their sake. Seemingly noticing Xia Li's silence, the senior division commander raised a hand and said earnestly, you don't need to answer me now. Every exercise, every mission, even your daily training, I hope you capable comrades will take them seriously. Because any incident during these processes could be a dilemma you face in the future. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation on the battlefield can cost you your life. Think carefully about what, as a soldier, you are meant to protect, what you should protect. I hope you can go back and consider it seriously. Tell me your answer once you've thought it through. The way the senior division commander communicated with Xia Li wasn't like the chaotic, dramatic exchanges she had with Division Commander Lu. His voice was very gentle, his attitude still kind. Yet, precisely this slow, deliberate manner made Xia Li ponder deeply. Before, she could have said without hesitation that she would stand by her parents. But as her ties to this world grew deeper, she asked herself honestly, she couldn't bring herself to harm a good friend like Li Qingnan, with whom she had shared long interactions and who was innocent. The choice between personal interest and collective interest. This dilemma, where neither side is wrong, yet one must choose between the minority and the larger collective, was so similar to the situation her father faced when he chose to be sent down. Now, the situation outside was growing increasingly chaotic. Although being in the military avoided most risks, she had studied history and knew that later, even within the military, one couldn't completely escape this turmoil. She might truly encounter such multiple-choice questions in the future. Xia Li vaguely suspected that this senior division commander from the Northeast Corps might be on the same side as her father and Division Commander Lu. It was even more likely that higher-ups already knew what was about to happen and were using this method to prepare her mentally in advance. Xia Li's mind was a chaotic whirl of thoughts, but she didn't show it on her face. She nodded obediently. All right. Then, Division Commander, I'll take my leave. Xia Li left the senior division commander's office and walked back thoughtfully. Right outside the dormitory building, she ran into Lu Dingyuan returning to his room. From afar, Lu Dingyuan saw Xia Li walking over, deep in thought. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. This little troublemaker is usually carefree. What's she thinking about so seriously? She doesn't look like she's planning mischief. Could she really have encountered some difficulty? His expression unchanged. He nodded slightly at Xia Li and said, I was just about to look for you. We depart for Nandao in 3 days. I've already arranged with the farm. You can visit your elder brother tomorrow morning. I have to handle the arrangements for returning to Nandao and won't have time to go with you. Zhao Chang will take you. He pressed his lips together slightly and added, if you need anything or have any difficulties, you can tell me. Xia Li was somewhat puzzled by Lu Dingyuan's sudden thoughtfulness. He's not going to hold me accountable this time? And being so nice about it makes me a bit uncomfortable. Okay, thank you. Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly. Seeing she really had nothing else to say, he turned and went upstairs. They were guests at the Northeast Corps, so their dorm rooms were in the same building, just on different floors. Lu Dingyuan went up the stairs first, with Xia Li following behind. But Xia Li remained in a state of deep, pensive thought the entire time, which only made Lu Dingyuan frown more frequently. his expression unconsciously turning serious. Could there really be something major? Even after they parted ways, Xia Li was still lost in her thoughts, not even picking the usual fights she would whenever they met. Lu Dingyuan, she's definitely not acting normal. Xia Li spent the whole night thinking it over herself, but still couldn't arrive at a definite answer. Early the next morning, seeing that it was about time, she went to find Zhao Chang. Xia Li had thought Lu Dingyuan would be too busy these past few days to come, but she hadn't expected to run into him just before leaving. Lu Dingyuan saw Xia Li give him a slight nod, then raised his hand and passed her a bulging green military duffel bag. Take these along as well. If you encounter anything upsetting, you must stay calm. After all, the situation is special right now. Xia Li? Xia Li was utterly confused. She took the bag from him and was just about to ask what he meant by special situation when, in the blink of an eye, Lu Dingyuan had already turned and left. Xia Li sighed, opened the car door, and got in. Let's go. The car slowly drove out of the military compound. Once in the car, Xia Li grew curious about what exactly Lu Dingyuan had packed in this bag for her eldest brother. They were all nutritional supplements: milk powder, malted milk powder, red dates, brown sugar. Seeing these items, Xia Li's expression twisted for a moment. Why did it look like all these were things for women? And most of them were blood-nourishing. Had Lu Dingyuan somehow become a friend to women? She reached into a paper packet, took out a red date and popped it in her mouth, then handed a few to Zhao Chang. Chewing the date, Xia Li thought to herself, not bad, pretty sweet. To be honest, Xia Li's impression of her eldest brother and sister-in-law wasn't all that deep. After all, she had only transmigrated over a few days before they were sent down to the countryside. Before they were sent down, the only thing she remembered about them was that they felt less like an older brother and sister-in-law and more like parents to her. This included the care they arranged for her through connections even after being sent down. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken in Xia Debao to raise. But it was easy to imagine that the two of them probably weren't having an easy time right now. Xia Li spent the journey alternating between thinking about the questions the division commander had raised, then about her eldest brother and sister-in-law's situation, and then about how to get her father out as soon as possible so she could live her carefree, lazy life. Before long, the car arrived at the farm. Only upon seeing them did Xia Li truly understand why Lu Dingyuan had told her to bring those things, and why he had said the situation was special and she needed to stay calm. Her sister-in-law was pregnant. Knowing Xia Li was coming, eldest brother Xia and his wife had gotten up early that morning, happily gathered all the best things in the house, and prepared to entertain their younger sister. Hearing a knock at the door, eldest brother Xia helped his wife, who was walking unsteadily due to her large belly, outside. Smiling at Xia Li, he said, "Little sister, you're here? Come in quickly." Seeing her eldest brother and sister-in-law standing in front of a mud brick house amidst a pure white, icy landscape, their faces filled with joy welcoming her inside, especially seeing the pale, visibly weary, but happily welcoming pregnant woman. Xia Li almost couldn't keep her composure. Normally, seeing such happy news, Xia Li should have been happy. But her first reaction wasn't happiness, it was worry for Xia Debao back home, and a touch of sadness for him. That child had attempted suicide before, thinking, if he died, his parents would, like the neighbors, have a new child, forget the old one, and thus not be so sad. All at once, the plots from novels and TV dramas she'd seen in her past life flooded her mind. Parents, due to starting a business or other reasons, having to leave their firstborn in the countryside to be raised by grandparents. When the child finally reunites with the parents, they already have a new child. The eldest goes to the parents' home only to be neglected, abused, watching wistfully as the younger siblings are doted on while they are ignored, heartbroken, until they eventually turn dark and twisted. All these messy tropes crowded into her brain at once. People's hearts are biased, especially someone as fiercely protective of her own as Xia Li. Faced with such warmth from her eldest brother and sister-in-law now, she was momentarily speechless. Her unhappiness was quite evident. Her face was stern, not a trace of a smile. She merely gave them a slight nod. Came to see you. Xia Hongjun and his wife had watched Xia Li grow up. They knew exactly what their younger sister's temper was like. Seeing her expression now, they exchanged a glance and immediately realized their little sister was angry. They just didn't know why. Sister-in-law Xia had a good temper. She didn't mind her sister-in-law's cold shoulder upon meeting. Still looking at Xia Li with affection, she pulled her inside. Li, it's been so long. When we heard from Comrade Lu about how you've been, we found it hard to believe. The child of the family has grown up in the blink of an eye. Your big brother and I are both so happy to see you've matured. Xia Li let herself be led inside. Once inside, sister-in-law Xia pulled Xia Li to sit on the warm heated brick bed. Her eyes reddened, and her gaze towards Xia Li was full of gratitude. Communication isn't easy here. We've never had the chance to properly thank you for taking care of Debeo. That child is mischievous. Please be patient with him. Xia Li could sense sister-in-law Xia's concern for Debeo, but she still didn't give her a pleasant expression. Her tone was very flat, concise, and to the point. He's well behaved. Next, eldest brother Xia and his wife asked about the situation at home and about Xia Li's life. But no matter what they said, Xia Li remained cold-faced, her replies all short and clipped. If she could answer with one word, she absolutely wouldn't use two, embodying a no-nonsense military style. After entering the room, Zhao Chang, sensing the inexplicable anger emanating from his platoon leader, had shrunk into a corner, trying to minimize his presence and not daring to make a single extra sound. Logically, his platoon leader shouldn't have anything to be angry about. On the way here, she had even happily shared dates with him. Could it be because she saw her sister-in-law was pregnant? But that shouldn't be it either. In these times, being sent down lasts for years. Whether sent down or sent to the countryside, having children is perfectly normal. It shouldn't make her this angry. Was it his imagination, or was his platoon leader's angry demeanor starting to resemble their battalion commander's usual attitude towards them more and more? The atmosphere in the room became too oppressive. The couple found it hard to keep the conversation going. They exchanged another glance. Xia Hongjun patted his younger sister's shoulder and said with a slight smile, Li, you've never seen our farm here, right? Come, let me take you for a walk. Then, he looked somewhat apologetically at Zhao Chang. Comrade Zhao, sorry to trouble you, but could you stay and tell my wife about my parents and my son's recent situation? Zhao Chang understood they wanted to talk privately and immediately nodded in agreement. All right, you two go for a walk. Although he didn't know much about the platoon leader's family affairs, the platoon leader's nephew had been on the warship with them for many days. That was definitely something he could tell the child's mother. Xia Li, having pent-up anger but not wanting to take it out on a pregnant woman, and also having things she wanted to say to Debeo's father, didn't refuse. She simply stood up and left with Xia Hongjun. Xia Hongjun led Xia Li to a large tree. Braving the winter wind, he turned to face her, his expression serious. All right, tell me. What has your big brother done to upset you this time? Their little sister was their parents' child born late in life, only a few years older than their own Debeo. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he and his wife had raised her like a daughter. Now she wouldn't even talk to them properly. Clearly, she was really angry. If he didn't approach her with a serious attitude, she'd definitely stay mad. Xia Li didn't know her eldest brother, to soothe her mood, was deliberately putting on a stern face to show he was taking her seriously, even though he felt her anger probably wasn't over anything major. Expressionless, she looked up at her eldest brother, her tone icy. You haven't upset me. Her gaze fixed on eldest brother Xia, her tone slightly heavy. Do you know, when Debeo first arrived, he ran away from home, thinking of letting himself perish. A child that young, with no money, leaving home is no different from suicide. Eldest brother Xia, who had been looking at his sister with tolerant eyes, immediately changed expression upon hearing this, his heart clenching. His voice rose several pitches, anxious. How is he now? Was he hurt? Xia Li, on the way, he encountered a man assaulting a woman. He tried to help, but almost got strangled to death by that man. The usually steady Xia Hongjun took a deep breath, his fists clenched tight, his eyes cold and fierce, a vein throbbing at his temple. His voice was hoarse. Was it those people? Xia Li, no. He just saw injustice on the road and tried to help. The woman he saved was simply ungrateful. A child's life is fragile. Even without anyone harming them, they could disappear on another outing, or even from a single wrong thought. Xia Hongjun suppressed the surging fury in his heart, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcefully pushed the anger down. He leaned weakly against the big tree behind him, adjusted his expression so as not to scare his sister. His voice was suppressed. I've troubled you, little sister, by sending Debeo to you. You're just a child yourself. How's Debeo now? Xia Li looked at Xia Hongjun's calm face, then glanced down at his tightly clenched, trembling fists at his sides. The sense of injustice she felt for Debeo eased just a tiny bit. But she didn't answer the question about Debeo's current state. Instead, she retorted sarcastically, you already have a new child, and you still care about him? Xia Hongjun. Seeing his sister like this, Xia Hongjun immediately understood why she was angry. So it was because her sister-in-law was pregnant again, and she was standing up for Debeo. He felt both exasperated and amused, but also knew from her reaction that Debeo must be fine now. He reached out and ruffled Xia Li's hair, sighing helplessly. He is my first flesh and blood, the child I have the greatest hopes for. How could I not care about him? He's not seriously hurt, is he? Xia Li continued not to answer about Debeo's current condition, deliberately stringing her eldest brother along to make him worry. Her face remained expressionless. But the reason he ran away was that he thought his trembling hands would make him a burden to everyone, so he wanted to let himself perish. He thought that once you had another child later, you'd be like your neighbors. When the older one dies, you get a new son and never think of him again. Xia Hongjuan's heart ached thinking of his son's state of mind at that time. His brow furrowed tightly, his voice carrying a hint of reprimand. What nonsense is he thinking? How could parents ever forget their own child? He didn't dare imagine how he would face his wife or live with himself if his son had really come to harm over such an absurd reason. He's just a child. How does he have so many complicated thoughts? Xia Li lifted her eyelids to glance at him, saying quietly, "That's not necessarily true. You're having a new child without even asking Debao. Isn't that out with the old, in with the new?" Xia Hongjun. This was the first time in his life he'd heard that having a child required asking the eldest for permission. But seeing his little sister standing up for Debao like this proved the two got along well, and that his sister genuinely cared for Debao to react this way. Xia Hongjun felt both gratified and heartbroken. After all the family had been through, even the youngest sister knew how to protect her family. She had grown up. He coaxed her patiently. "This time, your big brother and sister-in-law really didn't think it through properly. Then, little sister, when you go back, could you help me ask Debao if he'd like a little brother or sister, all right?" Xia Li could tell from his expression he was just humoring her. She said coldly and ruthlessly, "Stop being flippant with me. I don't see at all where you've ever considered Debao's feelings. Do you really want your son, thousands of miles away, to think his parents don't value him, only care about the new brother or sister? When I was talking to you just now, I didn't hear you ask much about how Debao is doing now." Xia Hongjun. Xia Hongjun sighed inwardly. His little sister really had the bearing of a soldier now. It was just rather distressing having it directed at him. Seeing Xia Li's serious attitude, his own demeanor unconsciously became more solemn. Xia Hongjun looked directly at Xia Li, speaking earnestly. "Li, your sister-in-law and I have never not valued Debao. He is our most important child. This was true in the past, is true now, and will always be true. That will never change. A parent's love for their child doesn't change with distance or the passage of time. We never once thought of disregarding his feelings. You're grown up now, so Big Brother won't hide it from you. Actually, after Debao left, we didn't plan on having another child. It was all an accident. Don't worry, Big Brother will write a letter to explain things clearly to Debao. I'll have to trouble you, little sister, to take it back to him. As for the reason, the methods involved were too vile." Xia Hongjun didn't want to soil his young sister's ears with such things. Adjusting his emotions, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he looked at his sister. "As for why we didn't keep asking you about Debao, with your cold attitude just now, your sister-in-law and I didn't even know why you were angry. How could we dare ask more beyond the usual questions?" Xia Li. So it was her fault now? Xia Li didn't say whether she believed her eldest brother or not. Instead, she pressed further. "What kind of accident results in a child? If you really didn't want one, didn't you two take any precautions at all? Even if conditions didn't allow for proper contraception, there were other methods, right?" This reason seemed somewhat. Could she tell her brother that these things were considered common knowledge in later times, and that she probably knew more than those ruffian soldiers in the army? Seeing her brother's expression that looked like he wanted to eat someone, Xia Li even seriously considered in her heart whether to throw Lu Dingyuan's name out to take the blame. But the little bit of kindness she had left kept her from pinning this on Lu Dingyuan's head. Otherwise, she was afraid her brother would immediately write a report accusing Lu Dingyuan of being a hooligan. With an expressionless face, she said, "No one told me. I read it in a physiology book at the library." Xia Hongjun obviously didn't believe this, but as an older brother and of the opposite gender, he couldn't press for more details. He just thought he'd write to their mother when he had the chance, asking her and their father to pay more attention and not let those ruffian soldiers corrupt their little sister. Xia Li didn't miss the fleeting gloom in her eldest brother's eyes and roughly guessed there might be something else going on. Since she knew he hadn't neglected Debao to do such a thing, she didn't pursue the issue further. Instead, she asked a very practical question. "What are you planning to do with that child? You know our family's current situation best. Debao suffered deeply because of those things. Can you guarantee that child won't face trouble? Our dad's situation can't be changed right now. I'm in the Marine Corps. Unless someone gets transferred, promotion is far off. It's hard for me to help you out. Do you want that child to repeat Debao's misfortune? Debao is older. It's fine having him with me since mom and dad are there to watch him. But I can't handle a little kid." Some harsh truths had to be said up front to avoid future unhappiness over this. She never liked children in the first place. Taking care of Debao was partly because of her parents and partly because the child was truly pitiful and she had some prior contact with him. But this unborn child had no emotional connection with her at all. She wasn't some saint who brought every pitiful child home. Whatever compelling reasons there were, it was Xia Hongjun and his wife who got into this situation. There was no reason for her to bear the consequences. Eldest brother Xia sighed, his gaze going over Xia Li's head toward the direction of his own simple, crude house, his whole demeanor tinged with weariness. Debao has already caused enough trouble for you and mom and dad. I never thought of sending that child to you. But this child can't be aborted. His voice was hoarse, strained, and even carried some pain. Xia Li thought if her eldest brother had a cigarette, he'd really want to smoke one right now. Thinking this, she acted on it. She pulled out the pack of cigarettes she had taken from one of her subordinates the other day and forgotten to return, offering it to Xia Hongjun. Want one? Xia Hongjun, who had been immersed in his own emotions, looked down at the pack of cigarettes his sister so casually produced, and his eyes immediately turned even more disapproving. All melancholy gone, his raised voice even changed tone. Little sister, you've learned to smoke. Xia Li. She strongly suspected that in her eldest brother's mind, she had now become a degenerate who, after joining the army, had learned all the vices and was thoroughly corrupted. They're not mine. They belong to one of the soldiers under me. Xia Hongjun looked at Xia Li with obvious disbelief. Having no choice, Xia Li explained the incident during the inter-unit competition where she used tin foil to create smoke bombs and raided the enemy's headquarters. Xia Hongjun didn't know about Xia Li's involvement in research work. He only thought Xia Li was recruited exceptionally because she had modified military vehicles before, and the army wanted to retain talent and indirectly protect their parents. Now, hearing about the outrageous things Xia Li had done, his expression became extremely odd. He reached out and ruffled his little sister's hair, his brows tightly furrowed, speaking earnestly, little sister, doing such things in another military district is one thing, but when you're back in your own district, don't openly defy your superiors like that. What if they made things difficult for her? Xia Li, who chronically caused trouble for her superiors and even made one of them run for 3 months straight. With Xia Li's disruption, Xia Hongjun's melancholic aura couldn't be sustained. He confiscated her cigarettes, but didn't smoke. He just sighed with a bitter expression. The first time we found out about this child, we didn't want it. So we went to see a very skilled doctor who was sent down here, hoping he could help. The conditions here are harsh. Your sister-in-law has suffered a lot. The doctor said your sister-in-law has severe liver disease from overwork, causing coagulation problems. If she has an abortion, there's a significant possibility of major hemorrhage, which could be life-threatening. This child has to be kept. Actually, there are risks whether we keep it or not, but the doctor thought the risk of abortion was greater. So we discussed it and decided that since there's risk either way, and since it's here, we'll have it. As eldest brother Xia said this, his whole body exuded an air of dejection. It went without saying that given sister-in-law's current health, if they didn't keep this child, there wouldn't be another chance later. It wasn't that having only Debao was bad, but in this era where families typically had at least 3 to 5, often 8 or 9 children, and valued many children as a blessing, having just one child was indeed very few. Xia Li was momentarily speechless. Even though she had lived through the apocalypse, it was after a peaceful era with highly liberalized thinking. It was hard for her to imagine a family in a specific social context living with such difficulty, as if all hardships had been heaped upon this one family at once. Anyone's story pulled out at random was bitter. Xia Li lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling on the small stones on the ground. Remembering what the old commander had once asked her, she suddenly asked, "Do you regret it?" Huh. The topic shift was too abrupt for Xia Hongjun to react immediately. Xia Li looked up at Xia Hongjun and asked him very seriously, like our dad, for the country, for your beliefs, hurting innocent family members, do you regret it? No matter how much you gloss over it, sacrifices were made, harm was done. Hurting your own family for the sake of others, don't you regret it? Now living in this era and having met many people like her father, Xia Hongjun said with a sense of melancholy, people have feelings, how could anyone remain indifferent when seeing their loved ones suffer? Every time my family gets hurt, every late night when the pain feels unbearable, there's always a moment when I regret why I had to shoulder so much. But when dawn breaks the next day, I once again strengthen my belief that I have no regrets. Because there are things that someone must do. Even if we don't do them, others will have to. If no one steps up, if everyone just waits for someone else, then what will become of the future of our entire Chinese nation? Xia Li fell silent. Even if it means your family is torn apart, your wife and children scattered? Xia Hongjun's face paled slightly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he lowered his voice and said firmly, I can spend my whole life, even give my life, to repay them. But as a soldier, even if I lose my life, I will never betray my country or my faith. I have let them down, but from the day I put on this uniform, my loyalty belongs only to my motherland. Xia Li looked at him, remained silent for a long while, then finally sighed softly, you never learn. Xia Hongjun. As if stabbing her brother's heart wasn't enough, Xia Li continued, "If I ever look for a husband, I'll definitely avoid selfish people like you. If he dares to make decisions on his own, preventing me from lazing around at home with no worries about food or drink, even if he comes to discuss it with me, I'll make sure he knows what the iron fist of justice looks like." Xia Hongjun. With that sarcastic tone, "You really are my biological sister." Xia Hongjun had his own political ideals, but that didn't mean he wanted his sister to suffer the same hardships. He smiled and ruffled his sister's hair, saying in an amused tone, "All right, I'll wait and see what kind of tolerant brother-in-law you can find for me." Then he added, "Don't tell Mom and Dad about your sister-in-law's situation. Dad's health isn't good, no need to worry the elderly." Xia Li gave a stiff, humorless smile, swatted away the hand on her head, and said coldly, "Isn't this your ideal? Everyone must take responsibility for their own actions, even if that person is my dad or my brother. Otherwise, why should sister-in-law suffer so much in silence? Just because you and Dad have lofty political ideals and your own faith? Puh. If you really didn't want to feel guilty, you shouldn't have taken on this mission in the first place. Since you did, you'll just have to bear it all." With that, she turned and stormed off angrily. When it came to the matter of being sent down, she could unconditionally stand by her father's side, but that didn't mean she fully agreed with their way of doing things. Right and wrong still had to be distinguished. This protracted struggle might last another 7 or 8 years, or even longer. Who knew what else they'd have to go through in between? What was the point of hiding and covering things up now? Everyone should just be mentally prepared. Watching his sister's furious, grumbling retreating figure, Xia Hongjun felt a mix of helplessness and a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Her second brother had cut ties with the family, and she looked down on him for it. Now he and their father, because of their convictions, had also managed to upset her. With her temper and her dissatisfaction toward him and the old man, their father probably endured quite a bit of her anger at home on a regular basis. After returning to the house, Xia Li's attitude toward her sister-in-law noticeably softened. Although she still largely ignored her brother, at least she could manage normal conversation now. Seeing Xia Li like this, sister-in-law Xia knew the young girl's anger had mostly dissipated, and the two chatted for quite a while. It wasn't until Xia Li noticed sister-in-law Xia clearly looking tired that she took her leave. Before leaving, Xia Li whispered to Xia Hongjun, "Sister-in-law is weak right now and needs proper nourishment. Find a spot where no one will notice. I'll sneak over tonight to bring you some things." This rundown farm was vast and full of gaps. With her skills, slipping in wouldn't be too difficult. Xia Hongjun looked at his little sister, who had grown into someone capable of holding her own, with gentle eyes. He didn't refuse her kindness. "All right, be careful." After a moment's thought, he added, "Taking care of Mom and Dad should have been my responsibility, but now it's all fallen on you. If our family can ever return to the city, I'll make up for all the hardships you've endured over the years." Hearing this, Xia Li immediately perked up. She lifted her eyes to look at Xia Hongjun. "Really? How will you make it up?" Xia Hongjun smiled indulgently. "However you want." Xia Li asked very seriously, "So even if I do no work, just laze around at home every day, and you support me, with good food, a nice place to live, nice clothes, that's okay too?" The smile on Xia Hongjun's face deepened. "Yes. I'll give you my entire monthly salary of over 80 yuan, and have your sister-in-law support me." Hearing this, Xia Li almost blurted out, "Living off your wife? You really have no shame." But the words circled in her mouth and were swallowed back. Instead, she patted Xia Hongjun's shoulder with a grave, encouraging expression. "Stay strong. Your faith is lofty and noble. You are striving for all of China. All the Chinese people will be grateful for your contributions to the nation. Only by persevering will you let the motherland and the people see the dawn. Victory will surely come." Xia Hongjun. Even though it was the first time his sister had expressed agreement with his beliefs, why did he feel so strangely unsettled? Xia Li and Zhao Chang returned to the car and drove back to the military base in silence. Xia Li reclined her seat almost to a lying position, leaning back and continuing to ponder the question the old division commander had posed, occasionally thinking back to what her brother had said. Finally, she covered her eyes with her arm and sighed. "I really can't bring myself to harm innocent people. Not even a little." Zhao Chang didn't quite understand what she meant. Having spent a month in the northeast, his accent had already been influenced. He blurted out, "Huh?" Xia Li said expressionlessly, "Huh? Horse teeth tasty but hard to handle." Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang immediately shut up and kept driving. Back at the base, Xia Li had Zhao Chang drive to the office building. After getting out, Xia Li went to see the old division commander. The old division commander's office happened to be empty of others at the time. Xia Li knocked, was granted permission, and entered. The Navy SEAL team was returning to Nandao tomorrow, so the old division commander wasn't surprised Xia Li had come to see him. Xia Li nodded. her sharp gaze fixed on the old division commander as she said firmly, "If you were guilty and would harm many people, I would stop him without hesitation. But I cannot harm an innocently Qingnan, even if the other side of the scale holds my own family. If one day, his existence truly would cause harm to many, many people, including my family, and he came to me for help, I might still help him. I will not harm him, because he is innocent. If I exhaust all means and still cannot protect my family, that is my lack of ability. I accept defeat. I would only point the sharpest blade at those who harm my family, not at an innocently Qingnan. As for others, what right do they have to demand an innocent person be sacrificed for their own survival? If you want to live, rely on your own abilities. Forcing others to pay the price for your own ideals and interests is simply a joke." Whether this was a test, a warning, or an attempt at ideological education, she didn't mind laying her vulnerabilities and bottom line out in the open. No one should try to cross her line. She would not become anyone's weapon. Her only conviction was to get her father out and live a retired life. On this path, anyone who dared to step over the line, friend or foe, should not blame her for fighting back and taking down anyone equally. The old division commander had expected Xia Li to give an answer siding with her parents. He hadn't anticipated this unexpected response. Although the answer wasn't the ideal collective choice they had hoped for, it also wasn't the worst they had feared. The modified warship Xia Li had created was beyond everyone's imagination, proving her exceptional talent and also highlighting the instability brought by her unpredictable nature. Many within the ranks felt uneasy about having such a formidable talent who wasn't wholeheartedly and steadfastly on their side. Such a powerful asset was a great advantage in their own hands, but in the hands of others, it could become a sharp blade turned against them. People weren't sure how she would act when collective and individual interests conflicted, hence this test. Now it seemed that, to retain someone of uncertain allegiance, rather than resorting to various schemes, the right path was to help her build more interpersonal connections and foster a sense of belonging to China. Xia Li had thought that by not giving the expected answer, her response might anger the other party, leading to further pressure, inducements, or persuasion. To her surprise, the old division commander looked at her with a gentle gaze and nodded slightly. "I hope you never forget your original intent and never harm innocent people to achieve your own goals." Then he patted Xia Li's shoulder. "The higher-ups have confirmed that the warship you modified will go into production, named Taodai. Nandao has made quite a splash this time. Those coveting what your father possesses are starting to suspect you're involved. They'll likely test you when you return, so be mentally prepared." Xia Li's expression remained unreadable. Hearing the ship was named Taodai, she felt a strange twinge of emotion. The name inevitably made her think that the higher-ups found the cost of thousands of shells per second, each costing over 100 yuan including production, too extravagant, hence this ironic name. Xia Li promptly put on a look of surprise and gave the old division commander a peculiar glance. "Who's spreading such rumors? Are they crazy? That I modified the warship? Even Zhou Gong wouldn't dare give you such a wild dream. If I really could create something that powerful, I'd have mowed down everyone who framed our family long ago. Besides, what's wrong with those people? Dad already said there's no such thing, yet they keep asking. If you don't believe what people say, why bother asking? Utterly ridiculous." Old division commander. Old division commander was speechless. This girl was quite the actress. Though exasperated, he still nodded in agreement. "Just act like that when you go back." Xia Li looked at the old man with strong disdain. "Act like what? It wasn't me who did it anyway. Division commander, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm returning to Nandao tomorrow and haven't packed yet." Realizing she wasn't putting on an act for him but outright denying it, the old division commander. "All right, go pack your things." Hearing this, Xia Li turned and left as if unwilling to waste more time with someone so unreasonable. Joking aside, she only suspected the old division commander and her father were in cahoots. Who knew the real situation? If he actually knew nothing and was just fishing, she'd be insane to admit to whatever he said. After Xia Li left, the old division commander shook his head in a mix of helplessness and amusement as he watched her go. Having a sense of caution was good, it was just that her acting was too fake. When Xia Li came to the northeast, she had brought a lot of stuff, mainly for her eldest brother and Li Qingnan. Her own belongings were few. On the return trip, she traveled light, heading back with the main force of the Nandao Military Corps. Several thousand people set out together on this journey, all armed soldiers. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time Xia Li felt so completely at ease on the road. With this kind of firepower, they could probably wipe out anyone who dared attack, right? Driving all the way, Xia Li sat in the front passenger seat of the military truck. Apart from sleeping at night and eating 3 meals a day, they were on the move almost constantly. It took a full 4 days to get home. Getting out of the car, Xia Li felt sore all over, her body numb, as if she'd been bound in splints. But this feeling of being constrained soon faded. Because it was almost Chinese New Year. Although supplies were scarce now, not everyone was so poor they couldn't afford a single pastry. The military was considered a high-income group among ordinary civilians. Except for those military families who sent all their money back home, leaving themselves with nothing, other households that could manage would go out to buy New Year goods. As the year-end approached, the festive atmosphere was strong, and every household began preparing in advance. On the very day she returned home, Xia Li happily went to Pingyjun to request leave on the grounds of buying New Year goods to celebrate properly. She asked for nearly a month off, using up all the leave she hadn't taken that year. Pingyjun looked as if he'd heard something utterly absurd. He wanted to criticize Xia Li's wishful thinking. After all, getting leave approved for such a reason was nearly impossible. But then he thought of all the outrageous things Xia Li had done and decided not to intervene, letting reality teach her a lesson. Division Commander Liu and Regimental Commander Bai were more than happy for Xia Li to stay quiet and not cause trouble at the base. Naturally, they'd approve her leave before anyone else's. Hearing Xia Li wanted New Year leave to buy goods, they just had her write down the formula for the spicy smoke bomb and promptly approved her leave that very day. Back home, Xia Li told her elderly parents about what had happened to her eldest brother's family. Regardless of how the whole process was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. On the other hand, Lu Dingyuan's leave to go home for the holidays wasn't as carefree as hers. Beijing, Military Compound, Lu Residence. In a room decorated very rigidly, but exceptionally neat and clean, Lu Dingyuan was sleeping soundly. Knock, knock, knock. The door suddenly sounded. Lu Dingyuan's eyes snapped open instantly. His body moved faster than his mind. He sprang up from the bed with a carp leap, strode to the door, and yanked it open. Frowning, he asked urgently, "What's happened?" Mother Lu, holding a glass of milk in one hand and her other hand frozen mid-knock, was startled by her son's sudden opening of the door. She looked at him in confusion. "Just checking if you were up, calling you to get ready for lunch." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lu Dingyuan. Seeing his mother, Lu Dingyuan remembered he was already not in the military, but on leave to come back for the New Year. Could he tell his own mother that when he heard the knocking, his first reaction was a conditioned reflex, thinking that Xia Li had gotten into trouble again and needed him to bail her out? Somewhat awkwardly taking the milk, he used a serious expression to forcibly cover his own discomfort. "No, I forgot I was already home, thought there was a mission to carry out." Mother Lu was somewhat helpless. "You can't bring this occupational habit home like your dad did. I still remember when your dad first came back from the battlefield. I saw him walking home, went up behind him to talk, and he just flipped me right over onto the ground. If you end up like him, you probably won't even find a wife later." At this age, not being married is one thing, but thinking a knock at the door means a mission. What family would be willing to marry their good daughter to a man whose head is only full of missions? Lu Dingyuan hadn't thought his dad had such a glorious history. Remembering why he had that conditioned reflex, he also felt a bit helpless. This past year, he must have been tormented by Xia Li too much. "I understand." Mother Lu knew her son was a man of few words and didn't press further, just said, "Get cleaned up and come down for dinner. I have something to discuss with you later." Lu Dingyuan, okay. After his mother left, Lu Dingyuan, feeling quite embarrassed, went to wash up and hastily ate lunch. After the meal, seeing his mother put down her chopsticks, Lu Dingyuan helped her clear the table. By the sink, Lu Dingyuan skillfully washed the dishes, then neatly arranged the dried ones in the cupboard. Mother Lu leaned against the cupboard, watching her son work so efficiently, and sighed inwardly. She had always wanted to marry a man who could do all the household chores, so she raised her own child to know how to do everything. Now her child can do all the household chores, but still can't get a wife. Already in his late 20s, other people's sons this age have grandchildren old enough to run errands. Worried, she casually mentioned, "Your dad told me that Grandpa Nyo's granddaughter next door is back for the New Year and wants to come pay us a visit after the holiday. The girl is quite pretty, 20 years old, works in the cultural troupe. She's never been to the capital before. You two are about the same age, should be able to get along. Since you're not going back to the unit until the 8th, why don't you show her around?" Before, they thought their son had taken a liking to that Miss Xia, but after all this time, there hasn't been a single bit of news. Later, his grandfather asked Division Commander Liu and found out it was all a misunderstanding. If even the one female comrade he sees day in and day out doesn't work out, and they don't introduce him to anyone else, she really thinks her son will end up alone. This wasn't the first time Lu Dingyuan's parents had tried to set him up. From his mother's opening line, he knew exactly what she meant. Feeling an inexplicable, instinctive resistance, he didn't even pause in washing the dishes, decisively refusing, "Mom, the unit's been very busy lately. I don't have time for a relationship." With Xia Li causing trouble every day, where would he find time to date someone else? With his military rank, he could already have family accompany him to the base. Being single is fine. He can be on call 24/7 to clean up her messes. If he really got married, what would it look like going out to deal with another female comrade's problems in the middle of the night? Mother Lu was speechless, looking at her son with exasperation. Other officers in your Marine Corps can date and get married normally. How come you're the only one so busy? Lu Dingyuan fell into complete silence, thinking, probably because others don't have a troublemaker like Xia Li on their hands. But he couldn't tell his mother that reason. He could only say, Mom, the work over there really is busy right now. I don't want to consider personal matters for the time being. Besides, the current situation is so chaotic, who knows what changes might happen any day. I'd like to wait until things are a bit more stable. Hearing about the situation, Mother Lu also sighed involuntarily. Talk about stability, how easy is that? It seems to me it's only getting worse so far. Her son didn't want to date. She didn't want to force it either, so she didn't continue the topic. Looking up at her son, she asked with concern, by the way, are you still having nightmares often lately? Hearing this, Lu Dingyuan's hand washing the dishes paused. Thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have been too busy lately and hadn't had nightmares in a long time. Every morning, opening his eyes meant going to deal with Xia Li's messes. Every night, closing his eyes meant thinking about what new trouble Xia Li might cause tomorrow. Whether during work hours or off-duty time, constantly guarding against Xia Li finding fault or pulling stunts left almost no time to think about anything else. Recalling the difficult year he'd had since Xia Li enlisted, Lu Dingyuan unconsciously fell into a long silence. Seeing her son hadn't replied for a while, Mother Lu looked at him worriedly. Has it gotten? Lu Dingyuan snapped out of his distressing recollections and quickly replied, No, I haven't had nightmares in a long time. Mother Lu's face immediately lit up with joy, confirming again, really. Lu Dingyuan nodded. Really? Mother Lu was overjoyed. Normally a calm person, she now beamed with happiness. She lowered her head, clapped her hands, and said decisively, I'll go visit the Qin family later. I must properly thank Dr. Chung. Not long after her son enlisted, that disgusting and tragic incident happened. For so many years, he was plagued by nightmares, couldn't get over that hurdle, worrying the whole family sick. She thought her son's days of nightly nightmares would last a long time, but unexpectedly, they miraculously stopped. The psychologist who studied abroad really is effective. Hearing his mother mention Cheng Shui, Lu Dingyuan immediately frowned and hurriedly stopped her. Mom, let's keep some distance from the Qin family from now on. Mother Lu frowned, somewhat puzzled, looking at her son. Didn't Dr. Chung cure your condition? I remember you said you were seeing her for treatment. Mentioning Cheng Shui made Lu Dingyuan think of the fiercely defiant Xia Li, who practically wanted to tear Cheng Shui apart on the spot and couldn't be dragged away. He felt a bit amused. Briefly recounting the things Cheng Shui had done, consciously omitting Xia Li's various provocative remarks that hit a nerve, he explained to his mother. Lu Dingyuan said, the nightmares stopped after I stopped going to her for psychological counseling. It has nothing to do with her. Currently, Cheng Shui is no longer serving in the military district. I don't want any further connection with her. Mother Lu is a woman. Unlike Lu Dingyuan, a man with a broader perspective, she understood the subtle maneuvers between women very clearly. Hearing about Cheng Shui's actions, her expression turned very unpleasant. Wasn't that girl clearly trying to ruin her son's reputation, making women other than herself afraid to approach him? Even if her son didn't marry her later, he'd end up with a reputation for toying with female comrades' feelings? Besides, as a doctor, to get close to her son, she could actually do such things. Her methods were simply too despicable. The Lu family had always upheld integrity. If someone like that entered the family's reputation would likely be ruined. The more Mother Lu thought about it, the angrier she became. She had no intention of letting this matter slide. Daring to scheme against her son? Then don't blame this mother for not being polite. With a gentle expression, she patted her son's arm and said with a smile, such a person indeed shouldn't be contacted anymore. But we should still observe proper etiquette. After all, everyone knows you received treatment from her for so long. We shouldn't make it look too bad. I heard she's back at the Qin family now. I'll go over tomorrow to deliver a gift on your behalf. Lu Dingyuan frowned. Tomorrow I have a gathering with Qinghe and the others. How about I go the day after tomorrow myself? He was grown up, there was no reason his mother needed to help deliver a thank you gift. Mother Lu decisively refused. No need. You go to your gathering. I'll go see her. From now on, the two of you shouldn't meet again. Lu Dingyuan sensed his mother seemed a bit angry and didn't insist on going himself. Okay. Early, the next morning. Lu Dingyuan wore all his medals, dressed in a crisp military uniform, and left home with a serious expression. The driver took him all the way to the Martyrs' Cemetery. When Lu Dingyuan arrived, others were already at the entrance. Unlike Xia Li, who could happily hang out with troublemakers like Li Qingnan and naturally fit into that crowd, Lu Dingyuan had always been the other people's child, moving in elite circles. Those waiting at the cemetery entrance included a man in a white lab coat with a chief physician badge on his chest, someone like Lu Dingyuan wearing many medals and a crisp military uniform, and another in a linen suit exuding an air of authority. The three stood at the entrance, all neatly dressed, looking exceptionally sharp. The February weather in the capital was still cold. They chatted while stamping their feet and rubbing their hands. Seeing Lu Dingyuan get out of the car, they quickly went to meet him. Song Qinghe, in the white coat, gave Lu Dingyuan a hard slap on the arm. "Haven't seen you in 4 years. You finally came back." Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly at him. Since France withdrew from Vietnam, the US has been frequently attacking Vietnam these past few years, often involving Nandao as well. "I really couldn't get away." Guo Hongli, in his crisp military uniform, looked at his childhood friend with exasperation and sighed. "I told you long ago not to leave the capital military district. Those incidents were isolated cases, and those people have been duly punished. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the capital military district with the family support? You had to go suffer in that godforsaken place like Nandao. I really don't understand what you were thinking." They were all kids from the military compound, who didn't rely on their father's influence to get a higher starting point in the military. Only this guy was stubborn. After that incident, he insisted on starting from scratch on his own, completely independent of the family. In his view, that was just stupid. Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly, not wanting to reveal his true reasons. He just said, "Nandao is fine." Seeing Guo Hongli about to continue persuading him, Ping Lixiang, in the black linen suit, gently patted his shoulder and quickly smoothed things over. "Gold shines wherever it goes. Look, Battalion Commander Lu is doing quite well now, isn't he? The Marine Corps is a special forces unit. When they expand recruitment someday, we'll have to call Dingyuan Sir directly." Guo Hongli knew his friend was stubborn and didn't press further, just let out a long sigh. "You're all here so early? What time is it? I thought coming out half an hour early, I'd definitely be the first." Just as the atmosphere grew awkward over Lu Dingyuan leaving the capital military district, a steady yet somewhat surprised voice came from not far away. Everyone looked over and saw two young men in crisp military uniforms approaching, with a similarly uniformed but noticeably younger boy walking between them. Song Qinghe looked at the boy in uniform with surprise. "Is that Pengcheng?" Lu Dingyuan also recognized the boy. Seeing him approach in military uniform, his eyes showed clear surprise. Wei Pengcheng was the son of his comrade who died back then. When his father first died, he was still in school. He hadn't expected that little boy to have already enlisted in what seemed like no time. Yang Haijun,